In the Marvel world, New York, Manhattan, Harlem. As night fell, boom, crash. In the midst of a fierce battle with Abomination, the Hulk was momentarily caught off guard and hurled through the air, crashing into the home of an unsuspecting fortunate soul. This fortunate soul, known as Bayou, stood there with a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, staring in disbelief at the wall that had been smashed to pieces on his left, the wrecked table before him, and the food scattered across the floor. He then glanced to his right at the enormous green figure and the web-like cracks in the wall behind him, his face a mask of confusion and shock. Bayou never anticipated that after his arduous journey to this new world, he would find himself, at such a young age, burdened by the debts of a car and house inherited from his parents who had tragically passed away, making him a millionaire in liabilities. And now, it seemed his home was on the verge of destruction, and he would still be responsible for the mortgage? Moreover, had he not reacted swiftly just moments ago, he might have faced a future in a wheelchair or confined to a bed. Bang! At that moment, another ominous sound drew Bayou's attention from his left. Green Giant, your doom is at hand. Before him stood the imposing and menacing Abomination, brandishing a small car, ready to hurl it at any moment. Gasp! Bayou inhaled sharply. Now, even the car he had purchased with a loan was in jeopardy. What was worse, judging by the length of the vehicle, the direction it was aimed, and the force behind it, Bayou surmised that while the Hulk might emerge unscathed, he was likely to meet his end. If given a choice, he certainly wished to survive, but as an ordinary person in such dire circumstances, what could he do but await his fate? Ding! Congratulations, Master, for successfully activating the Time King system. Just as Abomination was about to launch the car, the Hulk had risen, preparing for chaos. An unfamiliar system notification echoed in Bayou's mind. Ding! Character Hulk and Abomination available for sign-in. Danger detected. Automatic sign-in successful. Congratulations on acquiring. First stage Power includes Time King Dial and Time Space Drive, and the Kuga Dial. The Time King system, a sign-in? Upon hearing the voice, Bayou was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by overwhelming joy. As a frequent reader of novels and an admirer of the Kamen Rider series, he was well aware of the indispensable system that Traversers possessed, as well as what the Time King, hailed as the strongest Kamen Rider of the Heisei era, represented. Even though Bayou had only acquired the most basic Time King Dial and the Kuga Dial, it was sufficient to grant him a degree of self-preservation in his current predicament, he hoped. Hulk, perish! At this moment, Abomination roared and hurled the small car with all his might towards the Hulk. He had noticed Bayou, but to him, the mere ant was inconsequential. Whether he lived or died was of no concern. Not good. Bayou's expression shifted dramatically, an unprecedented sense of crisis surging from the depths of his being. He had no time to ponder further and hastily retrieved a time-space driver from the system space. This device featured a white edge and a transparent display at its core, with a black slot on either side. Accompanying it was a dial, roughly the size of a palm, adorned with the visage of King Time, its border white, and its back black. Is this the transformation device of Kamen Rider Zeo? It seems rather impressive. Bayou's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he promptly affixed the time-space driver to his waist. Zika driver. With the sound of an electronic voice, the time-space driver automatically extended a black belt from both sides, securing itself onto Bayou. Next, he pressed the button atop the King Time dial with his right hand. Zeo. Before the electronic sound could resonate again, Bayou swiftly inserted the King Time dial into the right slot of the time-space driver. He then hurriedly pressed the button at the upper center of the time-space driver and turned the device slightly counterclockwise. Beep, beep, beep. In no time, accompanied by the sound of a ticking clock, a silver, dark golden clock phantom began to rotate counterclockwise behind Bayou. At that moment, a small car thrown by the Abomination came hurtling towards him, poised to collide. Bang! Yet, in the next instant, the small car was repelled back by the dark golden clock phantom, landing squarely atop the Abomination's head. Ouch! The Abomination cried out in pain, instinctively tossing the car away while casting a look of surprise and astonishment at Bayou. He could not comprehend why the latter, merely retrieving two toy-like objects, had summoned such an extraordinary clock effect behind him. Moreover, this effect had the ability to bounce back the car he had thrown. Is this reality? This cannot be real. Indeed, a Kamen Rider is invincible during transformation. Baiyu thought, filled with a mix of astonishment and joy. Although in the original narrative, the little Demon King had a silver clock phantom behind him during his transformation. It did not seem to possess a similar protective function. But that was of little consequence. His immediate priority was to complete the transformation. After all, the Abomination and the Hulk were still present, and if he did not transform quickly, he would remain in peril. Transformation. Regaining his focus, Baiyu wasted no more time and, with the speed of a seasoned single man, swiftly rotated the entire time-space driver counterclockwise to 360. Rider time. In that instant, accompanied by the sound of transformation, the entire world seemed to revolve around Baiyu in a counterclockwise motion. Immediately thereafter, the dark golden clock shadow behind Baiyu shattered, enveloping him along with several suddenly materialized dark golden circular strap shadows. As the shattered clock shadow and the circular strap shadows dissipated, the scene transformed. Kamen Rider Zeo, Baiyu's figure vanished from its original position, replaced by a towering figure standing 2 meters tall. This being predominantly clad in black, bore silver and pink embellishments on the knees, ankles, waist, wrists, chest armor, neck, and visage. Adorning its chest was a silver strap, while its face showcased silver minute and second hands as decoration, with special pink characters serving as eyes. Kamen Rider Zeo. Chapter 2. No matter, I will confront the Abomination with fervor. Rejoice. The King of Time has been born. He embodies the strength of all knights, transcending time and space. Possessing knowledge of both past and future, the Kamen Rider Zeo. This marks Zeo's inaugural transformation in this realm, heralding the dawn of a resplendent new chapter in the annals of Marvel history. Is this truly Kamen Rider Zeo? Amidst the ethereal echoes of congratulations resonating in his mind, and feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him, Baiyu was filled with exhilaration. Most significantly, he could distinctly sense that, under the influence of the first-level Umaga power, the strength he could now wield, astonishingly, was twice that of the original narrative. Truly worthy of the Umaga Zeo system, it was indeed extraordinary. With this realization, Baiyu's spirit soared. His confidence in the endeavors that lay ahead grew exponentially. Kamen Rider? Zeo? At that moment, the Abomination approached Baiyu with heavy footsteps, malice gleaming in his eyes. Humph. Whatever you are, prepare to meet your demise. The Abomination, whose true name is Emil Blonsky, was initially an agent. Not long ago, at the behest of General Ross, Blonsky began collaborating with the U.S. military to hunt down the Hulk. During this pursuit, Blonsky encountered and coveted the immense power residing within the Hulk. Consequently, he underwent a series of transformations, injecting himself with a flawed version of the super soldier serum, derived from the concoction injected into Captain America, followed by Hulk's blood, ultimately becoming the Abomination. For him, vanquishing the Hulk would serve as the ultimate testament to his newfound strength. In his inflated ego, only the Hulk could be deemed worthy of being his rival. However, the Abomination could never have anticipated that before he could truly conquer the Hulk, an insignificant insect would emerge unbidden. What was more alarming was that this insect not only possessed the ability to transform, but also had a transformation sound effect, accompanied by a transformation spectacle that seemed almost tangible. It was through the electronic sound effect that accompanied Baiyu's transformation that the Abomination became aware of the term Kamen Rider Zeo. Thus, the Abomination resolved to eliminate this so-called Zeo before resuming his pursuit of the Hulk. After all, he could never fathom that his invincible self could be bested by Zeo. Oh. Observing this scene, Baiyu's initial fear and anxiety had dissipated, replaced instead by exhilaration and a fierce fighting spirit. Since you seek your own end, I shall oblige. Baiyu was also eager to discern the extent of the gap between himself and a supervillain like the Abomination. Moreover, given the current circumstances, he had no better option than to confront him head-on, did he? Huh. You certainly dare to speak. The Abomination cast a sidelong glance at the Hulk, who was scratching his head in apparent confusion regarding the situation, then sneered coldly, swiftly closing the distance and throwing a punch at Baiyu. In that moment, the Abomination envisioned the latter's head exploding under his might. But, Zekengerate, as the impending crisis loomed, Baiyu, transformed into the Time King, did not dare to underestimate the situation. He promptly summoned his exclusive weapon, a silver longsword adorned with hues of black, blue, and pink, the Time Limit Sword. With the sword in hand, Baiyu swiftly pressed the buttons above the Time King's dial and the upper section of the space-time driver. before rotating the driver counterclockwise by 360 degrees. With a resonant sound, Baiyu first removed the Time King S dial, placing it into the slot of the time limit sword, and then, wielding the long sword, he resolutely executed a horizontal slash. Zio, Giri Giri slash. In an instant, a dark golden clock-like phantom was cleaved from the time limit sword, successfully striking its target. A scream pierced the air as the malevolent entity was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Startled, the malevolent being quickly scrambled to its feet, glaring at Baiyu with eyes brimming with murderous intent. Although the previous strike had not inflicted significant damage, it was, to him, nothing short of a humiliation. Unfazed, Baiyu felt a surge of excitement beneath his mask. The Time King, empowered by double strength, was indeed formidable. Without hesitation, he swiftly reinserted the Time King S dial back into the space-time driver and discarded the time limit sword. He then retrieved a dial resembling Kamen Rider Kuga from the System S space, pressing the button atop the dial. Kuga. As the electronic sound resonated, Baiyu immediately inserted it into the left slot of the space-time driver. He then pressed the upper button of the driver and rotated it counterclockwise by 360 degrees. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zio. With the electronic sound of transformation echoing once more, a suit of armor primarily silver, with orange accents on the wrists and shoulders, and adorned with Kuga's golden horns replacing the hour and minute hands on the forehead, manifested before Baiyu. Come on. Baiyu reached out and touched the Kuga armor. Armor time. Kuga. In the next moment, the Kuga armor disassembled into its individual components, adorning the Time King S body. This was undoubtedly the Kamen Rider Zio in Kuga armor form. Indeed, it was splendid. Glancing at his transformed self and feeling the surge of power within him, Baiyu nodded in satisfaction. What thrilled him even more was the potent effect of the first-tier demon power, once again demonstrating its formidable prowess. Not only does this enable him to directly augment the power of my omnipotent form, but it also amplifies it exponentially. In other words, Baiyu now possesses the combined strength of double the Time King and double the omnipotent Kamen Rider. Roar. However, at that very moment, accompanied by a roar reminiscent of a wild beast, a colossal green figure, lacking in martial ethics, launched a surprise attack on Baiyu from behind. Finish time. Kuga. Baiyu immediately sensed the impending danger, swiftly pressing the Kamen Rider dial and the button atop the time-space driver, rotating it counterclockwise a full 360 degrees. Although he could not fathom why this fool Hulk would assault him, he thought it irrelevant. They could simply fight together. Mighty. Time break. With a resonating sound, Baiyu adeptly sidestepped Hulk's ambush and lifted his flame-wreathed right foot, delivering a powerful kick to Hulk's back. Alas, he yearned to execute a classic knight's kick. But the ceiling above was insufficiently high. Nonetheless, even without a flying kick, the potency of Mighty Time break, under the effects of the double amplification, should be more than adequate, wouldn't it? Chapter 3. Have you ever been kicked by a nuclear explosion? Boom. As anticipated, with a resounding crash, the colossal mass of Hulk, weighing approximately half a ton, was propelled through the air, colliding squarely with the unsuspecting abomination. Ultimately, both of them soared through the gaping hole they had previously created, launching themselves out of Baiyu's residence. The outside world. They emerged. Wait, why are there two green giants flying out together? Could it be that within that house lurked an even more formidable monster? The area had long been encircled by the U.S. military. However, the forces at their disposal were utterly ineffective against titans such as Abomination and Hulk. What on earth was happening? In the sky, aboard a military helicopter, General Ross gazed in disbelief at the sight of Hulk and Abomination emerging from the house below. Banner. Meanwhile, Betty Ross, General Ross's daughter and Bruce Banner's girlfriend, fixated her worried gaze on Hulk. At that moment, Rider time. Kamen Rider Zio. Armor time. Kuga rising mighty, accompanied by the sound effects. Baiyu slowly stepped out from the house. Moreover, his legs, arms, wrists, and the edges of his chest armor were now adorned with additional golden stripes compared to before. A more formidable aura radiated from him. This was Kamen Rider Zio's Kuga rising mighty armor form. In this state, he possessed strength far surpassing that of Kamen Rider Zio's Kuga mighty armor form. To my astonishment, I can still wield Kuga's other powerful forms. At this moment, Baiyu felt an overwhelming joy. Moreover, it was the kind that doubled his strength. Undoubtedly, this was a setting absent in the original work. Yet for Baiyu, it was an immense stroke of fortune. Damn insect. At that moment, Abomination forcefully cast Hulk aside, glaring furiously at Baiyu. Regardless of what you have transformed into, I will kill you. Abomination had finally achieved his current form and was poised to defeat Hulk, proving himself more worthy of this power. He believed that only Hulk was fit to be his rival. However, Abomination was taken aback by the sudden emergence of Kamen Rider Zeo. Yet, confident in his own strength, Abomination had no qualms about eliminating this bothersome nuisance first. Boom. With that thought, Abomination leaped into the air, soaring several dozen meters high before plummeting towards Baiyu, seemingly intent on using the force of his descent to obliterate the latter. Foolish creature. Witnessing this scene, Baiyu felt neither fear nor trepidation. Instead, he scoffed. I was contemplating how to elevate you off the ground, and you've just presented the answer to me. Very well, allow me to introduce you to my nuclear explosion kick. With a swift return to focus, Baiyu pressed the dial of the Void device and rotated the button above the time-space driver in a counterclockwise motion of 360 degrees. Finish time. Rising mighty. Time break. Accompanied by an electronic sound effect, Baiyu leapt into the air, executing a 360-degree rotation before launching a right kick infused with electricity. Humph. I'm above, and you are below. How could you possibly harm me? Zhang Yi, witnessing this, let out a cold snort, his eyes brimming with disdain. To him, no matter how powerful the King of Time's kick might be, it could never truly injure him, especially with the advantage of height on his side. With such confidence, Zhang Yi clasped his fists together and struck towards the almost invisible special effects of the King of Time's right foot. However, what? In the next moment, disbelief washed over Zhang Yi's face. At the moment his fists connected with the King of Time's foot, an unstoppable wave of terrifying power erupted, first shattering his arms and then surging through his entire body. Subsequently, boom, Zhang Yi's body was propelled skyward by this force, ascending rapidly, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, until it finally came to a gradual halt at several thousand meters high. This is bad. Yet, instead of joy, Zhang Yi's eyes reflected an unprecedented fear. Deep within him, an exceedingly terrifying power seemed to be brewing to an extreme. What on earth is this? Zhang Yi uttered a sound of sheer terror, but before he could finish his thought, a piercing scream escaped his lips. Then, boom, bang, a colossal explosion erupted, centered around Zhang Yi, swiftly radiating in all directions. Oh my god, what was that sound? Could it be that someone has dropped a mushroom bomb on us? It is important to note that it was nighttime. In Harlem, and indeed throughout all of Manhattan, many individuals, regardless of what they were occupied with, were captivated by the thunderous explosion, witnessing the immense firelight that almost illuminated the entire night sky. This scene, they would likely find impossible to forget for the rest of their lives. It seemed that many would find it difficult to sleep tonight. Harlem, am I dreaming? Was that truly an act achievable by humanity? This individual is simply terrifying. General Ross and Betty, along with the soldiers on the ground, initially gazed at the sky in sheer astonishment. Once they regained their composure, their eyes turned towards Baiyu, reflecting not only amazement, but also a trace of trepidation. After all, the most formidable weapon humanity has ever wielded is the nuclear bomb. Even the so-called superheroes and supervillains of today crumble under the might of such devastation. However, General Ross and his companions had never fathomed that someone could unleash a nuclear explosion with a mere kick. Undoubtedly, once this information spreads, it will send shockwaves throughout the international community. The unfortunate soul who endured such a cataclysmic blow will undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history. Although, if all goes as expected, that individual has likely already met an unforeseen fate. Chapter 4. General Ross, you may not wish for this, but alas. Roar. The Hulk charges forth. Even in such circumstances, a colossal green brute rushes towards Baiyu. It is well known that the Hulk's intellect resembles that of a 3- or 4-year-old child, or perhaps even less. Within his limited mind, he does not feel gratitude towards Baiyu for helping him confront the abomination. Rather, he perceives Baiyu as the one who has disrupted his play. Moreover, children often engage in comparisons, particularly in areas where they excel. The Hulk, in this moment, yearns to measure his strength against Baiyu. Even upon witnessing the abomination being obliterated by Baiyu's kick, he does not falter. Instead, his excitement intensifies. Come on. Observing this, Baiyu, hidden beneath his mask, also emanates a fierce battle spirit. Let you taste the powers of Kamen Rider Zeo and Kuga. Without hesitation, Baiyu presses the dial on his Kuga device and the button atop the time-space driver, rotating the latter counterclockwise by 360 degrees. Armor time. Kuga amazing mighty. As the electronic sounds resonate, the red portions of Baiyu's attire transform entirely into black. Simultaneously, a menacing aura radiates from him. This is Kamen Rider Zio Kuga Amazing Mighty Armor Form. The Amazing Mighty form serves as the strongest state preceding the Ultimate Kuga form. In this Amazing Mighty armor, Bayu's overall prowess is significantly amplified, allowing him to confront even an adversary as formidable as the Hulk. Boom. In the instant the transformation concludes, Bayu, amidst the astonished gaze of the Hulk, raises his hand to effortlessly block the latter's incoming fist. Yet, the true spectacle is only just beginning. Crash. Bang. Boom. Crack. In the next moment, Bayu tightly grasps the Hulk's left hand and, as if it were a mere toy, repeatedly slams it against the ground on either side, akin to the scene in the Avengers where the Hulk hurls Loki down. How feeble the Green Giant is. As Bayu ceases his actions and offers his assessment, the Hulk has already vanished. In his place stands a disheveled Bruce Banner, clad in nothing but tattered remnants. What has transpired? Banner gazes around in confusion. When he transforms into the Hulk, he loses consciousness. Thus, he remains utterly unaware of the events that have unfolded. Banner. At that moment, Betty, who has just disembarked from a helicopter, rushes towards him. This is regardless of the fact that Banner, in an effort to thwart the abomination, had to forcibly transform into the Hulk by jumping from the aircraft while under the influence of a suppressant in order to battle the abomination. As the Hulk charged towards Bayu, Betty's heart was filled with trepidation. Fortunately, Banner was now safe. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. In that instant, both Betty and Banner's movements seemed to be frozen, as if time itself had been paused. Stop! What have you done to my daughter? General Ross raised his firearm, directing it at Bayu, and coldly demanded an explanation. The surrounding soldiers swiftly aimed their weapons at Bayu, for the voice that had just spoken belonged to him. The ability to freeze time was one of the many powers bestowed upon him by the first-tier power of the demon encounter. Moreover, in the eyes of General Ross and the military, although Bayu had vanquished the abomination, it did not necessarily imply that he was trustworthy. However, General Ross soon realized that he and the soldiers around him were rendered immobile, much like Betty at that moment. At most, he, and only he, retained consciousness. My house and car have been destroyed because of these two, Bayu stated, casting a solemn glance at the motionless General Ross. Now that the abomination is gone, the corresponding compensation should naturally fall upon the shoulders of the Green Giant. However, since you seem interested in him, let the compensation be your responsibility. By the way, I should remind you that my mood is rather unpleasant at the moment. Hence, it would be wise for you to swiftly resolve the compensation issue. I believe you would not want to witness the aftermath of my previous kick that obliterated the abomination landing on the ground of some city in this nation, would you? Upon finishing his words, Bayu casually waved his hand, releasing everyone from the time freeze, and then turned to head towards his home. Despite the damage caused by the abomination and the Hulk, his residence was still somewhat intact. As for issues of identity, from the moment Bayu activated the system and engaged in battle with the abomination and the Hulk, concealing his identity became an impossibility. After all, his home was right here. Rather than exerting effort to hide his identity, Bayu preferred to have General Ross and the others compensate him for his losses. Moreover, as long as Bayu was sufficiently powerful, what was there to fear about his identity being exposed? At this very moment, Betty, Bruce, the lovers, Banner and Betty, finally embraced one another, oblivious to the fact that they had just been frozen in time. Ah, my hand. The surrounding soldiers, however, began to exclaim in alarm, for their firearms had inexplicably turned searing hot, forcing them to drop them to the ground. Without these weapons, they were not much different from ordinary civilians. Is it him? General Ross similarly discarded his scalding handgun, his gaze gravely fixed on Bayu's retreating figure. He was not foolish and clearly understood this as a further warning from the latter. Kamen Rider Zio? Simultaneously, General Ross found himself compelled to acknowledge the profound shock that this so-called masked rider had instigated within him in mere minutes. Consequently, despite his considerable dissatisfaction with the King of Time, he dared not act recklessly for the moment. Moments later, he commanded, "Let us depart," suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind as he addressed his troops. Yes, sir. The soldiers, bewildered by the unfolding events, could only retrieve their now cool weapons from the ground and adhere to General Ross's orders. Banner, we must go, Betty urged as she assisted him towards the helicopter she had previously occupied. Observing this, Banner furrowed his brow. Truth be told, he was reluctant to follow Betty, or rather, to accompany General Ross. The uncertainty of what the latter might do to him loomed large. Yet, inexplicably, the Hulk within Banner seemed to have vanished entirely. offering no reaction whatsoever. Under such circumstances, as an ordinary man, it was improbable for Banner to escape the watchful eyes of the surrounding soldiers. Mr. Blue is still around. Perhaps I can persuade him to continue assisting me in creating the suppressant, enabling me to return to normal. Ultimately, Banner could only find solace in the thought that General Ross would likely refrain from any drastic actions against him in due time. It was evident that, for Banner in his current state, the existence of the Hulk bore little distinction from afflictions of illness. Chapter 5. Reactions from various parties. What a pity for my dinner. Upon returning home, Bayou removed the Kamen Rider Kuga belt, the Kuga dial, and the time-space driver. While observing the disheveled and filthy state of the table laden with food, he shook his head in resignation. Fortunately, missing a meal or two was not a grave matter. If necessary, he still had a few cups of instant noodles. The ability Bayou had just employed to heat General Ross's firearms stemmed from one of the applications of microscopic particle manipulation possessed by Kamen Rider Kuga. Of course, without the power of OMAG, Bayou was unable to utilize the full extent of Kuga's abilities through the Kuga dial. Regrettably, it may be due to the fact that his OMAG power was only at level 1, or perhaps his own strength was insufficient. Be it the time stop or the manipulation of microscopic particles, such abilities could suffice against ordinary individuals like General Ross or even moderately powerful superheroes and supervillains. However, when faced with the likes of Supreme Sorcerers, Odin, or Captain Marvel, their efficacy would likely diminish significantly. Outside, as Bayou returned home, the military gradually withdrew, and the area seemed to be regaining its tranquility. Yet, the repercussions of the incident were steadily escalating, particularly after Bayou's kick against the abomination. The general populace remained oblivious to the events that had unfolded. Even those who were closer to the scene were preoccupied with fleeing and with military blockades in place. They had little inclination to observe their surroundings. Many were even unaware of the existence of Kamen Riders. Nevertheless, the higher echelons of both the United States and other nations could not maintain their composure. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. How could someone deliver a kick comparable to a nuclear explosion? This meant that such an individual could be considered a human nuclear weapon. In the wake of the recent events and Bayou's background information, leaders from various countries were quickly apprised. Their expressions were a mix of shock and concern, for the so-called Kamen Rider now resided within the United States. Thus, the already formidable nation had the potential to become even more terrifying should they manage to recruit this Kamen Rider. In reality, the United States harbored its own apprehensions. Bayou's background was exceedingly mundane, making it difficult to fathom how he could suddenly gain such immense power. Was the armor he wore a product of advanced technology? Regardless, it was not something an ordinary person should possess. Bayou was of Chinese descent. Could he possibly be affiliated with China? Impossible. If they truly possessed such technology, they would have unveiled it long ago and had no reason to bestow such powerful armor upon a Chinese individual on their soil. While the U.S. leadership was wary of Bayou's nuclear kick, they also sought to harness his power. They resolved to further investigate his background and the origins of his armor. Regardless of the outcome, they would first attempt to bring Bayou to their side. If successful, it would be a cause for universal delight. If not, they would resort to destruction. After all, Bayou merely possesses the ability to unleash nuclear explosions and to vanquish two so-called monsters. He may not be as formidable as they presume. On the other side, within the confines of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in the director's office, Nick Fury, clad in a dark trench coat, his visage shrouded in shadow, sat expressionless, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, he transmitted relevant documents to a particularly obstinate genius and proceeded to dial the individual S number. As anticipated, there was no answer. Thus, Nick Fury continued to call repeatedly. Ultimately, a young man, adorned in a blue shirt and sporting a small mustache, appeared projected before Nick Fury, warning him, "You better have a valid reason for disturbing me at this late hour. Have you not yet perused the information I sent you?" Nick Fury replied, his expression unchanged. "Perhaps after reviewing it, you might find interest in a conversation with me." The young man, who was none other than Tony Stark, initially expressed disbelief, but his demeanor soon shifted to one of gravity and astonishment. The earlier commotion, akin to a nuclear detonation, was indeed orchestrated by this individual named Bayou. Moreover, his attire. It could potentially be a technological marvel, or perhaps not, yet it certainly should not be of earthly origin. "You're right. I am beginning to take an interest," Tony conceded. "Perhaps I shall find an opportunity to converse with him." The dossier Nick Fury sent to Tony also contained information regarding the Hulk and Abomination, which elucidated just how extraordinary the so-called Kamen Rider Zeo truly was. After all, Tony's Iron Man suit could not easily overpower the Hulk and revert him to his original form, nor could it unleash a nuclear explosion with a mere kick. Furthermore, Zeo's seamless transformation between various forms, accompanied by the intermittent sound effects and visual spectacles, left Tony in a state of bewilderment. Perhaps your capabilities extend beyond merely conversing with him, Nick Fury remarked with a hint of seriousness. This Kamen Rider acted without hesitation when he eliminated Abomination. Subsequently, he used Banner and the lives of the entire city as leverage against General Ross, demanding compensation for his vehicle's damages. Although he may have a semblance of justification, it undeniably indicates that Zeo is a potential threat. If we allow him to operate unchecked, who knows what actions he might ultimately undertake. Indeed, it is quite perilous. Tony nodded, then, as if struck by a thought, inquired, by the way, do you not have a Superboy initiative? Why not consider bringing this Zeo into the fold? It is the Avengers Initiative. Nick Fury corrected, and then proceeded to elucidate. The Avengers exist to safeguard the world. With the formidable power of the Time King, his inclusion in the Avengers would indeed be advantageous. However, the prerequisite is that he does not pose a threat to the world first. All right, Tony replied. Nodding once more, I understand. I shall gauge his intentions. With that, Tony abruptly terminated the communication, showing no regard for Nick Fury. Nick Fury, well aware of Tony's disposition, remained unfazed. Subsequently, he lowered his head again, lost in contemplation once more. Chapter 6. On a radiant day, almost simultaneously, in another office. A middle-aged man clad in a suit, adorned with a tie and spectacles, bore a sinister smile at the corners of his mouth. If I could harness his power, our strength would be unparalleled. However, should he prove obstinate, then he shall be sent to meet his maker. This man was Alexander Pierce, ostensibly the secretary of the World Security Council and Nick Fury's superior. In the shadows, however, he was one of the leaders of Hydra, a formidable organization that thrived under the command of the villainous Red Skull during World War II. Hydra was a formidable adversary to both Captain America and S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite suffering significant defeats at the hands of Captain America and S.H.I.E.L.D. During the war, Hydra persisted, adhering to the belief that for every head severed, two would rise in its place, infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. As of today, over half of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s members had covertly aligned themselves with Hydra. Consequently, during Bayou's previous life, S.H.I.E.L.D. was affectionately dubbed as Hydra Shield. Now, it was evident that Pierce had set his sights on the powers exhibited by Kamen Rider Zeo. The following day, under the brilliant sun, with flowers blooming in red and grass lush and green, Bayou stepped outside at 8 in the morning, his spirits lifted by the clear sky. Ding! Congratulations on a successful daily sign-in. Reward, 1,999 skills of Yusuke Godai. The system chimed in, joining in on the excitement. Yet, the notion of a daily sign-in caught Bayou off guard. The system possesses such a function? He had initially assumed that the system was limited to character sign-ins. However, this daily sign-in clearly heralded good fortune. Moreover, the reward of 1999 skills from Yusuke Godai was particularly striking. Yusuke Godai was the protagonist of the television series Kamen Rider Kuga, who, according to lore, mastered a total of 2,000 distinct skills, including, but not limited to, acrobatics, wall scaling, ventriloquism, fencing, and embroidery. The 2,000 skill was his transformation into Kamen Rider Kuga. At that moment, Bayou felt a surge of knowledge across various domains flooding his mind. While this newfound understanding may not significantly enhance his combat prowess, real life encompasses more than mere battles. Daily sign-ins occur every day. Yet the rewards often pale in comparison to the character sign-ins aimed at particular pivotal figures. In that instant, Bayou intuitively grasped the distinction between daily sign-ins and character sign-ins. To genuinely augment his strength, he needed to seek out those important narrative characters for sign-ins. With that in mind, Bayou began contemplating his next character sign-in target. By a stroke of serendipity, he indeed harbored some thoughts on the matter. It is worth noting that Bayou holds a position in this world, serving as an ordinary journalist for the Daily Bugle. Precisely. The very same Daily Bugle associated with Peter Parker, also known as Spider-Man. This implies that Bayou can effortlessly connect with Peter Parker through this identity. Furthermore, It grants him easier access to other superheroes as well as supervillains. After all, given the circumstances prior, Bayu is also capable of signing in on villains such as Venom. Therefore, it seems prudent to seek out Spider-Man first. Bayu swiftly made his decision. In truth, the order in which he approached individuals was of little consequence to him. It merely happened that the terms journalist and Daily Bugle pointed directly to Spider-Man. Suddenly, Bayu sensed something, lifting his gaze toward the sky. Whoosh! A red figure streaked swiftly from the distant horizon, ultimately landing before Bayu. The figure revealed its true form, a suit standing at 198 meters tall, predominantly red, adorned with gold accents on the knees, arms, and face, boasting a streamlined design, and featuring a glowing new arc reactor on its chest. You are Kamen Rider Zeo? In no time, the visor of the mechanical suit retracted, unveiling the face of Tony Stark. You truly are as youthful as the records indicated. However, it appears you are not as impressive as one might expect. Before Bayu could respond, Tony interjected, the power you currently possess, or rather, that armor you wore last night, is exceedingly perilous. If you intend to continue gallivanting about like a monkey, it would be wise to assure us that you will not wield it for malevolent purposes. Alternatively, you may choose to surrender that armor. Clearly, even after becoming Iron Man, Tony could not shed his acerbic demeanor. Beep. Successfully signed in with the pivotal character Iron Man. Rewards acquired. Agido driver. Concurrently, the system's voice resonated within Bayu's mind. Agido? Bayu's expression shifted. Agido, the second Kamen Rider to emerge following Kuga from the Heisei series, possesses infinite evolution capabilities, instilling fear even in the supreme being of darkness, the creator within the Agido world. The emergence of the Agido driver confirmed one of Bayu's hypotheses. The character sign-in rewards from the Zeo system should gradually bestow upon him the drivers of all the primary Kamen Riders from the Heisei series, potentially in the order of their original airing. Undoubtedly, this is a fortuitous development. After all, the King of Time, who ranks just below Zeo, requires the assembly of 20 Heisei primary rider drivers, including the Zeo driver. Moreover, under the influence of the first-tier power of the Demon Realm, Bayu is capable of harnessing certain abilities corresponding to the knights depicted on these dials. For instance, the microscopic particle manipulation ability he previously utilized to heat the firearms held by General Ross and his men originated from Kamen Rider Kuga. However, it is prudent to first address the immediate concerns at hand. Soon, Bayu regained his composure. He then directed his gaze towards Tony, a slight smile gracing his lips. Might I choose neither? What a pity. In response, Tony appeared unsurprised, merely shaking his head and remarking, if that is the case, I may have no choice but to resort to some rather forceful measures. As he spoke, a series of Iron Man suits soared through the air, positioning themselves strategically, exuding a palpable sense of intimidation. Chapter 7. The prudent utilization of the invincible transformation mechanism. Originally, Tony was not inclined to manufacture a large quantity of Iron Man suits so soon. However, after witnessing Bayu's performance last night, he realized that if he intended to take action, he would need to make additional preparations. Thus, he hastily produced a batch of Iron Man suits overnight. Although these suits were primarily based on the 4 Malawian Quatches currently worn by Tony and did not incorporate the various upgrades beyond that, collectively they should be capable of demonstrating considerable combat prowess. Furthermore, while Tony harbored significant apprehension towards Bayu's nuclear explosion kick, it was predicated on the condition that the latter would actually have the opportunity to strike him, was it not? Oh, upon noticing this, Bayu raised an eyebrow and spoke in a detached tone. That depends on whether you possess the capability. With that, Bayu retrieved the time-space drive from the system space and affixed it to his waist. He then produced the Time King dial and the Agit dial, inserting them into the right and left slots of the time-space drive, respectively. Rider Time, Kamen Rider Zeo, Armor Time, Agit. As the electronic sound effects resonated, a figure emerged, inspired by Kamen Rider Zeo, predominantly clad in white and black, with an orange chest plate and adorned with a pair of golden horns on its forehead. This was unmistakably Kamen Rider Zeo, Agit, Earth, Armor form. Throughout this transformation, Tony merely observed from the sidelines, showing no intention of intervening. Firstly, his purpose was to suppress the so-called Time King to mitigate any potential threat to the United States and indeed the entire world, rather than to eliminate him. Naturally, he could not engage in any actions deemed dishonorable. Secondly, the data regarding the Time King indicated that he seemingly possessed the ability to halt time. If that were true, then it would be practically impossible for Tony to prevent Bayu from transforming, unless he managed to subdue him before the latter activated his time-stopping ability. Lastly, Tony found himself quite intrigued by the transformation of Baiyu into the Time King. He wished to study the armor during the transformation process to understand its intricacies. However, as he gazed at the now transformed Time King, he felt a sense of surprise. This appeared somewhat different from the information he had encountered, which suggested it should be red or black. More critically, despite scrutinizing Baiyu's transformation closely, he remained perplexed as to how the armor had manifested. Nanotechnology? It did not seem to align with that concept. I assume you wouldn't want to engage me in combat here, would you, Iron Man? At that moment, Baiyu's voice echoed, so follow me. With those words, Baiyu soared into the air. Propelled by another ability bestowed upon him by the first level of the demon power, flight. To his astonishment, he could indeed fly. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tony was left utterly dumbfounded. In truth, the ability to fly was not particularly remarkable, as Tony himself could also soar through the skies. However, the crux of the matter was that Tony discerned that the Time King was not utilizing any jet propulsion devices. Rather, he was soaring through the air through sheer personal strength. Was it magic, or perhaps some form of advanced technology that transcended modern human comprehension? Intriguing. In an instant, Tony's interest in the Time King intensified. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Regaining his composure, Tony, accompanied by the Iron Man suits he commanded, hastened towards the Time King. Soon after, Baiyu summoned his exclusive weapon, the Time Limit Sword. They found themselves amidst the clouds, a splendid arena for combat. Baiyu was eager to test his prowess in aerial warfare. Thus, he swiftly removed the Time King's dial and inserted it into the slot of the Time Limit Sword. Finish time. Zio. Giri Giri slash. As the electronic sound effects resonated, Baiyu wielded the Time Limit Sword and executed a sweeping slash towards the rear. In an instant, a dark golden clock-like apparition was cleaved from the sword. Boom. Bang. Bang. Any Iron Man suit that made contact with this dark golden clock was obliterated in an explosion, with conservative estimates suggesting that at least 5 suits were destroyed in the process. Since Tony had brought fewer than 20 suits in total, this showcased an astonishing level of destructive power. Beneath the steel mask, Tony's expression turned grave. His suits could withstand missiles. Yet the Time King effortlessly annihilated over 5 of them with a single strike, even accounting for the surprise factor of the Time King's sudden assault. It was undeniable evidence of the latter's formidable strength. In light of this, Tony resolved to retaliate without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of micromissiles, electric arc pulse cannons, and mini cannons erupted from Iron Man and the other 10 suits, launching a concentrated assault towards the Time King. Excellent. Observing this, Baiyu, who had just reloaded the Time King's dial into the time-space drive and casually tossed it into the Time Limit Sword, remained completely unperturbed. His chosen strategy was Rider Time, Kamen Rider Zio, Armor Time, Agit Flame, with the accompanying sound effects. The orange segments of Baiyu's attire, as well as his right arm, transformed into a striking red. In his right hand, he wielded a knife adorned with a golden horn design reminiscent of the forehead of Ajikata, beneath which lay a portion of a crimson long blade. This was the flame armor form of Kamen Rider Time King, Ajikata. In this form, Baiyu experienced an enhancement in strength, particularly in his right arm defense, as well as sensory perception such as sight and hearing. However, his speed would see a decline. Furthermore, as the name suggests, the Ajikata flame armor is a manifestation of fire control. The fiery power that Baiyu could wield in his right arm could soar to an astounding 7,000. A temperature exceeding that of the sun's surface, which is merely about 5,500. Moreover, under the Ajikata flame armor, Baiyu would also acquire a weapon unique to Ajikata, the flame military knife, to augment his offensive capabilities. The might of this military knife would likewise increase in accordance with the fiery power Baiyu channeled. As for the missiles and arc cannons fired by Iron Man and his allies, naturally, they would be effortlessly deflected in line with the invincible transformations capabilities. Chapter 8. Can you withstand a blade at 7,000 C? At this moment, Tony was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the Time King ahead merely switched forms, effortlessly deflecting all of his attacks. Was there no sense of law or order? Very well, let us try again. Soon recovering from his shock, Tony unleashed a barrage of long-range attacks with several of his Iron Man suits. Futile. You are still no match for me, Baiyu observed with a slight chuckle, gracefully evading the majority of the onslaught through agile maneuvers in the air. The remnants were largely neutralized by his fiery military blade, even if a stray shell or 2 or an arc of electric pulse struck his armor, it was of little consequence. Now it is my turn. Baiyu faced Tony's position, swiftly pressing the button on the anti-extreme dial with his left hand and rotating it 360 degrees counterclockwise. Finish time. Time break. Agit. Saber slash. As the sound effects resonated, Baiyu brandished the hexagonal fiery military blade, unleashing a sweeping strike. In that instant, a crimson wave of flame, several meters long and infused with a searing temperature of 7,000 C, erupted from the blade. By design, the anti-extreme's fiery form possessed the ability to control flames. Regrettably, the original narrative did not showcase this aspect extensively. Furthermore, in the Kamen Rider series, long-range or area attacks were seldom seen. However, now in the Marvel Universe, and bolstered by a first-tier omniversal power, everything transformed. For instance, the fiery wave he had just released. This is bad. Tony sensed impending doom as the wave approached. After all, it was 7,000 C, and the power of such a wave could not merely be gauged by its temperature. At the very least, Tony did not believe he could withstand it. Unfortunately, the fiery wave traveled at an astonishing speed. Caught off guard, Tony could only position the nearest Iron Man suits to shield him while he quickly made his escape. The final outcome was that Tony emerged relatively unscathed. Yet several of his Iron Man suits were damaged. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zeo. Armor time. Agit Trinity form. Hearing the sounds emanating from not far away, Tony was filled with astonishment. Does this character possess so many forms? Does he change forms mid-battle? Moreover, the term Trinity inexplicably instilled a sense of foreboding within Tony. On Baiyu's side, the color of his chest armor had reverted to a resplendent gold, while his right arm remained a vivid red, and his left arm transformed into a striking blue. Additionally, in his left hand, he wielded a Naginata-like weapon, predominantly blue with golden tips and adorned with intricate black patterns along its center. This was the form of Kamen Rider Zeo Agito Trinity armor. In comparison to the Agito Flame armor, Baiyu experienced enhancements in his mental prowess, speed, and jumping ability while in this form. Moreover, he possessed the Storm Halberd, a weapon originally belonging to the Agito Storm form. Furthermore, in the Agito Trinity armor state, Baiyu also gained dominion over earth, wind, and fire. This must end. With the Flame Army blade and the Storm Halberd in hand, a confident smile graced Baiyu's face beneath his mask. Finish time. Time break. Agit. Firestorm attack. Accompanied by the sound effects of his ultimate move, Baiyu brandished the Storm Halberd in his left hand. In an instant, a tornado materialized, ensnaring all remaining Iron Man suits within its grasp. Swiftly, a fiery slash erupted from Baiyu's Flame Army blade, merging seamlessly into the vortex. The relentless assault of the tornado and the flame slash soon reduced the Iron Man suits to a heap of scrap metal. Moments later, Baiyu hovered before the last Iron Man suit, where Tony Stark was, and calmly inquired, "Do you think it is necessary for us to continue fighting?" After a brief silence, Tony lifted his mask, revealing his true self. All right. I admit, you are far more formidable than I anticipated. However, if you grant me a little time, I assure you I can devise armor that counters yours. He had even named it the Anti-Zeo armor. Furthermore, Tony had to concede that he had underestimated the so-called Kamen Rider Zeo before arriving. He had not expected that without employing the nuclear explosion kick, the black form from last night's encounter with the Hulk, or even utilizing time-stopping abilities, Zeo could utterly annihilate all the Iron Man suits he had brought along. Had it not been for Zeo's evident restraint, Tony mused, his fate could have been much graver. Nevertheless, true to his nature, Tony was not one to concede defeat easily. He firmly believed in his capacity to create armor capable of confronting Zeo, provided that the latter did not become significantly stronger before he could complete his design. Do as you wish. Baiyu shrugged nonchalantly, yet he cautioned, however, you must be prepared for death. After all, I do not always show mercy. He further noted, regarding the palladium poisoning you are currently facing, perhaps you might discover the answer within the relics of your father. From the fact that Iron Man was still utilizing palladium in his arc reactor, Baiyu understood that he had yet to resolve the issue of palladium poisoning. In other words, the narrative was still situated in the early to mid stages of Iron Man 2. Indeed, with the microscopic particle manipulation abilities of Kamen Rider 01, Baiyu might even assist Iron Man in alleviating his existing palladium poisoning. Yet, such a remedy would only address the symptoms, not the root cause. As long as Iron Man's arc reactor continued to rely on palladium, he would perpetually confront the threat of poisoning. Moreover, even if Baiyu could entirely resolve Iron Man's dilemma, what incentive would he have to do so? Ultimately, Iron Man's sole recourse was to, as depicted in Iron Man 2, discover a new element to replace palladium. This new element would also empower Tony Stark to create even more formidable armored suits in the future. Chapter 9. I am the benevolent and kind Demon King. How could you possibly know? Upon hearing Bayu's words, a look of astonishment crossed Tony's face. After all, he had never voluntarily mentioned the issue of palladium poisoning to anyone. Moreover, the Bayu before him did not seem to be the type with extensive knowledge. There is no need for me to explain this to you. Bayu flew towards his home, showing no inclination to provide Tony with answers. Such matters are inherently difficult to elucidate. If what you say is true, I would be grateful. Tony's serious voice echoed from behind. In response, Bayu merely waved his hand, offering no further reply. After all, even without his reminder, Tony could arrive at the conclusion on his own. How intriguing. Observing Bayu's departing figure, a strange light flickered in Tony's eyes. It is no exaggeration to say that this was the greatest failure Tony had encountered since becoming Iron Man. This made him eager to return and create the time reversal armor. As for testing Bayu, a person who clearly had the opportunity to kill me but chose not to, instead reminding me to address the palladium poisoning issue, should not be a malevolent individual, right? Tony murmured to himself before donning his helmet once more and soaring towards Stark Tower. The relics left by his father awaited him there. Not long after, Bayu landed before his front door, pausing for a moment before reverting to his original form. He then pushed the door open and coldly addressed a certain direction. Are you not afraid that your uninvited arrival will prevent you from leaving? Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in with Nick Fury. Rewards obtained. Mind barrier. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated in Bayu's mind. He instinctively grasped the details of the reward. In simple terms, the mind barrier serves to prevent others from exercising mental control over Bayu or accessing his memories. However, the effectiveness of the mind barrier increases in tandem with Bayu's overall strength. For instance, in most situations, Bayu can disregard typical mental attacks. Yet, when confronted with entities like Professor X or the Mind Stone, the efficacy of the mind barrier may be questionable. Nonetheless, for Bayu, this mind barrier is a commendable passive skill. It also confirms that the rewards from character sign-ins are not limited to just the Night style. Of course, it might also be due to Nick Fury's role or insufficient power. In the next moment, I wager $10 million that you will not do that. Seated in a chair, Nick Fury responded to Bayu with an expression devoid of any emotional fluctuations. If I lose the bet, you may take $10 million from me at any time, along with my life. Huh. Bayu let out a cold chuckle, seating himself in the chair opposite Fury, and then spoke directly. Let us not waste time. Please state your purpose for being here. Very well. Nick Fury nodded and replied. My agents have discovered a mysterious hammer that fell from the sky in New Mexico. I am concerned that it may attract troubles beyond my imagination, jeopardizing the safety of my subordinates. Therefore, I hope you can journey there to avert any unforeseen incidents. Of course, I shall provide you with a satisfactory reward. In truth, both persuading Iron Man to seek out Bayu and Fury's current actions serve as a test of Bayu's capabilities. Simultaneously, Nick Fury wishes to gain a closer understanding of Bayu through this process. Only then can he truly determine how to address the myriad issues concerning him in the future. Upon hearing about the mysterious hammer in New Mexico, Bayu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If his instincts were correct, it should be Thor's hammer, which meant he had another potential ally to sign on Thor. However, even so, he had no intention of acquiescing to Nick Fury without reservations. After a moment of contemplation, Bayu spoke with significant implication. I have one condition. I need to have access to the Tesseract stored within your S.H.I.E.L.D. in the Marvel Universe. The Tesseract is also known as the Space Stone. Besides its array of spatial effects, the Tesseract itself possesses immense cosmic energy. Yet, this was not the sole reason Bayu sought contact with the Tesseract. It is well known that Kamen Rider Kuga possesses unique abilities such as microscopic particle manipulation, materialization of thoughts, energy absorption, replication, physical enhancement, and infinite evolution. In other words, Bayu might be able to absorb and even replicate some of the Tesseract's powers or abilities through the Kuga belt. One can only imagine that if successful, his overall strength would undoubtedly receive a significant boost. Even in the event of failure, it shouldn't have too great an impact on him, right? Upon hearing the term Tesseract, Nick Fury's expression shifted noticeably. After all, the Tesseract is one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s best-kept secrets. Logically speaking, this seemingly ordinary young man, who had been unremarkable until yesterday, should have no knowledge of it. Moreover, throughout their interaction, Nick Fury had not introduced himself or mentioned his affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, he sensed that Bayou was undeniably aware of him, perhaps even privy to considerable information regarding his affairs. What do you intend to do with the Tesseract? Nick Fury quickly regained his composure and gazed at Bayou, his tone laced with refusal. I apologize, but the power of the Tesseract is far too great and perilous. As for you, your level of trust with me has yet to reach a point where I can allow you access to such an artifact. Are you certain? Bayou did not harbor any disappointment due to Nick Fury's rejection. Instead, he insinuated, you must understand. My awareness of the existence of the Tesseract implies that I can ascertain its location. Likewise, I could nonchalantly stride into your fortress and, before your very eyes, seize it. However, that would be rather troublesome. Moreover, as a future paragon of virtue destined to save the world, engaging in such actions would be rather unbecoming. Therefore, if you grant me the Tesseract for a time, I shall assist you in resolving the troubles brought about by that hammer in New Mexico. Additionally, I can provide you with information concerning your life and the fate of S.H.I.E.L.D. How does that sound? A paragon of virtue destined to save the world. A demon king? Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's lips twitched slightly. He could not fathom how the first two terms could possibly relate to the latter. Nevertheless, regarding Bayou's unmistakable threat and the information he alluded to, Nick Fury found himself compelled to deliberate with utmost caution. After all, the combination of a nuclear explosion kick and time manipulation could enable this so-called Kamen Rider Zeo to accomplish an extraordinary array of feats without any constraints. Chapter 10. The Aurora Veil. The Knight Riders dial very well. I concede to your request. After a moment of rapid contemplation, Nick Fury fixed his gaze intently on Bayou. However, I require you to first divulge the intelligence and address the troubles stemming from New Mexico. With your capabilities, I trust you are not concerned that I might renege on our agreement, are you? Future Dark Lord? In truth, Nick Fury himself was uncertain whether this decision was wise or misguided. Nevertheless, he felt inclined to take a gamble, wagering that the current Time King would not pose a significant threat, and trusting that the intelligence he spoke of and the use of the cosmic cube would not yield any catastrophic consequences. Of course, to be prudent, Nick Fury would undoubtedly make certain preparations. However, those details need not be elaborated upon. Very well. In response to Nick Fury's request, Bayou did not hesitate. It was hardly plausible for him to transform into a brigand and storm S.H.I.E.L.D.'s clandestine base to seize the cosmic cube. After all, Bayou himself had a need to journey to New Mexico to meet the god of thunder, Thor. As for the so-called intelligence, you should exercise caution regarding certain individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D. They may be serpents. Without wasting a moment, Bayou directly cautioned Nick Fury. He was confident that he need not elaborate further for the latter to grasp his meaning. Indeed, upon hearing Bayou's warning, Nick Fury's expression immediately hardened. The only entity that could link him with S.H.I.E.L.D. and hold the power to sway his fate, as well as that of the entire organization, was none other than Hydra, with whom S.H.I.E.L.D. had a tumultuous history. More critically, if S.H.I.E.L.D. indeed harbored numerous Hydra infiltrators, unbeknownst to Nick Fury thus far, the situation would undoubtedly escalate to grave proportions. Contemplating this, even the composed Nick Fury found it challenging to remain seated. Thank you for your warning. I shall dispatch someone to escort you to New Mexico tomorrow. If you would excuse me, I have matters to attend to. With that, Nick Fury rose swiftly and departed. Bayou, naturally, did not obstruct his exit. Not long after, just as Bayou pondered his next course of action, a transfer notification suddenly appeared on his phone. $10 million? Gazing at the myriad of zeros in his account, Bayou couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. It seemed General Ross and his cohorts were rather generous. Indeed, this was likely the compensation awarded to him after General Ross took the Hulk away the previous evening. However, even when combined, the value of Bayou's house and car would scarcely amount to $10 million. Therefore, the sum likely encompassed more than mere compensation. A glint of insight flickered in Bayou's eyes. Nonetheless, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, he had earned the money from General Ross through his own abilities. What right did he have to refrain from using it? Even if General Ross and his associates harbored ulterior motives, it would depend on their capability to act upon them. With this newfound wealth, I can finally settle my debts and undertake a complete renovation of my home. Without delay, Bayu promptly cleared the loans on both his house and car, liberating himself from financial shackles. He then sought out a group of reliable contractors to embark on an extensive overhaul of his residence. Naturally, with the renovations underway, it was impractical for Bayu to continue residing within the premises. However, he was unperturbed, for he now possessed the means to temporarily lodge in a hotel or similar establishment. The following day, at the early hour of 8, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations on your daily sign-in success. Reward acquired. Aurora Vale. Having just risen and finished the breakfast provided by the hotel, Bayu was elated at the mention of the Aurora Vale. This remarkable ability, also known as the Dimensional Wall, was among the special powers possessed by Xiao Ming, Kamen Rider D. In essence, with the Aurora Vale, Bayu could traverse freely across various realms, worlds, and even moments in time, significantly enhancing his mobility. After all, the superheroes in the Marvel Universe each have their own territories, making it quite challenging to gather them together through conventional means. However, with the Aurora Vale, as long as he knew the locations of these superheroes, he could effortlessly reach out to them. After approximately half an hour had passed, a message arrived. Hello. I am Natasha, here to take you to New Mexico. A woman clad in a form-fitting black suit, with a voluptuous figure and striking red hair, appeared before his door. The notification echoed in his mind once more. Sign in with Black Widow successful. Reward acquired. Knight Rider Dial. The mention of the Knight Rider Dial piqued Bayu's interest. The Kamen Rider Knight Rider, a secondary hero from the third installment of the Heisei series, Ryuki, possesses combat prowess that rivals even that of Kamen Rider Ryuki, perhaps due to the benevolent nature of the protagonist, Shinji Kido, who often questioned the necessity of battle. Knight Rider often outperformed Ryuki in combat situations. Bayu pondered why he had only acquired a secondary rider from Black Widow and not the primary one. Was it a reflection of her own narrative significance, or perhaps a matter of capability? In contrast, the previous sign-in with the Abomination had yielded the Void Dial, suggesting either a display of formidable strength or merely the benefits of a first-time sign-in. Nevertheless, such musings could be unraveled with more sign-ins in the future. More crucially, he realized, I can now enter the mirror world? A flicker of anticipation ignited in Bayu's gaze as he contemplated this new possibility. In the setting of Dragon Knight, there exists a world within the mirror that is the antithesis of reality. The series features masked riders who can traverse into this mirrored realm to engage in combat. Crucially, in the original narrative of Zio, the protagonist Kamen Rider Zio, also known as Esko Tokiwa, acquires the second-tier Zika driver within the mirror world, thereby gaining access to an enhanced form. In other words, the current character Bayu can similarly enter the mirror world through the Knight Rider driver in pursuit of the second-tier Zika driver. However, there is no rush. It is prudent to first meet the mighty Thor. Soon, Bayu regained his composure, placing this matter aside for the time being. After all, the Kuga and Agito drivers are sufficient for Bayu to navigate most crises. The second-tier Zika driver is not an urgent acquisition for him. Chapter 11 Women? They merely influence the pace at which I ascend to power. Mr. Bai? At that moment, the voice of Black Widow Natasha resonated. Are we ready to depart? In truth, from the moment she laid eyes on Bayu, Natasha had been observing him intently. After all, she was well aware that he was the masked Rider Time King who had recently defeated the Hulk and unleashed a nuclear explosion, and just the day prior, had faced Iron Man head-on, despite the latter's reluctance to discuss the matter. Furthermore, Natasha's assignment from Nick Fury ostensibly involved escorting Bayu to New Mexico, but in reality, it was a covert mission of surveillance. Should Bayu contemplate any nefarious actions, Natasha would be poised to alert S.H.I.E.L.D. at the first opportunity. Simultaneously, driven by her professional instincts, Natasha pondered the possibility of subduing Bayu before he transformed. However, despite her thoughts, she would not dare to take unnecessary risks. To her surprise, Bayu appeared to be lost in thought upon encountering her. Unlike many others who were distracted by her beauty, it seemed as though he had suddenly recalled something of great significance. Hearing Natasha's voice, Bayu swiftly regained his focus and replied, Time is of the essence. Let us depart immediately. In truth, Natasha possessed a considerable allure. Yet what of women? They would merely impede my ascent to power. In comparison, Bayu was far more intrigued by the potential Knight Dial that could be obtained from Thor. Very well. Upon hearing Bayu's response, Natasha promptly nodded and stated, My vehicle is waiting beneath the hotel. Let us proceed. Wait. At that moment, A smirk graced Bayou's lips as he interjected. Is a vehicle the only means by which we can reach New Mexico? Natasha? What else would we use? Surely, we cannot walk there. Could it be that this so-called Time King intends to fly or perhaps even soar through the air? Yet, judging by his demeanor, that did not seem to be his intention. Observing her confusion, Bayou chose not to elaborate, instead raising his hand with a gentle gesture. In the next instant, a shimmering, silver barrier, standing 2 to 3 meters tall and pulsating with energy, materialized beside him. This was, in fact, the Aurora Veil, capable of transporting individuals across different dimensions and even temporal points. What is that? Natasha gazed at the ethereal veil in astonishment. It was evident that this phenomenon transcended scientific explanation. Based on Bayou's earlier words, she surmised the function of the silver barrier, yet this realization only deepened her incredulity. You'll understand once you step inside, Bayou suggested without providing a direct explanation, instead gesturing for her to enter. The motion was so natural, as if he were inviting a guest into his home. Steeling herself, Natasha approached the Aurora Veil and tentatively extended her hand. Soon, she discovered that her hand seemed to transcend the shimmering veil before her, transporting her to an entirely different realm. In that instant, a flicker of curiosity ignited in Natasha's enchanting eyes. It was simply astonishing. Yet, just then, Natasha instinctively sensed impending trouble, but before she could react, a powerful force propelled her forward. Her graceful form was swiftly drawn into the auroral curtain. Hurry up and get in. Why are you dawdling? From behind, Bayou, still poised in a kicking motion, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, isn't it merely a dimensional wall that allows us to traverse to other spaces? What is there to be astounded about? However, he had to admit that while observing through the screen was one thing, experiencing the auroral curtain firsthand was indeed quite extraordinary. In truth, Bayou did not entirely lack feelings for Natasha. After all, he was a normal man, and she was still present. Yet, he understood that Natasha was utterly untrustworthy at this moment. The more he let his lower instincts dictate his thoughts, the more likely he was to be led astray by her. Therefore, from the moment he laid eyes on Natasha, Bayou resolved to keep his heart free from romantic distractions and maintain a clear mind. Meanwhile, in New Mexico, at Old Bridgetown, that despicable fiend, Natasha lay in a precarious position upon the golden sands, and after a brief moment, she furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and rose to her feet. She had not anticipated that the Time King would employ such unscrupulous tactics to deceive and ambush her, a woman of decades, still youthful at heart. Moreover, this scoundrel showed no mercy whatsoever. However, had his strength surpassed that of an ordinary human? Natasha's gaze sharpened. From the force she had just sensed, she deduced that Bayou's physical prowess had likely approached the pinnacle of human capability. Note, the power of the Demon of Time can subtly enhance Bayou's physique. This indicated that even without transforming, Bayou possessed a noteworthy combat capability. Of course, for a seasoned warrior like Natasha, no matter how formidable Bayou's strength might be, she was confident in her ability to emerge victorious, as long as he did not transform into the Time King. Is this truly New Mexico? At that moment, Bayou, having traversed the auroral curtain, arrived beside Natasha, completely disregarding her resentful gaze as he surveyed their surroundings. Although it appeared to be a desert, the sun overhead rendered it somewhat warm, yet still within the tolerable range for ordinary individuals. For Bayou, who had undergone enhancements through the power of the Demon of Time, and for Natasha, a high-level operative, it was hardly a concern. To her astonishment, the earlier silver curtain had indeed transported them instantaneously to this location. Natasha, weary of arguing with Bayou, could not help but express her astonishment. After all, they were over 3,000 kilometers away from New York. Yet now, in less than 5 seconds, they had traversed such an immense distance to arrive here. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, everything would have seemed utterly surreal, leading Natasha to ponder whether she was ensnared in a dream. The most crucial aspect was that with that silvery veil of light, Bayou could, at his whim, instantaneously traverse to any corner of this world. Natasha's heart grew heavier with the thought. Imagine, one day, as you savor a hot pot while singing, Bayou suddenly unveils the Aurora curtain right before you. If the two were friends, it might be bearable. However, if they were not, what sheer terror that scene would evoke. Chapter 12. Since you're here, rest assured, I shall not randomly intrude upon your abode while you slumber, engaging in such antics. With an expression that suggested he was privy to Natasha's innermost thoughts, Bayou revealed a charming smile and offered his reassurance. However, Natasha, upon hearing this, responded with a sultry smile. I would actually welcome such endeavors. How about we give it a try tonight? Bayou, I am not prepared for that. It's just my foot that has stiffened. Without hesitation, he aimed a kick at Natasha. Humph. Enchantress, I require your assistance in my cultivation. Do not disrupt my resolve. What a vexing individual. Meanwhile, Natasha, having skillfully evaded Bai Yu's kick, felt a twinge of melancholy. In the past, even when her charms failed, others never resorted to kicking her. Unless, of course, they were in the throes of a life-or-death battle. Who would have thought that Bai Yu would disregard the unspoken rules of engagement? Yet, precisely because of this, Natasha temporarily shelved her plans to seduce him. Approximately 10 minutes later, within a hastily erected base surrounding Thor's hammer, a man clad in a suit and tie approached. Greetings. I am Coulson, he said amiably, his demeanor warm as he addressed Bai Yu and Natasha. It is a pleasure to meet you both. I had already heard about your situation from the director yesterday, though I did not anticipate your arrival would be so swift. Natasha, I did not expect it either. Notification. Congratulations on successfully signing in with Coulson. Reward, complete set of mirror monster cards. Simultaneously, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Bai Yu's mind. Mirror monsters. A card set? Bai Yu regarded this with a peculiar expression. Mirror monsters are entities that exist within the mirror realm of Dragon Knight. When a human forms a pact with a particular mirror monster, they can become the corresponding masked rider. For instance, Kamen Rider Knight Rider formed a contract with a mirror monster named Darkbat. Now, the complete set of mirror monster cards Bai Yu had acquired granted him the ability to summon and command the corresponding mirror monsters. To some extent, this was akin to possessing an army of mirror monsters. However, utilizing these cards necessitated a certain level of omen power. The more cards one employed, the more formidable the summoned mirror monsters would be, thus requiring increasingly greater omen power. Alas, merely possessing first-tier omen power was insufficient for Bai Yu to summon mirror monsters at will while transformed. Moreover, should he exhaust his omen power in a short span, he might temporarily lose his abilities and powers associated with his transformation. In severe cases, this could inflict permanent harm upon him or lead to other dire consequences. That said, summoning 3 or 4 mirror monsters at most would not likely result in any adverse effects for Bai Yu. Quite good, quite good. After comprehending this information, Bai Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, Coulson's role and prowess were not on par with Natasha's. Being able to secure a complete set of mirror monster cards was already commendable. What more could one desire? Hello, Coulson. Bai Yu soon regained his composure and inquired. First, please tell me about the current status of that hammer. Has a golden-haired, muscular man attempted to breach your blockade at night to retrieve the hammer, only to find himself unable to lift it, weeping and wailing in a pitiable manner? Coulson paused for a moment in silence before responding, although your description is somewhat peculiar. Yes, we indeed encountered such a man just last night. However, an hour or 2 ago, an astronomy PhD, using a false identity, took the man you mentioned away. After deliberately letting them go, I dispatched personnel to follow them, and any updates will be relayed immediately. I see. Bai Yu nodded thoughtfully. Contemplating. Does this mean the destroyer is imminent? The destroyer is the ultimate weapon of Asgard, a robot forged from a special URU metal. In Marvel Comics, the destroyer was created by Odin as a defensive weapon against the pantheon of gods, wielding tremendous power. However, in the Marvel films, those in the know understand. In any case, in the original narrative, the arrival of the destroyer taught Thor, who had been stripped of his divine power by Odin, true humility and sacrifice, ultimately leading to his reacquisition of Mjolnir's, the Hammer of Thor, approval and his transformation back into the God of Thunder. According to the timeline, the destroyer should arrive within a few hours, or at most, a couple of days. Bai Yu, do you know something? At this moment, Natasha turned to Bai Yu, her expression one of surprise. It is crucial to note that SHIELD currently knows nothing about the mysterious hammer that fell from the sky, unless they are willing to believe those so-called mythological tales. More importantly, SHIELD has an instinctive foreboding that the hammer may bring significant trouble to Earth. Otherwise, Nick Fury would not have summoned Bai Yu solely to gauge his strength, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Furthermore, possessing more information about the mysterious hammer might provide SHIELD with greater options when trouble arises. I know a thing or two, Bai Yu modestly replied, then addressed Natasha and Coulson. Let us first go see that hammer, and at that time, I will share with you some information regarding it. Having come this far, Bai Yu naturally wished to behold the renowned Mjolnir from the Marvel films. Natasha and Coulson exchanged glances before ultimately nodding in agreement. After all, they currently had no better ideas. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of Coulson, Baiyu and Natasha arrived before a deep pit with a radius of several meters. At the very center of this vast chasm stood none other than Thor's hammer. What do you wish to do next? Coulson glanced at the hammer and cautioned Baiyu, stating that many had attempted to lift it, yet none had succeeded, not even managing to budge it an inch. Perhaps, this time, the outcome would be different? Baiyu shrugged and stepped towards the hammer. After all, since they had come this far, it would be a pity not to attempt to lift Thor's hammer. Many had already failed before him. Even if Baiyu were to fail, it would hardly be a source of embarrassment. Well, if all else fails, he could always allow Coulson and Natasha to selectively forget the experience. Chapter 13. The ultimate empty me. Yet, I may not necessarily face defeat. As he drew closer to Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Baiyu's eyes. Simultaneously, he produced the Time King, the Empty Me dial, and the Time-Space Driver. Rider Time. Kamen Rider Zio. Armor Time. Kuga Ultimate Form. In a swift moment, a figure emerged, inspired by Kamen Rider Zio. Clad predominantly in black adorned with numerous golden stripes, with black spikes jutting from his legs, arms, and shoulders, exuding an aura of danger. This was Kamen Rider Zio, Ultimate Kuga Armor Form. In this form, Baiyu would possess the ultimate power of Kuga, enabling him to manipulate fire, water, wind, and earth simultaneously, wielding extraordinary abilities such as supernatural combustion. Most importantly, it was in this form that Baiyu could optimally harness the first-tier power of the demon and the might of Kuga. Oh my god! Behind him, Natasha and Coulson gazed in astonishment at Baiyu's transformation. Is this truly how he transforms? Until now, they had only heard tales of Kamen Rider Zio and his exploits. But this was the first occasion they witnessed Baiyu's metamorphosis firsthand. Beyond the dazzling and breathtaking transformation effects, what left Natasha and Coulson in a state of lingering unease was the immense pressure radiating from the emergence of the ultimate Kuga armor, along with an intangible aura of killing intent. Even as senior agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., with resolute willpower, they could not help but feel a flicker of fear welling up within their hearts. For others, it was likely that even the will to confront the current Time King would vanish entirely. Let me test whether I can conquer you now, Baiyu thought, disregarding Natasha and Coulson's reactions as he approached Mjolnir. Without hesitation, he reached out and grasped the handle of the hammer. He could not lift it. He was unable to move Mjolnir even a fraction, just like others who had attempted before him. This was to be expected. Mjolnir was bound by Odin's incantation. One must either possess the worthiness or possess power on par with Odin, otherwise none could hope to lift it. Clearly, Baiyu had neither. However, perhaps I do not need to lift it. A thought struck Baiyu, and a surge of dark golden energy flowed from his palm into Mjolnir. Boom. Crack. Snap. At that moment, dense dark clouds gathered in the sky, with serpentine bolts of lightning coursing through them. Even atop Mjolnir, brilliant flashes of lightning erupted. What does he intend to do? As Coulson shielded his eyes from the blinding lightning, he turned to Natasha with a question. Natasha, also protecting herself from the fierce rays, shared her perspective. If we consider the conditions for wielding that hammer as a lock, then I surmise that the Time King must be forcefully breaking the lock. Coulson, is this Time King insane? If conventional methods prove futile, does he truly believe that brute force will suffice? Of course. What troubled Coulson even more was the possibility that Baiyu's actions could incite far greater chaos than he had initially anticipated. Boom. Thunder. At that moment, a colossal electric serpent descended from the heavens, piercing through the hastily constructed S.H.I.E.L.D. facility and striking Baiyu. Within the confines of the God of Thunder's hammer, a terrifying storm of lightning erupted, seemingly intent on obliterating the audacious figure that was Baiyu. Simultaneously, in Old Bridge Town, Mjolnir, Thor Odinson, hand in hand with his girlfriend Jane Foster, suddenly gazed toward the ominous clouds and the massive thunderclap. Has someone forcibly invoked the power of the God of Thunder's hammer? But how is that possible? Why would such a force exist in this mortal realm? Moreover, the hammer was evidently retaliating, which indicated the arrival of an ill-intentioned visitor. Sensing the urgency, Thor felt compelled to take action. The hammer was not only his former weapon but also a treasure of Asgard and a symbol of his royal lineage. Despite his belief that no one could truly wield Mjolnir, he could not remain idle. Go. Before Thor could finish his sentence, Jane, her voice laced with deep concern, interjected, "But promise me, you must return safely. I promise you." Thor replied without hesitation. He then swiftly made his way toward the direction of the hammer. Asgard. The power of the god of thunder? Loki, seated upon the throne with Odin's eternal spear, Gungnir, in hand, sensed a disturbance and his expression changed dramatically. What is happening? Odin has entered the Odin sleep, and Thor has become mortal. Who else could possibly summon the power of Mjolnir? After a moment of contemplation, Loki rose with renewed resolve. Just in case, I shall dispatch the destroyer to Midgard, Earth, to eliminate any potential threats. Meanwhile, within Odin's palace, at this moment, he lay within a peculiar apparatus destined to endure his period of vulnerability, known as the Odin sleep. It was during this time that Loki could seize Gungnir, ascend to the throne, and proclaim himself king. However, even in his slumber, Odin remained aware of all that transpired in the outside world. Odin, he is coming. At this moment, a mysterious voice resonated within Odin's mind. He is my time stone, an entity that defies your prophecies, embodying limitless possibilities. There are certain feats beyond our reach, which perhaps he can assist with. But prior to that, near Old Bridgetown in New Mexico, crack, boom, a series of formidable thunders surged toward Bayou. Yet instead of inflicting significant harm, it appeared he was absorbing their power. Amidst the myriad flashes of lightning, Bayou discerned several unique characters. This is it, Odin's incantation. A flicker of joy crossed Bayou's eyes. As the saying goes, if one cannot defeat, one must join. At this moment, Bayou's intention was to harness his ability to replicate a portion of the power of Thor's hammer, even to replicate Odin's spell. With this, what further qualifications or strength comparable to Odin would he require? Chapter 14. Hela Odin, are you unwell? Indeed, as Bayou anticipated, Odin's incantations can be regarded as a unique form of energy, which naturally falls within the domain of energy absorption and its subsequent utilization, replication. Moreover, Odin is currently in the Odin sleep, and Thor has yet to regain his divine powers. The thunder god's hammer, relying solely on instinctive counterattacks, certainly cannot impede Bayou in his ultimate armored form as the Time King. However, just as Bayou was on the brink of success, the environment around him suddenly transformed. He found himself in a dim, confined space, suffused with a ghastly green hue and an aura of death. Who could it be? The master of this space, a strikingly youthful woman adorned with smoky eye makeup and clad in a black-green bodysuit, gazed intently at Bayou. You possess Odin's power. Were you sent by him? What are your intentions? Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in with Hela. You have received the rewards, the Odin dial and the variant Dragonfang dial. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Bayou's mind. To his astonishment, he had obtained 2 dials this time. Furthermore, why were these not the primary rider dials? Was it due to Hela's formidable strength, yet insufficient screen time? Nevertheless, signing in for the Odin dial from Hela was peculiar. Bayou's expression turned strange. System, was this intentional or merely a coincidence? After all, Hela currently harbors immense hatred for Odin. Nonetheless, despite the banter, the Odin dial has no connection to this world's Odin beyond its name. The Kamen Rider Odin is one of the riders from the Dragon Knight series, possessing greater combat prowess than the main character, Dragon Knight, along with special abilities such as teleportation and time manipulation. As for the variant Dragonfang, firstly, the variant riders are those whose histories have undergone significant alterations, resulting in a distortion that gives rise to a Kamen Rider. The Kamen Rider Dragonfang is the mirror world version of Kamen Rider Dragon Knight. Naturally, the variant Dragonfang is the result of historical anomalies affecting Dragonfang's narrative. However, these details are of little consequence. What truly matters is that Dragonfang possesses 2 unique abilities. The first allows him to traverse the mirror world through any reflective surface freely. The second enables him to rebound an adversary's attack, though this may prove ineffective against exceptionally powerful foes. Undoubtedly, should these abilities be employed effectively at a crucial moment, they could yield fascinating results. Who exactly are you? Hela's voice, tinged with anger and impatience, pierced the air. What does Odin intend for you to do here? Why has he sent you? Upon hearing a voice, Bayou quickly regained his composure. To be honest, I was pondering the same question. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the goddess of death, Hela, is the sister of Thor and the first offspring of Odin, as well as the former wielder of Thor's hammer. In the early days, Hela accompanied Odin on his campaigns until peace was restored across the 9 realms. Subsequently, Odin deemed Hela's nature too brutal and radical. thus sealing her within a special space on Earth. When Odin passed away in Thor, Ragnarok, Hela broke free from her confinement. Upon her emergence, she swiftly overpowered her two brothers, Thor and Loki, and single-handedly crushed Thor's hammer. In order to confront Hela, Thor and Loki reluctantly initiated Ragnarok, leading to the destruction of Asgard, the source of Hela's power. Bayou speculated, did Odin intend for me to deal with Hela beforehand? If that were indeed the case, the situation would become rather troublesome. Firstly, Hela's strength is formidable. Even within this confined space, she far surpasses the likes of the Abomination and Hulk. Even if Bayou could defeat Hela, it would undoubtedly be a challenging endeavor. Secondly, why should Bayou concern himself with Hela? The fate of Asgard holds little relevance for him. After all, according to the plot of Thor, Ragnarok, Hela would not impact Earth, nor would she affect Bayou. Notably, the Hela before Bayou appeared younger and more beautiful than the one he had seen in his previous Life-S film. However, for Bayou, who was indifferent to women and focused solely on his pursuits, this detail was inconsequential. What did you say? Hela clearly found Bayou's previous response unsatisfactory and was about to strike. Yet, in the next moment, Bayou's figure vanished from sight. It was evident that Odin's power was at play once again. Hela exclaimed, Odin, are you out of your mind? No, are both of you insane? You come and go without reason, treating this place as if it were a mere whim. Meanwhile, in New Mexico, Bayou echoed, Odin, are you out of your mind? You inexplicably summon me and then bring me back without explanation. What do you take me for? If you want me to do something, why not just say it directly? It would be unwise to confront Odin directly, as there might be unforeseen consequences if he were to harm the Elder God. Otherwise, Bayou truly wished to manifest an aurora and confront that old man himself. Nevertheless, he decided to set those thoughts aside and refocused on Thor's hammer. As he had planned, he had now replicated Odin's incantation. The so-called qualifications had become irrelevant to him. Moreover, during this process, Bayou had absorbed a significant amount of thunderous power through the void's energy. Now, he could freely unleash and manipulate lightning without the need for Thor's hammer as assistance. At most, his might be somewhat diminished. Moreover, Bayou himself harbored little interest in the hammer of Thor. However, having arrived at this juncture, he felt compelled to lift it. Should he fail to do so, the loss of face would be trivial. But subjecting Natasha and Coulson to a bout of selective physical amnesia would be quite discourteous. Bayou's intentions were solely for their benefit. Indeed, that was precisely the case. Ahem. Indeed. Soon enough, Bayou effortlessly hoisted the hammer of Thor, tossing it skyward, catching it, throwing it again, catching it once more, and subsequently launching it into the air, only to miss the catch. Outside the temporary base of S-H-I-E-L-D. Just moments ago. What on earth is that? Could it be a new creation by Iron Man? No, it's an attack. Quickly, retaliate. It is here to assail us. A circle of over a dozen S-H-I-E-L-D agents, armed and vigilant, surrounded a figure within their midst, a terrifying automaton, predominantly silver in hue, adorned with peculiar minute protrusions on its shoulders, and possessing eyes resembling ominous yellow cubes, exuding an aura of danger. The Destructor. Chapter 15. The Hammer of the Thunder God Thor. Do not contact me again. I fear Bayou may misunderstand. The Destroyer? From 100 meters away, Thor, still possessing keen eyesight, suddenly changed his expression as he beheld the silver automaton. What does that scoundrel Loki intend to do? The Destroyer was an ultimate weapon that could only be commanded by the king of Asgard. Coincidentally, Loki now stood almost as a king, and only he would dare to unleash the Destroyer upon Earth. I cannot allow this to happen, even knowing that my actions may lead to my own demise. Thor charged forth without hesitation. His resolve was not merely to protect Jane. He could not bear to witness the innocent perish before him. Bang, bang, bang. The agents of S-H-I-E-L-D unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the Destroyer. Their efforts were not entirely futile, but they proved to be remarkably ineffective. In contrast, with a mere sweep of its hand, the Destroyer sent several unfortunate souls to their demise. With a hiss, it released a searing beam of light from its glowing yellow eyes, annihilating most of the remaining S-H-I-E-L-D agents. After dispatching a contingent of obstructive agents with ruthless efficiency, the Destroyer advanced towards the location where the hammer of the Thunder God had fallen. After all, to Loki, Thor was always a target to be vanquished. In comparison, the enigmatic force that could unleash the hammer's formidable power was far more significant. Stop. What on earth is that thing? Cursed One agent. Our firepower is insufficient. We are utterly powerless against it. More agents rush to the scene, maintaining a safe distance while attempting to unleash ranged attacks upon the destroyer. Regrettably, they were merely a temporary reinforcement, armed with no substantial weaponry. Even Hawkeye, one of the future Avengers, had arrived to partake in the fray, yet their assaults were of no consequence to the destroyer. Each time it emitted a searing beam from its eyes, another group of agents met their end. At this rate, long before the destroyer reached the hammer, D agents would be decimated. Unless, of course, they abandoned all caution and fled immediately. Cease. Stop the slaughter. At that moment, Thor finally arrived, placing himself resolutely before the destroyer. Loki, brother, I know you harbor hatred towards me, though I am uncertain of my transgressions. I am willing to apologize and accept your punishment. Therefore, if you must kill, take my life and spare theirs. They are innocent. Regardless of what Thor had been before his powers were stripped away, during his time on Earth, and after developing a bond with Jane, he had learned humility and the noble virtue of self-sacrifice for the sake of others. Upon hearing Thor's words of self-sacrifice, the destroyer, under Loki's manipulation, turned away, seemingly resigning to halt further action. Yet, in the next moment, the destroyer's right arm swept back violently, aimed at Thor. If it struck true, the mortal Thor would, without a doubt, face imminent death, or at the very least, find it exceedingly difficult to survive. Suddenly, in a critical moment, a hammer enveloped in lightning soared from behind Thor, crashing directly into the destroyer's arm. The impact was staggering, caught off guard, and overwhelmed by the might of Mjolnir. The destroyer's body was sent flying. Thor's expression brightened at the sight, instinctively reaching out for his hammer. However, Mjolnir, instead of returning to him, veered off to the side. Thor's countenance froze, and his smile gradually faded. Go away. From behind Thor, Baiyu, having just stepped out from the curtain of the Aurora, disdainfully swatted the incoming hammer aside. I have lost interest in you. Return to your original master. Baiyu had already acquired the strength of thunder and was capable of wielding Mjolnir. He had no desire to play the role of a god of hammers. Moreover, without Mjolnir, Thor's subsequent narrative would unravel, potentially drawing Odin himself to join Baiyu for tea. It wasn't that Baiyu harbored any fear. Rather, it was simply unnecessary. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding. Successfully signed in as Thor, God of Thunder. Reward, Ryuki Dial. With the system's announcement, Baiyu finally obtained the third main rider dial. Although Kamen Rider Ryuki did not possess the ultimate powers akin to Kuga, nor the ability to manipulate microscopic particles or absorb energy for personal gain, it still boasted a destructive capacity of up to 300 tons, even in its base form. In its ultimate form, Survival Fire, its finishing move reached a staggering 450 tons. If combined with the power of Kamen Rider Zeo, the resulting force could exceed 900 tons, nearing the terrifying threshold of 1,000 tons. I believe I can do this. A smile crept across Baiyu's face beneath his mask. He then retrieved the Ryuki dial from the system space, replacing it with the Kuga dial. In the next instant, the command echoed, Armor time. Ryuki. With the electronic sound resonating, the Kamen Rider Zeo, inspired by Ryuki, appeared clad predominantly in silver, with orange accents on the thighs, shoulders, and upper chest, and a mask reminiscent of Ryuki's, thus revealing the Kamen Rider Zeo Ryuki armor form. Who is Ryuki? Thor, having turned away, gazed in bewilderment at the dazzling transformation effects emanating from Baiyu. Had humanity on Earth become this extravagant? Naturally, Thor had also observed the moment when Mjolnir, his mighty hammer, had been drawn towards the enigmatic figure, only to be swatted away with ease. Instantly, a sense of displeasure towards the latter began to brew within him. Asgard, that individual, upon perceiving the unfolding events through the eternal spear and the destroyer, Loki's expression darkened. Could it be that the earlier anomaly with Mjolnir originated from him? Contemplating this possibility, Loki promptly commanded the destroyer to annihilate any existence that might pose a threat to him. New Mexico, Old Bridge Town. Hiss. Now back on its feet, the destroyer, upon receiving Loki's orders, unleashed a searing beam of light from its eyes. Caution. Thor could not help but call out a warning. Yet, soon his expression soured. The very Mjolnir that had just been disdainfully flung away by Baiyu now, like a devoted servant, flew towards him, shielding Baiyu from the destructive beam unleashed by the destroyer. Chapter 16. Love does not disappear. It simply transforms Thor. Indeed, love can vanish, cannot it? Yet, Thor could not fathom why the mighty Mjolnir would choose to protect the enigmatic figure clad in mysterious armor. What perplexed him further was the disdainful expression worn by the latter. Of course, this was not jealousy on Thor's part. It was merely bewilderment. Meanwhile, Baiyu paid no heed to Thor's musings, nor did he concern himself with the illustrious Mjolnir. Instead, he retrieved the alien dragon tooth dial from the system space and pressed the button atop the dial. Another Ryuga. As the electronic sound resonated, a reflective surface appeared before Baiyu. Within this mirror, another destroyer emerged, unleashing an intense beam of high-temperature light. Swoosh! In the following moment, this searing beam shot forth from the mirror, striking the destroyer in the real world with precision. Boom! The outcome was predictable. The destroyer was sent flying by its own attack, sustaining multiple fractures upon its form. What? Both Thor and the surrounding agents were left utterly astounded. He had deflected the attack of that silver automaton destroyer? What was that mirror-like object? Amidst their astonishment, excitement began to swell. After all, with such a powerful ally, their safety was significantly augmented. Though you have shielded me, alas, your master is not I. After rebounding the destroyer's attack, Baiyu shook his head, then seized Mjolnir and hurled it away. Return. In an instant, Mjolnir soared forth, circling Thor several times before finally landing in his grasp. Boom. The moment Mjolnir was in hand, Thor's divine power surged back, and he donned an exquisite suit of armor, a crimson cape billowing behind him, rendering him remarkably dashing. Yet, Thor felt less than jubilant. An inexplicable sensation akin to picking up discarded refuse lingered in his mind. It is worth noting that the power of the Thunder God is inherent to Thor himself, not derived from Mjolnir. Previously, Thor's abilities seemed to have been sealed by Odin. Only when Thor regained the strength to wield Mjolnir could the seal be broken. Soon, however, Thor's attention shifted as the destroyer rose once more. Despite its grievous injuries and the evident superiority of its target, it remained resolute in executing the command of its master, Loki, to obliterate any threat to him in this vicinity. All right, observing this, Thor brandished Mjolnir. Then let me first deal with you. He aimed to demonstrate his prowess through the destruction of the destroyer, while simultaneously forgetting the unpleasantness of earlier moments. Finish time. Ryuki. Time break. Time shattered. At that moment, a figure surrounded by a crimson dragon descended from the heavens, delivering a decisive kick to the destroyer. With a hiss, the destroyer, undeterred, unleashed a beam of ultra-high temperature light from its eyes, prepared to retaliate. A thunderous crash ensued, as expected. The figure extinguished the beam with a single kick, subsequently striking the destroyer directly. With a resounding explosion, the destroyer's insignificant existence came to a definitive end. Thor had initially aspired to vanquish the destroyer to celebrate the return of his divine powers. To his astonishment, the glory had been snatched away. Yet, he found himself powerless to act, for had it not been for this mysterious figure, the destroyer would have surely ended his life and claimed the others as well. Even the restoration of Mjolnir, in Thor's eyes, bore a semblance of credit to this enigmatic individual. Is this truly the destroyer? It appears to be rather underwhelming, Thor mused. At that moment, Baiyu slightly shook his head. Having acquired the Dragon Knight dial, he was presented with a live target, the destroyer, and an opportunity to showcase his prowess, which he would not let slip away. Regrettably, the version of the destroyer from the Marvel films proved to be rather feeble. In the original lore, it was Thor, restored to his full might, who dispatched the creature with a single blow. Now, Baiyu had merely utilized the basic form of Dragon Knight to obliterate the destroyer. In truth, it seemed that only formidable heroes or villains like Captain Marvel, Scarlet Witch, Doctor Strange, Dark Phoenix, or the unarmed Thanos could truly pose a challenge to Baiyu. Nonetheless, this did not impede Baiyu from gathering the remaining Heisei Main Rider series dials. Moreover, figures such as Ancient One, Odin, Dormammu, and the fully powered Thanos were still superior to Baiyu. At this moment, the Time King had also arrived outside. Witnessing the destroyer's demise alongside Coulson and Natasha, both of whom gazed at Baiyu in disbelief. How much power does he still conceal? Although they had not witnessed the events firsthand within the base, reports from monitors and agents had informed them of the unfolding drama. A new form, counterattacking. Natasha and Coulson were astonished to realize that Baiyu revealed new abilities with each battle. This rendered any predictions of his remaining powers utterly futile, further shrouding his persona in mystery. They silently hoped that no, humanity, would not find itself at odds with such an entity. Coulson and Natasha found themselves inwardly praying. Otherwise, trouble would be immense. Of course, should this Time King truly pose a threat to America and the world, Coulson and Natasha would undoubtedly risk their lives to thwart him. The Time King, upon hearing Natasha and Coulson refer to Bayou, expressed his gratitude. Thank you for retrieving Mjolnir and for stopping the destroyer. Should the opportunity arise, I would be delighted to welcome you to Asgard. However, at this moment, I must return to attend to some domestic matters. Thor is aware that this affair is far from concluded. The destroyer is merely a tool, devoid of any consciousness, entirely unbound by notions of good and evil. The true orchestrator of the malevolence is, without a doubt, Loki, who lurks in the shadows. Previously, Loki had informed Thor of Odin's demise, causing Thor to relinquish all thoughts of returning. Yet now, Thor harbors doubts regarding Loki's words, for the latter has deceived before. No problem, observed Bayou with a shrug. He had no intention of accompanying Thor to Asgard, fearing that upon encountering Odin, he might be unable to restrain himself from causing harm to the latter. Of course, it is highly probable that he would not succeed. Chapter 17 Natasha. You truly understand me. Moreover, Thor and Odin would certainly not wish for Bayou to confront Loki. Consequently, Bayou is even less inclined to proceed. Moments later, Thor raised his hammer high, calling out to the heavens, Heimdall, send me back. Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard, possesses the remarkable ability to see and hear events transpiring across the 9 realms. He is also responsible for guarding the Rainbow Bridge, which functions akin to a portal. Thus, at this moment, Thor required the Rainbow Bridge for swift transportation back to Asgard, or so he believed. However, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute, until 3 minutes had elapsed. Thor still held his hammer aloft, yet there was no discernible response. An air of awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Amidst the skeptical gazes of those around him, Thor forced a smile. Heimdall might just be taking a nap. He will surely activate the Rainbow Bridge to send me back soon. To be honest, even Thor himself found this explanation hard to believe. But what could he do? Who could have anticipated that the normally responsive Rainbow Bridge would remain silent this time? Stop calling. Bayou interjected. Heimdall has likely been encased in ice by Loki's ancient winter coffin. Even if he heard your summons, the Rainbow Bridge cannot be activated temporarily. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Thor exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before vehemently countering. Though the ancient winter coffin possesses the power to freeze all, it is an artifact of the frost giants, one that others cannot wield. Loki, being a prince of the Aesir, could never utilize the ancient winter coffin. Thor certainly had no doubts about Loki's capacity for mischief. Loki is a frost giant. Bayou stated unequivocally, he is not your blood brother. However, even if I say this, you may not believe me. Thus, you should inquire with him directly. With that, Bayou did not allow Thor a moment to respond, raising his hand to summon the Aurora Veil. In the next instant, the veil enveloped Thor, and he vanished from sight, almost simultaneously, in Asgard. Damn it, Loki raged, Kamen Rider Zeo. Who on earth is that? Not only did he destroy the destroyer, but he also restored my foolish brother's powers? For Loki, the loss of a single destroyer was not particularly concerning. However, if Thor regained his powers and returned to Asgard, it would spell great trouble. Fortunately, Loki soon breathed a sigh of relief. I have preemptively encased Heimdall in ice. Without the Bifrost, Thor could not return. At that moment, a silver curtain of light appeared out of thin air, bringing with it a figure that Loki found exceedingly familiar. No. Upon seeing this, Loki was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. Without further ado, he seized the eternal spear and fled. Loki, stop. Thor, still bewildered by his sudden return to Asgard, immediately pursued Loki as he attempted to escape. Who would have expected Loki, the cunning trickster, to suddenly turn and unleash a shockwave from the eternal spear? Thor, caught off guard, was sent flying. Although Loki's lack of strength prevented him from wielding the true power of the spear, Thor was nonetheless forced to maintain his distance from Loki. Don't run. Rising to his feet, Thor hastily chased after Loki once more. The ensuing events diverged slightly from the cinematic portrayal but remained largely similar. In essence, the frost giant leader, Laufey, who was also Loki's biological father, invaded Asgard through a secret passage that Loki had previously provided. Loki cunningly led Thor into a confrontation with Laufey, instigating a fierce battle between the two. Seizing the opportunity amid their struggle, Loki deceived and ambushed Laufey, ultimately slaying his own father, and then severely injuring his half-brother, Thor. Without pause, Loki hurried to activate the Bifrost. It is worth noting that the Bifrost possessed not only the ability to transport but also the power to annihilate worlds. Some even claimed its might rivaled that of the Infinity Gauntlet. Loki's intent was to utilize the Bifrost to obliterate the entire stronghold of the Frost Giants, exterminating all but himself in the process, thereby proving he was the rightful heir to the throne of Asgard. Unsurprisingly, Thor arrived just in time to thwart Loki's plan at the cost of destroying the Bifrost. Consequently, unless the Bifrost could be repaired or another means akin to the Aurora Veil could be employed, Thor would be unable to return to Earth in the foreseeable future or reunite with his beloved. Subsequently, Loki unexpectedly fell from the Bifrost. The next time he would reappear, it would likely be during the events of the first Avengers film. On Earth, in New Mexico, all matters had concluded. After sending Thor away, Bayou raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, stating, "You may carry on with your affairs. I too must return." With that, Bayou summoned the Aurora Veil once more and vanished from sight. As a traveler between realms, he was well aware that Thor would not be returning anytime soon. However, this bore little consequence to him. Having aided Thor in returning to Asgard was already a commendable feat even without Bayou's intervention. Heimdall would soon be free from his frozen state and would activate the Bifrost to bring Thor back. At this moment, upon witnessing Bayou's disappearance, Natasha could not help but exclaim, "What about me? I haven't boarded yet. No, I haven't even entered." The mere thought of the over 3,000 kilometers separating New Mexico from New York caused her a throbbing headache. This man truly exhibited no semblance of compassion. He brought her here but seemed disinclined to return her. Beside her, Coulson could not suppress a chuckle. Upon noticing Natasha's gaze upon him, he adopted a serious demeanor and began to jest. "Natasha, you know me well. I have undergone rigorous training. No matter how amusing, I shall not laugh, unless I am utterly unable to contain myself. However, I must admit, I never anticipated a day when your charm would falter. Moreover," Coulson had an inkling that Bayou's actions might have been intentional. Could it be that Natasha had unwittingly offended him? Alas, faced with Natasha's almost murderous glare, Coulson dared not utter a word, nor pose a single inquiry. Chapter 18, The Mirror World, Harlem District. Bayou returned to his hotel room. It must be said that the Aurora Veil is indeed quite convenient. After surveying his surroundings, Bayou nodded in satisfaction. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken him 2 or 3 days to return. During the remaining time, Bayou first took a glance at the renovation progress of the house. To his surprise, General Ross had recruited a new group of workers to assist. Moreover, these workers were not only highly skilled but also diligent, not daring to slack off in the slightest. After all, they were hired by the U.S. military. It seems that Ross, with his bushy eyebrows and bright eyes, is more sensible than I had anticipated. A smile crept across Bayou's face. He was well aware that this might not solely be Ross's intention. But who cares? If it's free, then why not take advantage of it? After inspecting the house, Bayou returned to the hotel to rest. After all, it was not every day that he had the chance to traverse worlds, so why not indulge a little? Moreover, he need not worry about those weaker than him. And for those stronger, they would not trouble him for the time being. It is best to go with the flow. The following day, ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in for the day. Reward. Half of the Time King second stage dial. At 8 in the morning, the system's voice resonated in Bayou's mind promptly. Half of the Time King second stage dial? A gleam of joy appeared on Bayou's face. Regrettably, he only possessed half. Undoubtedly, the Time King second stage dial is a tool that enables Bayou to transform into the Time King second stage. However, the Time King second stage dial is divided into outer and inner, good and evil. In simpler terms, Bayou still required the other half of the Time King second stage dial. More accurately, he needed the Time King dial from the mirror world. It was evident that he would have to seek it from the Bayou of the mirror world. The Bayou from the mirror world. Bayou furrowed his brow slightly. In the original storyline, Tokiwa SH Go managed to persuade the Tokiwa SH Go of the mirror world to willingly provide the dial through his eloquent speeches. Bayou did not believe he could easily coax the version of himself from the mirror world to part with the dial. It was likely that he would have to engage in a confrontation with the Bayou of the mirror world. It goes without saying that the Bayou from the mirror world would probably possess similar strength. In such circumstances, even if Bayou would not lose, he could not be certain of victory over his counterpart from the mirror world. Forget it. Let's enter and see what happens. That will tell me everything. Soon, Bayou's expression became resolute. There was no point in avoiding this challenge. He ultimately had to face it. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zio. Armor time. Ryuki. In the next moment, having completed his transformation, Bayou stood before a mirror. He felt as though he could see himself in the mirror, wearing an enigmatic smile. Once he stepped into the mirror world, the other Baiyu would inevitably become his adversary. Thus, let the journey commence. Without a moment's hesitation, Baiyu gracefully leaped into the mirror. Almost simultaneously, his superior vanished. More precisely, he had plunged into the mirror. A-S-H-I-E-L-D, agent, who had been surveilling Baiyu, reported with astonishment, "I am not hallucinating. I truly witnessed him enter the mirror. I am not alone in this observation. You may inquire with others. Continue the surveillance?" "Very well, sir." In the mirror world, what transpired? Baiyu was oblivious to the thoughts of others and cared little for them. However, he was utterly astounded by the scene before him. The once vibrant and bustling Harlem district of the mirror world had now transformed into a desolate wasteland, reeking of blood. This grim tableau instilled in Baiyu a foreboding sense of dread. As expected, he soon heard the voice of the mirror world's Iron Man, seething with fury. "Time King, you wretched fiend, an irredeemable tyrant. You have annihilated countless cities in a brief span, causing the demise of millions of innocent lives. And you dare to reappear in the city that you first laid to waste? Prepare to meet your end." No sooner had he spoken than dozens of Iron Man suits unleashed a barrage of attacks. Witnessing this, Baiyu couldn't help but curse inwardly. It dawned on him that he was unjustly bearing the blame for the Time King of the mirror world. Previously, Baiyu had never fathomed that the Time King had ravaged several cities. It was utterly appalling and barbaric. Upon reflection, this behavior was to be expected. The personalities of characters in the mirror world were fundamentally the antithesis of their real-world counterparts. In reality, Baiyu would have sought to mitigate the destruction of the city by launching the Malevolent into the sky before executing a nuclear strike. However, the Baiyu of the mirror world would likely not concern himself with such matters. Once the Harlem district was obliterated by nuclear forces, the mirror world Baiyu would undoubtedly find himself on the run. Given the nature of the mirror world Baiyu, he would likely disregard the environmental consequences during his evasion. The notion of having destroyed several cities likely stemmed from this very recklessness. Suddenly, Baiyu made an intriguing observation. The version of himself in the mirror world did not seem as formidable as he had envisioned. Logically, if the mirror world Baiyu was indeed a fugitive, he would have swiftly utilized the Aurora Veil to locate superheroes and supervillains for assistance. It had been 2 days since the nuclear strike incident, and the Aurora Veil had been activated at 8 o'clock the previous morning, with Baiyu already having signed in. Even though the mirror world Baiyu had yet to assemble the remaining Knight's Dial to transform into the sovereign Time King, his current predicament was quite precarious. Yet the power he possesses is undoubtedly substantial, and the commotion he creates cannot possibly be trivial. Unless Baiyu in the mirror world lacks a system. A glimmer of realization sparkles in Baiyu's eyes. Perhaps his strength is contingent upon me. In other words, only what the real Baiyu acquires through the system may correspond to what Baiyu in the mirror world can attain. This implies that Baiyu in the mirror world cannot wield power that vastly exceeds that of the real Baiyu, unless, of course, his strength does not stem from the system at all. Chapter 19. The Time King in the mirror world. Of course, these are merely Baiyu's conjectures for now. Furthermore, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. Gazing at the myriad of projectiles and laser cannons released from the iron suits above, Baiyu unhesitatingly pressed the button on the Dragon Knight's dial. Guard vent, Tatsumaki Bugio. With the sound of electronic effects, a crimson dragon, resembling an Eastern dragon and measuring 15 meters in length, materialized out of thin air. The dragon crimson encircled Baiyu, shielding him from all incoming attacks. Go. Destroy them. In the next moment, Baiyu raised his hand and pointed towards the iron suits in the sky, commanding them. Roar. Without hesitation, the dragon crimson let out a fierce roar and shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Boom. 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 Before long, under the impact of the dragon crimson, the iron suits were reduced to mere scrap metal. Damn it. The Time King has summoned that abominable dragon again. Where on earth did it come from? This is bad. My attacks are utterly ineffective against it. During this skirmish, the iron suits, under the control of Mirror World, Jarvis, and Mirror World, Tony, relentlessly assaulted the Dragon Crimson. However, their efforts proved futile. Once the last iron suit was destroyed, the Dragon Crimson appeared to have completed its task and gradually vanished from sight. Simultaneously, this indicated that Mirror World, Tony was not present here. As for Baiyu, after issuing commands to the Dragon Crimson, he had already summoned the Aurora Veil to depart from this place. After all, Baiyu's paramount mission now was to locate Mirror World, Baiyu. Although he was uncertain of Mirror World, Baiyu's current whereabouts, he believed that the Kamen Riders would be drawn to one another. Moreover, the bond between them was profound. As long as Baiyu was willing to search, he would inevitably encounter Mirror World, Baiyu. Almost simultaneously, on a beach near the ocean. Time King. You have killed Betty. Hulk will tear you apart. A green-skinned humanoid monster bellowed in fury and charged forward. Opposite him stood a figure strikingly similar to Kamen Rider Zeo. Yet the Mirror World, Zeo dial was inserted into the left slot of the time-space driver, and the special runes around its eyes were reversed compared to the real-world Time King. Mirror World Zeo proclaimed, "I am destined to become king." As he produced the Agito Mirror World dial and placed it into the right slot of the time-space driver, he spoke in an aloof manner, looking down upon the world. "It is her supreme honor in this life to be a trivial sacrifice on my path to kingship. Thou insignificant insect, dost thou dare to launch an assault upon me? Nevertheless, I possess a magnanimous spirit, and thus, I shall personally escort thee to thy demise." Before the final words could escape his lips, the figure from the Mirror World, Baiyu, pressed the chronometer on his wrist and rotated the time-space driver S button a full 360 degrees. Rider Time. Kamen Rider Zeo. Armor Time. Kuga Rising Ultimate. As the sounds resonated, the Kamen Rider Zeo from the Mirror World materialized, adorned in a resplendent golden upper body, complemented by a black midsection, while gold spikes adorned his limbs and shoulders, distinctly embodying the characteristics of Kamen Rider Kuga in his rising ultimate armor form. In this form, the comprehensive prowess of the Mirror World's Kamen Rider Zeo would be significantly amplified beyond that of the Kuga ultimate armor. Nearly the force of his punches, on the data scale, surpassed 216 for tons after doubling. Moreover, in the realm of Kamen Riders, such data is notoriously unreliable. Begone. With the transformation complete, the Mirror World's Kamen Rider Zeo raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch forward. Hulk Smash. The Mirror World Hulk, having approached the Kamen Rider, retaliated with a full-force strike. The collision of two immensely powerful fists reverberated through the air, generating a shockwave that surged outward from their epicenter. Clouds of dust and seawater were propelled hundreds of meters into the sky. As the dust settled, the Mirror World Hulk emitted a pained cry. His form sent hurtling backward for several hundred meters. Upon hitting the ground, he expelled a copious amount of green blood, indicating severe injury. It is well known that the Hulk grows stronger with rage. During the nuclear incident in the Mirror World, when Betty perished, Hulk's fury reached unprecedented heights. Consequently, the current Mirror World Hulk far surpasses any incarnation of the Hulk from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Even the likes of Thor and Iron Man, alongside other Avengers, would likely falter against him. Yet, in this moment, the Mirror World Hulk succumbed to the might of the Mirror World Kamen Rider Zeo. "I am benevolent and cannot bear to witness lovers separated." The Kamen Rider then gazed upon the struggling Hulk, his tone both haughty and indifferent. "Thus, I shall send you to meet her." Finish Time. Kuga. Rising Ultimate. In the next moment, the King of Time soared into the sky, executing a 360-degree flip before delivering a kick, enveloped in violet lightning, aimed at the head of Hulk. Simultaneously, at that very position, the scene transformed. Accompanied by an electronic sound effect, a figure reminiscent of Kamen Rider Zeo in his Ryuki armor emerged. The chest plate, resplendent in crimson and shaped like a dragon's head, contrasted with the azure lower half and golden leg armor. This was none other than the Kamen Rider Zeo Ryuki survival form, piercing through a silver veil. Descending from above with a kick, engulfed in crimson flames, directed towards the left foot of the King of Time in the Mirror World. Chapter 20. The Time King is unyielding boom. Thunder. Bang. The terrifying sounds of explosions reverberated through the heavens, as clouds of dust and seawater surged hundreds of meters into the air. Even the formidable Hulk from the Mirror World was violently thrown aside by the shockwaves generated from the clash between the Time King and Baiyu, sustaining further injuries. Humph. Moments later, with a painful groan, a figure was hurled backward nearly 1,000 meters. Truly, it is the malignant tumor of Heisei Data. Baiyu, somewhat disheveled, rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he mused. The Dragon Knight's survived form, amplified by the power of the Omagatsumi, possesses extraordinary strength. Even with my transcendent ultimate power, I am still no match. However, at this moment, Baiyu from the Mirror World had been forcibly expelled from his transformed state. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he grasped the Time King's Mirror World dial, the Time Drive, and the Dragon Knight's Mirror World dial. This power is not solely yours to possess. Rider Time. Kamen Rider Zeo. Armor Time. Ryuki Survive or Rekka. Finish Time. Ryuki. Survive Rekka. Time break in a swift transformation. The Time King of the Mirror World, without hesitation, leaped once more, aiming a kick downwards at Baiyu. As a counterpart to Baiyu, the Time King understood the reason for the latter's appearance before him. It was evident that the Time King would not easily relinquish his dial for Baiyu's benefit. On the contrary, he sought to acquire the dial from Baiyu, hoping to create a mirror world version of a second-tier Time King. Thus, only one could prevail between the Time King and Baiyu. Fool, I never claimed I would engage with you using the same powers. The sight of the Time King descending from above to kick him prompted Baiyu to shake his head in disbelief. Immediately, he retrieved the Odin dial from his system space, replacing the Dragon Knight dial in the left slot of the time drive. Armor time. Odin. Before long, a new form emerged, the Kamen Rider Time King in Odin armor, characterized by a deep navy blue, with golden accents on the chest and shoulders. Its shape reminiscent of a phoenix's head, closely resembling Kamen Rider Odin. Kamen Rider Odin finished time. At that moment, Baiyu leaped into action, unleashing his ultimate technique in his current form. In the mirror world, the Time King exclaimed, "What the hell? This kid lacks martial ethics, even betraying himself." It is known that the power of Kamen Rider Odin surpasses that of Ryuki's survival, flame, form. Thus, with a resounding impact, the Time King was sent flying once more upon clashing with Baiyu. Fortunately, this time he merely fell to the ground, still retaining his Ryuki armor form in the mirror world. What is happening? Hulk stared bewilderedly at the two Time Kings on either side of him, puzzled. Why are there two Time Kings? My head itches. I must be getting smarter. Dismissing his confusion, Hulk charged directly at Baiyu, declaring, Hulk seeks revenge. The reason Hulk chose to attack Baiyu first was simply due to the latter's proximity. What a fool. Baiyu shook his head. He had no desire to engage in battle with Hulk at that moment. Thus, he first invoked Time Stop, freezing all of Hulk's movements. He then utilized the Aurora Curtain to hurl Hulk several thousand meters away. Now, he was free from interruption in his battle with the Time King of the Mirror World. Finish time. Time break. Odin. Giri Giri slash. Just then, the Time King of the Mirror World inserted the Odin dial into the slot of the Time Limit Sword and executed a powerful horizontal slash. Clang. In the next instant, with a resounding cry of a phoenix, a golden bird-shaped energy wave was released, soaring towards Baiyu. The golden immortal phoenix? Baiyu smirked beneath his mask. At the same time, he pressed the button above the Odin dial. Contract Advent, Gold Phoenix. Clang. Accompanied by sound effects and the phoenix's cry. A several-meter-long golden immortal phoenix materialized out of thin air, spreading its wings to intercept the Time King's Odin. Giri Giri slash. Armor time. X2 Agit Trinity form. X2 before the two golden immortal phoenixes could determine the victor, the Time King and Baiyu transformed once more, ascending to several hundred meters in the sky. Finish time. X2 time break. X2 Agit. Ground firestorm attack. Without wasting a moment, the Time King of the Mirror World and Baiyu unleashed their ultimate techniques in their current forms, harnessing the powers of earth, fire, and wind to their utmost limits. Hence, boom. Two tornadoes howled into the sky, enveloped in flames exceeding 7,000, while sand and dust were swept up to nearly 1,000 meters. To those in the know, it was evident that a fierce battle was underway. To the uninitiated, it might have seemed as if the apocalypse had descended. Unfortunately, this time, the Time King of the Mirror World and Baiyu wielded the same type of power, rendering them unable to gain the upper hand over one another. As time passed, they continuously shifted forms and executed various ultimate techniques. The Time King, having prepared and grown intimately familiar with his abilities, found that Baiyu could no longer suppress him with greater strength as he had initially done. The reverse was equally true. Soon after, the Time King of the Mirror World descended back to the ground and addressed Baiyu. Let it go. We are both Time Kings, endowed with the same powers. In direct combat, neither can claim victory. Besides, your current strength has already surpassed second-tier Time King. Why trouble yourself with me? Do you truly care for the lives of those in this world? Chapter 21. Odin, your doom approaches. Perhaps I do care? Baiyu shrugged, his tone oscillating between jest and earnestness. After all, I shall one day become the benevolent and virtuous Demon King. Be it from the real world or the mirror realm, they may all be considered my subjects. In the mirror realm, the Time King was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Huh, what did you just say? You truly amuse me. Do not jest. You are me, and I am you. How could I possibly be unaware of your existence? You secretly yearn to act as I do, to indulge in wantonness, yet you lack the resolve to take action. What pretense of righteousness is this? You are merely a hypocrite. Moreover, do you genuinely believe those people are virtuous? Before Baiyu could react, the Time King's tone turned icy as he continued, do not forget. This is the Mirror Realm, a world where personalities are the antithesis of yours. Here, Banner is a mad scientist, Hulk a ravenous beast, Ross a tyrant who preys upon the weak, Betty a cunning and treacherous vixen, and Tony a heartless dark capitalist. The inhabitants here are predominantly selfish, committing unspeakable atrocities. Believe me, if I were to randomly select an individual from this realm and place them in your world, their crimes would be beyond reproach. Such filth, perishing at my hands, would only soil my hands. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Baiyu felt a twinge of surprise, yet quickly regained his composure. But it matters not. Protecting them is of no concern to me. Besides, had I not required your dial, I would never have ventured into this world. At these words, the Time King paused, then mockingly replied, indeed, those like you, who outwardly profess justice, are often the most hypocritical and cruel. However, this revelation piques my interest in you even further. As he spoke, the Time King began to remove the dial and the driver from his waist, reverting to his original form, and approached Baiyu. Now, let me see to what extent you can wield the power of the second-tier Time King. You? Baiyu was momentarily taken aback. The Time King of the Mirror Realm seemed inclined to voluntarily offer him his dial? For what purpose? Suddenly, a vibrant beam of light descended from the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar. There appeared the one-eyed Odin of the Mirror Realm, clad in golden armor and astride an eight-legged steed, wielding the eternal spear. Alongside him was the fully armed Thor of the Mirror Realm, brandishing Mjolnir. Not only that, the ground on either side of Baiyu and the Time King began to fold inwards, as if it were mere paper under manipulation. Accompanying this spectacle was the Mirror Realm's Ancient One, garbed in a robe resembling that of a monk, fixating on a bald figure. The three of them regarded the Time King, their gazes filled with indifference and a palpable intent to kill. Clearly, the actions of the Time King prior to this moment, as well as his recent confrontation with Baiyu, have drawn the attention of Odin and Ancient One from the Mirror World, both of whom feel a sense of threat. In fact, they have even chosen to descend together to this realm. Have they indeed arrived? Observing this scene, the Time King appears unfazed, continuing to approach Baiyu, although I lack the ability to gain various rewards through check-ins as you do. My power has been steadily increasing due to your actions in the real world. Odin possesses prophetic abilities, and Ancient One wields the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone. They will not allow me to grow unchecked. He adds, your presence has likely intensified our perceived threat in their eyes. Therefore, Baiyu has now realized, you are aware that you cannot defeat both of them and cannot leave this world. Is that why you wish to hand your dial to me? It is important to note that this is not merely a simple act of relinquishing your dial. When Baiyu receives the Time King's dial from the Mirror World, the Time King himself will merge with him, resulting in a union of good and evil, a convergence of righteousness and malevolence. In a certain sense, one could argue that this signifies a new form of existence for the Time King. My time is too short. The Time King does not deny this, expressing regret. Otherwise, even without more night dials, I could have found ways to acquire some treasures of this world, such as the Infinity Stones. In that case, I could still dominate this realm, alas. Yet, he muses, the current situation is not entirely bleak. You are me, and I am you. As long as you remain alive, I shall never truly perish. Furthermore, my evil will intertwine with your heart, coupled with your hypocrisy. I eagerly anticipate what you will achieve in the future. As he speaks, the Time King has drawn closer to Baiyu, extending the Time King's dial towards him. Concurrently, his form is gradually becoming ethereal, on the verge of merging with Baiyu. This is troubling. At this moment, the Mirror World's Thor has noticed the unfolding events, his expression shifting as he exclaims, we must stop them. Although Thor is uncertain of the exact circumstances, he instinctively senses that if the two Time Kings were to truly unite, it would spell disaster. Thor has already hurled his hammer, the Mjolnir, in an attempt to intervene. Time King, you are steeped in malevolence and have committed countless atrocities. It is time for you to pay the price. Odin raises the eternal spear, prepared to deliver a lethal blow. I apologize. Ancient One also activates the Eye of Agamotto she wears upon her chest. I have glimpsed countless futures, and only in your absence can this world avoid destruction. Therefore, please die. In response to this scene, the Time King issues a chilling laughter. To kill me is no simple task. In another realm, do not presume that I have merely exploited you. I have indeed made certain preparations for this very moment. As I spoke, the figure from the Mirror World raised a hand and summoned a curtain of shimmering auroras, from which emerged two silhouettes. Odin, Your doom is upon you. One of the figures, crowned with 8 black horns and wielding 2 magnificent swords, gazed at Odin with a countenance brimming with hatred. She is none other than Hela, the goddess of death within this mirror world. Ancient One, I never anticipated that you would still be alive. The other figure, bearing heavy dark circles under his eyes, was conjuring an immensely powerful energy of dark magic between his hands. No, that is a matter of the future. However, it matters not, for I shall slay you once more. This individual is none other than Kaecilius, the formidable antagonist from Doctor Strange, a former disciple of the Ancient One and a follower of Dormammu, who infamously brought about the Ancient One's demise, though it appeared more like a self-inflicted fate. Chapter 22. Rejoice. The emergence of ZO2. From this point onward, the affairs are entrusted to you. Summoning Hela and Kaecilius from the mirror world. The figure of the Time King transformed into a spectral apparition, merging with Bayu's being. Shortly thereafter, the Time King's mirror world dial fell into Bayu's grasp. How delightful! A subtle smile graced Bayu's lips beneath his mask. Yet, rather than immediately utilizing the Time King's mirror world dial, he first raised his hand to seize the Mjolnir hurled by the mirror world Thor. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. The mirror world Thor's expression was one of disbelief upon witnessing the scene. He had never anticipated that someone could catch his hammer. Clearly, in a state of being wanted and needing time to locate Hela and Kaecilius from the mirror world, the Time King had no opportunity to retrieve the hammer in New Mexico. More precisely, the Mjolnir would not effectively augment the Time King's power, rendering the search for it an unnecessary expenditure of time. Are you astonished? Bayu glanced at the mirror world Thor. You might want to pay attention to your heart. I fear you may not be able to bear it. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Bayu hurled the Mjolnir towards the mirror world Thor. Meanwhile, Hela, I did not expect you to be in league with this Demon King, Kaecilius, since you hail from the future or even another timeline. Then even if I were to slay you here, it would bear no consequences. Although both Odin and the Ancient One from the mirror world were taken aback by the appearance of Hela and Kaecilius, they were unconcerned with eliminating the latter two first. After all, Odin and the Ancient One remained unaware that they were merely in a mirror world. They were confident that allowing the Time King a moment of freedom would pose no significant issue, right? On this side, Bayu paid no heed to the reactions of others, instead focusing on the Time King's mirror world dial in his hand. Retrieving the Time King 2 dial, half, from the system space. Buzz. As the Time King's mirror world dial came into contact with the Time King 2 dial, half, a resonance erupted between them, swiftly initiating a merger. Not only that, Bayu distinctly sensed the first-tier power of omniscience within him resonating with the 2 dials in his possession. Could it be? A bold notion surged into Bayu's mind, and without hesitation, he made his decision. In the next instant, a dark golden energy, omniscience, flowed from Bayu's hands into the 2 merging dials, ZO2. Before long, the Time King's mirror world dial and the Time King 2 dial, half, vanished. In its place was a sleek timepiece dominated by a black hue, its face adorned with the resplendent golden emblem of the Time King. The Time King's second-tier dial. What is this? Bayu gazed at the Time King's second-tier dial in his hand, momentarily taken aback. This dial appears to require no disassembly? One must understand that in the original narrative of Time King, the second-tier dial necessitated division into 2 parts, which were then inserted into the respective slots of the time-space driver. This implied that the second-tier Time King could not utilize other night dials, nor could it switch or amalgamate the powers of various armored forms, thereby constraining its capabilities. Yet now, the Time King's second-tier dial before Bayu, akin to the Time King dial, could be employed without disassembly. In other words, Bayu could potentially augment the powers of other knights atop the foundation of the second-tier Time King. A cause for celebration indeed. But that was not all. At the very moment the second-tier Time King dial was born, the power of the demon god within Bayu underwent a transformation, seemingly increasing by half. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your demon god power has successfully ascended to 5 tiers. It appears Bayu's perception was not amiss. The ascension of his demon god power not only enhanced his abilities related to time suspension, flight, and telekinesis, but also signified that in future transformations into the Time King, his strength while utilizing various armored forms would triple. Truly magnificent. Bayu was elated beyond measure. The continued ability to wield various armored forms in the second-tier Time King state would undoubtedly elevate his overall prowess, not to mention the tripling of his strength. Regrettably, He had not directly ascended to the second tier. Baiyu felt a twinge of disappointment. As the Time King, the demon god power represented his most fundamental and core strength. As long as Baiyu's demon god power was sufficient, he could transform into the demon god Time King at any moment, even wielding powers far surpassing those in the original Time King. Nevertheless, having acquired these capabilities was already quite remarkable. What more could he desire? Furthermore, Baiyu had only obtained 4 primary night dials, including the Time King dial, thus far, still needing 16 more to attain the sovereign Time King form. Why rush? Now, casting his eyes upon the chaotic melee involving Mirror World, Odin, Mirror World, Hela, Mirror World, Ancient One, Mirror World, Caecilius, and the Mirror World, God of Thunder, who had regained control of Mjolnir. A confident smile graced Baiyu's lips. It was time for his performance. Without hesitation, he replaced the Time King dial with the second-tier Time King dial and subsequently pressed the buttons on both the second-tier dial and the time-space driver. Beep, beep, beep. Accompanied by the sound reminiscent of clockwork, 2 dark golden clock phantoms materialized behind Baiyu. In contrast, one rotates counterclockwise while the other moves clockwise. Subsequently, Henshin, transformation, sees Baiyu rotate the time-space driver 360 degrees in a counterclockwise direction. As the transformation sound effect resonates, 2 pink and 4 dark golden watch straps manifest, swiftly encircling Baiyu. Soon after, 2 dark golden clock silhouettes and 6 strap apparitions shatter, transforming into fragments of armor that envelop Baiyu's form. Before long, a figure inspired by Kamen Rider Zeo emerges, adorned with silver straps on either side, while the crimson accents on the feet, hands, and shoulders deepen. Golden armor is added to the edges of the shoulders, and the face is embellished with 2 symmetrical minute hands and 2 second hands. The overall design exudes a sense of opulence and power, marking a significant enhancement in its presence within this realm. Zeo 2. Chapter 23. The Arrival of Time. Rejoice. He stands above all knights, transcending space and time, a sovereign of time, possessing the wisdom of both past and future. At this moment, he transforms into Kamen Rider Zeo 2. A brand new history has commenced. Echoes of congratulations resonate in Baiyu's ears from the depths of fate. Simultaneously, as Kamen Rider Zeo 2, Baiyu feels an immense power surging within him, far surpassing that of his base form, igniting a spark of joy in his heart. It is essential to note that even without the enhancement of 5-tiered Omi power, the overall attributes of Kamen Rider Zeo 2 exceed those of Kamen Rider Zeo by several fold. Kamen Rider Zeo 2 is endowed with unique abilities such as foresight and time reversal. Before him, what is that? Upon witnessing Baiyu's transformation, the thunder god of the mirror world is taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He has acquired a new form? This cannot stand. He must be eliminated swiftly, lest he become a grave threat in the future. Instinctively, the thunder god of the mirror world prepares to hurl his hammer. However, he quickly recalls his earlier action, realizing he does not wish for the hammer to fall into the hands of Kamen Rider. In the next moment, the thunder god of the mirror world devises a new plan. Thunder. He raises his hammer high, summoning dozens of thick bolts of lightning from the heavens, which he then unleashes upon Baiyu. Return to me. Baiyu, witnessing this spectacle, remains unmoving, merely snorting coldly. In an instant, the bolts of lightning poised to strike him halt midair and reverse direction, crashing back upon the thunder god of the mirror world. Previously, Baiyu had replicated the power of thunder from the thunder god's hammer. This power, in tandem with his own growing strength, continuously increases in potency. At the very least, he can now manage the lightning summoned by the thunder god of the mirror world without much difficulty. Indeed. The thunder god of the mirror world did not anticipate his attack would return, and he collapses to the ground, trembling under the might of the electric strikes. A world-renowned painting. The great god of thunder, struck down by lightning. Kamen Rider Zeo 2, the mirror world's Odin, wielding the eternal spear to suppress the mirror world's Hela, cast a grave glance toward Baiyu. As foretold, his power grows ever stronger with the passage of time. In light of this, the mirror world's Ancient One raises her hand, summoning potent black energy to temporarily seal the mirror world's Caecilius within the depths of the sea, while also directing her gaze at Baiyu. Her tone icy. Then we shall not grant him the opportunity to continue his growth, freed from the constraints of film and narrative. The mirror world's Odin and Ancient One finally unveil their true might. Regardless of whether it is Hela from the mirror world or Caecilius, neither stands a chance against them at this moment. Do they truly believe they can annihilate me? Bai with a cold sneer, once again produced the Odin dial and inserted it into the left slot of the time-space drive, declaring, "Just the two of you? It won't be that easy." Bai was uncertain if he could truly face Odin or Ancient One from the mirror world. But who said he must confront them head-on? In the next moment, Bai pressed the Odin dial and the button above the time-space drive, rotating the latter counterclockwise by 360 degrees. Armor time. Odin, accompanied by the sound effect. Bai transformed into the secondary Kamen Rider Zo Odin armor form. Visually, this form bore a striking resemblance to the Kamen Rider Zo Odin armor. However, this iteration was modeled on the secondary form and possessed significantly greater power. What was he planning? The Mirror World's Odin felt an ominous premonition and decisively hurled the Eternity Spear at Bai. Now was the time to eliminate him. The Mirror World's Ancient One was equally unyielding, raising her hand to summon an abundance of dark energy from a shadowy dimension beyond Earth, launching it in the form of a shockwave aimed directly at Bai. Impressive indeed, Bai mused, observing their formidable prowess without the slightest hint of concern. Concurrently, he rapidly pressed the Odin dial and the button above the time-space drive again, rotating the latter counterclockwise by 360 degrees. Psycho, finish time, twice time break, time advent. With the sound effects resonating, everything within a 100-mile radius of Bai came to an instantaneous standstill, including the Mirror World's Odin, the Ancient One, and the attacks they had unleashed. After all, this maneuver encompassed the time advent from the secondary Kamen Rider Zo Odin form, as well as the 5-tier power of the demon, and the secondary rider's mastery over time. This technique might not restrain Odin or Ancient One for long. However, Bai shook his head, refraining from any aggressive actions. Even if he were to eliminate them, it would hold little significance for him. Moreover, with the emergence of the Mirror World's Hulk and Odin, Bai had already come to realize that the superheroes and supervillains in this world could not trigger the system's sign-in. Thus, Bai's journey lay among the stars and seas of reality. Remaining in the mirror world held no purpose for him, at least not for now. Upon contemplating this, Bai exhibited no hesitation and summoned the Aurora Veil, vanishing from this realm. 1 second, 2 seconds, merely 3 seconds later. The Eye of Agamotto upon Ancient One's chest emanated a verdant glow, liberating her from the stasis of time, possessing godly powers akin to that of the Father. Even without the aid of the Time Stone, the Odin of this mirrored world was only delayed by a mere 2 seconds, swiftly regaining his normal faculties. Nevertheless, the expressions of both were far from pleasant. He has vanished? Questioned the solemn Odin. There is not a trace of him on this planet, nor within the entirety of the solar system. Such formidable power over time. Ancient One's countenance mirrored her unease. Even had I not utilized the Eye of Agamotto at that moment, I should not have been susceptible to mere temporal forces. The ruler of time, perhaps? Chapter 24. The Horn News Agency. The transformed Peter Parker. At this moment, both Odin of the Mirror World and Ancient One of the Mirror World must concede that the power of the Time King exceeds their original expectations. Even more troubling is the realization that, should the Time King return with significantly greater strength in the future, it would undoubtedly bring catastrophic consequences not only for them, but for the entire world. In the real world, as the Aurora curtain swept across, Bai, still in the second stage of the Time King's Odin armor, returned to the mirror where he initially stood. Quite satisfactory. Bai transformed back and glanced at the Time King's second stage dial in his hand, nodding in approval. This time, I have not only successfully obtained the second stage dial but also elevated the Omen power to 5 stages. Otherwise, even with the Odin dial, Bai's temporal power might not have been able to influence either Mirror World Odin or Mirror World Ancient One. Moreover, this journey through the mirror world has undoubtedly enhanced Bai's overall strength to a significant degree. What should I do next? After storing the dial and driver in the system space, he turned and lowered his head in contemplation. From the moment he entered the mirror world until now, hardly 10 minutes had passed. At this moment, it was just past 8 in the morning. Perhaps I should go check on my house? Soon, Bai made a decision. Although the money he currently possessed was sufficient to stay in a hotel for an extended period, he would still prefer, if possible, to reside in his own home. Simultaneously, a certain S.H.I.E.L.D. agent responsible for monitoring Bai reached out to his superior, boss. The target has returned. Indeed, he emerged from the mirror. We cannot see what transpired within the mirror, but it seems the Time King has undergone some changes in appearance and temperament. Based on my experience from idly browsing novels and films, it is likely he has acquired new powers. What? idly browsing. When did I do that? Absolutely not. You must have misheard. The following day, at 8 in the morning. Ding. Congratulations on successfully claiming your daily reward, 1 million meters. The system's voice resonated in Bayou's mind punctually. Oh, this time it's money. Upon seeing the increased figures in his account, Bayou felt a slight surprise. However, in the modern society he currently inhabits, money holds considerable importance. Thus, he found himself somewhat pleased with this daily reward. Shortly thereafter. Now, it's time to attend to the important matters. After finishing the breakfast delivered by the hotel, Bayou donned formal attire. Equipped himself with the DSLR camera he had previously purchased at great expense, several hundred meters, summoned the Aurora curtain, and vanished from the spot. Repairing the house is not a task that can be completed in just a day or two. Moreover, the infrastructure of this nation remains relatively limited. Naturally, Bayou could not afford to squander all his time on housing or idleness. Occasionally, he ought to take the initiative in some endeavors, perhaps by greeting our amiable neighbors. Shortly thereafter, in Queens, at the Daily Bugle, oh my goodness. How dare he? Are we the ones who have lost our sanity, or is it the world? No. It is he. It is Peter who has gone mad. The staff at the Daily Bugle could not help but glance towards an office where two individuals resided. What did you say? The impeccably dressed Jonah Jameson, his thinning hair and beard giving him a rather irate countenance, sat behind his desk, visibly incensed. Is my statement unclear? Across from him, a young man clad predominantly in black, exuding an air of audacity and arrogance, spoke with an air of entitlement. The primary revenue for this newspaper has recently stemmed from the Spider-Man photographs I captured. The price you previously offered me was exceedingly low. Now, is there an issue with my request for a raise? Of course, you may choose to decline, however. I am confident that other newspapers would be quite interested in the photographs I possess. Having delivered his ultimatum, Peter Parker, Spider-Man, turned, clutching a stack of photographs, ready to depart. In truth, since he had discovered a peculiar black suit 2 days prior, Peter Parker had noted a significant transformation not only in his appearance, but also in his demeanor. Yet he did not perceive this metamorphosis as detrimental. The once timid individual, who had previously accepted Jonah's undervalued offers in silence, had now undergone a change. He would no longer permit his interests to be compromised. Most importantly, Peter Parker was aware that Jonah would inevitably concede. Sure enough, just as Peter Parker was poised to leave, Jonah, suppressing his fury, declared, I accept your price. Despite his reluctance to compromise with someone like Peter Parker, whom he deemed lacking in discernible talent and merely fortunate in capturing a few photographs, Jonah recognized the necessity of profit for the sake of financial gain. He was willing to feature Spider-Man's image prominently on the front page of the Daily Bugle, even amidst his profound ire. Pleasant collaboration. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker turned back, a smirk of triumph curling at the corners of his mouth. Moments later, he exited Jonah's office, breezing past his colleagues as if propelled by a wind, not even sparing them a glance. It was as if they existed on an entirely different plane of existence. Perhaps it is due to the intangible aura of authority that Peter Parker exudes at this moment, or perhaps it is because he has compelled Jonah, who typically spares no effort in disparaging others, to yield. The colleagues in the newsroom can only watch in silence as Peter Parker strides past them, until, Peter, a figure enters from outside, placing a hand upon Peter Parker's shoulder, their tone laden with significance. It has been a while. You seem to have undergone quite a transformation. If you don't mind, shall we step outside to converse? Undoubtedly, the figure who has just entered is Bayou. He regards Peter Parker with a peculiar expression. Inwardly reflecting, it appears I have arrived at just the right moment. Chapter 25, The Dark Spider-Man. It is widely acknowledged that Peter Parker, the Spider-Man, embodies a sense of justice, compassion for others, and an endearing novelty. Otherwise, he would not exclaim, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. However, Peter Parker's recent demeanor appears decidedly amiss. While it is not inherently wrong for him to raise the prices of his photographs, it is his character and conduct that raise concerns. In Bayou's recollection, the film series depicted Spider-Man undergoing a significant personality shift, particularly when he became host of Venom, an extraterrestrial symbiote from the cosmos. Ding. Congratulations on signing in as Spider-Man. Venom successfully acquired rewards, 555 dial and a complete set of Orphean cards. See, even the system validates Bayou's memories. The 555 dial and the complete set of Orphean cards? At that moment, a peculiar light flickered in Bayou's eyes. Kamen Rider 555, the fourth principal rider of the Heisei series. possesses the ability to operate at supersonic speeds in a special, accelerated form. The Orphean, within the realm of 555, represents a race of monstrous beings, characterized as an evolutionary variant of humanity. However, the Orphean is still susceptible to death, potentially even more so than ordinary humans. The sole means of survival lies in locating the Orphean King, who, for the majority of the series, remains in an unawakened state, existing in the guise of an ordinary individual. Coupled with the selfish motives of some Orphean, they launch rampant assaults on humanity, ultimately branding themselves as the antagonists within the narrative. Moreover, within the universe of 555, only the Orphean can transform into Kamen Riders, including the protagonist, Tsukasa Kido. The complete set of Orphean cards parallels the complete set of Mirror Monster cards previously acquired by Baiyu, indicating that he can summon corresponding Orphean by utilizing a certain amount of his magical power, compelling them to obey his commands. In summary, these items hold little immediate value for Baiyu. After all, even with his current 5-tier magical power, he would not be able to summon many Orphean or Mirror Monsters, as their abilities do not surpass his own. Thus, the significance of these two sets of cards is rather minimal. However, having them is sufficient. What more could one desire? At this very moment, as Peter Parker felt Baiyu's hand upon his shoulder, a wave of discontent surged within him, just as he contemplated whether to teach Baiyu a lesson. His spider sense surged with an unprecedented intensity, persisting without pause. This signified the presence of an immensely powerful source of danger nearby. Peter Parker, not lacking in intelligence, quickly deduced that this perilous source was likely none other than Baiyu himself. Indeed, as colleagues at the same newspaper, Peter Parker is well acquainted with Baiyu. However, their past interactions had been rather infrequent. Yet, this detail seemed insignificant in light of the fact that the other party appeared to harbor ill intentions. Peter Parker's mind raced with myriad thoughts as he gently nodded at Baiyu, stating, "I happen to have some free time, and I know a splendid place for a conversation. How about we go there together this evening?" A premonition lingered within him. This Baiyu, so markedly different from his memories, was likely approaching him with ulterior motives. Intriguing. The ominous sense conveyed by his spider sense did not instill fear in Peter Parker. Rather, it invigorated him. After all, the weak prey upon the even weaker, while true strength is wielded against the formidable. Furthermore, since becoming Spider-Man 6 months prior, he had triumphed over numerous adversaries who seemed more powerful than himself. The reason Peter chose to meet at night was to avoid unnecessary attention during the day, which could invite trouble. Splendid. Shall we go now? Baiyu beamed with an even brighter smile upon hearing this. Now, Peter thought, puzzled. Had this fellow misheard, or was there something amiss with his faculties? Nevertheless, after a closer look at Baiyu, who appeared dead serious, Peter consented with a nod. He was curious to discover what this character was truly up to. Thus, amidst the peculiar glances of their colleagues, Peter Parker and Baiyu departed from the newsroom, conversing and laughing as if they were the closest of friends, despite their past being devoid of any significant interactions. Before long, they found themselves in a deserted alleyway. "Follow me." Baiyu summoned an ethereal curtain of aurora and stepped through. "What is this?" Peter Parker questioned, confused yet emboldened by his adventurous spirit. He followed suit into the luminous veil. Moments later, emerging from the curtain, Peter gazed around in astonishment. They stood once again in the same alley. Yet the night had fully descended. A realization struck him. Was this a form of temporal traversal? But then, before he could finish his thought, Peter Parker launched an unexpected attack, delivering a powerful blow towards Baiyu. Simultaneously, a black suit adorned with a white spider emblem enveloped his form, transforming him into the Venom version of Spider-Man. Freeze. Baiyu had anticipated this move, effortlessly halting Spider-Man in time. After all, Spider-Man was merely one of Peter Parker's identities, and he possessed immense strength. In contrast, Baiyu, without transformation, had only just surpassed the pinnacle of human capabilities. Nature, in its unaltered form, cannot confront Spider-Man head-on. Henshin. The transformation did not squander any moments. Baiyu swiftly produced the Time King dial alongside the time drive. Rider time. Kamen Rider. Rider. Zio. Zio. Zio 2. Accompanied by the resonant sounds of transformation, Kamen Rider Zio 2 made his inaugural appearance in this realm, having previously emerged only in the mirror world. Chapter 26. Crushing Spider-Man. Bang. Upon completing his transformation, Baiyu immediately lifted the time freeze, delivering a merciless kick towards Spider-Man. Caught off guard as the time freeze was lifted, Spider-Man let out a cry of pain, his body propelled backward with tremendous force. He somersaulted several times in midair before managing to stabilize himself just outside the alley. Gazing incredulously at Baiyu, what just transpired? Spider-Man recognized that the individual clad in the peculiar armor was indeed Baiyu from moments ago. However, he was perplexed as to when the latter had transformed and how he could land a kick before Spider-Man's spider sense could react. Could it be another ability related to time? Contemplating the earlier silver light and the shifting sky, Spider-Man began to form some theories, though he remained uncertain. Baiyu seemingly had no intention of explanation. Instead, beckoning with a finger, let me see how much combat power your suit can bestow upon you. Externally, this world's Peter Parker appeared different from the 3 previous iterations of Spider-Man. Thus, Baiyu could not directly assess his strength. Yet, with the enhancement of the Venom suit, this Spider-Man's prowess should not be underestimated, right? Seeking death. Upon witnessing Baiyu's provocative gesture, Spider-Man began to bounce off the walls, gathering momentum. Before launching himself towards Baiyu like a bullet, his fists, akin to sandbags, almost instantaneously reached Baiyu's chest armor. Observing this, Baiyu chuckled lightly, refraining from employing any techniques or skills, and simply raised his hand to deliver a straightforward punch. Bang! A tremendous force erupted between the two, shaking the ground and the surrounding walls as if struck by an invisible shockwave. What? In the next moment, Spider-Man uttered a sound of disbelief. For the nearly full-force punch he had just unleashed not only failed to affect Baiyu, but instead sent him staggering back several steps until his back pressed against the wall, barely regaining his balance. It seems you are not as formidable as I thought, Baiyu remarked, shaking his head, his voice growing cold. Now, it is my turn. No sooner had he spoken than Baiyu transformed into a blur, appearing before Spider-Man and unleashing a ruthless kick. The latter, equipped with spider sense and quick reflexes, immediately raised his right leg to defend. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Spider-Man's right leg nearly shattered. The mask he wore quickly filled with blood as it spilled from his mouth, saturating every space. Yet, this time he gritted his teeth, stifling any cries of pain. How could he be so powerful? Spider-Man pondered, bewildered. Despite the enhancement from his suit, he felt certain that his punch could exceed 30 tons, possibly even reach 40 tons. Yet, even with that, he found himself utterly overpowered by Baiyu. Not only that, the latter's speed was nearly swift enough to render his spider sense irrelevant. Yet Spider-Man distinctly recalled that just a week prior, when he encountered Baiyu, the latter was merely an ordinary individual. Could it be that he, like myself, had been bitten by something? This conjecture flitted through Spider-Man's mind, only to be promptly dismissed. No, his strength must stem from the tight-fitting armor he wore. Could it be a high-tech creation, undoubtedly not of earthly origin? Alas, reality afforded Spider-Man neither the time to comprehend nor to ponder. Are you foolish enough to be distracted while battling me? Baiyu exclaimed, seizing Spider-Man's hand and hurling him skyward, followed by a swift kick that connected with his opponent. Bang! In an instant, Spider-Man's body was propelled uncontrollably into the heavens, swiftly surpassing a nearby office building that stood approximately 100 meters tall. Damn it! Even while airborne, Spider-Man quickly regained his composure, shooting a black web from his right wrist to latch onto the edge of the rooftop of the adjacent building, thereby halting his ascent. Utilizing the web, he maneuvered himself to land on the rooftop. However, his condition was far from favorable. With a severe fracture in his right leg and his body feeling as if it had been struck by a train, every inch of him ached. Were it not for Spider-Man's superhuman strength, surpassing even that of Captain America, and the enhancements of his new suit, he might have already succumbed. Consequently, Spider-Man gained a renewed understanding of Baiyu's formidable prowess. Even more alarming was Spider-Man's realization that Baiyu had not even exerted his full strength. Had he done so, Spider-Man might very well be facing death. Suddenly, Spider-Man's spider sense was triggered with unprecedented intensity, warning him of an imminent and lethal threat. The expression beneath his mask shifted dramatically as he instinctively turned to flee. He sought to challenge the stronger, but that did not equate to a desire for demise. But then, writer finished time. Twice time break. Accompanied by sound effects, several pink and golden special text effects materialized around Spider-Man, binding his movements. These effects then shot backward, converging upon Baiyu's right foot as he soared onto the rooftop, preparing to deliver a flying kick toward Spider-Man. In the next moment, without affording Spider-Man any chance to react, Baiyu's foot struck his back with tremendous force. Boom. Predictably, Spider-Man's body was once again sent flying. This time, He soared across several buildings before finally landing on the rooftop of the 10th building. At this moment, Spider-Man appeared utterly disheveled, bruised and battered, and had completely lost consciousness. Incapacitated and rendered unable to move. In other words, Bayu showed restraint. Otherwise, that kick could have undoubtedly caused Spider-Man to perish on the spot. However, his intention was never to eliminate the latter. Are you not yet prepared to emerge? Bayu descended from the air, landing before Spider-Man, and coldly remarked, "Do you truly wish for me to kill him, or to personally extract you?" As his words resonated, Spider-Man was suddenly suspended in the air, and a torrent of black liquid surged forth from his body. The liquid increased in volume until it ultimately transformed into a towering figure, several meters in height, with a robust physique and muscles bulging like those of the Hulk. From its elongated mouth, a long tongue emerged, resembling Spider-Man in form, yet manifestly more brutal and terrifying, a grotesque humanoid monster. Chapter 27. Venom indeed. The Kamen Rider is formidable, isn't he? The humanoid creature, or rather Venom, fixed his gaze intensely upon Bayu, and posed a question that should not have been uttered since the 10th year of the Heisei era. Who exactly are you? Me? Upon hearing Venom's inquiry, a knowing smile crept across Bayu's lips. Just a passing Kamen Rider, remember that. Initially, Bayu had no intention of adopting the lines of Xiaoming Guk Kamen Rider Decade to showcase his bravado. However, given the heightened atmosphere, failing to indulge in a bit of theatrics would be akin to inviting calamity upon himself. Kamen Rider? Venom, oblivious to the weight of this declaration, merely scoffed. Humph. Regardless of who you are, anyone daring to trouble me meets only a dead end. Venom, an extraterrestrial life form that requires a host to survive and grow stronger, had finally encountered a suitable host, Spider-Man, only to find that the latter was nearly defeated by this sudden appearance of a Kamen Rider. Moreover, Venom sensed keenly that this Kamen Rider was likely targeting him from the outset, and attacking Spider-Man was probably an attempt to draw him out. A Kamen Rider, you say? Meanwhile, Venom contemplated, I shall vanquish you and make you my new host. Creatures like Venom possess the ability to genetically replicate the powers of their hosts, thereby becoming exceedingly powerful. In fact, he could amplify the abilities of a host by numerous folds. Venom was confident that if he could possess this Kamen Rider before him, his overall strength would ascend to unprecedented heights. At that point, he would be able to bestow his might upon all manner of superheroes and trample over various supervillains, ultimately paving his path to the pinnacle of life and liquid existence. The mere thought stirred a flicker of excitement within him. Ahem. The only obstacle now was that Venom must first defeat this so-called Kamen Rider before he could proceed with his possession. Nevertheless, Venom was not overly concerned about his own strength. After all, in his current state, his power far surpassed that of the earlier Spider-Man. Observing this scene, Bayu seemed to have guessed Venom's intentions, yet he remained unperturbed, even gesturing with his middle finger. If you can manage it, then come at me. Die. In response, Venom wasted no time. He unleashed dark strands of webbing from his wrists to disrupt Bayu. Then, soaring into the air, he raised two fists that resembled stone millstones, aiming them downwards toward Bayu. Psycho Gerade. Witnessing this, Bayu stood firm, and from the timepiece of Kamen Rider VOS second stage, a long sword with golden inscriptions and a handle adorned with the visage of Zeo flew forth. The mightiest time sword. The strongest time sword first effortlessly shredded the black strands of webbing Venom had launched, before soaring into Bayu's right hand. Rider Giri. With the mightiest time sword in hand, Bayu, following the reverberating electronic sound, executed a horizontal slash towards the impending assault of Venom. With a resounding crash, the formidable time sword ruthlessly struck Venom's fists. A piercing scream escaped Venom as his entire form was sent hurtling back. Is this all you've got? Bayu shook his head slightly, seemingly unimpressed. You truly have let me down. Without granting Venom a moment to respond, Bayu gripped the most powerful time sword once more, delivering another merciless horizontal slash. Accompanied by a resonant sound, several dark golden dial phantoms erupted from the time sword, hurtling directly towards Venom. Oh no. Just as he had been flung away and hadn't yet touched the ground, Venom's expression shifted drastically. In this critical moment, he could only transform his body into a black shield in a desperate attempt to absorb the impending damage. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a dark golden phantom descended with lightning speed upon the shield Venom had morphed into. The shield shattered instantly, reverting Venom back to his original form, and he was propelled further away at an even greater velocity. After soaring past several buildings, he finally crashed onto a new rooftop. If there had been any obstacles in his path, they were all obliterated by Venom's body. Damn it. Once he regained control, Venom turned to flee without hesitation. The Kamen Rider is indeed too powerful. At this moment, I am no match for him. Just from those 2 strikes, Venom recognized the vast chasm of strength that lay between himself and the so-called Kamen Rider. Were it not for his liquid nature and regenerative abilities rivaling those of Wolverine, he knew those 2 strikes alone could have rendered him incapable of fighting, if not killed him outright. Given this, what reason did Venom have to continue the battle? But wait, this is not over. Venom silently vowed, I will return. At that time, I shall defeat you and make you my new host. Venom resolved to seek out more superheroes or supervillains, intending to possess their abilities and thus grow ever stronger. Only through this path could he hope to vanquish the Kamen Rider and redeem himself from today's humiliation. I eagerly anticipate the moment when I defeat you and acquire your powers through possession. Your expression will be, hee hee, lost in a pleasant reverie. Venom unconsciously mimicked the voice of a sinister elder. Behind. Run, run. Even though Baiyu remained unaware of Venom's thoughts, he could sense the urgency in the air and remained unfazed. Let the bullets fly a little longer. As he spoke, Baiyu retrieved the 555 dial from the system space and inserted it into the left slot of the time-space driver. Then, armor time, complete. Fuy's axle. With the resonant sound of transformation echoing, Baiyu instantly transformed into a form inspired by the second phase of Zio. Adorned with silver armor on his legs, arms, and shoulders, featuring a chest design reminiscent of circuitry. This form bore a resemblance to the Kamen Rider Fuy's acceleration mode, thus becoming the Kamen Rider Zio second phase 555 acceleration armor. Indeed, this time, Baiyu transcended the basic form of Kamen Rider 555, directly augmenting it with the latter's acceleration mode. In this form, Baiyu would attain the capability of supersonic movement. Of course, even without this form, Baiyu possessed the means to contend with the fleeing Venom. However, having acquired the 555 dial, it would be a waste not to utilize it. To play with its power, would it not be a squandering of heavenly resources? Chapter 28, The Crimson Drill. It was time to pursue Venom. After approximately 10 seconds, Baiyu pressed the button located above the 555 dial. Fuy's axle. Startup. As the electronic sound effects resonated, Baiyu felt as though the entire world had decelerated, descending into a state akin to the stillness he experienced during time stop. It was not the world that had slowed down, but rather, I have become faster. Baiyu inherently understood this. In an instant, his entire body transformed into an elusive afterimage, vanishing from the spot. Simultaneously, Venom had arrived at a certain sewer. He intended to escape through these places, which most people would rather avoid. Moreover, Venom's speed was astonishing. Within 10 seconds, he could cover a distance of 3 kilometers. After all, the comic version of Venom could reach an astounding speed of Mach 2 under extreme conditions, even though the cinematic Venom was not quite the same. Running at supersonic speeds seemed reasonable in the face of imminent danger. I have found you. However, in the blink of an eye, Baiyu had already positioned himself behind Venom. It is essential to note that the Kamen Rider 555, in its acceleration form, could achieve a remarkable speed of 100 m in 0.0058 seconds. Now, under the effects of the 1.5-tier Onmyo power amplified threefold, Baiyu's speed in the 555 acceleration armor form had become even more terrifying. To Baiyu, Venom, who was currently sprinting at full speed, resembled nothing more than a sluggish snail. In fact, he was even slower than a snail. This must come to an end. Baiyu wasted no time. Swiftly pressing the button on the 555 dial and rotating the time-space driver 360 degrees counterclockwise. Psychio. Finish time. Fuy's axle. Crimson smash. As the electronic synthesized sound echoed from the time-space driver, Baiyu crouched down before leaping powerfully. In the next moment, a beam of red light shot forth from his right leg, forming a red conical energy pointer behind Venom. Had both parties been at normal speeds, Venom would have felt a significant restriction on his mobility. Unfortunately, at that moment, Venom was still oblivious to Baiyu's presence behind him, rendering it impossible for him to perceive any limitation on his movements. In the next instant, Baiyu's right foot, marked with a glowing red, pierced through the crimson drill, ruthlessly striking Venom's back. Bang! In an instant, a red appeared before Venom. His body subsequently erupted in an explosion. Amidst the chaos, a strange black liquid separated, leaving behind a severely injured and unconscious Peter Parker. Undoubtedly, The Peter Parker of this moment is the genuine Peter Parker. The dark liquid, forcibly separated, is the true essence of Venom. With a decisive timeout, White U ceased his acceleration. Although he was not constrained to a mere 10 seconds of supersonic activity, as in the original narrative, the acceleration nonetheless imposed a certain strain on his body, albeit less severe than depicted in the source material. Moreover, the present circumstances no longer necessitated the continuation of his accelerated state. Damn! The now transformed black liquid Venom had not perished and instead unleashed a furious roar. How could your speed be so extraordinary? It is known that Venom's spider sense far exceeds that of Spider-Man. Yet, earlier, he had not even registered White U's presence before finding himself in this predicament. This was not merely absurd, it was utterly preposterous. It appeared that your life was quite resilient, but White U advanced step by step towards Venom, a spark of electricity crackling in his right palm. Soon, that may not hold true. White U was aware of Venom's two significant weaknesses: extreme heat and ultrasonic waves. Thunder itself embodied a force of high temperature, potent enough to obliterate Venom entirely. What do you intend to do? Venom, as steadfast as iron, was now thoroughly alarmed at the sight of the lightning in White U's hand. Do not approach. Please, do not come any closer. Upon severing its bond with its host, Venom had already entered a countdown to oblivion. If struck by a few bolts of lightning, survival would become utterly impossible. I submit. I am willing to submit. In a moment of crisis, Venom cast aside its reservations. I have drifted aimlessly, never encountering a worthy master. If you would not forsake me, I would gladly serve you. I beseech you, spare my life. Noticing that White U showed no inclination to relent, Venom's gaze darted to the injured Peter Parker. Peter Parker is gravely wounded. Without timely intervention, he may succumb at any moment. I can heal him, restore him to his former glory, and enhance his strength. I assure you, this time it will not affect his mind. Moreover, I possess further utility. Grant me my life, spare me. Enough. Growing weary of the incessant pleas, White U snorted derisively and hurled the lightning in his hand towards Venom. No. Venom emitted a desperate wail. At present, he was exceedingly weak and could not evade the lightning that White U cast forth. An unprecedented sense of impending doom and fear crept into Venom's heart, enveloping his entire being. After all, when faced with the specter of death, how many can truly confront it with composure? Crackling. The sound of electricity reverberated continuously, however. Contrary to Venom's fears, it did not obliterate him entirely. Instead, it merely encircled him, restricting his freedom. Even so, the searing heat emanating from the thunderclaps nearby left him in excruciating agony. Indeed, Venom even contemplated an early demise as a means to alleviate his suffering. At that moment, White U approached Venom and raised a finger. In an instant, both Venom and the surrounding thunder vanished without a trace. Could it truly be possible? Beneath the mask, White U's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. He had been attempting to draw Venom into the system's space, harboring little hope of success. Yet, to his astonishment, he had indeed succeeded. This revelation implied that White U might also attempt to confine other entities, even sentient beings, within the system's space. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a piece of information suddenly emerged in his consciousness. The system's space was limited, currently only about 10 cubic units. The stronger the being and the more resistant their will, the more challenging it would be to encapsulate them within the system. Venom, weakened to the utmost extreme due to his dependence on a host for survival and having been obliterated by White U, was filled with dread towards death and White U alike. Moreover, with the thunder perpetually encircling him, he was successfully ensnared within the system's space. Yet, should it involve other sentient beings, the outcome would be far less certain. Chapter 29. You see, he owes us his gratitude moreover. White U received an even more astonishing piece of news. It was revealed that any sentient being that had ever entered the system space would bear an indelible mark belonging to White U deep within their souls. This mark would subtly ingrain in them the perception of White U as an intimate, paramount, and revered entity, one they could never betray. Truly remarkable. White U nodded in satisfaction. Initially, he had contemplated that Venom could absorb and enhance the powers of others through possession and genetic replication. Furthermore, neither the Marvel Comics nor the films had ever alluded to a limitation on Venom's replication abilities. At least, White U had not encountered such a stipulation. Thus, retaining Venom might prove beneficial in the future. If all else failed, he could always manifest entities like Carnage, Venom's offspring, or Toxin, Venom's grandchild, for additional leverage. Nevertheless, the potential for Venom's rebellion lingered. However, the situation had transformed. With the imprint effect from the system space, Bayu no longer needed to fret about Venom's loyalty, allowing the latter to unleash even greater capabilities. These considerations were for a later time. For now, Bayu shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts, and turned his attention to Peter Parker, who lay injured on the ground. Venom's previous assertion held true. The current Peter Parker was battered and riddled with internal issues. If left unattended, even if he survived, the ensuing days would undoubtedly be arduous. There was no alternative, as Venom had fused with Peter Parker, and Bayu was curious to witness the prowess of both Spider-Man and Venom. Thus, it was only natural to engage and battle together. Moreover, since it was my doing, I shall naturally assist in your healing. Bayu's lips curled slightly, seemingly dismissive of the gravity of the matter. He then removed the ZO2 belt and pressed it towards Peter Parker. ZO2, an electronic sound resounded, and Peter Parker began to move erratically as if possessed. Yet, during this process, the various injuries on his body rapidly began to heal. This was due to the time-reversing effect of the ZO2 belt. It was not merely that Peter Parker was gravely injured. Even in death, Bayu could resurrect him. This was precisely why Bayu had not exerted himself too much from the outset. Now, he was harnessing the power of the ZO2 belt to revert Peter Parker's physical state to that prior to his possession by Venom and before he sustained any injuries. Before long. What is this? Peter Parker gradually rose, initially bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. However, when his gaze fell upon Bayu, he suddenly jolted, entering a state of combat readiness. What do you intend to do? Stay away from me. Unlike Bruce Banner transforming into the Hulk, where consciousness is lost. After being possessed by Venom, Peter Parker retains a memory of the events that transpired, albeit with a clouded awareness of the irregularities at the time. Consequently, he recollects that he was recently assaulted by the very colleague before him and the Kamen Rider. Why the tension? Observing this, Bayu shook his head, reverting from his transformation while stating, I am no demon. The altercation earlier was merely to confront Venom, the black suit that once clung to you. Look, you have freed yourself from Venom's grasp, and your body has regained its health. It does seem so. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker attentively sensed the changes within himself and nodded. Thank you, Bayu. With his prior memories, Peter could easily discern the truth in Bayu's words. Ultimately, the latter indeed assisted him in overcoming Venom. Thus, the unpleasant circumstances of the encounter became insignificant in light of the outcome. Additionally, as Spider-Man, Peter Parker has often felt a profound loneliness. Even when he encounters other superhumans, these relationships invariably evolve into adversarial ones. At this moment, Peter is merely a young man who has recently begun his job. This tendency for Peter to engage in excessive banter during battles likely stems from a desire to confide in someone. The emergence of Bayu signifies the presence of another superhuman in Peter's life. Given that Bayu aided in vanquishing Venom and healing his injuries, Peter surmises that Bayu might also be a superhero. Perhaps, there's no need for thanks. Bayu waved his hand dismissively in response to Peter's gratitude. I happen to have an interest in Venom. Besides, it was I who initially harmed you. Even without Bayu's intervention, Peter could have extricated himself from Venom's influence. Moreover, Bayu's presence here was merely to obtain a reward from Peter. The ensuing events were merely coincidental. The crux of the matter is that Peter Parker is rather impoverished. Bayu could hardly conceive of anything substantial Peter could offer as thanks. Thus, it would be wiser to foster a benevolent rapport. Perhaps in the future, he could call upon Spider-Man as an ally or a diversion. Regardless, I must express my gratitude once more. After thanking Bayu again, Peter suddenly recalled something and awkwardly inquired, Bayu, have we directly arrived at that evening? That would mean we've been missing for a considerable part of the day. When the newspaper or my family fails to reach me, it could lead to complications, especially concerning Aunt May. I truly wish to avoid causing her additional worry. Strictly speaking, that is indeed the case. Bayu nodded before chuckling softly. However, I am the master of time, the Kamen Rider Zeo. It is but a trifling matter. With that, Bayu raised his hand and summoned a shimmering curtain of aurora. This, Peter Parker, possessing prior memories, quickly grasped the situation and exclaimed in astonishment. So we can return through this light veil? He had assumed that this phenomenon only facilitated a one-way journey. But what is the principle behind it? Is it an innate ability of yours, Bayu, or a sophisticated technological creation you have devised? As is well known, Peter Parker is an academic prodigy with remarkable practical skills. Whether it was the spider suit he crafted during his tenure as Spider-Man or the web shooters he invented, All were products of his own ingenuity. Clearly, Peter Parker now harbored a keen interest in this Aurora curtain, capable of transporting one to and fro at a specific moment in time. Chapter 30. The Crisis of Tony Stark. Such frivolous chatter. Observing the scene, a somewhat impatient Bayou did not hesitate to lift his foot and send Peter Parker tumbling into the shimmering Aurora. Off you go. A few hours later, Bayou and Peter Parker arrived at a restaurant, prepared to indulge in lunch. Naturally, it was Peter Parker who insisted on treating. As a token of gratitude for Bayou's assistance in liberating him from Venom's grasp. Ladies and gentlemen, the Monaco Grand Prix has commenced. Is that Mr. Tony Stark? To everyone's astonishment, he has chosen to personally participate. Almost simultaneously, a television in the restaurant was broadcasting footage of a racing event. Is that Mr. Stark? Peter Parker's attention was immediately captivated. The CEO of Stark Industries. It seems he recently handed over this position to his assistant, Virginia Pepper Potts. Nonetheless, Mr. Stark remains one of the wealthiest individuals in the world, perhaps even the wealthiest. Additionally, his intellect is remarkable. Not long ago, he developed the arc reactor and the iron suit, thus transforming himself into the superhero Iron Man. The excitement in Peter Parker's voice was palpable. This reaction is entirely understandable, as few can resist envying the life of Tony Stark, whether in this world or in Bayou's former existence. At the very least, it is difficult not to yearn for his wealth, brilliance, and the identity of Iron Man. Moreover, both Peter Parker and Tony Stark are superheroes. However, the former is always reluctant to reveal his identity and leads a somewhat frugal life, while the latter is unabashedly open about his identity and enjoys a luxurious lifestyle. Given Peter Parker's character, jealousy and hatred are out of the question, leaving only sincere admiration. Indeed, he is truly remarkable. Bayou initially concurred with Peter Parker's sentiments but then remarked with a knowing tone, however, he will soon face a significant setback. If Bayou's memory served him correctly, a man named Ivan Vanko Whiplash would soon crash into the racetrack, delivering a considerable surprise to Tony. Yet, Bayou recalled that in the original narrative, Tony participated in the race due to palladium poisoning, wishing to experience life more fully before his demise. Simultaneously, a flicker of doubt danced in Bayou's mind. Could it be that his palladium poisoning issue remains unresolved? That shouldn't be the case. In the original story, upon discovering that his father's legacy may harbor a new element, Tony swiftly upgraded the arc reactor, thereby resolving the palladium poisoning. This time, it has been 2 or 3 days since Bayou alerted Tony. There is no reason for him not to have produced the new element by now. So, it seems Tony, even without the threat to his life, still craves a thrill, does he? Bayou shook his head slightly. Upon deeper reflection, this does seem quite in line with Tony's character. A setback? At this moment, upon hearing Bayou's words, Peter Parker appeared utterly bewildered. What does that mean? Bayou, disinclined to elaborate, rose from his seat and patted Peter Parker's shoulder, saying, "Remain seated and do not move. I shall attend to a minor matter and return shortly." Without waiting for Peter Parker's response, Bayou proceeded directly towards the restroom. After all, how could he resist participating in such an exhilarating racing event? Furthermore, he might just discover new rewards from Ivan Vanko. Peter Parker, noticing Bayou's direction towards the restroom, paid it no mind and continued to watch the thrilling race on television. However, what unfolded next caused Peter Parker, along with nearly everyone else present, to feel a sudden jolt of alarm. Oh, my God! Who is that? Is he out of his mind? What does he intend to do? A man clad in a work uniform, wielding 2 whips crackling with potent electricity, slowly entered the arena. As he advanced, the current ignited his uniform, revealing a crude yet intricately engineered exoskeleton powered by an arc reactor at his chest. Then, bang! The man, more accurately, Ivan Vanko, raised his right hand and lashed out at an oncoming race car. In an instant, the vehicle was nearly cleaved in 2, its wreckage flung aside. One can only imagine the tremendous force behind Ivan Vanko's strike. As for the racer inside the car, if all went as expected, he had likely met a tragic fate. Shortly thereafter, another race car approached Ivan Vanko, and within it sat none other than our Iron Man, Tony Stark. This is bad. Mr. Stark is in danger. Peter Parker, witnessing this scene unfold on the television, was filled with concern. Had he been at the scene, he would have already transformed into Spider-Man and rushed out to intervene. This was not merely for Tony's sake. Countless innocent lives were also at risk. Yet, it is crucial to note that Peter Parker's location in New York was over 8,000 kilometers away from Monaco. even if Peter Parker were to attempt it. Not even Kamen Rider Fuyz, with his ability to accelerate, could reach in a timely manner. Wait. Suddenly, Peter Parker grasped a crucial insight. Could it be that Bayu's earlier mention of Mr. Stark facing difficulties referred to this very situation? Surely not. Bayu is not a seer. Yet, if he could traverse different timelines through that silvery veil, perhaps he possessed knowledge of certain forthcoming events, albeit not of paramount significance. Peter Parker's heart raced as he watched Ivan Vanko poised to attack Tony's race car. In this dire situation, why am I still mulling over these trivial matters? I hope that Mr. Stark, along with the others present, can weather this storm. Peter Parker is currently aware that the Aurora Veil can lead to both the past and the future, yet he remains oblivious to its potential to transport one to alternate dimensions. Thus, he momentarily fails to connect the unfolding events with Bayu's earlier trip to the restroom. Almost simultaneously, at the Monaco Grand Prix, who is this individual? Tony, observing Ivan Vanko as he lashes out towards him, is engulfed by a myriad of questions, particularly upon noticing the arc reactor emblazoned on Vanko's chest. Of course, this is not the moment for contemplation. As the threat looms, Tony swiftly reacts, opening the car door and successfully leaping from the vehicle. The cost, however, is the destruction of the race car he was driving, rendered utterly useless by Ivan Vanko's strike. Chapter 31. Since you have asked with sincere intent. Tony, Iron Man. Ivan Vanko, with a toothpick clenched between his teeth, cast a disdainful glance at Tony. Huh? What a pitiful superhero, reduced to this state of disarray. Ivan's father, Anton Vanko, had once collaborated with Tony's father, Howard Stark, on the arc reactor. However, Anton was subsequently ousted by Howard for attempting to exploit the arc reactor for nefarious purposes to gain personal advantage. Nonetheless, Ivan Vanko bore no resemblance to his father. In their eyes, all of Tony's current glory and wealth should rightfully belong to them. Moreover, with Anton Vanko having recently passed away, Ivan harbored feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred. After a series of preparations, he had come here today, intent on exacting revenge on Tony. You thief, die. At this moment, Ivan wasted no time allowing Tony to react, raising his electrified whip once more to strike at him. Damn it. Tony's expression shifted, and he quickly rolled to the side to evade. Unfortunately, since it was a competition and his Iron Man suit had not yet been upgraded to a portable version, he found himself in such a wretched predicament. Meanwhile, Pepper, the new CEO of Stark Industries and Tony's girlfriend, was en route with the Iron Man suit. Die, Ivan. Undeterred by his initial miss, swung the whip again, just as Tony prepared to roll away once more. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zeo. Accompanied by electronic sound effects, two pink special text effects suddenly flew from behind Tony, colliding with Ivan Vanko and sending him flying, before returning to settle into Zeo's eyes, serving as a sight. As for why Bayu is currently using Zeo instead of the second form, it was simply because Ivan Vanko was too weak to warrant the latter's use. Meanwhile, ding. Sign-in successful for Whip. Ivan Vanko, reward, Mach Pegasus. The system's voice resonated in Bayu's mind at just the right moment. Was it Mach Pegasus this time? Beneath his mask, Bayu's expression shifted. Mach Pegasus was the exclusive motorcycle mechanism of Kamen Rider Fuyz, available in both vehicle and combat modes. More importantly, when its owner faced danger, Mach Pegasus would autonomously rush to assist in resolving the crisis. In the original narrative, Mach Pegasus had aided the protagonists in overcoming numerous perils. For convenience, the Mach Pegasus Bayu had just acquired could simply be stored within the system space. Thus, when he found himself in danger, it would automatically appear to help him confront the threat. Even if the Agile Pegasus were to sustain damage, it could swiftly and automatically repair itself within the confines of the system space. A commendable reward. Bayu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After all, as a Kamen Rider, he remained relatively vulnerable when not transformed, particularly when faced with sudden ambushes. Although the defensive capabilities of the Agile Pegasus were not without limits, they nonetheless significantly enhanced Bayu's safety. In that instant, his gaze towards Ivan Vanko softened considerably. When the time comes to confront the latter, I shall strike with precision to minimize his suffering, Ivan Vanko. Outside, Kamen Rider Zeo. Tony's attention, following the earlier pink text, was immediately uplifted upon recognizing that familiar figure. As someone who had previously battled alongside Zeo, Tony was acutely aware of the latter's formidable strength. He also believed that with Zeo present, the individual wielding the dual whips in proximity posed little threat. As for why Zeo was here, does it truly matter? Not in the slightest. in New York, Queens, within a certain restaurant. By Kamen Rider Zeo, Peter Parker was taken aback, staring at the television where that familiar yet slightly unfamiliar figure appeared. How could he be there? Instinctively, Peter glanced towards the restroom. He never anticipated that the person he had conversed with merely half a minute ago would show up 8,000 kilometers away in Monaco. This was utterly absurd, an outrageous level of absurdity. Could it be that the earlier silver light not only traversed time, but also space? The astute Peter Parker immediately formulated such a hypothesis. If that were indeed the case, how incredibly cool would that be? The crucial point was, with Bayou transformed into Zeo, the safety of Mr. Stark and the others would surely be secure, right? At the Monaco Grand Prix, who are you? Ivan Vanko fixed a piercing gaze on the figure that had suddenly appeared before him, his tone laced with caution and a hint of coldness. Huh. Upon witnessing this, Bayou scoffed. You villains are truly amusing, always posing such self-destructive inquiries. Very well, since you have sincerely asked, I shall graciously enlighten you. I am Kamen Rider Zeo, the benevolent Demon King. Remember this well. No need to remember, for you shall soon meet your demise. What? Upon hearing this, Ivan Vanko felt humiliated and grew increasingly irate. What do I care about your title of Zeo, Demon King? Since you dare to obstruct me, prepare to meet your end. With that, Ivan Vanko raised his hand and lashed out with a whip towards the self-proclaimed Demon King. Be careful. Tony couldn't help but warn. He recalled that Zeo's true strength lay in several other flamboyant forms. This current form shouldn't be too powerful, should it? Yet, in the next moment, Tony's expression turned utterly blank. How ridiculous. White Yu effortlessly grasped the whip thrust towards him by Ivan Vank with his left hand, disregarding the currents of electricity and energy coursing through it. Do you truly believe you can slay me with such feeble attempts? You are but a frog in a well, convinced of your invincibility with merely a modicum of worthless power. What shall be done with someone as foolish as you? Perhaps the only solution is to send you to your demise. Silence. Ivan Vank's fragile heart could not bear such insults. He immediately lifted another whip and lashed out at the Time King. Shut your mouth and perish. At White Yu's command, the temporal extremity sword materialized, effortlessly slicing through both of Ivan Vank's whips with a mere flick. Now it is my turn. Capitalizing on his advantage, White Yu removed the Time King's dial and placed it into the slot of the temporal extremity sword. No. At that moment, Tony Stark, realizing White Yu's intentions, suddenly changed his expression and called out in alarm, Time King, stop. Do not kill him. Chapter 32. The double standards of the American authorities. Are you jesting? Do you truly believe that one can simply refrain from taking a life? White Yu, of course, had no intention of heeding Tony's words. Gripping the time limit sword, he unleashed a decisive strike. Finish time. Zeo. Giri Giri slash. Accompanied by the sound of his ultimate technique, a shadowy, dark golden clock emerged from the time limit sword, swiftly pursuing Ivan Vanko. There was no surprise. Ivan Vanko could only emit a pain scream before reuniting with his deceased father. After all, Bayou had already signed off on Ivan Vanko, rendering his continued existence unnecessary. Conversely, should Ivan Vanko remain alive, he might pose unwarranted complications for Bayou. Time King. Tony, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback before rushing to confront Bayou with indignation. Why did you take a life? As a superhero, Tony possessed an unwavering sense of justice, often to an excessive degree. In his eyes, Ivan Vanko did not deserve to die, at least not at Bayou's hands. Why? Bayou turned to Tony, a cold smile gracing his lips. I hope that when you face the family of the racer who was cleaved in two by Ivan Vanko's actions, you will pose the same question. I also hope that when the relevant parties in this competition are held accountable, you will boldly ask a murderer, why? Upon hearing this, Tony fell silent, and after a considerable pause, he managed to utter, but it should not have been you to end his life. You possess no authority to enforce the law. And what then? Bayou continued to regard Tony with a detached demeanor. What do you intend to do? Don your Iron Man suit to apprehend me? Or perhaps call upon the authorities of the United States, or Monaco, or even Russia? In any case, summon the so-called officials to arrest me? Tony remained silent once more. If it were possible, he would undoubtedly wish to don his Iron Man suit immediately and capture this Time King, who had taken a life without hesitation. Yet, Tony understood that even in his armor, he could never match the prowess of the Time King. Should he genuinely provoke the latter, who could withstand the fallout of a nuclear explosion? Moreover, considering that the Time King had, in any case, saved Tony, and even more so with the previous warning. It could be said that he had saved him twice. No matter how righteous Tony felt, he found it difficult to repay the kindness of a savior with enmity over a man who was, in truth, deserving of his fate. In light of this, what other choice remained? Naturally, the path of forgiveness was the only viable option. Regardless, you possess no authority to take a life lightly. After a moment of contemplation, Tony fixed a serious gaze upon the Time King, then shifted his tone. Furthermore, you have indeed saved my life. I shall never treat my savior unjustly. Should you not mind, I shall arrange for the transfer of 10 of Stark Industries shares to you as a token of gratitude. Upon hearing these words, Bayou could not help but glance at Tony with astonishment. 10% of Stark Industries is no trifling matter. Such a share could instantly endow Bayou with a fortune in the realm of hundreds of billions, even thousands of billions. After regaining his composure, Bayou naturally chose not to decline, and with a wave of his hand, he declared, I must take my leave. We shall converse another time. With that, he summoned a curtain of aurora, vanishing from sight. Is this his ability to traverse different realms? Tony gazed at the spot where Bayou had just stood, his mind tumultuous. Since their last encounter, where he had been bested by Bayou, Tony had been closely monitoring his movements. He was aware that just days prior, Bayou and Black Widow had traversed over 3,000 kilometers, appearing in New Mexico. Nevertheless, witnessing Bayou's instantaneous departure through the aurora curtain left Tony profoundly astonished. Simultaneously, a sense of gravity settled within him. This capability indicated that should Bayou wish to enact something, it would be effortlessly achievable. Tony. Shortly thereafter, Pepper arrived, carrying the Mark V emergency Iron Man suit, which had been folded into a briefcase. It was no wonder she arrived late. The situation had unfolded abruptly. And given that she was at a hotel outside the competition venue, her timely arrival was commendable. Rest assured, I am unharmed, Tony reassured her upon hearing her voice. Before long, Tony received a call from General Ross Stark with the unanimous agreement of the U.S. military and higher authorities. The Time King is granted special operational authority. At any time, should the target engage in criminal conduct, he is empowered to act on behalf of the official enforcement. He may even, in the vernacular of Huagua, strike first and report later. Therefore, I hope you refrain from seeking trouble with that damned individual. Tony replied. Goodness gracious. He could wager that if he or any other superheroes were to take a life, the authorities would not exhibit any leniency. At most, facing a billionaire like Tony, who also wielded an Iron Man suit, they might hesitate to act. Yet, accountability would be inevitable. However, when it came to the Time King, he was granted special operational authority and the ability to act without prior notice. The double standard was glaringly apparent. Upon further reflection, it was, in fact, quite reasonable. The Time King was, in essence, akin to a humanoid nuclear weapon, and now he possessed the capacity to disregard spatial distances and traverse freely. Imagine you are at home, enjoying hot pot and singing merrily when suddenly an aurora curtain unfurls before you, followed by a nuclear explosion of a kick landing squarely on your charming visage. Who would not be bewildered? Moreover, the U.S. military and officials had long sought to harness the Time King's powers for their own purposes. Just when I was at a loss regarding how to proceed, an opportunity presented itself. After all, they do not believe that a mere compensation of 10 million, as previously claimed, would suffice to sway the esteemed Mr. Schur. Naturally, the current Special Operational Authority may not wield much influence. However, it matters little, as long as the American officials continue to extend goodwill towards Mr. Schur. Over time, should the American authorities request Mr. Schur's assistance in modest tasks for compensation, it would be rather awkward for him to decline, wouldn't it? Subsequently, many matters would become considerably simpler. In contrast, the life of a mere Ivan Vanko pales in significance. Yet, if it comes to that point and Mr. Schur remains reluctant to assist the American officials, the actions they might take become uncertain. Chapter 33. The Awkward Moments of Peter Parker. Damn it. Tony muttered under his breath, expressing his discontent. Does immense power grant one the liberty to act without restraint? It has indeed been demonstrated that great strength can lead to unchecked freedom. If the Time King were not capable of executing a nuclear explosion kick, how could he have killed someone and emerged unscathed? Only to be awarded a special operational authority by the American government, allowing for retroactive justification? If it had been anyone else, even Iron Man, they would have faced considerable trouble. After all, Iron Man cannot obliterate an entire city in an instant. It is not that he lacks the ability. Rather, he would never resort to such extreme measures. However, that device. Tony's gaze fell upon the arc reactor embedded in Ivan Vanko's chest, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his own, plunging him into deep contemplation. In a restaurant located in Queens, Peter Parker stared at the television screen, shocked by the footage of the Time King striking down Ivan Vanko. Did he just kill someone? Peter mused. Until now, he had always believed that Bayu was his ally, both being superheroes. Yet, at this moment, he began to question his assumptions. At the very least, Peter Parker, under ordinary circumstances, would apprehend a criminal and turn them over to the authorities, never resorting to lethal force. On one hand, Peter Parker is inherently kind-hearted and refrains from taking a life lightly. On the other hand, he understands that superheroes and law enforcers are fundamentally different concepts. As Spider-Man, he may embody the essence of a superhero, but he is certainly not a law enforcer. Peter Parker is convinced that Bayu, now transformed into the Time King, is also not a law enforcer, at least not at this moment. Fortunately, the victim was a nefarious individual, and this is perhaps the only solace Peter Parker can find in this situation. Moments later, Bayu returned to his seat. Bayu. Peter Parker hesitated, seemingly wishing to speak. Just then, a figure clad in black with sunglasses approached Bayu, holding a military green notebook. Lowering his voice deliberately, yet unmistakably infused with respect, he addressed Bayu. Mr. Bayu, greetings. This is a special permit issued by the American government. Should you encounter any extraordinary circumstances within U.S. borders, you may act with discretion. Even if you were to face issues in other countries, we will exert every effort to assist you. For instance, regarding that matter in Monaco, you need not worry about any complications. Oh? Bayu raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the swift actions of the American government. He was somewhat surprised by the extent of their measures. Of course, Bayu was astute enough to perceive the underlying motives of the American authorities. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. After all, he had no intention of engaging in activities he did not wish to pursue. Even if others sought to contrive difficulties for him, they would first have to assess their own capabilities. That said, this special permit would indeed facilitate Bayu's future endeavors. Indeed, Bayu, without hesitation, accepted the special permit while glancing at Peter Parker. What were you about to say? Peter Parker, awkwardly fixated on the special permit in Bayu's hand, felt as though he could almost excavate a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. After all, in a certain sense, Bayu had now become an enforcer. Moreover, the U.S. authorities had explicitly stated that Bayu need not concern himself with matters in Monaco. What could Peter Parker, merely an ordinary citizen, possibly say? Nothing at all. Since you have nothing to say, let us have lunch first. Noticing this, Bayu decided against further teasing Peter Parker, casually storing the special permit in the system space and chuckling lightly. At that moment, their orders arrived at the table. Very well. What else could Peter Parker do but comply? After a moment's hesitation, he could not suppress his surprise and curiosity, softly inquiring, Bayu, why is it that, after that incident, the relevant U.S. departments not only did not hold you accountable but even issued you such a certificate? It is important to note that Peter Parker, as Spider-Man, had neither taken a life nor caused harm, instead persistently aiding the police in apprehending criminals. Yet, in the eyes of the law, he remained indistinguishable from a criminal. Moreover, adding to Peter Parker's frustrations was the fact that his current girlfriend, Gwen Stacy's father, George Stacy, happened to be the chief of the nearby police station. The disparity in treatment between him and Bayu was glaring. Quite simply, observing Peter Parker's expression, Bayu replied with utmost nonchalance, as long as you can create a nuclear explosion at will, you too can enjoy such privileges. Peter Parker? What does creating a nuclear explosion at will even mean? Wait. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Peter Parker looked at Bayu in astonishment. Could it be that the commotion above Harlem a few nights ago was due to you? Indeed, it was precisely that. Bayu nodded, feeling no need to conceal this matter from Peter Parker. My God, even with his suspicions, upon hearing Bayu's confirmation, Peter Parker could not help but be taken aback. He instinctively surveyed their surroundings, noticing that no one was paying attention to them and that they had intentionally lowered their voices, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. This makes sense. This makes sense. Simultaneously, Peter Parker began to comprehend the reaction of the U.S. authorities and Bayu's earlier statement. After all, the worth of a humanoid nuclear weapon is well understood by those in the know. In the following moments, Bayu first enjoyed lunch with Peter Parker, then returned to the Daily Bugle. Without the influence of venom, Peter Parker's original temperament resurfaced, even prompting him to consider apologizing to Editor-in-Chief Jonah. However, he was dissuaded by Bayou. Although Peter Parker displayed some problematic traits while under Venom's influence, his actions did not necessarily equate to wrongdoing. The majority of recent profits for the Horn Daily have stemmed from the Spider-Man photographs taken by Peter Parker. Thus, is it not reasonable for Jonah to offer a sufficiently high price for these images? Once Peter Parker genuinely seeks to apologize, the price will inevitably plummet. As for Bayou, he has opted to resign altogether. After all, he is on the verge of becoming one of the shareholders of Stark Industries. What more could he desire? Certainly, the identity of a journalist allows Bayou to engage more closely with superheroes and supervillains alike. Yet, without this identity, the distinction for him would hardly be significant at this juncture. In the evening, Bayou dined with Peter Parker once more, leaving his contact information with the latter before utilizing the Aurora Veil to return to his hotel room. Upon arrival, he discovered that an additional person had already taken residence there. Chapter 34, Long Live Hydra. To my astonishment, after the initial shock, Bayou quickly recovered, seating himself on the sofa and teasing the familiar figure across from him. So, you, with those bushy eyebrows and large eyes, have taken to this as well. Opposite Bayou sat a figure clad in a blue spandex suit, emblazoned with the iconic star symbol upon his chest, muscles rippling, and a shield resembling a circular emblem attached to his left arm. Without a doubt, this was the renowned Captain America, Steve Rogers, from the Marvel Universe. Ding. Successfully signed in as Captain America. Reward, Kamen Rider Blade's dial. As expected, the system's voice echoed in Bayou's mind. Kamen Rider Blade was the fifth primary rider of the Heisei series, also one of the notorious data anomalies of the era. While Kamen Rider Blade's basic data might not be particularly impressive, lacking the outrageous finishing move power of Kamen Rider Ryuki, he possessed an astonishing defensive capability. In his basic form, Kamen Rider Blade could withstand an impact of 120 tons. Theoretically, any attack below 120 tons would be ineffective against him. In the context of the Kamen Rider series, such statistics may not hold much significance, as Blade would still face challenges when necessary. However, in this world, under the influence of the Uma Time King system and the 1-5-tier Uma power, Bayou would manifest effects far exceeding mere data. Excellent, Bayou mused. Feeling satisfied, Ryuki, paired with Odin, wields formidable finishing moves. Blade possesses extraordinary defensive strength. Even if I cannot utilize all these dials simultaneously, I have effectively balanced both offense and defense. Moreover, with the Blade dial, I am one step closer to gathering the 20 Heisei primary rider dials required to transform into the formidable Uma Time King form. Not to mention, Bayou's Uma Time King is undoubtedly magnitudes stronger than its original portrayal. Soon, Bayou composed himself, redirecting his attention to Captain America. Bayou, or rather Kamen Rider Zeo. Captain America noticed Bayou's momentary lapse in focus but paid it little mind, quickly stating, "I've heard of you, and since I had the time, I thought I would come by and see." While he spoke, Captain America handed Bayou a note, upon which 2 lines were inscribed. "There are watchers here. Nick Fury is in danger." "I see." Bayou nodded, momentarily lost in thought, then raised his hand lightly. "All right, Rogers, I have paused time in the vicinity. Only we can move normally. Now, please explain what is happening." Pause time. Captain America instinctively glanced around. Indeed, he discovered that everything within his sight had come to a complete standstill, save for himself and Bayou. "Even though I had heard of your remarkable abilities from Fury, witnessing them firsthand still fills me with a sense of wonder." Captain America began, expressing his astonishment before continuing. "Well, the situation is as follows. Previously, upon receiving a warning about Hydra infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. from Bayou, Nick Fury had commenced a covert investigation. Indeed, he uncovered significant information. However, his superior, Pierce, was one of the leaders of Hydra. Thus, despite the secrecy of Fury's actions, they aroused Pierce's suspicions, prompting him to take action against Fury. Fortunately, to mitigate any potential risks, Nick Fury had preemptively contacted Captain America, establishing a time and method for communication. Should Captain America fail to reach Nick Fury, he was to immediately seek Bayou's assistance. As fate would have it, a couple of hours prior, Captain America had indeed lost contact with Nick Fury. "I see." After listening to Captain America's account, Bayou nodded thoughtfully. It was evident that the narrative diverged somewhat from the storyline he had seen in Captain America, the Winter Soldier. This was to be expected, as in the original plot. Nick Fury gradually became aware of Hydra's infiltration into S.H.I.E.L.D., only after the events of the Avengers. Most importantly, the original narrative did not include Baiyu, the Kamen Rider Zio. Thus, the emergence of certain dissimilarities in this world was entirely justifiable. I can assist you in reaching Fury. After all, he still owes me something, the Tesseract. Regaining his composure, Baiyu inquired of Captain America. However, where shall we search for him now? Fury provided me with a secret address during our last meeting. Captain America promptly replied. He instructed me that if we lost contact, we should bring you along to find him. He then shared the location with Baiyu. Excellent, Baiyu exclaimed, rising to his feet and waving his hand decisively. Time is of the essence. We must proceed at once. As he spoke, a curtain of auroras materialized before him and Captain America. Is this the ability you use to instantaneously reach different locations? Captain America, evidently informed of Baiyu's powers by Nick Fury, displayed no signs of surprise or confusion. Indeed, Baiyu affirmed with a gentle nod. Stepping directly into the curtain of auroras. Follow me. Without hesitation, Captain America trailed closely behind him. Once both Baiyu and Captain America entered the aurora curtain, the surrounding time reverted to its original state. Meanwhile, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, covertly monitoring the situation, reported to his superiors, Sir, Captain America and the Time King have vanished. I do not know their whereabouts. They just suddenly disappeared. I suspect it may be due to the Time King's use of Time Stop. Could it be that we have been compromised? Understood. As soon as they reappear, we shall launch an immediate assault against them. Hail Hydra! Almost simultaneously, in a forsaken cabin outside New York, under the cloak of night, a figure clad in a black trench coat, with a black eye patch covering his left eye, the darkened Nick Fury lay within. At this moment, he appeared to be in dire straits. His body bore numerous injuries, particularly his left hand and right leg, which seemed to have suffered fractures. Despite some rudimentary first aid, his breath grew increasingly labored. If he were not promptly transported to a hospital, it seemed his life might soon reach its conclusion. Yet, as fate would have it, an unexpected twist was imminent. Just then, Baiyu emerged from the Aurora Veil alongside Captain America, seemingly unfazed by the darkness that hindered vision. Observing the fallen Nick Fury, he jested, "Isn't this Nick Fury? After just a few days, you seem to have taken quite a beating." Chapter 35. A new use for venom indeed. You have arrived. Time King. Nick Fury, undeterred by Baiyu's playful jibe, instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief upon their meeting. You were right. The Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. to a significant extent. Even my superior, one I once held in the highest regard, is among the leaders of Hydra. Without a doubt, this revelation struck a considerable blow to Nick Fury, often hailed as the King of Spies. Fortunately, he still had Captain America and Baiyu by his side. The loyalty of Captain America was beyond question. Everyone else might betray him, but he would remain steadfast. As for Baiyu, while Fury could not place complete trust in him, it did not hinder his pursuit of assistance or the utilization of Baiyu's capabilities. How are you holding up, Nick? Captain America inquired, concern etched across his face as he surveyed Fury's grievous wounds. It was evident to him that Fury was in a dire state. The dilemma was that there appeared to be no adequately sized hospital in the vicinity of the small wooden cabin. Even if they managed to locate a suitable hospital, could they guarantee its safety? However, failing to seek medical attention would undoubtedly place Nick Fury's life in grave jeopardy. Let us not dwell on that for now. Nick Fury shook his head and pointed outside. If my instincts serve me correctly, someone is tracking us, and they are formidable. Oh, I mean formidable in relation to you, Captain. Upon hearing this, Captain America, feeling somewhat affronted, fell silent for a moment before turning to Baiyu. Time King, please keep an eye on Fury. I must go out and confront them. With that, Captain America strode out of the cabin, shield in hand, eager to discover just how formidable Fury's adversaries truly were. Nick Fury, what do you intend to offer me in gratitude for my aid? Baiyu inquired, now holding a swirling mass of black liquid in his hand. You still owe me the cosmic cube from our last encounter. My apologies. I've been preoccupied with investigating Hydra these past few days. Nick Fury replied, his tone tinged with regret. To be on the safe side, I have temporarily entrusted the cosmic cube to Hill. Once this matter is resolved, I will promptly take you to retrieve the cosmic cube from her. If the Rubik's Cube still rested in her hands. Furthermore, Nick Fury stared intently at the black liquid in Baiyu's grasp. A foreboding sensation creeping into his mind. What is that substance? Surely, you cannot be considering. Indeed, It is precisely this cannot be. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Bayu's lips. You have already broken your promise once. I do not wish for you to do so again. Fear not. The substance will not only mend all your injuries, but will also grant you powers far surpassing your current abilities. As Bayu's words lingered in the air, the black liquid leapt from his palm, descending upon Nick Fury with an unstoppable force. No. Nick Fury's eyes widened like brass bells. Having anticipated something, he perhaps regretted seeking Bayu's assistance. The black liquid disregarded Nick Fury's will, swiftly expanding until it enveloped his entire being, instigating profound transformations within him. Master. Before long, the familiar form of Venom knelt before Bayu on one knee, addressing him with utmost respect. Excellent. Observing this, Bayu clapped his hands and commanded, You shall temporarily inhabit Nick Fury until I order you to depart. Thus, every action of Nick Fury would be under the scrutiny of Venom and Bayu. Moreover, should Venom desire, he could exert direct control over Nick Fury just as he did now. Additionally, as the King of Spies, Nick Fury possessed the pinnacle of combat skills and reconnaissance techniques on Earth. Venom would replicate and amplify these abilities, rendering him even more formidable. Albeit the enhancement might be marginal for Venom. Yes, Master. At this moment, upon hearing Bayu's command, Venom nodded without hesitation. Presently, Venom, while not entirely unwavering, was unlikely to betray Bayu in most circumstances. Furthermore, the entity inhabiting Nick Fury was merely a fragment of Venom's corporeal form. The majority resided within Bayu's system space. Now, we ought to assess the situation outside. Subsequently, Bayu made his way toward the cabin's entrance. Venom did not follow immediately, but instead rapidly shrank until he reverted to Nick Fury's appearance. When did that fellow acquire this power? Nearly healed. Nick Fury gazed at Bayu's retreating silhouette with shock and wariness. Just as Bayu had asserted, Nick Fury not only found his injuries largely healed, but also experienced a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. Even in dire circumstances, he could engage in battle in Venom's form. Yet, Nick Fury felt no joy. As long as Venom resided within him, he would forever remain under Bayu's constraints. This was something Nick Fury had never anticipated until now. However, given the situation, he could only proceed step by step. Thus, Nick Fury quickly regained his composure and followed closely behind Bayu. It is worth noting that Venom did not alter Nick Fury's character, nor was it necessary for it to do so. However, whether other aspects, such as loyalty to Bayu, might be subconsciously transmitted to Nick Fury remains uncertain. Almost simultaneously, outside the quaint cabin, a cacophony erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Two formidable men were engaged in a fierce and visceral combat. One of them was Captain America, who had ingested the super serum, granting him strength far beyond that of an ordinary human, wielding a shield forged from vibranium. The other, the Winter Soldier, formerly known as Bucky Barnes, Captain America's dear friend, had undergone biotechnological enhancements by Hydra, his left arm transformed into a mechanical appendage, matching Captain America's prowess in every conceivable aspect. However, due to the silver mask obscuring the Winter Soldier's face and the intensity of the battle, Captain America had yet to recognize that he was facing his long-thought deceased comrade, Bucky. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Captain America accidentally dislodged the mask from the Winter Soldier's face, revealing a countenance that was both familiar and tinged with an air of strangeness. Chapter 36. Bucky, I have always been kind-hearted. Bucky. The Captain America could not help but exclaim upon seeing the face that bore a striking resemblance to his memories. His fist, which was poised to strike, instinctively halted. Who is this Bucky? I do not recognize him. The brainwashed Winter Soldier, oblivious to his past, delivered a powerful blow to Captain America's face. The latter was immediately sent flying, sustaining injuries in the process. Bucky, do you not remember me? Captain America, undeterred by the pain, quickly rose to his feet, his expression grave as he looked at the Winter Soldier. I am Steve Rogers. We were once the closest of brothers, the finest of comrades. I thought you had. Steve Rogers? The Winter Soldier echoed the name, vague images flickering through his mind, but he quickly reverted to his former self, swinging his fist again at Captain America. Whoever you are, you will die for obstructing my mission. Under the orders from Hydra, the Winter Soldier was to eliminate Nick Fury, who had discovered their presence. With only a few steps remaining to his target, he was unwilling to be hindered by Captain America. Bucky, please, regain your senses. Captain America endured the onslaught, showing no inclination to retaliate, continuously questioning, Bucky, why are you working for Hydra? What has transpired? Unfortunately, The only response he received was a relentless barrage of punches from the Winter Soldier. If this continued, Captain America would either face death or be left in a dire state. It was truly a precarious situation. Just as he braced himself for yet another strike from the Winter Soldier, an unexpected cold voice reached his ears. "Steve, it is not wise to underestimate him. Even if this man before you is a familiar face, he is now your adversary. Instead of seeking to deliver a fatal blow, you should at least incapacitate him first. Forget it. I am kind-hearted. I shall assist you in subduing him." Time King. Captain America quickly recognized a familiar figure appearing before him, effortlessly blocking the Winter Soldier's punch with a single hand. The newcomer was none other than Bayu. More critically, he had not yet transformed. What? Nick Fury, who had followed closely behind, was equally astonished, staring at Bayu. When did he become so powerful? Currently, the Winter Soldier, while slightly inferior to Captain America, was still formidable. Yet, Bayu managed to effortlessly deflect the Winter Soldier's attack without transforming. Was it possible that his physical capabilities now rivaled, or even surpassed, those of Captain America? What manner of creature was he? Indeed, at this moment, Bayu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. After elevating the power of the demon to stage 1, 5 foot, the enhancement of his physique had significantly accelerated. If this continued, it would not be long before Bayu could physically confront monsters, or rather, engage superheroes or supervillains in battle. Evidently, this is a fortuitous occurrence. Almost simultaneously, a voice resonated within Bayu's mind. Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in as the Winter Soldier. You have received a reward, a complete set of undead creature cards. Upon hearing this reward notification, Bayu's lips twitched slightly. After having acquired the complete sets of mirror monster cards and Ophion cards, the notion of receiving a complete set of undead creature cards held little surprise for him. Within the lore of Sword, it is said that 1,000 years ago, Earth was home to 53 distinct species of undead beings, which are, in essence, the ancestors of all subsequent animals. These undead creatures waged a ferocious war for dominion over the planet. Ultimately, the undead beings known as humans emerged victorious, while the remaining 52 were sealed within cards reminiscent of playing cards. As the narrative of Sword unfolds, these sealed undead creatures awaken, necessitating yet another conflict to reclaim ownership of the Earth. The Kamen Rider Blade, along with the corresponding other Kamen Riders, emerges and acts against this grand backdrop. Moreover, unlike the complete sets of mirror monster cards and Ophion cards, the complete set of undead creature cards not only allows the summoning of corresponding undead beings, but also possesses various attribute effects and enhancements. These enhancements include, but are not limited to, transformation, increased punch strength, punch speed, and lightning awakening bonuses. By utilizing these cards, Bayu can temporarily gain corresponding attribute boosts. In other words, the complete set of undead creature cards may prove to be more advantageous than the complete sets of mirror monster cards and Ophion cards. Nevertheless, it matters little, after all. He currently has no necessity for them. With ample confidence in his own strength and circumstances, Bayu shook his head and subsequently retrieved the Zeo driver, the Blade driver, and the Time-Space driver from the system space. Indeed, a mere Winter Soldier does not warrant Bayu's use of the Blade driver. He might not even need to transform. However, as the Time King, Bayu deemed it appropriate to confront battles in the guise of a Kamen Rider. The notion of acquiring a new toy to experiment with never crossed his mind. Yes, precisely. Soon. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zeo. Armor time. Turn up. Blade. With the sound of transformation resonating, Bayu had remarkably transformed into the Kamen Rider Zeo, characterized by a predominantly deep blue form, adorned with silver armor embellished with red patterns, resembling the Kamen Rider Zeo blade armor form. In this blade armor form, Bayu's capabilities in all aspects surpass those of the Zeo form, especially under the triple enhancement of the 1/5-tier demon power. His current defensive capabilities are sufficient to withstand impacts below 360 tons. In other words, if an opponent's attack power does not even reach 360 tons, it is highly likely that they will be unable to breach Bayu's armor defense. From behind. No. Upon witnessing Captain America transformed into Bayu, his expression instantly shifted. Time King, please do not harm Bucky. As he played along, Bayu turned and delivered a kick. Captain America was sent flying nearly 1,000 meters away, with his injuries significantly worsened, at least for the time being. He would not be able to rush back and cause trouble. What are you looking at? Meanwhile, the Winter Soldier, believing he had an opportunity for a sneak attack with Baiyu facing away from him, suddenly lunged forward, his mechanical left arm striking with full force toward the back of Baiyu's head. Chapter 37. I have yet to exert myself. Yet you have fallen, Baiyu since the Winter Soldier's stealthy assault. However, he refrained from any movement, deeming it unnecessary. As anticipated. What? In the next moment, the Winter Soldier was struck with immense astonishment as he realized that his full-force strike, delivered by his mechanical left arm, had not inflicted any damage upon the armored cranium of the individual who claimed to be the Time King. Instead, a powerful recoil surged forth, propelling him several meters backward, simultaneously causing varying degrees of internal injuries to his organs. Clearly, he had sustained considerable internal harm. Yet, throughout the encounter, the Time King had not genuinely engaged him. How can you be so formidable? The Winter Soldier, enduring excruciating pain coursing through his body, struggled to rise, gazing incredulously at the Time King. He had encountered defeats before and had even contemplated the possibility of facing exceptionally powerful adversaries. However, the Time King before him was the first to instill a sense of helplessness within him. He could not fathom the sudden emergence of such a being in this realm. Nonetheless, the orders from Hydra were unequivocal. Even if it meant a moth drawn to a flame, the Winter Soldier felt compelled to comply. At the very least, that was his current mindset and intention. It seems you are still unwilling to surrender. Baiyu, of course, would not provide an explanation to the Winter Soldier. He merely turned, extending his right middle finger in a beckoning gesture. In that case, come forth. The Winter Soldier discerned the disdain and contempt in Baiyu's demeanor and chose not to speak. Instead, he began to stride towards him. His pace quickened, gradually transforming from a walk to a run, as if the wounds and pain upon his body had ceased to exist. At last, the Winter Soldier drew near to Baiyu once more. Then, bang, Baiyu raised his fist and struck the Winter Soldier's forehead, sending him crashing to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. After all, the Winter Soldier had merely undergone biochemical augmentation, and his willpower was not robust enough to remain conscious after such a severe blow to the head. Weak, far too weak, Baiyu remarked, shaking his head in disappointment as he surveyed the fallen Winter Soldier. I have yet to exert myself, and you have already collapsed. Ultimately, Baiyu's sword-riding armored form exuded a sense of solitude. He had yet to unleash any of the weapons or ultimate techniques inherent to the sword rider. Was this truly the conclusion of the battle? Even though Baiyu had anticipated this outcome, he still found it somewhat disheartening. It seemed he must seek out more intriguing opponents. Baiyu muttered to himself, turning to Nick Fury, who stood behind him. Thus, I have a bold idea. No. Nick Fury, taken aback by the intensity of Baiyu's gaze, momentarily froze, as if a realization struck him, causing his pupils to constrict. Do not tell me you intend to forcibly infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. That would be utterly insane. After a brief silence, observing that Baiyu showed no signs of reconsideration, Nick Fury felt compelled to speak again. I believe you ought to think this through. S.H.I.E.L.D. is an international organization, and outsiders remain unaware that it has already been infiltrated by numerous Hydra members. They will perceive your audacious intrusion into S.H.I.E.L.D. as a provocation against the international community, indeed, against all of humanity. Furthermore, S.H.I.E.L.D. has accumulated a plethora of peculiar artifacts over the years, rendering it far more formidable than you might presume. Crucially, the vicinity of S.H.I.E.L.D. is dotted with various structures and ordinary civilians. Even within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., not all individuals are members of Hydra. You cannot allow a moment of impulsivity to propel you forward recklessly. You do have a point. Upon hearing this, Baiyu nodded thoughtfully. Then, before Nick Fury could catch his breath, he interjected, in that case, let us find a suitable location to await the Hydra operatives within S.H.I.E.L.D. When they arrive, we shall confront our adversaries. Although there currently seems to be no significant enmity between Baiyu and Hydra, he instinctively understood that peaceful coexistence with them was impossible in the future. As they are destined to be foes, it is preferable to eradicate Hydra now. Most importantly, whether in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or the comic realm, Hydra's overall strength is rather mediocre. At the very least, Baiyu did not feel any trepidation towards the so-called Hydra at this moment. Nick Fury, witnessing this determination in Baiyu, comprehended that the latter was resolutely intent on confronting Hydra. He ceased his attempts to dissuade him, though his expression remained grim. When you referred to us, were you implying? Fear not. Bayou first reverted to his normal form, then placed a reassuring hand on Nick Fury's shoulder, smiling. With Venom by your side, you shall face no peril. In fact, you will have the opportunity to exact vengeance upon Hydra personally. You need not harbor any concerns. So what do you think? Are you not moved? Nick Fury. Is this supposed to be moving? Moreover, could it be that this is precisely what I am apprehensive about? After all, Nick Fury's own power is woefully inadequate against Hydra. Should he transform into Venom, he would lose control over his own body. Additionally, he instinctively resisted the idea of becoming Venom, sensing it would not bode well. Unfortunately, since the moment Venom enveloped him, Nick Fury had little choice left when facing Bayou. Approximately half an hour later, in Harlem, Manhattan, within a hotel room, as a radiant aurora swept across the scene, Bayou's figure reappeared. Not far from him, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, or rather a Hydra operative, promptly reported, "The Time King has returned." No, there is no Captain America, only the Time. Before he could finish his sentence, the Hydra member froze, his gaze fixated ahead. Inform your superior and have him relay the message to Pierce. Opposite him, Bayou crossed his arms, his voice dripping with disdain as he coldly declared, "Tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon, I shall await you at XX. Should you fail to appear, I will ensure he never sees the sun again. Oh, and it would be prudent to bring a substantial number of companions. Otherwise, with too few, I fear the slaughter may not suffice for my appetite." The member of Hydra swallowed hard, a chill cascading down his spine. Despair and terror enveloped his heart in an instant. Yet, he dared not hesitate. Quickly relaying Bayou's words to his superiors, leaving even the name Pierce unaltered. "Excellent," Bayou responded, turning away as the aurora curtain enveloped him, vanishing from sight, leaving only a lingering echo in the air. Farewell, or rather, never to meet again. The Hydra member seemed to sense something amiss, lowering his gaze. He was horrified to discover that his entire body was engulfed in searing flames. With a piercing scream, he was soon reduced to a pile of ashes. In this world, one less soul would forever remain. Chapter 38. Farewell to Hela in the offices of the World Security Council, Ministerial Office. Pierce was in a closed room, unleashing a torrent of expletives. Unfortunately, his vocabulary was woefully limited, revolving around just a couple of words. How dare he? How dare he? At this moment, Pierce was both astonished and furious. Did he truly believe that by orchestrating a nuclear explosion, he could act with impunity and provoke us, the Hydra? Pierce never anticipated that before he could even begin to recruit the so-called Kamen Rider Zeo, the adversary had already declared war against them. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that this Zeo possessed extraordinary powers. Even a single nuclear kick was enough to give Pierce and his associates considerable headaches. Not to mention, this Zeo seemingly wielded unique abilities such as time manipulation and spatial traversal. However, with such blatant provocation, Hydra could not possibly retreat like a turtle. Could they? Furthermore, Pierce feared that if they failed to eliminate Zeo, he might never again see the light of day. With this in mind, let us demonstrate the might of Hydra. Moments later, Pierce slammed his fist on the table with a resounding thud, his gaze fierce. He refused to believe that this Zeo was invincible. With more than 10 hours until tomorrow afternoon, Hydra had ample time to prepare. For instance, they could relocate a certain pair of twins. The following day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Ding. Congratulations on a successful daily sign-in. Reward obtained. Fui's phone. Huh? While enjoying breakfast, Bayou appeared somewhat surprised upon hearing the system's announcement. This time, the sign-in reward was this item. The Fui's phone. A transformation device from Kamen Rider 555 could also transform into a photon blaster for use as a weapon. Its power was modest, but it would suffice against ordinary superheroes or supervillains. Moreover, since the Fui's phone was indeed a phone, it could naturally make and receive calls. It even allowed for cross-temporal communication. Unfortunately, the prerequisite for such communication was the presence of two distinct Fui's phones. In fact, while you could summon a Fui's phone through the 555 dial, but in that case, the phone could only appear briefly and could not exist indefinitely. The Fui's phone obtained from the system, however, resided permanently in the system space, available for Bayou's use whenever he desired. Additionally, it boasted features such as being indestructible, unstealable, and impervious to damage. It was quite a useful little gadget. Bayou nodded and continued with his breakfast. Before long, Stark Industries, under Tony's direction, sought out Bayou, hoping he would sign a share transfer agreement. Bayou, of course, did not hesitate, and after signing the agreement, he promptly contacted Tony. Mr. Iron Man, are you interested in pulling off something big? You have likely heard of Hydra. Bayou has never claimed that he would tackle Hydra alone. When he referred to us in his conversation with Nick Fury, he was not solely alluding to their small group of 2 or 3. It is not that Bayou harbors any concerns, rather, he sees no necessity to confront them single-handedly. It is crucial to understand that Hydra, as a significant villainous organization, naturally stands as an adversary to other superheroes as well. The interior of S.H.I.E.L.D. has apparently been nearly infiltrated by Hydra. Upon receiving this news, Tony's expression shifted from surprise to a more solemn demeanor. What on earth is that Black Egg doing? He usually appears to have everything under control, leading one to believe in his prowess. Yet is this all there is? Nevertheless, I find your direct provocation of the entire Hydra organization to be quite commendable. Rest assured, I shall arrive punctually this afternoon. As Bayou surmised, as a superhero, Tony could not allow an organization like Hydra to continue its tyranny unchecked. He would not merely delegate all responsibilities to Bayou while standing idly by. Furthermore, let us not forget that Tony's father, Howard Stark, was one of the original founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. After terminating the call with Tony, Bayou proceeded to contact Peter Parker, General Ross, and Bruce Banner. After all, how could such a grand battle unfold without the involvement of Spider-Man and the Hulk? With the addition of Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Thor, it would undoubtedly resemble an assembly of Avengers. However, this time, it would likely be led by Bayou. Yet, if all goes as expected, something unexpected is bound to occur. There were no issues on Peter Parker's end. As everyone's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, he was more than willing to assist in addressing Hydra. However, complications arose with Ross, and Banner. Was Ross truly unreachable? Bayou furrowed his brow. In fact, following the nuclear explosion incident, Bayou had both public and private contact information for Ross. Of course, it was the latter who provided it willingly. Yet now, whether Bayou attempted to reach out himself or consulted Nick Fury or Tony, they all struggled to establish contact with Ross. Meanwhile, after Ross had departed, Banner had similarly ceased all communication with the outside world. Could it be that something has transpired with Ross and Banner? Bayou pondered, lowering his head in contemplation. Or perhaps it is related to the Hulk and that so-called Blue Man. In Marvel Comics, the Blue Man corresponds to the leader of supervillains. It was with his assistance that General Ross transformed into the Red Hulk. In a particular storyline, the leader even created an army of giants. But that belongs to the realm of Marvel Comics. Bayou is uncertain if similar events had transpired in this world. Why dwell on such matters? They could be addressed later. Bayou shook his head, quickly dismissing these thoughts. The battle against Hydra is set to commence in just a few hours. He lacked the time, energy, and indeed, the necessity to investigate the events transpiring with General Ross and his associates at this moment. On the contrary, Bayou found himself rather hopeful that General Ross might transform into the Red Giant. After all, such a metamorphosis would afford him an additional opportunity for a signed encounter. If one were to include the leader, that would amount to 2 potential interactions. However, only a few hours remained. What should he do next? Within the confines of his hotel room, Bayou lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Before long, he lifted his gaze, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Since he had nothing pressing to occupy his time, why not pay her a visit? Additionally, he could conduct some experiments. With that thought, Bayou raised his hand, summoning a curtain of aurora, and vanished from his location. Earth, a certain sealed space. Here we are again. Hela initially muttered in dissatisfaction, but then, as if sensing something, an expression of disbelief adorned her beautiful visage. Wait. This time, it seems there is no trace of Odin's eternal power? How could this be? One must recall that even someone as formidable as she, Hela, had been sealed here by Odin. This indicates the latter's tremendous strength. Moreover, Asgardians typically grow stronger with age. Of course, in the vast universe, even on this earth, there must exist individuals whose power rivals that of Odin. Yet, if that supreme sorcerer were to manifest here, there ought to be a distinct aura of power unique to her. Regrettably, Hela felt no presence of this so-called supreme sorcerer's power. Simultaneously, a curtain of aurora materialized before Hela. Hello. Soon after, Bayou emerged from the aurora, greeting Hela. It seems you haven't changed much in these few days. Humph. Hela scoffed, raising her hand to condense a green longsword. which she hurled towards Baiyu. Did she truly believe this was her private garden, to come and go as she pleased? Observing this, Baiyu, who had yet to transform, remained unfazed. Auto-Vagin battle mode. In the next instant, a towering figure, approximately 2 meters in height, predominantly silver in hue with an emblem on its chest, materialized before Baiyu, intercepting the green longsword thrown by Hela. The Auto-Vagin in battle mode was fortunate that Hela was currently sealed, her powers significantly diminished, and that her earlier intent was not to kill Baiyu. Otherwise, the Auto-Vagin may not have been able to withstand Hela's assault. After all, its defensive capabilities were far inferior to that of Thor's hammer. Chapter 39. Is it fun? A charming little toy. Hela cast a disdainful glance at the mechanical Pegasus before shifting her gaze towards Baiyu. Are you the one who was sent here by that old wretch Odin last time? Indeed, that would be me, Baiyu affirmed with a nod. However, this time, I rely solely on my own strength. At his words, Hela refrained from immediate reply, instead scrutinizing Baiyu for a moment before speaking. It appears your relationship with Odin is far from amicable. Otherwise, you would not refer to him in such a manner. Indeed, it is not particularly good, Baiyu replied, nodding then shaking his head. But it seems you have missed the crux of the matter. If I can enter here by my own power, then I can surely leave on my own accord, and perhaps even take someone with me. So, are you implying that you would take me with you? Hela's expression shifted slightly, her heart igniting with a flicker of hope. Despite harboring substantial skepticism towards Baiu's words, her prolonged confinement had instilled a profound yearning to escape this wretched place. She envisioned returning to Asgard to exact vengeance, reclaim what was rightfully hers, and ultimately reign over the 9 realms, bringing the entire world to its knees before her. With such thoughts brewing in her mind, Hela felt a surge of excitement. Yet, no. Faced with her yearning, Baiyu resolutely shook his head. At least not at this moment. After all, releasing Hela now serves no benefit to me. Hela? You want to take me with you? Then what was the point of your words? Wait. Hela's gaze grew increasingly icy. Are you toying with me? No. Please don't misunderstand. Baiyu quickly defended himself. At least, not entirely. Before Hela could further express her fury, he produced the alien dragon tooth dial and tossed it to her. I actually came to provide you with a little distraction. You may want to try pressing the button at the top of this dial. In truth, Baiyu yearned to acquire a dial belonging to a certain female alien knight, but regrettably, he only possessed the alien dragon tooth dial at present. A distraction? Perhaps due to her prolonged imprisonment or genuine curiosity, Hela chose not to remain angry. Instead, she examined the alien dragon tooth dial for a moment before following Baiyu's suggestion and pressing the button at the top of the dial. After all, whether fueled by confidence in her own abilities or her inherent pride, she was not one to shy away from pressing a mere dial. Moreover, although Hela was reluctant to admit it, should anything untoward happen due to this individual before her, it was unlikely that Odin would merely stand by without intervening. In the next instant, Ryuga, accompanied by an electronic sound effect emanating from the alien dragon tooth dial, several tendrils of eerie black liquid swiftly enveloped Hela's entire being. In an instant, Hela vanished from her position, replaced by a figure clad in black armor adorned with golden patterns. In her left hand, she wielded a dark broadsword, while her right grasped an exotic dragon fang, resembling a dragon's head. The exotic dragon fang, splendid, indeed. Observing this, Baiyu retrieved the Time King's second stage dial, the Odin dial, and the time-space driver, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Now, allow me to demonstrate one of the effects of this dial. Rider time. Kamen Rider. Rider. Z0002. Armor time. Odin. Finish time. Odin. Time break. In a flash, Baiyu transformed into Kamen Rider Zio's second stage in the Odin armor form, and leaped into the air, delivering a kick, enveloped in golden flames that resembled a phoenix, towards Hela, who had now taken on the form of the exotic dragon fang. You? Seeking death. Hela, still reeling from her current predicament, felt an overwhelming rage upon sensing Baiyu's assault. What? However, before she could react further, she was horrified to discover that her body had become immobile. If she were not mistaken, this was indeed an ability related to time manipulation. Yet, it was evident that Hela had no time to ponder such details. Bang! As expected, Baiyu's attack struck her chest armor, leading to an immediate detonation of her form. When the dust settled, Hela lay on the ground in a seductive, alluring pose, alongside the exotic dragon fang dial that had fallen beside her. Theoretically, Baiyu, in his second stage form, could have obliterated the exotic dragon fang dial. However, this style was uniquely his, possessing characteristics akin to the previously acquired Pegasus, such as being impervious to theft, loss, or destruction. Then, with a flourish, Bayou beckoned, and the exotic dragon Fong dial soared back into his grasp. As you can see, this dial can safeguard your life. Moreover, in this world, aside from myself, there is likely no one capable of extracting this dial from you. This implies that as long as you possess this dial, you shall be virtually immortal. Bayu's intentions were not to bestow equipment upon Hela. Instead, he recognized that to compel a woman of her assertive nature to listen to him as an equal, he must first exhibit his formidable strength. Yet, it would be inconceivable for Bayu to truly eliminate Hela, would it not? Thus, in order to render Hela a tad more compliant, and to infuse a measure of amusement into the proceedings, this course of action became inevitable. Fortunately, Hela remained in a state of confinement, and she had not anticipated that Bayu would attempt to deceive or ambush her. Otherwise, had he sought to extinguish her life, it would undoubtedly not have been so effortless. Is this your way of proving that I must be killed once? At this moment, Hela gradually rose, her gaze, imbued with fury, grew increasingly frigid as she regarded Bayu. Moreover, how did you ascertain that I require this object? Did Odin not inform you that as long as Asgard exists, I am an entity that cannot be vanquished? Just as Bayu had surmised, having recently faced death. Hela's heart now harbored not only anger, but also a heightened wariness towards him. Prior to this encounter, she had held Bayu in a measure of disdain. Chapter 40. The Gathering of All, Is That So? Upon hearing Hela's words, Bayu responded with a direct question, what if Asgard were to fall? Are you jesting? Hela retorted immediately, in this world, no one can obliterate Asgard, not even the fire giant Surtur. Bayu raised an eyebrow and pressed further. And if we add the eternal flame to the equation? The twilight of the gods. At this, Hela's expression shifted dramatically as if a thought had struck her. The concept of the twilight of the gods exists in both Norse mythology and the Marvel universe. According to the Marvel cinematic narrative, the fire giant, Surtur, upon coming into contact with the eternal flame, would grow immensely in stature and wield his signature weapon, the Twilight Sword, to annihilate all of Asgard, thereby heralding the twilight of the gods. The most critical aspect is that once the twilight descends, Asgard would indeed stand on the brink of destruction. At that moment, Hela, who is nearly bound to Asgard, would undoubtedly find herself in dire straits as well. Does the device you possess allow me to remain unaffected by the twilight of the gods? After a moment of contemplation, Hela turned to Bayu and inquired. Hela, not lacking in intelligence, understood that Bayu's presentation of the device was not without ulterior motives. Yet, in the face of her own mortality, some compromises could be deemed necessary. Furthermore, once Hela unseals her powers and returns to Asgard, her overall strength would surge exponentially, perhaps even by dozens or hundreds of times. By then, this individual before her would be at her mercy. I cannot claim it to be entirely without consequence, but it would at least afford you a degree of invulnerability. Bayu nonchalantly tossed the peculiar dragon-tooth device in his hand as he elaborated. Moreover, this device grants you unique abilities such as mirror world travel and damage reflection, a quintessential artifact for both domestic ventures and nefarious exploits. Oh, Hela regarded Bayu with a piercing gaze, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a dangerous light, before asking, and what would be the price? What do you expect me to barter for this device? No conditions necessary. Bayu shook his head dismissively, asserting, because I have no intention of giving it to you. At least, not at present. Hela's expression morphed into one of confusion. Then what were you just doing? Showing off. Bayu replied with an air of nonchalance. So, what do you think of my splendid treasure? This is a deception. Although Bayu was indeed somewhat bored at the moment, he was not merely here to toy with Hela. It is worth noting that in Thor, Ragnarok, when Hela had just broken free from her seal, she effortlessly crushed Thor's hammer with a single hand. Even later, when Thor awakened his true powers, he remained powerless against her. Had it not been for Hela's vulnerability tied to Asgard, Thor likely would not have survived until Avengers: Infinity War. What a formidable woman she is. It would indeed be a lamentable loss if one cannot harness her potential or even subdue her. In any case, Bayu harbored no interest whatsoever in Hela, who appeared far more youthful and exquisite than depicted in the original narrative, with a figure that was nothing short of perfection. Indeed, not the slightest interest. Ahem. In truth, Bayu had been pondering the rationale behind Odin's decision to temporarily transport him here to meet Hela under the pretext of his touching Thor's hammer. Was it to eliminate Hela, or to persuade her to relinquish her hatred. Surely, Odin could not have intended for Baiu to release Hela, allowing her to wreak havoc upon Asgard? Alas, Odin insisted on being an enigma. This realm is not akin to the DC universe, where one could simply banish him from Gotham. Thus, Baiu was left to act according to his own volition. However, as previously stated, a woman like Hela, who has spent her life striving for strength, cannot be indulged. He could offer her the dial and even assist her in escaping her confinement, but prior to that, Baiu needed to first establish a certain level of loyalty from her. Upon hearing Baiu's words, Hela fell silent for a long while before responding with remarkable civility and politeness, uttering a single word, scram. Several hours later, at the same familiar seaside and the same well-known beach, Baiu found himself returning to this place once more. To be more precise, it was during his previous visit to the Mirror World. Time King, you have arrived. Captain America, who had already been waiting at this location, greeted him with gratitude and thank you. The previous day, after Baiu had knocked out the Winter Soldier, Captain America successfully invoked the essence of friendship to restore his dear companion's memories. In Captain America's eyes, had Baiu not been present, he might have faced dire consequences for his inability to confront the Winter Soldier. Baiu nodded gently, accepting Captain America's gratitude with grace, and then remarked, "The others, including those from Hydra, should be arriving shortly, I presume?" Indeed, before long, Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, descended from the skies, accompanied by dozens of new armored suits. Notably, the arc reactors on the chests of these new suits were inverted triangles, signifying that Tony had indeed resolved the palladium poisoning issue and replaced it with a new element. This also implied that the power of these suits would surpass that of the one he had used during his battle with Baiu. Subsequently, Baiu summoned Peter Parker, who had transformed into Spider-Man, using the Aurora Curtain. As for Nick Fury and the Winter Soldier, naturally, they had long since joined Captain America at this location. Furthermore, Nick Fury had brought along the Black Widow and Hawkeye, two of the world's premier agents. Consequently, Baiu acquired the Khalees dial from Hawkeye, akin to the three knights from Kamen Rider Blade, possessing nearly identical combat prowess. Now then, are we all gathered? Upon witnessing the considerable number of allies at his disposal, Captain America felt a surge of elation. After all, the greater the number of his compatriots, the more formidable their strength, thereby enhancing their capacity to eradicate the world-class villainous organization, Hydra, once and for all. I too pondered this matter, observing the scene. Baiu offered Captain America an enigmatic response, and soon after, it appeared he had resolved to take action. Extending his right hand skyward, why not seize this rare opportunity and join in the revelry? Almost simultaneously, in Asgard, Thor, are you still preoccupied with that mortal woman? Odin remarked, his voice tinged with gravity as he regarded Thor, who sat in a corner of the hall, drowning his sorrows in drink. Jane is simply not suited for you. In contrast, Sif is your childhood companion and a fellow warrior. Why do you refuse to embrace her? Father, Thor began to respond to his father's words, but at that moment, Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, suddenly soared outward with great speed. Mjolnir? Thor's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively reached out to grasp the handle of the hammer. After all, as the god of thunder, how could he possibly be without his mighty weapon? Chapter 41 Thor. Father, why do you merely observe? It must be that wretched Time King. With the Mjolnir in his grasp, Thor swiftly vanished into the distant horizon. Simultaneously, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Apart from myself and my father, only that Time King I encountered in Midgard, in New Mexico, possesses the ability to summon Mjolnir. What could he possibly desire? To Thor's dismay, he repeatedly attempted to communicate with Mjolnir, hoping it would resist the Time King's call. Yet, it was evident that the priority here favored Baiu over Thor. Father, why do you merely watch? In desperation, Thor called out behind him, are you also betraying me? No. Must you simply stand by as I follow Mjolnir? Thor was convinced that if Odin wished, he could certainly prevent Mjolnir from being summoned by that Time King. Meanwhile, within the palace of Asgard, the Hydra? With a mere flicker of perception, Odin instantly grasped the unfolding events, his brow furrowing in concern. It was not that he held any discontent towards Baiu's attempt to summon Mjolnir and Thor to Earth. On the contrary, Odin believed that allowing Thor to gain some experience might not be a detrimental endeavor. After all, Thor still had a considerable distance to traverse before he could be deemed a true king. However, Odin harbored worries that once Thor arrived on Earth, he might seek out Jane. In Odin's eyes, Jane, with a lifespan not exceeding a century, had no conceivable future alongside a god whose life spanned millennia. Alas, after contemplating, Odin shook his head, recognizing that it was better to let things unfold than to obstruct them. He hoped that Thor would soon come to understand and genuinely embrace the responsibilities of kingship. As for Hela, Odin fell into deep thought once more. Bayu's actions within the sealed space certainly did not escape Odin's notice. Nevertheless, he did not perceive this as a negative development. In the past, Hela had followed Odin into battle, leading to excessive bloodshed and a heavy atmosphere of malice. Years of confinement had only amplified her fury and resentment. During such times, perhaps having a non-Asgardian exert some pressure on Hela might indeed alter the course of fate. Of course, even if it were to fail, the situation could hardly worsen. On a beach in Earth, what is he doing? Captain America gazed perplexedly at Bayu, who stood with his right hand raised toward the heavens. Could it be? Black Widow Natasha seemed to have an inkling, a flicker of surprise dancing in her eyes. If all goes as expected, it should be that could it be beside her. Hawkeye nodded slightly. He had been present during the New Mexico incident, and thus had some conjectures regarding Bayu's current actions. Captain America was utterly confounded. Which could it be are they referring to? Why can't they articulate it? Captain, look at that moment. The Winter Soldier pointed toward the sky. Captain America turned towards the source of the sound, only to be met with an astonishing sight. Boom. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds rolling in, accompanied by flickering bolts of lightning weaving through the gloom. Thunder rumbled, and in a spectacular display, a beam of light descended from the heavens, landing squarely in Bayu's palm, transforming into a remarkable hammer. Bang! Before anyone could react, a burly figure crashed onto the beach before Bayu. Was that not Thor, the god of thunder? Bayu exclaimed in surprise and quickly urged, Get up, get up. I am not your elder. There is no need for such grand gestures upon our first meeting. However, despite his words, Bayu made no move to assist. Thor grumbled, What the hell is this grand gesture? If it weren't for you summoning Mjolnir without so much as a greeting, would I find myself in this predicament? The more Thor pondered, the angrier he became, succumbing to a fit of rage. Cough. There was little he could do, even Mjolnir had betrayed him, leaving him helpless against Bayu. Furthermore, Odin's implicit approval of the situation spoke volumes. Thor could not comprehend why the hammer was so obedient to the Time King, nor could he fathom why his father allowed such events to unfold. Could it be that the Time King was Odin's true son, while he, like Loki, was merely adopted? If only Odin were aware of Thor's thoughts, he would surely enlighten him on the true meaning of paternal benevolence. Just then, Nick Fury's gaze sharpened, his expression turning serious. Prepare for battle. Hydra's forces are about to make their appearance. Despite the formidable power of their team, the prospect of facing Hydra, a formidable organization with a decades-long history of conflict with S.H.I.E.L.D., weighed heavily on Fury's mind. Yet, he remained steadfast in his belief that victory was within their grasp. Bring it on, Bayu declared, excitement glimmering in his eyes. The more adversaries, the stronger they are, the better. Otherwise, if this ends too quickly, it would be rather dull. Let us not forget that Bayu's provocation of Hydra stemmed from their previous encounter with the Winter Soldier, whose weakness had prevented him from showcasing his true abilities. At this moment, Iron Man, Spider-Man, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Captain America, the Winter Soldier, and the recently risen Thor all readied themselves for combat. Simultaneously, tanks and fully armed troops advanced swiftly from the direction of Bayu and beyond. Warships emerged in droves from the sea, while fighter jets, including the sky carrier that had appeared in the Avengers, broke through the clouds. In summary, an array of advanced weaponry and combat personnel surrounded Bayu and his allies, creating an impenetrable barrier. Clearly, in their efforts to contend with Bayu, Hydra has indeed deployed substantial resources. This also signifies their apprehension towards him. Inside a Quinjet soaring through the skies, Pierce gazes at the images projected on the screen and cannot help but smirk. It appears that the so-called Time King is not as arrogant as we had presumed. Yet, I did not anticipate that he would manage to gather such a considerable following in such a brief span of time. Consequently, Hydra's need for victory has intensified. If Nick Fury, Tony Stark, Captain America, and Bayu were to escape alive and unveil Hydra's secrets to the world, then the troubles faced by Pierce and his associates would be magnified immensely. Chapter 42. On that day, people recalled the terror governed by nuclear explosions. Despite the formidable power of Hydra, it had yet to reach a point where it could contend with all nations. Thus, the team could suffer defeat. Nick Fury and his companions must perish. With this thought, Pierce ceased to hesitate and commanded, attack. Boom, boom, boom. At Pierce's command, a barrage of artillery shells and beams of laser descended upon the location of Bayou and his allies like a torrential storm. It was utterly insane. Nick Fury, witnessing this scene, could not help but exclaim. Were it any ordinary individual under such a relentless assault, they would undoubtedly meet their demise, especially in this desolate area, devoid of any cover. Fortunately, those present were not mere mortals. Enduring a few artillery shells and lasers should pose no issue. Then, in the next moment, Nick Fury's form rapidly expanded, transforming into a towering figure cloaked in darkness, muscles bulging, with a white spider emblem emblazoned on his chest, Venom. Director, you. Black Widow and Hawkeye gazed at Nick Fury in disbelief. They had not anticipated that he would metamorphose into such a monstrosity. Was it that suit? Spider-Man Peter Parker was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Bayou. Clearly, this transformation was likely connected to him. It's merely a trivial matter. What is all the fuss about? Bayou remarked nonchalantly while tossing Thor his hammer, adding, besides, is this really the time to concern ourselves with such things? As he spoke, Bayou conjured 3 cards from thin air and casually threw them out. Roar, howl, gurgle. Instantly, the 3 cards transformed into a golden phoenix, 9 meters long, its left wing capable of controlling flames, and its right wing commanding fierce winds, a dragon cavalry, 5 meters long, adorned with thick red armor, capable of unleashing dragon fire at a searing 7,000 C, reminiscent of eastern dragons, and a dark infiltrator, 9 meters tall with a wingspan of 9 meters. Predominantly blue, resembling a bat, capable of emitting ultrasonic waves and generating blades of light. Upon their summoning, these 3 mirror monsters circled around Bayou and his companions, unleashing flames, gales, and ultrasonic attacks to counter the barrage of artillery and lasers unleashed by Hydra. It was truly astonishing. Captain America marveled, brandishing his shield and resolutely charging forward. Everyone, let the battle commence. He possessed few ranged attacks and needed to close the distance to Hydra's tanks and armed personnel to unleash his true potential. At his words, Winter Soldier, Black Widow, and Hawkeye followed closely behind. I shall deal with those in the sky, Iron Man declared, soaring into the heavens with his armored suit. Before long, he found himself entangled in a fierce battle with the Hydra fighters. Then I shall take to the sea. Thor, somewhat disheartened, raised Mjolnir and soared toward the vessels upon the ocean's surface. Never had Thor imagined that, while enjoying a drink and conversing with his dear father, he would suddenly find himself on Earth and upon his arrival, be thrust into combat. However, having come this far, he could hardly stand idly by. Moreover, he was in a rather irritable mood, and what better way to vent his frustrations than on these adversaries? After all, those aligned with Hydra did not appear to be virtuous souls. In light of this, Bayou first cast a glance at Nick Fury, who had also charged toward another direction, alongside Spider-Man. Then, he turned his gaze skyward at the aerial battleship, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It was time for those individuals to be reminded of the terror induced by the nuclear kick. Rider time. Kamen Rider. Rider. Zeo. 2. Armor time. Kuga Rising Mighty. Instantly, Bayou transformed into Kamen Rider Zeo 2, adopting the Kuga Rising Mighty armored form, and soared into the sky, hastening directly toward the aerial battleship. Not good. Within one of the Quinjet fighters, Pierce's expression shifted drastically upon witnessing this. Shoot it down. We must bring that damned Rider down. After all, no matter how resilient the battleship's exterior, it could not withstand a nuclear blast. However, should the nuclear bomb be attacked, it would detonate immediately. The cursed Rider, on the other hand, could indeed perish. This illustrated the distinction between a humanoid nuclear weapon and an actual nuclear bomb, signifying that Hydra had a genuine opportunity to thwart the Rider's nuclear kick. They could even turn the latter into a living target. Following Pierce's command, a barrage of missiles and lasers converged upon Bayou. Alas! Return! Bayou bellowed, and astonishingly, the missiles and lasers indeed altered their trajectory mid-air, retreating to their origin. Pierce was left bewildered. What on earth is happening? The missiles and lasers that had already been launched could return? Unfortunately, Pierce had no time to ponder this enigma before he felt a violent jolt. This was the result of the returning projectiles striking the fighter jet. Fortunately, the Quinjet in which Pierce resided had not fired its weapons, though its proximity to the other aircraft had caused some degree of disturbance. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Baiyu, harnessing the telekinetic power bestowed by his 1-5-tier Omega Force, redirected the missiles and lasers. He then promptly retrieved the other Ryuga dial and pressed the button upon its surface. Another Ryuga. Accompanied by electronic sound effects, a large mirror materialized before Baiyu. Then, bang, bang, bang. Once again, those projectiles, those lasers, surged forth from the mirror, swiftly targeting the Hydra's aircraft. Pierce wore a bewildered expression. Is it really possible to play like this? He had indeed heard reports of Kamen Rider Zeo demonstrating the ability to reflect opponents' attacks in New Mexico. However, he had never anticipated such an outrageous display. The sheer volume of hundreds, if not thousands, of projectiles and laser assaults could be repelled? The outcome was evident. Nearly one-third of Hydra's aircraft suffered immediate losses. This did not even account for the devastation wrought by Iron Man and his armored suits. To make matters worse, during this chaos, that accursed Zeo had already approached the Sky Fortress. Attack. Immediately attack. Regaining his composure, Pierce issued the command once more. Utilize everything at your disposal. We cannot allow that damn Zeo to unleash a nuclear kick upon the Sky Fortress. I refuse to believe he can consistently repel our assaults. Chapter 43. How shall you respond if we release the Mushroom Egg? The Sky Aircraft Carrier is indeed the Serpent Shield. Ahem, the S.H.I.E.L.D. has expended immense resources, manpower, and time to create this aircraft carrier. The Sky Aircraft Carrier is equipped with the latest fighter jets developed by the United States and S.H.I.E.L.D., enabling tri-service operations across land, sea, and air, and even capable of launching mushroom eggs, serving as a genuine mobile fortress. It would be a tremendous loss if it were to vanish just like that. Simultaneously, the remaining fighter jets of Hydra, along with the Sky Aircraft Carrier itself, continued to unleash a barrage of attacks towards Baiyu. This is dire. Iron Man, witnessing this scene from a distance, could not help but change his expression. He acknowledged that the Time King was indeed formidable. However, the latter was now contending with some of the most advanced modern technological weapons on Earth, all under the threat of the Mushroom Egg. Although the Time King's previous deflections of those fighter jet projectiles and lasers were impressive, could he truly replicate such feats each time? Moreover, this time, Hydra's onslaught was far more intense and ferocious than before. Regrettably, no matter how concerned Iron Man was, it was utterly futile at this moment. His speed could not match that of Baiyu, and he lacked the capability to withstand such attacks. It seemed his only recourse was to place his faith in Baiyu. A futile resistance. At this moment, Baiyu remained unconcerned by Hydra's assault. Simultaneously, he pressed the button atop the alien dragon tooth dial in his hand. Contract Advent. In an instant, a creature measuring 6.15 meters in length, entirely black, resembling a dragon knight yet appearing even more sinister and bizarre, materialized around Baiyu. Undoubtedly, this was yet another element not present in the original work. Yet, it mattered not. The 1-5-tier demon power and the Time King system were ready to intervene. In any case, the alien black dragon knight encircled Baiyu, shielding him from all incoming attacks. Subsequently, a familiar mirror reappeared, reflecting all the attacks back once more. Hydra suffered significant losses among their fighter jets yet again. It is no exaggeration to say that even Iron Man, along with all his armored suits, achieved far less than Baiyu's 2 waves of deflections. Damn it. In a certain Quinjet, Pierce was on the verge of madness. What on earth is this Time King about? How does he always manage to summon such bizarre entities? Whether it was the Golden Phoenix, the Dragon Knight, the Dark Invader, or the recently summoned alien Black Dragon Knight. These were all things Pierce and his companions had never encountered before. Moreover, each one was absurdly powerful. Of course, what infuriated Pierce the most was Baiyu's ability to rebound attacks. However, it is evidently not the time to ponder such chaotic matters. In light of this, after a swift contemplation, a fierce glint flickered in Pierce's eyes. Follow my command, and release the mushroom egg immediately. Pierce was acutely aware that even if the aerial battleship did launch the mushroom egg, it could very well be repelled by the detestable Time King. But what of it? At such a close range, even that cursed Time King would find it challenging to evade in time. Would he not? Pierce did not believe the latter could be powerful enough to disregard the mushroom egg. After all, even if he took no action, it was likely that the aerial battleship would not survive unscathed. Thus, it would be better to seize this opportunity and take a bold risk. If they could annihilate the Time King, then even if the aerial battleship were indeed destroyed, the loss would not be excessively grave, would it? Detestable Time King. Are you not capable of unleashing your nuclear explosion kick? Pierce's gaze was fixed intently on the figure on the large screen. drawing ever closer to the aerial battleship. And he declared with malice, "What if we were to launch a mushroom egg in your direction? How would you respond?" Admittedly, the Kuhn-style fighter jet that Pierce occupied would likely struggle to evacuate beyond the explosion radius of the mushroom egg in time. However, whoever stated that Pierce's physical form was present here? In truth, it was merely a three-dimensional projection of Pierce, designed for better observation of the situation and command. Even if this fighter jet were to be destroyed, he would remain unscathed. As for the other personnel aboard this aircraft, to sacrifice themselves for the future of Hydra, was that not a privilege? It appeared that the members of Hydra truly shared this sentiment. Despite knowing that Pierce's orders were rather reckless, they still executed them without hesitation. Consequently, a mushroom egg was swiftly launched from the aerial battleship, targeting Bayou. Upon witnessing this scene, Bayou raised an eyebrow. Hydra dares to have the aerial battleship launch a mushroom egg? Do they intend to counter my nuclear explosion kick with the so-called strongest weapon of humanity? However, resolving this matter would not prove difficult. Let us not forget that each time he unleashed the nuclear explosion kick, he too was within the explosion radius. Did this not indicate that he could also be immune to nuclear explosions? At the very least, he could withstand the detonation of his own kick. Therefore, stop. Bayou gently raised his hand, halting the mushroom egg that was about to strike his face, and casually tossed it into the system space. Then, finish time. Rising mighty. Time break. Accompanied by the sound effects of his ultimate technique, Bayou executed a 360 spin in midair before delivering a powerful upward kick infused with electricity. Given the proximity, he soon struck the underside of the aerial battleship's exterior. The next moment, boom, rumble, bang, a tremendous explosion resonated suddenly, a dazzling and almost blinding crimson light illuminating the entire sky. Was that the Time King's nuclear explosion kick? Below, regardless of whether it was Iron Man, Captain America, Spider-Man, or the forces of Hydra on land and sea, they instinctively turned their gazes skyward. In that moment, they seemed to forget the battle, their missions, and everything else. Prior to this, Captain America and his allies had merely heard of, or seen in surveillance footage, Bayou's nuclear explosion kick. However, witnessing it firsthand now, they truly comprehended the magnitude of the scene, which was not only astonishing but also profoundly terrifying. Chapter 44, Wanda, Quicksilver. Even more terrifying is the fact that, with the aid of artificial intelligence, Iron Man and the keen-eyed Captain America, along with Spider-Man, have all witnessed the phenomenon of Bayou's suspended mushroom egg, which vanished in an instant. This implies that even the mushroom egg poses little threat to Bayou, unless he finds himself in a situation where resistance is utterly impossible. That is, his power? Thor, the god of thunder, who had just obliterated a Hydra ship, was also somewhat astonished. In truth, with his divine might, destroying the airborne mothership would not be a particularly arduous task. However, achieving a feat as straightforward and astonishing as that of Time King would be considerably more challenging. Moreover, Thor harbored a premonition that the so-called nuclear explosion kick was far from Time King's most formidable attack. On the other side, the World Security Council, Minister's Office. Damn. 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 Pierce ranted, hurling profanities as he violently smashed nearly everything within his reach. What manner of creature is this masked rider Time King? How is it that even the mushroom egg proves ineffective against him? A sense of foreboding surged within Pierce at this rate. It would be exceedingly difficult for Hydra to contend with Time King and his allies solely with their current strength. Of course, Hydra was not entirely devoid of the capacity for resistance. Yet, Pierce felt an unsettling lack of confidence. No, he quickly resolved, I can no longer remain here. The reason Hydra has stood resilient over the years, even managing to turn S-H-I-E-L-D into S-N-A-K-E, lies in their ability to confuse and deceive. What is showcased will never represent the entirety of Hydra. Their clandestine operations will continue to thrive in unnoticed corners, achieving the effect that for every head severed, two more will emerge. Now, it was evident that Pierce intended to transition from the light to the shadows, endeavoring to grow a second head. On a beach. While everyone present remained immersed in the shock brought forth by Bayou's nuclear explosion kick, Hawkeye suddenly let out a cry of agony. His body seemed to have suffered an invisible assault, crashing heavily to the ground. Hawkeye, what happened to you? Black Widow inquired with concern. Then, she noticed the environment around her transforming dramatically. It was as if she had been transported from the beach to a familiar room. Here, there was a stern female teacher and a group of dancing girls. One of the girls even bore a resemblance to Black Widow herself. The Red Room? Recognizing the place, Black Widow's heart sank. Why have I returned here and encountered my former self? Outside, my unfamiliar companions. Be cautious. Thor, the god of thunder, descended onto the beach and warned, someone is attempting to use mental interference against us. Mortal beings such as yourselves are easily ensnared. Fortunately, I am a deity. Before Thor could finish his sentence, he found himself seemingly transported to a grand banquet in Asgard. Alongside him and Black Widow, Captain America, Winter Soldier, Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Nick Fury were all ensnared in their respective illusions. These illusions were predominantly tied to matters they were reluctant to confront, even filled with dread. Quicksilver and Wanda. At this moment, Bayu, who had also landed on the ground, felt a twinge of surprise. Had they activated their powers already? Bayu recalled that in the Marvel films, Quicksilver and Wanda awakened their abilities through the influence of the Mind Stone. However, in this realm, Loki had not yet brought the Mind Stone here. Could it be the Tesseract? Bayu speculated, or perhaps it was their own awakening. According to the Marvel cinematic narrative, Quicksilver and Wanda possessed these abilities inherently. The Mind Stone merely served as a catalyst. Yet, this does not imply that the Mind Stone is an absolute necessity. The Tesseract or other extraordinary artifacts might similarly act as a trigger. Nevertheless, these considerations were inconsequential at present. What truly mattered was the phenomena occurring with Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Thor, which bore a striking resemblance to the abilities of Quicksilver and Wanda. However, such matters were trivial now. After all, I cannot invade your mental realm. There exists a formidable barrier protecting it. Suddenly, a young woman with striking red hair and a voluptuous figure, clad in a crimson coat, appeared before Bayu. Her face a canvas of astonishment. And it seems you are familiar with us? Ding. Successfully signed in with Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Rewards obtained. Onimusha dial. Wabuki dial. Before Bayu could respond, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Onimusha is the 6th Kamen Rider of the Heisei series. The first not based on insects or animals. Kamen Rider Wabuki, in turn, is the 2nd rider from the series Onimusha. In summary, Bayu had taken another step closer to the exalted form and acquired additional means. Subsequently, of course I know you. After all, I am the Time King. Gaining his composure, Bayu turned to Wanda, his tone icy. However, we are currently adversaries. Want to know more? Then you must first defeat me. No sooner had he spoken than Bayu delivered a punch that shattered Wanda. Yet, the latter was merely an illusion conjured by Wanda's psychic powers before Bayu's eyes. At that moment, Bayu perceptively sensed a rapidly moving figure approaching him. Undoubtedly, it was Quicksilver, endowed with supersonic speed. In light of this, let us counter speed with speed. Initially, Bayu invoked a time stop, and then he produced the 555 dial. Armor time. Complete. Fui's Axle. With the transformation complete, Bayu promptly released the time stop and pressed the button on the 555 dial. Fui's Axle. Startup. As the electronic sound resonated, Bayu's figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the Time King had disappeared. Quicksilver, who had just approached Bayu and was poised to launch an attack, gazed at the spot where Bayu had been, his eyes filled with disbelief. What on earth is happening? It is crucial to note that, while running at full speed, everything in the external world should appear nearly motionless to him. Yet, he had not sensed the Time King's disappearance at all. Clearly, at this moment, Quicksilver had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. Chapter 45, Royal Flush. Bang. Just as Quicksilver was still reeling from the shock of Time King's disappearance, a tremendous force struck his chest. Quicksilver let out a pain cry, his body propelled backward. It was not until he had flown nearly 100 meters that he finally returned to the ground. Yu. After a moment, Quicksilver struggled to gaze at the re-emerging Bayu, his mouth poised to utter something, yet was silenced by the blood filling his mouth. He was grievously injured both inside and out. Though not life-threatening, it would be some time before he could rise again. Meanwhile, Quicksilver slowly grasped the reality of the situation. The figure known as Time King had not disappeared. Rather, his speed was so astonishing that even someone like him, capable of supersonic movement, could not react in time. The very fact that he had sensed Time King's absence was likely due to the latter's deliberate mockery. Pietro. Soon, Wanda arrived before Quicksilver, unleashing a crimson energy in an attempt to hasten his recovery. Her voice was laced with concern. Pietro, how are you feeling? I'm fine. Quicksilver coughed out the blood from his mouth, weakly warning Wanda, you must be careful. He is stronger than we imagined. Upon hearing this, Wanda first stabilized Quicksilver's injuries. Upon realizing that he was not critically wounded, she rose, her eyes fierce with determination and anger. Pietro, rest here for a moment. I will avenge you. A red gaseous energy emanated from Wanda's form. It was evident that the initially dormant chaos magic within her had awakened further under the weight of her fury. In response to this scene, Bayu stepped closer to Wanda, displaying no fear in his demeanor, his tone brimming with confidence. You should be grateful to me. If I had wished, he would already be gone. Even you would have had no time to react before meeting your end at my hands. However, I am willing to offer you the chance for a direct confrontation. Thus, you ought to be thankful for my benevolence. As he spoke, Bayu produced the rider dial once more. The last time he had attempted to use this dial against the Winter Soldier, the latter had proven to be woefully inadequate, depriving him of the joy of utilizing the rider armor form. But this time, perhaps it would be different. Certainly, Wanda's current strength did not yet measure up to the prowess she displayed in Avengers: Infinity War, where she single-handedly confronted Thanos, nor to her ability in Avengers: Endgame, where she could challenge Thanos with overwhelming force. Yet, she should not be too weak now, right? At the very least, she was undoubtedly stronger than the Winter Soldier. Thus, armor time. Turn up. Blade King form. Accompanied by a transformation sound effect, Bayu transformed into the second-tier Sword Rider King form, his legs, feet, chest armor, shoulders, and face all radiating a brilliant gold. Adorning his body were 13 spade-themed undead motifs, indicative of the second-tier Sword Rider King armor. In his hand, he wielded the King Awakening Sword, a weapon originally belonging to the Sword Rider, its hilt a striking blue, and the blade a resplendent gold. Is the Sword Rider King Awakening device truly so? Wanda inquired, tilting her head slightly, her gaze sharpening with intensity. Then I shall defeat you as a token of my gratitude. As she spoke, Wanda gathered a swirling orb of crimson chaotic magical energy between her hands and unleashed it directly at Bayu. Bang, bang, bang. Bayu, sword in hand, maintained his original pace, advancing step by step toward Wanda. The chaotic magical energy struck him without hindrance. Yet it inflicted not the slightest harm upon him, neither did it impede his progress. What? Wanda's expression shifted to one of shock. My attack is utterly ineffective against him? This was a scenario she had not anticipated. As Bayu approached, a sense of pressure began to well up within her. Once more, realizing the precariousness of her situation, Wanda did not falter. Instead, she leaped into the air, her pupils turning a fierce crimson. Simultaneously, she summoned a more potent chaotic magic that enveloped her body. In response, Bayu remained silent, methodically pressing the buttons on the Sword Rider dial with his left hand and revolving the time-space driver counterclockwise a full 360 degrees. Psycheo. Finish time. Blade King. Royal Straight Flush. As the sound of his ultimate technique resonated, 5 undead creature cards. 10 times Saint Beetle. J. Fusion Vulture. Q. Absorbing Goat. K. Evolving Caucasian. And A. Transforming Armor Beetle arranged themselves in a linear formation between Bayu and Wanda. What is this? Wanda gazed at the 5 card images before her, an ominous premonition creeping into her thoughts. Without hesitation, she unleashed her gathered chaotic magic energy in an attempt to obliterate the card images and further assault Bayu. It is time to conclude this. Bayu stepped forward, gripping the now golden King Awakening device, and slashed forward with his sword. Boom. In an instant, a beam of golden energy erupted from the King Awakening device, piercing through the 5 undead creature card images and amplifying its power, hurtling directly toward Wanda. Bang! In the next moment, golden and crimson energies collided in the air, unleashing a terrifying force that reverberated through the ground and the sea within a 100-meter radius. Thor, Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Nick Fury, Black Widow, and Hawkeye were violently propelled backward, yet this tumultuous upheaval liberated them from the confines of the mental illusion. The ranks of Hydra, along with their entire arsenal, similarly succumbed to the impact, with over half of the unfortunate souls present being sent straight to oblivion. At that moment, accompanied by a cry of anguish, Wanda too could not withstand the might of the Royal Flush Royal Straight Cut. Her graceful form was hurled backward, crashing to the ground as she spat blood. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to Quicksilver's earlier plight, almost indistinguishable in its tragic similarity. Chapter 46. The Dark Lord. In truth, this outcome stemmed from Bayu's mercy. Otherwise, whether it be Wanda or Quicksilver, they would undoubtedly have suffered far worse than mere severe injuries. Both Wanda and Quicksilver are not inherently malevolent individuals, nor do they harbor any profound enmity towards Bayu. Their presence here is merely a consequence of being raised by Hydra from a young age and having their abilities awakened with Hydra's assistance. Moreover, Wanda and Quicksilver possess considerable strength and potential. Wanda, with her chaotic magic, or the chaotic force, once fully developed, would render even Odin and the Ancient One akin to mere insects in her presence. Even Quicksilver, should he continue to evolve, may prove formidable in his own right. The crux of the matter is that it would be quite a pity to lose a character as rich and generous as Wanda. Ahem. In any case, after Baiyu obliterated the Sky battleship with a nuclear explosion and Wanda and Quicksilver were defeated before him, the remnants of Hydra's forces were no longer a concern. Baiyu need not lift a finger. Thor and Nick Fury easily handled the remaining skirmishes. Now what should we do? With the battle here effectively concluded, Black Widow Natasha surveyed the group and inquired. The bulk of Hydra's forces has been vanquished. The remaining individuals, upon receiving the news, will undoubtedly go into hiding. However, in the short term, they should not pose a significant threat to us. In contrast, the predicament regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. is far more grave. For prior to this, S.H.I.E.L.D. had nearly transformed into Hydra's FAAD, with its ranks largely infiltrated by Hydra operatives. Now that Hydra's forces have been decimated or are in retreat, S.H.I.E.L.D. is likely to become a mere illusion. It must be dismantled. It must be dismantled. Captain America declared without hesitation. S.H.I.E.L.D. ostensibly exists as a global organization dedicated to maintaining peace. Yet, we are all aware that it has long been infiltrated by Hydra. Who knows how many nefarious deeds Hydra has committed over the years under the guise of S.H.I.E.L.D. as protection? Surely, Tony, you can grasp this as well? Upon hearing his name, Tony's expression grew somber. After all, the Ten Rings, who had previously abducted him, employed weaponry sourced from Stark Industries. Furthermore, he had uncovered evidence of illicit arms dealings within Stark Industries, leading to numerous tragic outcomes. For instance, Wanda and Quicksilver's parents perished due to missiles manufactured by Stark Industries. Of course, at this moment, Tony was unaware of this particular detail, but it did not hinder his understanding of Captain America's intent. You are correct. Tony fell into a brief silence before nodding in agreement. S.H.I.E.L.D. has effectively ceased to exist. We cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. At the very least, S.H.I.E.L.D. should not continue to exist for the time being. Not only that, Captain America added, Hydra is akin to a centipede, seemingly lifeless yet not truly dead. Should we let our guard down, it could unleash irreparable calamities upon the world. Given their insidious infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. over the years, it is certain that numerous secrets regarding Hydra lie within its confines. I propose that we disclose these documents to the public, ensuring the world remains vigilant. However, Natasha interjected, wouldn't this revelation expose S.H.I.E.L.D.'s precarious transformation into a snake shield? Furthermore, Hydra's entanglement with S.H.I.E.L.D. runs deep. Disclosing Hydra's secrets would, in essence, unveil S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own secrets. Consequently, the closure of S.H.I.E.L.D. would not merely be temporary. Yet, this is a course we must undertake. Captain America insisted. The public has a right to know the truth. Natasha contemplated voicing her thoughts, yet ultimately fell silent. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., remained uncharacteristically reticent. It appeared that S.H.I.E.L.D. was on the verge of obliteration, reminiscent of the narrative in Marvel's Captain America, the Winter Soldier. However, Baiyu shook his head and interjected, I must disagree. To the public, S.H.I.E.L.D. embodies the bastion of global peace. If we reveal that this vast umbrella is riddled with flaws, incapable of providing protection, and potentially posing a danger, how would they react? They would panic, question, and lose their sense of security. Can you fathom what they might do in such circumstances? Are you certain that this outcome is preferable to the continued existence of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Before Captain America could respond, Baiyu continued, in my view, we should learn from our mistakes and rebuild. Given that Hydra has already infiltrated once, we must now exercise even stricter scrutiny over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal members, albeit discreetly. S.H.I.E.L.D. can rise anew, emerging more qualified to safeguard the world. Ultimately, the public still requires S.H.I.E.L.D., and it must shoulder greater responsibilities in its quest to protect. Baiyu's assertions were not mere meddling. It was crucial to recognize that Nick Fury, under the influence of Venom, had effectively become his subordinate. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D., led by Nick Fury, could soon be regarded as Baiyu's own faction. Moreover, the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. might prove advantageous to Baiyu. In light of this, how could he allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to be dismantled? Nevertheless, after hearing Baiyu's words, Captain America acknowledged some merit in his argument. Yet he still seemed intent on adhering to his perspective. Before he could voice his thoughts, Bayou's cold voice resounded, "Rogers, are you misunderstanding something? I am not consulting you, nor am I seeking your opinion." Upon hearing this, Captain America's expression changed dramatically. After the experiences of last night, when Bayou assisted him in subduing the Winter Soldier and their recent collaboration against Hydra, Captain America instinctively felt that he could trust the other party as a comrade and a companion. However, he now realized that he might have been mistaken. Simultaneously, Captain America recalled Bayou's self-designation. Aside from being Kamen Rider Zeo, he also referred to himself as the Benevolent Demon King. Although the term benevolent felt somewhat incongruous in this context, the title of Demon King was indeed significant. It implied that Bayou's existence was fundamentally different from theirs, and from all the inhabitants of this planet, throughout all time. Chapter 47. Why don't we consult the Security Council? Thus far, Bayou has not taken many lives. Apart from his disdain for Ivan Vanko, it is primarily the members of Hydra involved in this incident. However, this does not imply that he is a virtuous individual. At this moment, Captain America begins to grasp this notion. Yet, he finds himself at a loss regarding how to confront Bayou. Should he express anger, seek compromise, or adopt a stance of outright opposition? In truth, it is not only Captain America who feels this way. Natasha and Spider-Man share similar sentiments. As the atmosphere grows increasingly somber, Nick Fury clears his throat, drawing the attention of the assembly, and suggests SHIELD is actually subordinate to the World Security Council. Why don't we seek their opinion? Upon hearing this, Captain America and Natasha exchange glances and eventually nod in agreement. Bayou, on the other hand, appears indifferent. After all, he believes that SHIELD is secure today. Not even the arrival of Jesus would change that. With their consent, Nick Fury promptly begins to make contact with representatives from the World Security Council, doing so in full view of the assembly. Disbanding SHIELD and revealing its secrets? Upon learning of the situation, the members of the World Security Council immediately respond with a resolute no. SHIELD is the sole institution we rely on to maintain global peace and security. Its dissolution would undoubtedly lead to countless complications. Given that Hydra's members have either perished or fled, there is no need for SHIELD and the world to bear the consequences of their misdeeds. Therefore, we regret to inform you, Captain, that we cannot acquiesce to your proposal. This is a fallacy. The World Security Council's stance is influenced by various factors. Firstly, SHIELD possesses an abundance of secrets, including those concerning certain members of the Council itself. They would never allow such information to circulate freely. Secondly, the fact that Pierce, a minister of the World Security Council, is a member of Hydra, and even one of its leaders raises the likelihood that one or two more Hydra members could be present within the Council. For them, SHIELD remains the optimal vessel for Hydra's resurgence, and they would naturally resist any attempt to dissolve it easily. As for the public revelation of Hydra's secrets, such a notion is even less likely to receive their approval. Most importantly, during this battle, Bayou, transformed into Kamen Rider Zeo, once again showcased his nuclear explosion kick, along with other astonishing abilities. It is no exaggeration to say that whether SHIELD remains intact or Hydra's secrets are made public is currently of little significance to the World Security Council. What truly matters is the possibility of Zeo unleashing a nuclear explosion kick upon himself in a fit of rage. After all, even Hydra has effectively succumbed to the might of Zeo alone. What can the World Security Council offer to rival the latter? Undoubtedly, given the opportunity, the World Security Council would aspire to suppress or even manipulate the Time King. However, at present, they are compelled to follow the guidance of their hearts. Captain America, upon hearing the response from the World Security Council, shook his head in disappointment, choosing to remain silent. Otherwise, his opposition would extend beyond just SHIELD or the United States, encompassing nearly every nation on Earth. Moreover, even Captain America had to concede that he could not afford to provoke the wrath of the formidable Bayou. Of course, the situation would be markedly different if Bayou were a character known for indiscriminate slaughter and tyrannical behavior. Excellent. The World Security Council was quite pleased with Captain America's demeanor. They then lowered their voices slightly to address Bayou, inquiring, "Time King, given that Nick Fury as the director of SHIELD failed to promptly identify the infiltration of Hydra, nearly leading to a grave mistake. We believe he is no longer qualified to continue in this role. Would you be willing to assume his position? Nick Fury interjected. Am I to blame for this? Did Carter and Howard not also fail to detect Hydra's infiltration? Nick Fury recalled his tenure as director of SHIELD, during which he faced various challenges and accusations from the World Security Council. Now, however, they displayed an unexpectedly cordial attitude toward the Time King. To be frank, if given the choice, Nick Fury would prefer the Council's former obstinate demeanor and hoped they might revert to it. I'm not interested, at that moment, by you. Upon hearing the Council's remarks, unhesitatingly shook his head, stating, furthermore, I believe Nick Fury is doing quite well in his role as director. But you had no desire to assume the burdens of SHIELD. You merely needed to control Nick Fury, which seemed far more appealing. Indeed. You make a valid point. The World Security Council promptly replied, we hold Nick Fury's capabilities and character in high regard. A minor error does not diminish his past achievements. It is only fitting for him to continue as director of SHIELD. Nick Fury was left incredulous. Are you even aware of what you are saying? In a matter of seconds, their attitude had undergone a complete 180-degree turn. For a moment, Nick Fury felt disinclined to continue as the unfortunate director of SHIELD. Yet, he remained bound by the influence of Venom, unable to defy Bayu's will, at least for the time being. In truth, not only Nick Fury, but even Captain America and Bayu himself found themselves at a loss for words. However, as long as the objective could be achieved, Bayu was indifferent to the details. So be it. The members of the World Security Council remained unfazed and unflustered. Yet, Nick Fury, despite being the director of SHIELD, was ultimately a flawed individual. In the future, when faced with significant matters, perhaps he could consult with the Time King. By the way, hadn't he always aspired to establish something? Oh yes, the Avengers. For the sake of world peace, we have acquiesced. Nick Fury. He vowed he had never been so speechless in his life. Previously, he had exhausted his arguments. While the World Security Council consistently opposed the formation of the Avengers, yet now they had proactively suggested it. The notion of maintaining world peace, Nick Fury could surmise, was undoubtedly a pretense. Chapter 48. 4. I concede that my voice was somewhat elevated just now. Nick Fury pondered briefly and discerned the intentions of the World Security Council. Previously, their reluctance to establish the Avengers stemmed from two primary concerns: the uncontrollable nature of such a superhuman collective and the apprehension that SHIELD might wield the immense power of the Avengers, ultimately posing a threat to the Council itself. However, the circumstances have shifted. The Time Lord Kamen Rider Zeo now represents a significant threat to them. One so substantial that the World Security Council is neither willing nor daring to impose stringent measures against him. In contrast, they prefer a more conciliatory approach. They are inclined to grant Bayu a special permit, suggesting that Nick Fury should heed his counsel. And the formation of the Avengers is merely one of the means of appeasement. Indeed, the so-called Avengers now serve as a super tool gifted by the World Council to Bayu, intended to foster closer relations. After all, no matter how formidable the threat posed by the Avengers, it pales in comparison to that of Bayu. Conversely, should Bayu resolutely pursue a course of action, the Avengers would be powerless to thwart him. In the eyes of the World Security Council, rather than continuing to obstruct the creation of the Avengers, it is more prudent to seize this opportunity to further win Bayu over. This is entirely reasonable. The world encompasses not only poetry and distant dreams, but also the harsh realities at hand. Even the World Security Council, which embodies some of the highest power globally, must occasionally yield to its genuine inclinations. With a heavy sigh, Nick Fury inhaled deeply, allowing his inner turmoil to settle. Undoubtedly, the establishment of the Avengers under these circumstances contradicts Nick Fury's original intentions. Yet, at this juncture, many elements are irrevocably altered, unless Bayu himself chooses to refuse. I agree. Upon hearing the suggestion from the World Security Council, Bayu nodded in satisfaction. The establishment of the Avengers is indeed a commendable idea. I have already contemplated the members: Rogers, Tony, Bucky, the Winter Soldier, Natasha, Barton, Hawkeye, Thor, Peter Parker, and Nick Fury, of course, among them. Rogers and Tony will serve as co-captains, while Nick Fury and Natasha will be co-vice captains. Thus, the Avengers, when rounded up, will effectively represent Bayu's own faction. Although this faction may still grapple with certain issues, it should nonetheless provide Bayu with some advantages, wouldn't it? Nick Fury. Very well. There are no alternatives now. Captain America and Iron Man furrowed their brows. Instinctively, they harbored some dissatisfaction, even aversion, towards this Avengers assembly. They questioned whether such a team could genuinely uphold world peace. Yet, the matter has been decreed by the World Security Council. Their opposition would be tantamount to defiance of the law. Moreover, the transgressions extend beyond the laws of the United States. Certainly, Captain America and Iron Man are not known for their compliance. However, the Avengers, in their nascent stage, have yet to encounter the calamities they dread. Thus, they are not prepared to instigate conflict at this juncture. To my surprise, I find myself appointed as a deputy leader. Natasha chuckled, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Indeed. But should your performance as deputy fall short of even my own as a member, it might prove rather embarrassing. Hawkeye chimed in. Can I also join the Avengers to uphold world peace? Spider-Man inquired, his excitement palpable. He was unconcerned about the trivialities. He only recognized that once this so-called Avengers initiative was successfully established, it could genuinely safeguard the Earth and humanity. That alone was sufficient motivation for him to join. Moreover, Spider-Man remained optimistic that the enigmatic Kong would not truly perpetrate any actions detrimental to humanity. Bucky remained silent, yet it was evident he would align with Captain America. Ultimately, Thor could no longer contain his sarcastic remark. I understand the rationale, but why must I be involved? He is the god of thunder from Asgard, not a mere earthling. His participation in this conflict was merely a result of being inexplicably summoned. Of course, should Earth genuinely require assistance, Thor would undoubtedly oblige. However, that does not imply he is obligated to join any Avengers initiative. At that moment, Bayu regarded Thor with a bemused expression, glancing at the hammer of the god of thunder in his hand. He said nothing, yet it felt as though he had conveyed everything. Thor inspected his hammer, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally admitting, I concede. My previous utterance was somewhat louder than intended. Joining the Avengers is indeed a commendable choice. The individuals present are all exceptionally talented, eloquent, and I find myself quite fond of you all. Here, I feel as though I have returned home. Bayu. How peculiar is this declaration? Yet, it is inconsequential. Despite Thor's somewhat odd remarks, his awareness of the situation endeared him to Bayu. Therefore, he casually returned the hammer to Thor. Remarkably, at times, this object seems to possess a greater effect than its intended purpose. Now, only one question remains. What shall they do next? After a moment, Natasha gestured towards the severely injured Wanda and Quicksilver, curiously inquiring of Bayu. Logically, given that Wanda and Quicksilver were affiliated with Hydra, their immediate execution would pose no issue. Yet, Bayu had a clear opportunity to eliminate them, yet chose to show mercy. Anyone with a modicum of intellect would speculate that he must have some grander intention. Initially, Natasha assumed Bayu was merely infatuated with Wanda. However, recalling Bayu's commendable conduct during the New Mexico incident, she dismissed her own conjecture. This is also the reason why she now harbors a certain curiosity. The two of them, known as Wanda and Pietro, once had a warm and nurturing family during their childhood. However, their lives were irrevocably altered when 2 missiles bearing the Stark Industries insignia fell before them, claiming the lives of their loved ones. Subsequently, driven by a fervent desire for life and a profound anger towards Stark Industries, they were discovered by Hydra and awakened their latent powers. Thus, I intend to invite them to join the Avengers. Chapter 49 Wanda. Surely you do not wish for anything to befall Quicksilver, do you? Regardless of whether it pertains to Quicksilver or Wanda, both remain in the nascent phase of their awakened abilities. Captain America and Natasha are capable of aiding Quicksilver and Wanda in mastering their powers with greater efficiency and speed, even if future adversities arise. While you could utilize the Avengers or directly traverse the Aurora Veil to locate Wanda and Quicksilver. Furthermore, the rapport between Bayu, Wanda, and Quicksilver is far from amicable at present, coupled with his reluctance to test his only reason. It would be prudent for him to maintain a certain distance from the twins for the time being. As for the Stark Industries missiles, upon hearing Bayu's introduction, Tony was initially taken aback, but then nodded without hesitation. Very well, I consent to their inclusion in the Avengers. Although Tony was merely a child at that time, he still felt a sense of responsibility. Moreover, having been a victim of Stark Industries weaponry himself, He could empathize with Wanda and Quicksilver's inner turmoil. The others exchanged glances, hesitant to express their opinions. After all, the two had only recently been adversaries, making it difficult for them to trust Wanda and Quicksilver just yet. However, since Wanda and Quicksilver were defeated by Bayou, and Tony had chosen to endorse their inclusion, the others found it challenging to voice further objections. I disagree. At that moment, Wanda's voice, the very subject of the discussion, rang out. We would never wish to coexist with those from Stark Industries, nor with you, Time King. Since you have triumphed, why not simply kill us? Silence. Who asked for your input? Unfortunately, Wanda's words were interrupted by Bayou's disdainful voice. You two mere captives truly believe you possess the right to choose? Furthermore, should I desire, I could easily cause one of you to perish, while the other would be unable to die even if they wished to. Thus, Wanda, you surely do not wish for Quicksilver to face harm while you remain alive, yearning for death and solitude, do you? Of course, I am no demon. Before Wanda could respond, Bayou casually painted a grand vision. If your future conduct meets my expectations, I could indeed transport you through time, allowing you to reunite with your family from your childhood. Perhaps even resurrect them. What did you say? While Wanda might have brushed off earlier statements, she could not suppress her curiosity upon hearing Bayou's last words. Can you truly enable us to see our deceased family again? Ever since that fateful incident, Wanda and Quicksilver, having lost their support, were consumed by hatred and anger, becoming subjects of various experiments conducted by Hydra. Among all the participants in these experiments, only the two of them survived and activated the immense power within them, without a doubt compared to their abilities. What Wanda and Quicksilver yearned for most was the affirmation of family. However, is it not somewhat implausible to believe in the concepts of traversing time and space or resurrection? What Wanda fears most is that the hope within her heart may ultimately lead to even greater despair. Indeed, at this moment, without needing to say a word, Spider-Man immediately stepped forward and declared, I once traversed time alongside the Time King. He has also saved me once with the power of time. Although I have yet to witness him resurrect anyone, I believe that if he truly can return to your childhood, there is still hope for the revival of your loved ones. Upon hearing this, Wanda glanced at Spider-Man and then turned her gaze toward Bayou. Her eyes gradually filled with determination. Very well, I am willing to join the Avengers. If in the future, Time King, you can indeed reunite us with our former family members or even resurrect them, then I shall do whatever you ask. I feel the same. Quicksilver's voice, though weak, chimed in. Excellent. Bayou replied with a smirk. In that case, allow me to grant you a little benefit. With that, Bayou removed the Time King's second-tier dial from his waist and pressed it in the direction of Wanda and Quicksilver. In an instant, time reversed for Wanda and Quicksilver, and all their injuries were restored to their original state within mere seconds. This is truly astonishing. Wanda surveyed herself, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement. The others shared her sentiment. Even Spider-Man, who had experienced this once before, was still in disbelief. The most crucial aspect is that if Bayou can not only heal others' injuries but also resurrect them as he claims, the implications of such a capability would be monumental. Once this information spreads, it is bound to create a tremendous uproar. After all, nuclear explosions instill fear and trepidation, but the yearning for life can drive countless individuals to madness. This is especially true for those in positions of power. Nick Fury and the others can assure that once the World Security Council learns of Bayou's ability to instantly heal others or even resurrect them, those individuals will undoubtedly kneel before Bayou, enacting a drama akin to seeking a benevolent ruler without a moment's hesitation. All right, Bayou nodded, indifferent to the thoughts of others, and raised his hand to summon a curtain of aurora. The matters here are mostly resolved. The remaining aftermath is up to you. Farewell. With that, his body was swept away by the curtain of aurora and vanished alongside it. Did you see that? Spider-Man immediately explained to Wanda. The Time King previously used that white light curtain to move between different spaces and even different times. So, you need not worry at all. As he spoke, Spider-Man gradually sensed something amiss, and upon realizing it, he hurriedly shouted in the direction where Bayou had departed. Wait, I have yet to board. No, rather, I have yet to enter. Upon noticing this, Natasha's eyes sparkled with delight. At this very moment, it was reminiscent of a time long past. This scene was so familiar to her. Little Spider, fret not. We shall assist you in returning home, Natasha said, stepping forward to suppress her laughter as she comforted Spider-Man. Thank you. Spider-Man expressed his gratitude. However, had he not perceived the amused expression Natasha was struggling to conceal, he might have felt a tad more elated. Chapter 50. The Deification, Cosmic Cube in Harlem, New York. Baiyu returned to his hotel after a modest dinner and some leisurely entertainment, soon drifting into slumber. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, a notification chimed. Congratulations! Your daily sign-in was successful, and you have received the reward, the gaming talent of Genius Player M. Upon hearing the system's voice, Baiyu felt a moment of bewilderment. Genius Player M is a title held by the protagonist Emu Hojo in the Heisei series of Kamen Rider, a character renowned for his unparalleled gaming prowess. Undoubtedly, possessing such talent would render Baiyu nearly invincible in the realm of gaming. However, he pondered the relevance of this ability in the perilous Marvel universe. He still lacked numerous pieces to activate the gaming domain of the XA dial. In contrast, the divine capability of creating nearly all Kamen Riders single-handedly, as well as the formidable player Kuroto Dan, who is a bug-level Kamen Rider, seemed infinitely more appealing. Nevertheless, Baiyu was aware that these thoughts were merely fanciful musings. After all, if he truly possessed such divine talent, he might as well craft Kamen Rider transformation devices himself, rendering the need for anyone else's assistance moot. Soon, Baiyu shook his head gently, dismissing these thoughts. Simultaneously, across various nations, particularly within the United States, a remarkable official news broadcast emerged. Dear viewers, rejoice! A superhero among superheroes has been born. He is known as Kamen Rider Zio, the Sovereign of Time. Endowed with godlike abilities such as time stop, time travel, and nuclear explosion kick. Moreover, within a matter of days, Zio has vanquished formidable foes, including the Hulk, the Abomination, and a destroyer sent by an evil deity to New Mexico. He even eliminated a race car driver during the Monaco Grand Prix and attempted to assault Tony Stark's Ivan Vanko. Just yesterday, he decisively obliterated a significant Hydra contingent, thwarting their ambitions for resurgence. With the unanimous consent of the World Security Council and SHIELD, Kamen Rider Zio has been granted a special license, empowering him to oversee SHIELD and, at times, act in place of relevant governmental bodies to enforce national laws. Additionally, upon Zio's suggestion, SHIELD has established a superhero team known as the Avengers, aimed at better safeguarding world peace and humanity. A brief introduction to the members of this alliance follows. Upon the release of this news, citizens across the globe were left astounded. Kamen Rider Zio, the superhero among superheroes? What an extraordinary development. Wait, nuclear explosion kick. Could it be related to the two colossal aerial explosions witnessed days prior over Harlem and at a beach on the U.S. border yesterday afternoon? It dawned on me. This Kamen Rider Zio is nothing short of a humanoid nuclear weapon. Moreover, with abilities such as time suspension and time travel, how do they differ from so-called deities? Clearly, it is a fabrication. How could anyone possibly unleash a nuclear explosion with a mere kick? Furthermore, this world does not harbor any gods. Even if they did exist, they would merely be God. Nonsense. The great Father Zeus is the one true deity. I, as a god, vehemently disagree. Pangu, I am invincible. You may act as you wish. Bah, I care not for such matters. I only know that we do not require any deities, let alone those privileged superheroes. Indeed, we must resist, resolutely resist. In the wake of the shock, many in the public felt a swell of discontent, particularly among the American populace. After all, if they could reject mutants and superheroes, how could they possibly accept gods? The crux of the matter lies in the overwhelming powers bestowed upon the SHIELD oversight, replacing various national enforcement agencies. This authority is far too great. It evokes envy, jealousy, and loathing to the point of distortion. This raises undeniable suspicions about the true motives of the nations, or rather, the World Security Council, in orchestrating these events. Hours later, within a game reminiscent of a past mobile game, Baiyu lay on his bed after racking up countless quintuple kills, feeling utterly disenchanted. Despite his unparalleled gaming prowess, he had lost the trivial worries of a novice player. Truly, invincibility breeds a loneliness akin to snow. Indeed, the accolades of Genius Player M's gaming talent bore little significance for Baiyu. However, which game should he explore next? He pondered deeply. As for the news regarding the deification by the World Security Council, Baiyu remained oblivious, as he rarely watched television. Yet, even if he were aware, it is unlikely that he would care. After all, as long as his own power was formidable enough, many things would lose their importance. Ultimately, a person slain meets their demise. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Baiyu rose and opened the door to find Nick Fury, fully armed and bearing an unusually grave expression. In his hands, he clutched a small black case reminiscent of a briefcase. Upon seeing the case, Baiyu had already surmised its contents. Sure enough, as Nick Fury entered Baiyu's room and cautiously opened the black case, a crystalline object, approximately 20 centimeters in length and width and 50 centimeters in height, radiating a blue glow and featuring regular geometric shapes, materialized in the air. Without a doubt, this was the Cosmic Cube, containing the Space Stone and boundless energy. The Cosmic Cube, it is essential to note, transformed Carol Danvers into one of the mightiest superheroes on Earth, Captain Marvel, due to her exposure to the energies contained within it. Even the new element that Iron Man utilized to replace palladium originated from Howard Stark's research on the Cosmic Cube. This fact also serves as one of the primary reasons Loki was unable to manipulate Tony Stark using the Mind Stone in the first Avengers film. In essence, within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Cosmic Cube, as one of the Infinity Stones and the vessel for the Space Stone, undoubtedly stands as one of the most esteemed treasures of this universe. Thus, the fact that Nick Fury managed to acquire it without any unforeseen incidents is quite astonishing to Baiyu. In accordance with typical narrative conventions, one would expect Nick Fury to exclaim something along the lines of, "The Time Stone is in peril. Loki has seized the Cosmic Cube." Yet, remarkably, he successfully presented the Cosmic Cube before Baiyu. Well, that makes sense. After all, this is the real world, not a fictional narrative filled with melodramatic twists. Chapter 51. Tony's concerns excellent. Baiyu cast another glance at the Cosmic Cube and unceremoniously issued a dismissal to Nick Fury. "There is no need for you to remain here for the time being. You may return. I am certain that S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers have numerous matters awaiting your attention." Nick Fury nodded slightly, but hesitated for a moment before ultimately succumbing to curiosity. "May I inquire what you intend to do with the Cosmic Cube?" Even though Nick Fury may not fully comprehend the significance of the cube, he recognized it as an extraordinarily perilous artifact. Who could say whether Baiyu might employ it for nefarious purposes? Absolutely not. Baiyu promptly rejected the notion, asserting, "I am under no obligation to report my actions to you. Moreover, trust me when I say that this object is far safer in my possession than in yours." This time, Baiyu did not mention borrowing it for a few days. Previously, it was merely their first encounter, and he had little connection to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, at this moment, Nick Fury and the entire organization could be considered subordinate to Baiyu. Thus, he naturally possessed greater authority and freedom to handle the Cosmic Cube. Furthermore, the cube's presence in Fury's hands posed a significantly greater risk. Very well, Nick Fury conceded, choosing not to press further, and turned to depart. Now, let us commence. Once Nick Fury had left, Baiyu retrieved the Time King's second stage dial, the empty dial, and the time-space drive. Rider time. Kamen Rider. Rider. Z0002. Armor time. Kuga Ultimate Form. Accompanied by the transformation sound effects, Baiyu instantly morphed into the Time King's second stage, Kuga Ultimate Armor Form. After all, what he sought to accomplish next was to absorb, or even replicate, the power of the Cosmic Cube. This could only be achieved through Kuga's abilities. Now, with the transformation complete, Baiyu raised his right hand toward the Cosmic Cube. His gaze infused with a trifecta of anticipation, excitement, and trepidation, mixed with a hint of nonchalance. In the next moment, the Cosmic Cube soared toward him, hovering before his eyes and beginning to emanate azure cosmic energy, which naturally included the power of space. Simultaneously, the environment around Baiyu transformed dramatically. He soon realized he found himself in an endless void. Could this be the interior of the Cosmic Cube, or rather, the Space Stone? Baiyu quickly formed a hypothesis in his mind. He had heard before that each of the 6 Infinity Stones contained a unique space within. Baiyu initially thought this was merely a construct of Marvel Comics. To his astonishment, the Space Stone in this world also harbored a special realm. Nevertheless, he soon found solace in the notion that this would facilitate his absorption of the stone's power. Closing his eyes, he focused intently on harnessing his abilities. In an instant, a torrent of immense energy surged from all directions within this space, enveloping Baiyu. From a distance, he appeared as a cocoon radiating a mysterious blue luminescence. Meanwhile, in the heart of Manhattan, at Stark Tower, Pepper approached Tony with a cup in hand, her concern evident. "Tony, what's wrong? Since you returned yesterday, you've often been sitting in silence, seemingly troubled. If you don't mind, would you share your thoughts with me? I might not be able to assist you directly, but expressing your worries can be a relief." don't you think? Hearing her voice, Tony snapped back to reality, accepting the cup from Pepper and taking a sip. He managed to smile, saying, "Having you here is the greatest support I could ask for. Besides, I am Tony Stark, one of the smartest individuals in the world." Iron Man, how could I possibly have any troubles? After a brief moment of shared gazes, Tony chose to relent, admitting, "I do have some concerns, though they are not of great significance. I had a dream." No, it wasn't merely a dream. It might have been a hallucination. In any case, I witnessed certain things that could perhaps be the future. Was it terrifying? Pepper inquired gently. Yes, it was quite dreadful. Tony's gaze intensified as his tone grew grave. I saw the apocalypse. Countless individuals perished before my eyes, including the old relic, Captain America, the Black Egg, the foolish god, Thor, and Little Spider. The earth lay in ruins, littered with corpses. What was even more horrifying was that I was still alive, isolated in despair amidst the bodies of my friends. This haunting vision stemmed from Wanda's mental influence on him during the battlefield the previous afternoon. Yet, at its core, it was rooted in an intrinsic fear within him. In the original narrative, Tony's similar fears and hallucinations had led him, alongside Bruce Banner, to develop Ultron. That's impossible, Tony. It must be a fabrication, Pepper interjected, sensing his emotional turmoil. She grasped his hands tightly, offering reassurance. In this world, there is U.S., H.I.E.L.D., and the Avengers. There is even that Kamen Rider Zeo, heralded as a god by the Global Safety Council, capable of unleashing nuclear devastation at a moment's notice. No one, absolutely no one, can bring about the end of the world. So, you need not worry at all. Yet, Tony's expression did not ease at Pepper's words. Instead, it grew heavier. What if, he pondered, the harbinger of the apocalypse is none other than Kong the Conqueror? Startled, Pepper responded with a perplexed frown, "Tony, why do you hold such a belief? Hasn't Kang's actions, for the most part, been beneficial?" "No." Tony shook his head vehemently, elaborating, "He is not engaged in noble deeds. He simply remains indifferent, disdainful of oppressing those who are irrelevant to him. However, once his thresholds are breached, or when something he values or his interests are at stake, his demeanor may transform dramatically. More crucially, there are moments when he exhibits a chilling disregard for human life. For instance, he did not hesitate to eliminate Abomination and Ivan Vanko. Furthermore, he coerced General Ross into compensating for the damages to his RV under veiled threats. Additionally, he thwarted the dissolution of S.H.I.E.L.D. and unilaterally determined the roster of the Avengers. Chapter 52. The Future Seer? The members of the World Security Council are exceedingly foolish. Tony continued, their recent deification campaign serves a dual purpose. On one hand, it aims to deepen their ties with the Time King. Even if they cannot manipulate him entirely, they hope to persuade him to assist them in certain matters. On the other hand, there is an ancient saying from the distant East, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. If, in the future, the Time King fails to provide the benefits the World Security Council desires, they might very well rally global forces against him, leading to an act of deicide. Alas, their folly lies in their failure to recognize that the Time King's power is perpetually on the rise. I cannot ascertain the source of his newfound strength, but I am certain that if left unchecked, his power will far exceed our wildest imaginings. Perhaps it is precisely because his abilities have yet to reach their zenith that his actions remain within a controllable range. But what if, one day, he does attain that pinnacle? Would he no longer suppress his true nature and transform into a genuine demon lord? After listening to Tony, Pepper's eyes still betrayed astonishment and confusion. These should merely be your conjectures. You possess no corresponding evidence. You cannot guarantee that these events will indeed transpire, correct? It is not that Pepper entirely disbelieved Tony, but rather that his assertions were so extraordinary, even somewhat presumptuous. Furthermore, she worried that Tony's persistent skepticism might impose undue pressure on him. It was hard to predict what might unfold in such a scenario. "Pepper, I understand your concerns," Tony replied, taking a deep breath. "However, the Time King is undeniably formidable. Even without acquiring new powers, there exists no one on Earth who can defeat him, at least not in a direct confrontation. Abilities such as time freeze and time travel render assassination attempts nearly futile. If the Time King were to oppose the entire world and pose a threat to humanity, what would we do? We could choose to trust in his inherent nature, believing he would not act in such a manner. But, Pepper, we cannot gamble on that certainty. Regardless, we must possess sufficient strength to contain the Time King when the time comes, mustn't we?" At a loss for words, Pepper pondered for a long while before finally asking, "What do you intend to do?" Despite never having witnessed the Time King's power firsthand, she understood the magnitude of his strength. It wasn't as simple as Tony suggesting containment. "Although I have limited information, I do have some ideas," Tony promptly responded. "In light of the various transformations of the Time King, I require corresponding nanotechnology to facilitate the swift adaptation of my diverse Iron Man suit models. To withstand the Time King's nuclear kick and other formidable offensive maneuvers, I must significantly enhance the defenses of my armors. For instance, I could explore the development of an energy shielder, consider the incorporation of new materials. The former could be achieved by upgrading the arc reactor or fabricating multiple arc reactors to collectively provide sufficient energy at critical moments. The latter might involve utilizing a material akin to Captain America's shield, vibranium. However, the scarcity of vibranium is a pressing concern. Fortunately, I am aware of another comparable material that is more abundant: vibranium. Interestingly, the nation with the largest reserve of vibranium, Wakanda, is preparing to engage in trade and establish diplomatic relations with the outside world. Clearly, Tony has engaged in profound contemplation regarding the potential threat posed by the Time King. Moreover, as time progresses, he may conceive even more reliable strategies. Yet, what a tedious fantasy. At that moment, a cold, somber voice resonated ominously. "How can you antiquated beings comprehend the terror of the Time King? Tony Stark, one of the most brilliant minds on Earth in this era. Your intuition is correct, and your thoughts commendable. Alas, the growth rate and the dreadfulness of the Time King far exceed your imagination. No matter how swiftly or powerfully you manufacture weapons, you shall never keep pace with the advancements of the Time King, unless your source of power originates from the future." Almost simultaneously, at the summit of the Himalayas, Kamartosh, the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, sensed something amiss. She abruptly turned her gaze toward New York, her expression grave. "It seems someone has traversed through time from the distant future to the present. This may not bode well." Without hesitation, Ancient One raised her hand to summon the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, from the library. After adorning herself with the Eye of Agamotto, she began to close her eyes and harness its power. However, merely 5 seconds later, she reopened her eyes, her countenance growing increasingly somber. This won't do. Initially, the emergence of the Time King merely stirred a slight ripple in the river of time. At most, it revealed no foreseeable future involving him. His every action lay beyond the parameters of time. Yet now, the arrival of this future person has utterly disrupted the fabric of time and space. Even the power of the Time Stone can no longer discern the future. No, that is not entirely due to the future person. There exist other forces, entities of greater power, assisting him. This is certainly not a favorable circumstance. After all, any being capable of influencing time, rendering the Time Stone significantly less effective, must be a formidable character. Even though the power of the Ancient One is still insufficient to fully harness the true potential of the Time Stone, it nevertheless attests to the extraordinary nature of the adversary. Furthermore, this future individual might have arrived due to the existence of the Time King. With this thought, the Ancient One seemed increasingly restless. She promptly rose, conjured a golden teleportation circle, and stepped into it, vanishing from sight. For the moment, no one knows her whereabouts. Chapter 53. The Conqueror, Kong. Stark Tower. Who? Upon hearing the voice, Tony instinctively pulled Pepper behind him and summoned dozens of different Iron Man suits. The voice from the other side abruptly resonated, and judging by its tone and content, it was evident that the speaker was no benevolent soul. The next moment, with a cold chuckle and a violent fluctuation of space-time, a mysterious figure clad in a black bodysuit, adorned with pink armor and a helmet, materialized from a high-tech chair, hovering before Tony and Pepper. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kong the Conqueror, a man from the future." Kong the Conqueror, a being from the future? Tony furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "What do you mean by Oma Ji-wan? Could it possibly refer to Kamen Rider Zeo?" "Indeed," Kong nodded, stating, "Oma Ji-wan is synonymous with destruction, death, and doomsday, and also represents the ultimate form of Kamen Rider Zeo. In the future, countless lives will be lost because of him, and numerous planets, galaxies, and even the multiverse will fall under his threat. Even so-called deities will appear as mere ants before him. Therefore, Mr. Stark, do you truly comprehend the nature of the existence you aim to confront?" Tony chose silence instead of an immediate response. Truth be told, he would not easily accept the claims of the so-called man from the future. However, the moment Kong appeared, Tony had keenly noted that the attire of the latter indeed bore the hallmarks of technology far beyond this era. Even the chair upon which Kang sat was likely a device capable of traversing time and space. Most crucially, Kang's description of Oma Ji Wong resonated significantly with Tony's own concerns regarding the rider. If Oma Ji Wong is so formidable, then how did you survive and arrive in this era? At this moment, Pepper stepped out from behind Tony and questioned, "What is your purpose in coming here? Virginia Pepper Potts?" Kang turned toward Pepper, speaking with a solemn tone. "You must understand that the threat posed by Oma Ji Wong is immense, and thus there will inevitably arise countless voices opposing him. It is with the assistance of certain great entities that I gained the opportunity to traverse time. Only in this era, before Oma Ji Wong has truly developed, can we potentially forge a new future. For this, I require allies, such as you, Tony." "Oh." Tony raised an eyebrow. "What is it that you wish for me to do?" "According to your previous statements, no matter how hard I strive, I cannot keep pace with the rider's advancements, can I?" In truth, Tony still did not genuinely believe Kang, and at this moment, he was merely probing. "Rest assured, together with me and a few others, we shall undoubtedly thwart the alteration of that despairing future," the Conqueror Kang proclaimed with unwavering confidence, before suddenly shifting his tone. "However, there are matters I must attend to first. I shall seek you out in due time." With that, without granting Tony and the others a moment to react, the Conqueror Kang vanished into thin air. This scene subtly affirmed that his capabilities indeed surpassed the imaginations of Tony and his companions. "Tony, do you trust him?" Pepper inquired after Kang's disappearance. "No," Tony replied resolutely. "To be more precise, whether what he said is true or false is of little consequence. What truly matters is that he may possess the means to grant me the power to thwart the Time King at a crucial moment. Of course, if given the choice, I would prefer never to have to wield such power and hope that the Time King remains steadfastly on our side." Simultaneously, high above Manhattan, the figure of Ancient One emerged from a portal, her expression grave as she gazed downward. Has he escaped? Due to the unique power possessed by the future dweller, Ancient One was unable to pinpoint their exact location, only able to vaguely sense a general vicinity. Unless she could engage in close proximity, it would remain elusive. Unfortunately, the future dweller proved to be quite cunning. Upon sensing Ancient One's presence, they promptly chose to flee without hesitation. In light of this, the only option left was to pursue him. After a brief moment, Ancient One shook her head slightly and opened another portal. 7 days later, at 8 in the morning. Ding. Congratulations on successfully claiming your daily reward. Satellite Zaya, accompanied by Kamen Rider 01 transformation device, is version and Hidden Intelligence Company in an unopened state, temporarily halting the absorption and replication of the Cosmic Cube's power. Bayu was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement. Satellite Zaya is an artificial satellite from the Reiwa series of Kamen Rider, possessing high intelligence and the ability to materialize transformation devices for Kamen Riders of that series, as well as creating Shimagia, a type of intelligent robot. Hidden Intelligence is the company associated with the protagonist in Kamen Rider 01. Satellite Zaya, Shimagia, and Kamen Rider 01 are all products of this company. Furthermore, the Shimagia robots manufactured by Hidden Intelligence are capable of replacing human labor across various industries. Should they reach a technological singularity, Shimagia could evolve to possess genuine emotions. Is one of the early secretary-type Shimagia produced by Hidden Intelligence. Could be considered the female lead in Kamen Rider 01 from a certain perspective. Naturally, the unopened version of that Bayu has acquired is entirely his own. As for Kamen Rider 02, it represents the ultimate form of Kamen Rider 01. Possessing astonishing computational abilities and the capacity to execute over 2 trillion calculations in an instant when targeting an enemy, it can derive the optimal solution within a mere 0.01 seconds, expanding the myriad possibilities into a singular reality, thereby achieving effects akin to duplication. In a certain film adaptation of 01, Is has acquired the transformation device of Kamen Rider 02. Evidently, the Kamen Rider 02 transformation device, specifically the Is version, which Bayu has now obtained, is also intended for this world's Is. Provided she can transform in time, it is likely that on the present Earth, there are hardly any superheroes or supervillains capable of matching her prowess. Indeed, this signifies that Is will possess a certain degree of self-preservation capability. Wait, Bayu quickly realized, furrowing his brow and muttering to himself, why did I suddenly receive all this? For the preceding 6 days, his rewards were merely ordinary items such as 1 million meters. Yet this time, Baiyu has simultaneously acquired Satellite Zaya, Phidian Intelligence, and the Kamen Rider Zero-2 transformation device? This is peculiar. It simply doesn't add up. Chapter 54. The Visit from the Ancient One. Could it be that Baiyu has an inkling, as if the universe itself has shifted in some manner? Perhaps something from the outside world has caused a transformation in my sign-in rewards. If that is indeed the case, then Baiyu can only wish for more intensity. After all, this could signify that the greater the impending troubles, the more bountiful Baiyu's daily sign-in rewards will be. Is this not a fortuitous occurrence? As for the troubles, let them come. I shall meet them with strength, as water is dammed and blocked. Furthermore, this time, I have also reaped considerable benefits. Baiyu gazes into the void surrounding him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Through 7 days of diligent effort, Baiyu has not only acquired abilities such as spatial teleportation, spatial stasis, spatial distortion, and spatial reordering, but he also harbors cosmic energy within him, perhaps rivaling that of Captain Marvel. Even his physical resilience has ascended to a level akin to that of the Abomination, nearing the formidable strength of the conventional Hulk. In other words, even without transforming, Baiyu is fully capable of subduing supervillains or superheroes like the Abomination and the Hulk with ease. Remarkable, indeed. After perceiving the changes within his body, Baiyu is filled with immense joy. He yearns to continue absorbing and replicating the power of the Tesseract. He even contemplates acquiring the remaining 5 Infinity Stones. However, no, the true foundation of my strength lies with Kamen Rider Zeo and the Oma Zeo system. Baiyu quickly regains his composure, shaking his head. No matter how potent the power of the Infinity Stones may be, they can only serve as auxiliary support. Moreover, it may be that the energy contained within the Tesseract is too overwhelming, or perhaps it simply does not resonate well with Baiyu. It took him an entire week just to attain this current transformation. It is worth noting that Captain Marvel merely had a fleeting encounter with the Tesseract. And that was it. Baiyu senses that, as time progresses, the enhancements bestowed upon him by the Tesseract will diminish. Fortunately, the powers he has gained from the Tesseract have already become an integral part of him. Even if he were to traverse to other parallel universes in the future, they would not become ineffective, unlike the awkward scenario presented in the series Loki, where the Infinity Stones hold no power in other universes. It is time to venture forth. Soon, Baiyu makes a decision. To have spent an entire week on this endeavor was already beyond his expectations. Typically, Baiyu would prefer to go with the flow rather than overtly pursue various powers. Otherwise, he would have long since transformed into a street rogue through the Aurora Vale, seeking out superheroes or supervillains to sign in with. After all, Baiyu is nearly invincible on Earth at present. Beings like Odin and the Ancient One would not easily seek him out for trouble. There is simply no need for him to rush. As the saying goes, since Baiyu has finally crossed over, why not take the time to relish the experience? Certainly, if necessary, Baiyu would not hesitate to accelerate the pace of collecting the dials. Furthermore, he ought to meet my new wife, Ima Sias. This is another reason why Baiyu is eager to venture out at this moment. In any case, as Baiyu's thoughts shifted, the environment before him rapidly transformed. In no time, he emerged from the void within the spatial gym and returned to his hotel room. However, upon his return, Baiyu keenly noticed the presence of an additional individual, a woman. Beep. Congratulations on successfully signing into Ancient One. You have received the reward, Kamen Rider Game Dial and Universal Mage Ring. Concurrently, the voice of the system resonated within Baiyu's mind. The Kamen Rider game is the 7th hero of the Heisei series, possessing the ability to significantly accelerate the particles surrounding him, allowing for super speed movement known as Clock Up. Additionally, he possesses the capability to perceive chaotic timelines, traverse through time and space, and return to brief moments via Hyper Clock Up. The acquisition of the game dial signifies that Baiyu has made another step closer to achieving the Sovereign King form. As for the Universal Mage Ring, it is an enhanced version of the eponymous item from Witch Rider. Theoretically, any spell Baiyu can conceive, whether within or beyond his imagination, can be realized through this ring. Moreover, the specific effects of the magic vary according to Baiyu's strength and the type of energy he inputs. The stronger Baiyu becomes, the more potent his magical manifestations will be. Conversely, if he is weaker, the effects will diminish accordingly. Furthermore, whether it be cosmic energy, Onmyoji power, or other types of energy, all can be utilized to activate the Universal Mage Ring. Undoubtedly, under equal conditions, the effects derived from Onmyoji power would yield the most favorable results. Regrettably, Baiyu's current Onmyoji power is insufficient for him to wield the Universal Mage Ring at will. Nevertheless, having these abilities already places him in a fortunate position, What more could one desire? This truly took me by surprise. At that moment, Ancient One's voice echoed in the room. You are capable of absorbing the power of the cosmic cube? Truly, you are an existence transcending the river of time. Ancient One's astonishment was genuine. Even someone as formidable as she required the Eye of Agamotto to harness the power of the Time Stone, rather than directly wielding its might. Of course, it is not that Ancient One is incapable, but rather that the energy of the stone is overwhelmingly potent, making direct control exceedingly unstable. In other words, the efficiency of using the Infinity Stones directly pales in comparison to employing the Eye of Agamotto as a conduit. Akin to the difference between attempting to lift an entire mountain to strike someone versus wielding a small stone to do the same. In truth, the so-called Infinity Gauntlet merely serves to suppress the energy of the Infinity Stones, allowing for a more stable utilization of the powers of the 6 stones. Otherwise, Thanos would not have encountered situations where, upon donning the gauntlet, he was unable to wield the stone's powers without clenching his fist or snapping his fingers. At its core, the overwhelming power of the Infinity Stones is the crux of the matter. Theoretically, each stone possesses the capacity to directly influence an entire universe. Yet, thus far, no one has been able to harness the stone's powers to that extent. The Infinity Gauntlet achieves this feat by amalgamating the powers of the 6 stones. In summary, truly wielding the power of the stones is exceedingly challenging, let alone absorbing it. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that the Ancient One was able to perceive that Baiyu has genuinely transformed a portion of the power from the Tesseract into an intrinsic part of himself. It is no exaggeration to assert that once Baiyu fully absorbs the power of the Tesseract, the latter will become nothing more than an inert stone devoid of any power, even in this realm. Chapter 55, Destined to be King. Before this moment, Doctor Strange never contemplated that someone could directly harness the power of the Infinity Stones. This revelation underscores the uniqueness of the Time King before him, the Supreme Sorcerer. Hearing the voice, Baiyu snapped back to reality from the system's rewards. As he stored the cosmic cube into the system's space, he inquired of Doctor Strange, I wonder, what brings you here? Despite standing before Doctor Strange, Baiyu remained unperturbed. On one hand, if Doctor Strange intended him harm, she would have likely acted immediately. Furthermore, in this world, there seemed to be no compelling reason for her to target Baiyu. After all, as the Supreme Sorcerer, her primary responsibilities included safeguarding the Eye of Agamotto and defending Earth against invasions from other dimensions, such as Dormammu. Generally, Doctor Strange would refrain from meddling in earthly affairs. On the other hand, even if a conflict were to erupt, given Baiyu's current strength, he had no reason to fear Doctor Strange. The Aurora Veil, Time Stop, and Odin's Clock, among others, would allow Baiyu to engage or retreat, placing him in an inherently advantageous position. Simultaneously, Baiyu couldn't help but ponder the purpose of Doctor Strange's visit. Could it be that something significant has transpired in the outside world? You know me? Doctor Strange, who had yet to introduce herself, cast a slightly surprised glance at Baiyu, then shook her head, saying, of course, that is not important. What matters is that I sensed a future traveler arriving from a distant future to this era. If my intuition is correct, that individual is likely here for you. And they probably do not harbor good intentions. A future traveler? Baiyu was taken aback, but not overly astonished. After all, in Time King, characters like Gates, Watts, Tsukuyomi, and Swolitz had traversed from the future to the present. The Marvel Universe is replete with individuals capable of time travel. For instance, Wolverine from the X-Men series Days of Future Past, Kong the Conqueror from the Marvel Comics, and Franklin, the son of Invisible Woman and Mr. Fantastic from the Fantastic Four, who possesses powers such as reality alteration and creation of pocket universes. Even with the addition of another future traveler, what was so remarkable about it? However, if this individual was indeed targeting him, Baiyu lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Could it be that his future self became exceedingly powerful, ultimately becoming the Time King and posing a grave threat to certain individuals, prompting them to traverse to this era in an attempt to eliminate him in the present? Just like Gates and Tsukuyomi in the original narrative? No, it likely isn't that simple. Baiyu quickly dismissed this notion. Anyone who had seen Avengers Endgame would understand that even if the future traveler succeeded in eradicating Baiyu in this era, it would merely create a new timeline, without impacting the timeline from which the traveler originated. Moreover, who granted the future traveler the audacity to believe they could eliminate Baiyu in this time? Is it truly the case that Baiyu's current strength is feeble, and that the omniversal king of that era would refrain from intervening at critical moments? Thus, this future individual is either oblivious or harbors ulterior motives. Much like Swolitz from the original narrative, who ostensibly aimed to prevent Tokugawa's Go from ascending to kingship, yet secretly sought to absorb the latter's power once he became the omniversal king. Regardless of the circumstances, one immutable truth remains: both Swolets and this so-called future person are profoundly foolish. It seems you are not the slightest bit concerned? Ancient One looked at Baiyu with a hint of astonishment. In truth, Ancient One's presence here was twofold: to caution Baiyu and to seize the opportunity to glean more information through him. Baiyu's demeanor indeed caught Ancient One off guard. After all, one would expect that upon learning someone traversed time for their sake, especially with malevolent intent, they would not remain as composed as Baiyu appeared. Concerned? Upon hearing Ancient One's words, Baiyu chuckled. On the contrary, I ought to thank him. The existence of such a future being implies that, in his era, Baiyu has likely already become the omniversal king. As long as an omniversal king exists, it signifies that no matter how others attempt to thwart him, irrespective of the vicissitudes of life and regardless of the timeline, Baiyu is destined to become the omniversal king. Although Baiyu has never doubted his eventual ascension to kingship, having a future individual further validate this is indeed fortuitous. As for the potential troubles this future entity might bring, what does it matter? Baiyu is confident that he will undoubtedly quell all dissent when the time comes. In fact, he feels that the arrival of this so-called future person might even add a touch of amusement to his path to kingship. In light of this, I shall rest easy. Upon witnessing this, Ancient One gently nodded, preparing to depart. Wait. Baiyu hastily called out to Ancient One, Supreme Sorcerer. As an elder meeting a junior for the first time, wouldn't it be somewhat impolite not to present a gift? Ancient One, what an outrageous notion. The very fact you utter such words is truly impolite. However, Ancient One quickly regained composure and inquired with a gentle demeanor, what is it that you desire? The Eye of Agamotto. Baiyu replied without hesitation, or rather, the Time Stone. Fear not, I am a person of principle. I merely wish to borrow it for a few days. I shall also absorb a wave of energy, nothing excessive. Ancient One, is it conceivable that your request is rather excessive? Absolutely not. Ancient One firmly stated, the duty of the Supreme Sorcerer is to safeguard the Time Stone. Moreover, without this gem, formidable entities from other dimensions would incessantly attempt to invade Earth, leading to unnecessary turmoil. Then let me pay a visit to your library. But you seem to have anticipated this, promptly adjusting his request. His reasoning for such a demand was intricately linked to the Universal Mage's Ring. In theory, the Universal Mage's Ring could manifest any form of magic that Baiyu was aware of or could conceive. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that, despite his familiarity with numerous novels and films pertaining to magic in his previous life, his understanding remained somewhat limited. Fortunately, within the library of Kamar-Taj, a plethora of diverse magical tomes awaited him. Should Baiyu encounter any uncertainties, he could readily seek the guidance of the Ancient One. This arrangement would undoubtedly enable him to more swiftly and effectively harness the true potential of the Universal Mage's Ring. Chapter 56, Fade-In Intelligence. The Library of Kamar-Taj? The Ancient One appeared slightly taken aback, seemingly perplexed as to why Baiyu, someone devoid of magical knowledge, would desire to venture there. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure. Nodding in acknowledgement, the wisdom of Kamar-Taj is shared. If you wish, you may visit at any time. Subsequently, the Ancient One opened a portal and departed from the scene. This time, Baiyu did not intervene. His current inclination was to explore Fade-In Intelligence Company and reunite with his beloved secretary, Is. As for the Time Stone, truth be told, its significance was rather limited for Baiyu, the Time King. Acquiring it would be splendid, but its absence was of no concern. Almost simultaneously, at Stark Industries, directly across the way. Goodness, when did another building appear here? Surely you jest. Has it not always been here? Fade-In Intelligence? What an unfamiliar name. What do they do? At that moment, a throng of individuals gathered before a towering edifice, approximately 300 to 400 meters high, exuding an air of sophistication. Many sought to enter and discover its secrets, yet were regrettably halted by several security personnel, Shumagarath. Despite this, some remained undeterred, attempting to ingratiate themselves with a guard. Good sir, what is your occupation? We merely wish to have a look inside. We assure you we mean no harm. Just tell us what you desire, and please, do not obstruct our entry. Fade-In Intelligence, Chairman's Office. As a radiant aurora enveloped the space, Baiyu materialized within, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, it appears the system has not merely transposed the original Fade-In Intelligence, but has made certain modifications as well. Astonishingly, it has even bestowed upon me an entire building. To say that the exterior of this structure rivaled that of the Stark Tower would be an understatement. As for the interior, it was beyond reproach. A company capable of manufacturing Shumagarath and commercializing it must possess technologies that far surpass those of this era in various domains. A brief exploration within would undoubtedly reveal an abundance of cutting-edge innovations. However, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Bayou refrained from further delving into the workings of Fadian intelligence, instead directing his gaze toward a chair not far ahead. More precisely, he focused on the uniformed beauty reclined upon it. This was none other than the secretary-type Shumagarath, who at present appeared tranquil with her eyes closed, resembling a slumbering beauty. Clearly, she remained in an inactive state. Without hesitation, Bayou approached and gently touched the blue headset on Iz's left ear. Is activation successful? Instantly, the headset illuminated with a blue glow, and Iz opened her eyes, which also shimmered with a blue light. However, this radiance quickly dissipated, revealing the appearance of normal human eyes. Turning her head, Izzy's gaze finally settled on Bayou. With a charming smile gracing her lips, she respectfully addressed him. Chairman, greetings. I am your dedicated secretary, Izzy. Please feel free to delegate any tasks. I shall strive to fulfill your every requirement. Observing her, Bayou nodded in satisfaction. The only lament was that Izzy had yet to reach a technological singularity. Although her outward appearance was indistinguishable from that of a human, her voice and inner essence were devoid of genuine emotion at present. Nevertheless, Bayou held firm in his belief that, with the passage of time, he would guide Izzy towards achieving that singularity. Moreover, Izzy's exterior was already quite pleasing to the eye. Most importantly, Bayou could always trust Izzy, free from fears of betrayal. Izzy, please provide me with a brief overview of Fadian intelligence, Bayou instructed after regaining his focus. Certainly, Chairman, Izzy affirmed, rising to her feet and beginning to elaborate with vivid detail. The air around them would intermittently project various images to complement her explanations. In essence, under the system's influence, although Fadian intelligence emerged directly, it blurred the perceptions of all individuals. Even when confronted with irrationalities, they would not find it peculiar. Furthermore, as time progressed, people would increasingly disregard the origins of Fadian intelligence. Additionally, the satellite Zia, possessing intelligence beyond that of its counterparts, was poised to arrange suitable negotiation-type Shamagia to seek appropriate buyers, thereby formally initiating a series of commercial activities related to Shamagia in this world. However, this was contingent upon obtaining the chairman's approval. Chairman, the satellite Zia has detected that your residence requires repairs. Would you like us to dispatch several construction-type Shamagia to assist? Izzy inquired after her succinct introduction of Fadian intelligence. Absolutely, Bayou replied without hesitation. Furthermore, I authorize Zia to officially commence commercial activities involving Shamagia. Additionally, allow Fadian intelligence to provide some high-tech products beyond Shamagia as deemed appropriate. Lastly, unless it pertains to significant events, Izzy, you and Zia may make decisions regarding all activities of Fadian intelligence without consulting me. Please provide me with a brief report periodically. If Bayou recalled correctly, the construction-type Shamagia from Fadian intelligence were remarkably efficient. Once dispatched, it was likely that he could return to his home within a day or two. In terms of commerce, Bayou could not claim to be an expert, but he considered himself at the level of an ordinary individual. Rather than issuing arbitrary commands, it would be more prudent to entrust the matter to Iz, allowing him to handle it alongside Zaya. In the ensuing hours, Bayou accompanied Iz on a thorough exploration of the Fadian intelligent company, thereby deepening his understanding of the organization. Throughout this process, Bayou also gleaned insights from Iz and the satellite Zaya regarding the God-making initiative of the World Security Council and the reactions of the global populace. Concerning the futurist mentioned by Bayou similarly instructed satellite Zaya to scour the global network for pertinent information. Consequently, he stumbled upon a conversation that had transpired a week prior within Stark Industries, involving the Conqueror Kong, as well as exchanges between Tony and Pepper. However, Bayou remained largely indifferent to these occurrences. As the saying goes, when a life is taken, it is irrevocably lost. Even Tony, should he continue to provoke Bayou relentlessly, would find that the latter harbors no reservations about ensuring his complete demise. Chapter 57. Signing in at Watts. Those who dared to trouble Bayou must be prepared for complete obliteration. With this in mind, Bayou suddenly recalled something and turned to Iz, inquiring, does Satellite Z possess the data for Kamen Rider 01? The combat prowess of Kamen Rider may first not be exceptionally formidable, yet it suffices to contend with the majority of superheroes and supervillains currently on Earth. Furthermore, there exists a saying, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Chairman, please hold on. Upon hearing Bayu's question, Iz remained still for a moment before connecting to Satellite Z. After receiving a response, she promptly reported, Chairman, Satellite Z has complete information on Kamen Rider 018's 8 forms: high jump grasshopper, biting shark, flying falcon, burning tiger, freezing polar bear, destructive mammoth, shining grasshopper, and shining assault grasshopper. Additionally, there are design schematics for 19 other forms, including shooting wild wolf, boxing gorilla, and sprinting cheetah. If you require, I can also upload the complete data for Kamen Rider 02 to Satellite Z. Very well. Bayu nodded in response and instructed, have Satellite Z covertly create an army of combat-type Shamagia based on these forms of Kamen Rider 01. However, the appearance of these combat-type Shamagia must be redesigned, as they are an army, not Kamen Riders. Moreover, the more of these combat-type Shamagia we can produce without affecting the normal operations of Phidian intelligence or revealing our intentions, the better. As for the data on Kamen Rider 02, Bayu pondered briefly before chuckling, you may upload it, but there is no need to create corresponding combat-type Shamagia. If possible, let Satellite Z manufacture a 02 driver in the form of a dial. In this world, the existence of Kamen Rider 02 requires only you and me. For convenience, Bayu produced the Knight Rider dial, allowing Satellite Z to scan, analyze, and create the corresponding driver head. This also served as an experiment. If Satellite Z could indeed fabricate a 02 dial, it would naturally be capable of producing more driver dials in the future. Understood, Chairman. After hearing this, Iz displayed no confusion and asked no questions. She accepted the Knight Rider dial and nodded, stating, I have uploaded all your requests to Satellite Z. Seeing this, Bayu let out a faint sigh. He hoped that Iz would soon break through the technological singularity. Wife, cough, a secretary should be more agile and lively. The ensuing hours were uneventful. With Iz by his side, Bayu had no desire to return to the hotel. He decided to remain at Phidian Intelligence. After all, in such a vast establishment, finding a bed was hardly a challenge. If all else fails, one could simply have the Satellite Zaya 3D print a bed. The following day, at 8 a.m., the system's voice resounded in Bayu's mind, more punctual than Iz's call service. Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in for the day. Reward. Character Watts. This character will appear before the master at the appropriate time and in the appropriate manner. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Bayu was filled with both surprise and joy. I can have Watts too? After all, a Time King without the congratulatory presence of Old Man Watts would be incomplete. Bayu had initially thought that, given the Marvel Universe's complexities, it would be exceedingly difficult for Watts to manifest before him. Yet, to his astonishment, the system this robust, expressive entity had evidently come to a realization as well. Curiosity piqued, Bayu wondered what hue Watts would take this time. With black, white, and red Watts already established, the palette available to Watts was becoming limited. As for the appropriate time and appropriate manner, those were enigmas, indeed. How could one possibly deduce that Watts might appear during Bayu's new form or during a time travel scenario? Just then, Bayu's phone rang. Intriguingly, the caller ID displayed a number belonging to General Ross, who had ostensibly vanished a week prior. Help me, there's please Mr. Time King. A series of fragmented utterances, distorted by poor signal, echoed from the other end before the call abruptly terminated. Moreover, if Bayu recalled correctly, that voice did not belong to General Ross, but rather to his daughter, Betty. Contemplating this, Bayu turned to Iz and said, Iz, trace the signal of the person who just called me. Understood. Iz nodded obediently and began to connect to Satellite Zaya. Mere seconds later, Iz provided Bayu with an answer. Chairman, the signal's location is somewhere in the heart of the Pacific Ocean due to the brevity of the call and perhaps the secretive nature of Betty's location. Even the powerful Satellite Zaya could only furnish a general area. Nevertheless, this information sufficed. I'll step out for a moment, Iz. You stay here and wait for me. Bayu said, gently patting Iz's adorable little head before summoning an aurora curtain. Strictly speaking, Betty and General Ross were of no consequence to Bayu. However, such situations often herald the emergence of a formidable villain, which could very well present Bayu with an opportunity for a sign-in. Furthermore, if all went as anticipated, Hulk should also be present there. Despite the severe thrashing Bayu had delivered to Hulk previously, the notion that anger only rendered him stronger was, in fact, quite a flaw in the narrative. If the Hulk were to evolve into the Green Scar or the four-armed Hulk from the Marvel Comics, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. However, one wonders whether the same superhero could attain a new sign-in opportunity in different forms. Of course, even if that were not the case, Baiyu would suffer no loss. Furthermore, if Baiyu's conjecture holds true, upon assuming this new form, a new what should manifest before him. Just this prospect alone would be sufficient to warrant his journey. Upon Baiyu's departure, is tilted her head, searching for home and head pat. Chapter 58. Betty above the Pacific Ocean, on a certain sea surface. Is this the approximate range of Betty's signal source? Baiyu emerged from the curtain of the aurora, gazing thoughtfully at the seemingly endless expanse of the ocean below. The location of Betty must either be beneath the sea or on some island. However, if she were underwater, it would be impossible for her to contact Baiyu. Hence, it is highly probable that she resides on an island. Yet, as Baiyu looked down, he found no signs of land. This implies that he must search further afield. It poses no significant challenge. If necessary, he could traverse through time and space, journeying back to an earlier moment to devise a plan. By the way, although Baiyu has not transformed at the moment, this does not hinder him from utilizing the abilities associated with his 5-tier demon power, such as time suspension, flight, and psychokinesis. The demon power has been thoroughly bound and integrated with Baiyu, serving as his core strength. He can wield this power at any time and place, provided he so desires. Moreover, as long as Baiyu's demon power remains sufficiently potent, he can transform into the Demon King at will. The so-called dial is merely an accessory on his path to kingship, a diversion along the way. In fact, Baiyu suspects that should an audacious individual attempt to provoke him, he might even forcibly transform into his demon form out of sheer rage. This is, in fact, another reason why Baiyu is not in a hurry to collect the dials. After all, his ascent to kingship is already destined. Before he takes his throne, Baiyu can completely decide the journey he wishes to undertake towards it. Ahem. In any case, Baiyu must first locate Betty. This should not prove to be an overly daunting task. It is settled. Then, the dial beasts. Baiyu promptly produced the Hibiki dial and pressed the button atop it. Hibiki. As the electronic sound echoed, a series of dial beasts, including the Crimson Hawk, the Azure Griffin, and the Steel Eagle, emerged from the Hibiki dial, dispersing in all directions. Though small, each of them boasts a speed of at least 200 kilometers per hour, with the Steel Eagle reaching an impressive 480 kilometers per hour. In the original tale, Hibiki frequently employed them to scout for enemies. Of course, if Baiyu so wished, he could harness the powers of 555 or Kamen Rider game to scour the entire Pacific at an even swifter pace. But why should he exert himself so for the sake of one Betty? After all, she is Banner-esque girlfriend, not his own. Perhaps it would not be entirely unfeasible to embody some spirit of ambition? Ahem, never mind, there is no need for that. Approximately 10 minutes later, found it. Baiyu's eyes suddenly brightened. Unlike the original narrative, which required the retrieval of dial beasts, he could directly commune with them, sharing their perspectives. Thus, when one of the Steel Eagles discovered a peculiar island, Baiyu was instantly aware of its location. Almost simultaneously, on a certain island, a young woman, standing at a height of 168 meters, though not as opulent and generous as Wanda, possessed an alluring figure and a decent appearance. At this moment, she found herself in a state of disarray, taking refuge in a cavern. In her grasp was a mobile phone, albeit one that had seen better days. Its screen, shattered into numerous fragments, seemed incapable of illuminating even the faintest light. Yet, to Betty, this device, entrusted to her by her father, General Ross, during a perilous rescue, represented her sole glimmer of hope. However, she was plagued by uncertainty regarding the efficacy of the distress call she had made to the Time King. As instructed by her father, before the phone succumbed to its disrepair, the brief window of connectivity, marred by poor signal, had left her unable to articulate her location clearly. Moreover, since that abhorrent incident, she had secretly relocated to this island with Banner, remaining blissfully ignorant of subsequent events, including the Time King's ability to traverse through time and space. Thus, she harbored doubts about whether even if she had relayed her whereabouts to the Time King, he would be able to arrive in time to rescue her. Regrettably, for an ordinary woman like Betty, there was little recourse aside from clinging to the faintest hope and striving for survival. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Instinctively, Betty shielded her head, contemplating whether to abandon the cave to avoid its potential collapse. Yet, the outside world might not guarantee safety either. A foreboding sensation washed over her as the tremors intensified. Just then, she caught sight of something in the shadowy recesses of the cave. With a screech, a menacing creature, a rat, towering at about 1 meter, emerged from the darkness, charging toward her with terrifying ferocity. Startled, Betty let out a piercing scream. Her survival instincts kicked in, propelling her to flee toward the cave's entrance with an unearthly speed, far beyond that of an ordinary human. Perhaps it was the urgency of the situation that concealed from her the gradual transformation of her skin and the elongation of her stature. Nevertheless, despite her newfound swiftness, she was no match for the rat's velocity. As she dashed out of the cave, the rat opened its gaping maw, aiming for her head. Originally, it was not so vicious. However, the changes in its body had altered its nature, rendering it wildly aggressive and vicious. Overwhelmed by despair, Betty instinctively shut her eyes, bracing for the imagined pain that never came. After a moment, she mustered the courage to open her eyes, only to behold an unfamiliar young man, strikingly similar to Chang Wei, who had swiftly dispatched the rat with a single blow, slamming it to the ground. Then, the 2 hind legs of the white mouse twitched, and there was nothing further. "May I ask, who are you?" In Betty's small eyes, there was a profound astonishment. She had never imagined that an ordinary human could effortlessly slay such a large white mouse with a single slap. In reality, it was the force of Baiyu's hand that had delivered the fatal blow. He had no desire to make direct contact with the mouse's unsightly visage. Moreover, Betty had never witnessed Baiyu's appearance after he had transformed back, though she remained unaware that he was the very king to whom she had recently cried for help. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the burgeoning fondness she felt for Baiyu. While the trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress may be cliché, its effectiveness remained undeniable. Of course, had Baiyu's looks not been exceptional, she might have felt that her only recourse in this life would be to repay him through servitude in her next incarnation. Chapter 59. Rejoice, Watts. "Did you not call me for help just 10 minutes ago?" Baiyu turned a glance at Betty and inquired. "Now, rejoice, as the Cayman Riders Yo, the future benevolent overlord. I shall grant you, my subjects, the opportunity to live in peace. However, before that, you must first enlighten me on what transpired." "Zio?" Betty was initially taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, she hastily elaborated. "The situation is thus, and thus it is. In essence, following the incident with the abomination, Ross and the U.S. military brought Banner, Betty, and the now transformed leader to this island. Their objective, naturally, was to continue their research on the power of the Hulk. While the emergence of the abomination had caused certain complications, it also undeniably represented the potential for others to wield powers akin to that of the Hulk. Should they succeed, would it not be more enticing than Captain America's super serum? It is known that in Marvel Comics, Spider-Man typically possesses around 10 tons of strength, potentially reaching up to 100 tons in extreme circumstances. What is Captain America's strength, which barely reaches 10 tons? Utterly insignificant. Ahem. In any case, due to the abomination, Hulk had once been defeated by the newly introduced Zio. Therefore, Ross and the leader were not only intent on discovering a method for ordinary individuals to easily acquire Hulk-like powers, but also aimed to attain a strength that might rival or even surpass that of Zio. Upon learning the truth, Banner could not possibly acquiesce. He had always perceived the Hulk as a curse. How could he permit General Ross and his associates to create new, potentially more formidable afflictions? Furthermore, the ultimate goal of Ross and his team was to establish a colossal army capable of sweeping across the globe. The mere existence of such a force poses a threat to the entire world. Subsequently, Banner was confined. When thirsty, he was given suppressants. When hungry, he consumed suppressants accompanied by various meals. He was denied any opportunity for self-harm to prevent him from transforming back into the Hulk. Nonetheless, these details pale in comparison to the core issue. What is paramount is that Ross and the leader initially used the animals on the island, or those transported to it, as test subjects, such as the lab's frequent visitors, laboratory mice. The results were catastrophic, with numerous animals perishing. Those that survived either did not undergo gigantification or, if they did, became exceedingly ferocious, aggressive, and possessed a remarkably short lifespan, the longest surviving only 2 days. Fortunately, after transforming into the leader, he experienced a 1,000-fold increase in intelligence and gained a degree of telepathic ability, as per Marvel Comics lore. In just a few days, his experiments on animals began to yield preliminary results. Thereafter, the leader set his sights on human subjects, particularly the soldiers under Ross's command. On one hand, The soldiers possessed superior qualifications, potentially leading to more successful outcomes. On the other hand, Ross and his team had not anticipated such rapid progress. And being situated on an island in the Pacific, there was insufficient time to transport suitable human subjects for experimentation. In response, Ross naturally expressed his dissent. He could not allow his soldiers to become mere test subjects. Subsequently, he was outmaneuvered by the mastermind and, rather fortuitously, became one of the first subjects of experimentation, uniquely emerging as the sole success and survivor among that cohort. It was from that moment onward that Ross vanished without a trace. More critically, 3 days ago, the Conqueror Kong appeared before the mastermind and bestowed upon him a portion of future technology. Consequently, the mastermind developed an exceptionally advanced giant serum, as well as a miniature brainwave controller. The amalgamation of these two innovations could yield an almost flawless army of giants. However, the mastermind did not anticipate that Ross, who was presumed lost along with the other failed subjects, would astonishingly resurrect in the guise of a red giant, seeking revenge against him. Yet, this endeavor proved futile. At that juncture, the mastermind had already utilized the giant serum in conjunction with the miniature brainwave controller to create a legion of giants utterly obedient to his commands. Alone and outnumbered, Ross had no choice but to fight desperately to rescue Betty, urging her to call upon the King of Time for assistance. Prior to voluntarily participating in the experiments, Ross had maintained contact with the outside world and was aware that the King of Time could traverse different dimensions in an instant. Thus, the latter became his greatest and nearly sole hope in that moment. And then, the events that unfolded thereafter transpired. I believe I have grasped the situation. After listening to Betty's account, Bayou nodded. Everything aligned with his conjectures, albeit with some discrepancies, yet it was not a significant concern. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted, bang, bang, bang. In that instant, a dozen creatures, each towering several times larger than their normal size, encircled Bayou and Betty. These were primarily the previous experimental subjects, deliberately unleashed by the mastermind as a natural defense for the experimental base. Now, they had become a harbinger of doom for Betty. Of course, that was before Bayou's arrival. Now, it was time for Watts to make his appearance. Observing the situation, Bayou hesitated no longer. He produced the second stage dial of the King of Time, the time-space driver, and the Onkyo dial, exclaiming, Rider Ton. Kamen Rider. Rider. Zo02. Armor Time. Hibiki. Accompanied by the transformation sound effects, Bayou transformed into a form inspired by the second stage of the King of Time. Featuring red accents on his arms and legs, a visage reminiscent of Hibiki, and wielding two striking rods known as Flame of Sound. The King of Time, Hibiki armor, and the flame-striking rods emerged in tandem. Rejoice! He is the Kamen Rider Zo, embodying the powers of all riders, transcending time and space, and possessing the knowledge of both past and future. At this moment, he inherited the power of yet another knight, transforming into Kamen Rider Zo2, Hibiki armor form, simultaneously. The long-awaited was materialized behind Bayou, exclaiming familiar celebratory phrases. He donned a dark golden trench coat over a gray garment, and in his hand, he held a tome of dark gold entitled The Record of the Demons of All Heavens. Black was, white was, red was. Bayou's presence left Betty utterly astonished, her expression one of shock and bewilderment as she gazed at Waz, seemingly unable to comprehend how the latter had manifested or why he recited such an elaborate string of words. My Lord Demon King, Waz, unfazed by Betty's confusion, approached Bayou and knelt on one knee, placing his right hand upon his chest in a gesture of deep respect. Please forgive Waz, your most loyal subject, for arriving before you only today. I also beseech you to permit Waz to fully assist your majesty, guiding you to the exalted throne that is destined to be yours. Chapter 60, The Flustered Leader. Ah, very well, you may rise. Upon witnessing this, Bayou nodded with satisfaction and inquired, Watts, are you capable of transforming? It is noteworthy that Watts not only had the ability to celebrate, but could also metamorphose into Kamen Rider Watts. However, in the original series, the Dark Watts initially lacked a corresponding transformation device. Bayou was uncertain whether the Watts before him could indeed transform. Thanks to His Majesty the Demon King, Watts stood up and responded earnestly, I can transform and utilize forms such as Galaxy, Galaxy Sun, and Galaxy Planet. Galaxy? Bayou's eyes brightened at the mention. The Galaxy series represents the ultimate and most powerful form of Kamen Rider Watts. In this form, Watts could contend with Odin and Ancient One, and at present, Few on Earth could truly overpower him. Excellent. Upon regaining his composure, Baiyu commanded, "In that case, this esteemed citizen beside me, Miss Betty, shall be under your protection for the time being. I wish to witness the so-called giant army for myself." "As you wish, my demon king." Watts promptly nodded, his eyes seemingly filled with excitement. To witness His Majesty in his youthful battles upon arriving in this era is truly remarkable. Baiyu felt a peculiar sensation at being praised so openly. It was both exhilarating and somewhat unsettling. Fortunately, the presence of several creatures, perhaps better described as monsters, distracted him. Bang, bang, bang. Baiyu seized a pair of sound sticks, striking down each creature with precision. He moved effortlessly from north to south and east to west, not once blinking. In a matter of moments, he had dispatched all of the monsters. Pathetic, truly pathetic. Baiyu shook his head in disdain. This was to be expected. These beings, transformed from small animals like mice, were hardly formidable. Moreover, after absorbing and replicating a portion of the Cosmic Cube's power, Baiyu could contend with entities like Abomination and even Hulk without transforming. Furthermore, while a transformation device might serve as a limiter for some deities, for Baiyu, transformation would only enhance his strength. I hope this encounter will not disappoint me too greatly. Baiyu mused as he strode towards the experimental base previously mentioned by Betty. After all, if everything were resolved too easily, it would be dreadfully mundane. This was one of the reasons Baiyu confidently approached the experimental base. He did not believe the leader would confront him without employing their utmost power upon realizing his identity. Is Time King truly untroubled? Behind him, Betty gazed at Baiyu's retreating figure, a hint of concern etching her features. The last time she had any knowledge of the Time King was during that loathsome incident. Upon arriving here, due to Banner's predicament, the father-daughter relationship between Betty and Ross had plummeted to an icy low, leaving the latter with neither the opportunity nor the necessity to mention the Time King to her. Until this moment, Ross had only managed to prompt Betty to seek help from the Time King, and he could hardly divulge much more. Thus, in Betty's perception, her understanding of the Time King's prowess remained at the level of someone capable of effortlessly defeating the Hulk. Yet this time, they faced what could be likened to an army of Hulks. Moreover, Betty was acutely aware that the Hulk from last time had not truly unleashed his full potential due to the effects of the suppressants. The giants under the command of the Mastermind not only had never used suppressants, but they might even be stronger than the Hulk in his normal state. Huh. Upon hearing this, Watts let out a hearty laugh, his tone brimming with confidence. As long as His Majesty the Demon King is willing, there is no one in this world who can impede his progress, let alone mere ants on a mere island. How amusing. The future invincible Time King. How could he possibly be thwarted by this so-called giant army? Is that so? Well, that is splendid. After hearing Watts' words, although Betty had not fully relaxed, she felt a significant portion of her inner turmoil dissipate. Her greatest hope now was that this mysterious and formidable Time King would rescue her father. Oh, and I almost forgot, there's Banner too. Come, let us witness a fraction of His Majesty the Demon King's unparalleled power. As Watts observed Baiyu moving further away, he urged Betty to follow. He had no desire to forego the opportunity to witness more of His Majesty's youthful battles because of her. Were it not for the fact that Betty could be considered one of His Majesty's subjects, and she had received his personal command, Watts would have long since abandoned her. Almost simultaneously, within a sizable experimental base located less than a few hundred meters from Baiyu and his companions, a middle-aged man, 178 meters tall with a notably green head, gazed intently at the surveillance images on the large screen, his heart momentarily faltering. This man was none other than Mr. Blue, who had once assisted Banner in creating the suppressants that restrained his transformations, and who had recently plotted against Ross, successfully manufacturing a small army of giants. It is worth noting that Mr. Blue, in this world, became the mastermind after a drop of Banner's green blood fell onto the wound on his head during the earlier loathsome incident. Although this drop of green blood did not grant Mr. Blue the immense musculature akin to that of the Abomination or the Hulk, it endowed him with an intelligence far surpassing that of an ordinary human, thus leading to his current status as the mastermind. However, such intelligence is of little consequence in the face of absolute power. Although the Mastermind had never witnessed the Time King mercilessly defeating the Abomination or the Hulk firsthand, he had experienced up close what it meant to be on the receiving end of a nuclear explosion kick. During this period, he has maintained considerable contact with the outside world, thereby becoming aware of the deification campaign orchestrated by the World Security Council. In short, The leader is well aware of the formidable nature of Kamen Rider Zio. Yet, how did this individual arrive here? The leader's gaze reflected a hint of confusion until he noticed Betty behind Baiyu. So it was she who sought assistance from Zio? This father-daughter duo is truly a source of trouble for him. At present, my giant army is not yet fully realized, making it quite challenging to confront Zio. The leader's expression darkened, yet he appeared remarkably unperturbed. However, there remains a glimmer of opportunity. A single dose of the giant serum has the potential to elevate an ordinary individual to a state that permanently surpasses the conventional strength of the Hulk. Therefore, what if the same individual were to consecutively utilize 2 or even 3 doses of the giant serum? Chapter 61, Kamen Rider Watts, Galaxy Solar Form. In truth, the mastermind has indeed conducted similar experiments. 3 days prior, the Conqueror Kong, who had only appeared for a brief moment to declare that he had matters to attend to and would return, left behind records that bore similar accounts. Kong. Damn it. Ancient One is still pursuing me. In simple terms, if an individual were to consume the giant serum multiple times within a short span, the power gained from the second dose would be approximately half of the first, and the third would only yield half of the second. Moreover, with each successive consumption of the giant serum, both lifespan and sanity would diminish by half relative to the previous dose, leading to a heightened risk of madness. Theoretically, should one ingest the giant serum thrice, they would be teetering on the brink of insanity. A fourth dose would plunge them into complete madness, rendering even a miniature brainwave controller incapable of exerting control over them. These side effects are largely irreversible unless the intervals between each use of the giant serum exceed 3 months. All giants were commanded without hesitation by the mastermind through brainwaves to consume the second and third doses of the giant serum immediately. In any case, the immediate priority is to confront the Time King to secure a chance for future negotiations. 3 doses of the giant serum would be sufficient to empower the giant army to a terrifying degree. Particularly, their resilience and regenerative capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Even a direct hit from a nuclear impact kick could potentially leave them intact. Moreover, Betty, Banner, Ross, and that enigmatic figure in the dark golden trench coat are still present on this island. In the mastermind's perspective, as long as the Time King remains concerned for their lives, he would refrain from deploying the nuclear impact kick lightly. Of course, as a precaution. The mastermind is even contemplating how to leverage the giant army to obstruct the Time King's advances, orchestrating a strategic retreat. Furthermore, the mastermind's trump card is not solely the so-called giant army. He has already implanted miniature brainwave controllers within both Banner and the captured Ross. Whether it is the increasingly enraged Hulk or Ross, who has transformed into the Red Giant as the only successful subject prior to Kang's arrival, both are evidently exceptional. Perhaps at a critical moment, they may yield some unexpected effects. Moreover, Time King, you must tread carefully. The mastermind gazed at the screen, a sly grin curling his lips as he observed Betty behind the Time King. Sometimes, the little rabbit you rescue may still harbor venom. What neither Ross nor Betty are aware of is that the mastermind has already administered the latest version of the giant serum and the miniature brainwave controller within her body. Initially, this was merely a precautionary measure, but it seems that, at key moments, this could be utilized to significant advantage. Cackling. The leader immediately emitted the laughter of the elder from the Soul Palace. Outside the experimental base, as Baiyu gradually approached, he began to notice that a multitude of monsters had appeared in front of the base's grand entrance, as well as surrounding him. These creatures were not merely lions, tigers, venomous snakes, and eagles, but rather, they seemed to have grown to an imposing height of at least 3 meters, with the tallest nearing 7 meters. They stood in formation, as though directed by an unseen hand. A micro-brainwave controller, perhaps? Baiyu surmised, though he did not believe the outcome would be altered by this revelation. Roar, hiss, howl. In the next moment, the monsters surged towards Baiyu in unison. The visual onslaught was so overwhelming that even Betty, an ordinary person, nearly fainted from fright. Do not worry, Watts reassured her. As per His Majesty the Demon King's orders, I shall ensure your safety. With that, he produced a green control dial and pressed the button atop it. Time Machine. Was unit. Vehicle mode. As the electronic sound effects resonated, a time machine in vehicle mode, several meters tall and predominantly silver with green accents, emerged from a temporal portal and landed beside Watts and Betty. This was the primary vehicle utilized by the main characters in Time King to traverse through time and space. Furthermore, The Time Machine could transform into combat mode to assist in battles. What is this? Betty exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Within a mere 10 minutes, she had witnessed wonders she might never have seen in a lifetime. Get in, Watts instructed, gesturing towards the automatically opening hatch of the Time Machine. Once inside, you will be much safer. Okay. Betty glanced at the approaching monsters surrounding her and Watts, and without hesitation, she swiftly entered the Time Machine through the hatch. Now, with Betty no longer a burden, Watts turned his gaze towards the monsters, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It is time to demonstrate my modest powers to the great Demon King. With that proclamation, he produced a device resembling a time-space driver, yet distinctly different. Predominantly green in hue, along with a larger control dial adorned with the Kamen Rider Galaxy insignia. Beyond Driver, Galaxy Future Control Dial. Watts first affixed the Transcendence driver to his waist, then adjusted the Galactic Future Control Dial to solar mode, inserting it into the slot on the right side of the Transcendence driver. As the pulsating beats of the energetic background music filled the air, he secured the Galactic Future Control Dial into place with a decisive click. Action. Tui. Finally time. Scorching burning. Intense fighting. Teo. Jingateo? With the transformation sound effects resonating around him, Watts immediately transformed into the Kamen Rider Watts in his galactic solar form. Adorned with a striking red sun emblem on his chest, planetary-like decorations on his shoulders, and two prominent indicators framing his face. Kamen Rider Watts in galactic solar form. Chapter 62. The Supreme Time Limit Sword, the ultimate slash of the king. Rejoice. He is the prophet who interprets the past and future, chronicling history, the Kamen Rider Watts. Thus, a new chapter in Marvel's history has begun. With his transformation complete, Watts indulged in a moment of self-congratulation. My word, has he always been this way? Inside the Time Demon Machine, Betty, who was curiously surveying her surroundings, couldn't help but comment on Watts' self-celebration. Admittedly, while it may sound a bit juvenile at first, the more one hears it, the more exhilarating it becomes. Roar. Just then, several ferocious monsters bared their fangs and lunged at Watts. Burn. Unfazed by the impending danger, Watts raised his hand to activate the lever on the right side of the Beyond driver and then swiftly closed it again. Finally, beyond the time, accompanied by the sound of a finishing move, a small sun appeared at Watts' center. Under the searing heat of this miniature sun, any monster that dared to approach him was instantly reduced to ashes. Clearly, these creatures posed no threat to him. Simultaneously, up ahead, bang, bang, bang. Although the opponents seemed to have grown stronger, the outcome remained unchanged. Baiyu continued to strike down the little creatures with ease, one by one. Slow, far too slow. As the battle progressed, Baiyu suddenly grew impatient. Despite the monster's power, which seemed inferior even to the initial abomination, their sheer numbers were considerable. Merely striking them with sound sticks was utterly uninspiring. In light of this, Baiyu discarded the two sound sticks in his hands and summoned his exclusive weapon, the Supreme Limit Sword. Zio Psycho. Haogiri. With the accompanying sound effects, Baiyu wielded the Supreme Limit Sword and delivered a sweeping slash. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, dark golden clock-like phantoms emerged from the Supreme Limit Sword. Any monster touched by these phantoms met their demise. Within mere seconds, the small area in front of Baiyu was completely cleared. Not enough. Seemingly dissatisfied, Baiyu shook his head. He then summoned the Time Limit Sword and combined it with the Supreme Limit Sword, transforming it into the Supreme Time Limit Sword. The Supreme Time Limit Sword Psycho. Finish time. King. Giri Giri slash. Instantly, a long blade of light, adorned with magenta special characters in the middle, extended from the Supreme Time Limit Sword. Immediately, Baiyu grasped the most formidable Temporal Limit Sword with both hands and executed a counterclockwise rotation. The luminous blade that extended from the sword followed suit, cleaving through the air. And then, boom, rumbling, bang, a series of explosive sounds erupted, leaving Baiyu's surroundings utterly desolate. Fortunately, Watts and Betty were positioned at a safe distance. Otherwise, Baiyu's recent display of power could have gravely harmed my companions. Truly astonishing. Inside the temporal divine mechanism, Betty gazed at the screen, where the Time King effortlessly dispatched a horde of monsters. Her eyes widened in awe, cheeks flushed, and legs pressed together. I wonder if the Time King excels in every aspect. Outside, Baiyu remained oblivious to Betty's overwhelming sense of unease. After casually discarding the Temporal Limit Sword, he approached the entrance of the research facility. Undoubtedly, The door constructed here was not made of ordinary materials. Even if it could not compare to adamantium, it was certainly not something that could be easily. Rider finish time, twice time break. Baiyu bypassed the intricate maneuvers of rotating the time-space driver 360 and, accompanied by a deadly sound effect, gathered energy in his right hand before delivering a powerful punch to the entrance of the research facility. Bang! In an instant. It felt as though the entire island trembled violently. Crack! 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 The door began to form spiderweb-like fissures centered around Baiyu's fist. Subsequently, these cracks rapidly spread across the entire door. And then, there was nothing more to say. Baiyu stood triumphant. With the door obliterated, what else mattered? Inside the research facility, the leader, preparing to flee while keeping a vigilant eye on the Time King's movements, inhaled sharply. I had believed that the black form he previously exhibited represented the pinnacle of his melee strength. I never anticipated that in this current form, he could possess such formidable power. What exactly is this form? Since the incident of the abomination, Baiyu had scarcely showcased his melee prowess, discounting the rider kick, relying instead on instant kill techniques. Until now, of course, to be precise, Baiyu's recent punch could also be categorized as a finishing move. Nevertheless, the leader recognized that he had likely underestimated the Time King's strength. However, my Giant Legion is no mere pushover. The leader promptly dispatched his Giant Legion. Simultaneously, he began to strategically prepare for a retreat. Should the Giant Legion, along with the remaining Hulk and Ross, prevail against the Time King, he could return at any moment. If they were to fail, he must ensure his own survival, after all. Naturally, the leader had to guarantee that the Time King remained unaware of his whereabouts. Otherwise, with the latter's ability to traverse time and space, he could easily locate him at any moment. At this juncture, the mastermind remained oblivious to the fact that from the moment Baiyu became aware of him and resolved not to let him escape, he was, in essence, already ensnared. At the entrance of the experimental base, Baiyu paused, casting a glance at the corpses of the monstrous entities strewn across the ground behind him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he commanded from a distance, Satellite Zaya, attempt to scan and infiltrate the micro-brainwave controllers within them. I require it to be mine within 1 minute. Indeed, Baiyu had covertly instructed Satellite Zaya to fabricate a battalion of combat-type Shimagia, inspired by Kamen Rider 01. Nevertheless, possessing a formidable army of giants seemed to be an equally appealing option. More precisely, these micro-brainwave controllers, along with the giant potion itself, were two rather commendable assets. Furthermore, the mastermind had already prepared all of this, awaiting Baiyu's acquisition. Would it not be a slight to refuse such offerings? Moreover, even though Baiyu found himself upon this island, he could maintain contact with Satellite Zaya at any given moment. At most, it could not respond as promptly as it could. Chapter 63, The Cleansing Cannon. Not long after, Baiyu sensed a faint connection forming between himself and the corpses of the grotesque creatures strewn across the ground. It seemed that with merely a thought, he could influence their brainwaves, thereby altering their actions. The only condition was that they needed to be alive. Of course, this posed no significant challenge. He could simply rewind time. However, before doing so, he wished to create quite a commotion. Moreover, this revelation indicated that Satellite Zaya had indeed infiltrated the micro-brainwave controllers in a remarkably short span of time. Unless someone were to breach its firewall in the future, these controllers would become Baiyu's personal possessions. It remained uncertain whether Satellite Zaya possessed such formidable strength inherently or if it had been secretly enhanced by the system. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development for Baiyu. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, accompanied by a tremor in the ground, a towering giant, approximately 3 meters tall, primarily clad in deep gray, with a hideous and grotesque visage, charged forth from the experimental base, directly assaulting Baiyu. Behind this behemoth, there were even more giants. Undoubtedly, they had once been soldiers under General Ross, now mere victims of his selfish desires, transformed into these abominable forms. While General Ross had indeed faced some retribution, he bore undeniable responsibility in this affair. Additionally, theoretically, Baiyu could now directly control the actions of these giants through the brainwave controllers embedded within them. But why bother? He would first deliver a thorough beating. After all, he intended to rewind time anyway, so the loss of these few dozen was inconsequential. Perfectly, Baiyu had yet to unleash some of his new forms. Armor time. Armed Hibiki. Without hesitation, Baiyu transformed into a form reminiscent of the second phase of Z Wong. Armed Hibiki, adorned with numerous golden armor pieces, his forehead marked with the emblem of armor. Simultaneously, he wielded the sound impact amplification sword, originally belonging to Hibiki. The next moment. Finish time. Hibiki, Sukuninjin Guranagi. Accompanied by the sound effects of a finishing move, Baiyu wielded the sound impact amplification sword, now enveloped in a colossal flame, and executed a vertical slash upon the giant that had approached within striking distance. Bang! As expected, the giant could not withstand the might of Sukuninjin Guranagi, and with a violent explosion, it reverted back to its original human form. However, he now lay on the ground, exhaling more than inhaling, unless fate intervened unexpectedly. An unforeseen event was likely to occur. Roar! Roar! In the distance, upon witnessing the fall of their comrade, the remaining giants showed no sign of fear or hesitation. They continued to emit beast-like roars from their throats while charging relentlessly towards Baiyu. Baiyu, unfazed, wielded the sound strike amplification sword, dispatching one foe after another with swift precision. Yet, he found the pace somewhat lacking. After a relentless flurry that felled over a dozen giants, he grew dissatisfied with the efficiency of his efforts. Thus, he casually hurled the sound strike amplification sword away, the sensation akin to that of a sound stick. Naturally, these weapons would dissipate upon release, sparing the flora and any innocent bystanders from harm. Kabuto. In a flash, Baiyu adeptly replaced the sound demon dial with the Kabuto dial. Then, armor time. Hypercast off change. Hyper Beetle. Kabuto Hyper. With the resonant sound of transformation echoing, Baiyu morphed into a form inspired by the second stage of Time King. His arms, chest armor, and legs were predominantly red, accented with silver, adorned with a beetle's antennae emblem on his forehead, and his visage bore a resemblance to Kamen Rider Kabuto in its second stage, Kabuto Hyper Armor form. Simultaneously, he found himself wielding a weapon exclusive to the Kabuto Hyper form, the perfect insect instrument in gun mode, perfect mode. During this transformation, some giants, disregarding the rules of combat, attempted to deceive and ambush the young warrior. Unsurprisingly, they were repelled by the effects of Baiyu's transformation. Celebrate. Almost concurrently, Watts, still maintaining his transformation, appeared beside Baiyu like a specter, flipping open the chronicles of celestial encounters with his left hand while raising his right in exultation, proclaiming, "He is the sovereign who comprehends both past and future, transcending time itself, the Kamen Rider Zio. Now, he has inherited the power of yet another rider." Transforming into the Kamen Rider Zio's second stage, Kabuto Hyper Armor form. The history of this world has turned to a new chapter once again. Indeed, witnessing this, Baiyu shook his head, disregarding Watt's celebration. Instead, he swiftly pressed the Kabuto dial and activated the button atop the time-space driver, rotating it counterclockwise 360 degrees. Finish time. Kabuto. Maximum Hyper Cyclone. Boom. Accompanied by the resounding sound of a lethal technique and a tremendous roar. An enormous vortex of energy surged forth from the muzzle of the perfect insect instrument in gun mode, perfect mode. Wherever it passed, giants and obstacles alike were obliterated in an instant. The entire experimental base was ruthlessly pierced through from front to back. It is worth noting that the Maximum Hyper Cyclone, which surpasses the Kamen Rider's capabilities, is designed to possess a maximum range of up to 100 kilometers in radius. Not to mention the current form of the Time King's second-tier Kamen armor. Were it not for Baiyu's control over the range, the entire island might have vanished in a heartbeat. After all, it is known as the Clear Map Cannon, and it is not merely a name without merit. Fortunately, Baiyu's transformation grants him a physique far superior to that of the protagonist, Tendasuji, from the original series, allowing him to release the Clear Map Cannon without needing to counteract the recoil with a temporal enhancement. Of course, if the power were to increase further, it would be a different matter. In any case, it was time to enter. Baiyu paid no heed to the scattered giant corpses and the ruins of the buildings. Habitually discarding the perfect insect instrument from his hand, he strode directly toward the interior of the experimental base. Chapter 64. The impatient Baiyu within the confines of the experimental base, the atmosphere appeared both rudimentary and intricate. After all, the primary objective of the leaders was to forge a colossal army of giants. Naturally, aside from this ambition and a few essential elements, the interior of the base did not necessitate an abundance of items. However, a locale capable of generating a giant army would undoubtedly possess superior equipment. Unfortunately, due to Baiyu's recent cleansing cannon, Many items within the base had been rendered inoperative. Nonetheless, this was not a grave concern. Roar. Shortly after Baiyu stepped into the depths of the experimental base, a towering entity, reminiscent of the previous giants and the former abomination, Hulk, yet entirely crimson with glowing red eyes, charged towards him. Without doubt, this was the Red Giant, a transformation of General Ross, also known as Red Hulk. Unlike Hulk, Red Hulk did not possess the flaw of growing stronger with rage. However, he could absorb various forms of energy, enhancing his own power. In moments of fury, the energy within him would convert to thermal energy, causing his skin temperature to soar. Typically, mere contact would result in instant incineration. At this moment, under the influence of the leader and the micro-brainwave controller, Red Hulk was indeed furious, and his skin temperature was exceedingly high. Moreover, Hulk was in pursuit. Following Red Hulk was none other than Hulk himself. Initially, due to the excessive suppressants administered by the leader, Banner found it increasingly difficult to transform. Yet, the leader, lacking in martial ethics, had forcefully breached Banner's confinement, compelling him to transform into Hulk in the face of imminent peril. Consequently, Hulk now appeared significantly shorter than Red Hulk, and his power was likely far inferior to that of the former abomination. However, the leader was unconcerned. He merely required Hulk to buy him even a few seconds of time. It was evident that he had already escaped. Beep. Congratulations on successfully signing in as Red Hulk. Reward acquired. Steel Date King Dial. The Steel Date King, a secondary rider from the series Kamen Rider, was hailed as the god of war within the narrative, also possessing formidable superforms. Alas, the protagonist often displayed arrogance while the Steel Date King frequently encountered setbacks. Quite bothersome. Paying little heed to the system's notification. Baiyu, upon witnessing the formidable Red Hulk alongside Hulk, furrowed his brow beneath his mask. It was not fear that gripped him, rather. He recognized that Red Hulk and Hulk were no more powerful than the previous giants. Furthermore, who could predict whether defeating them would summon yet more chaotic entities? It would be more prudent to confront the leader directly. In other words, Baiyu had lost his patience. Thus, armor time. Odin. As Odin, Baiyu first transitioned into the second-tier armor form of the Time King, subsequently pressing the buttons on the Odin dial and rotating the time-space driver counterclockwise by 360 degrees. Accompanied by electronic sound effects and the resonant ticking of a clock, the entire experimental base, and indeed the entire island, found itself in a temporal reversal. Before long, the Red Hulk, the Hulk, and those monstrous giants who had been slain by Baiyu and Wutz all returned to their states from 3 minutes prior. However, the micro-brainwave controllers embedded within them had already been commandeered by the satellite Z, morphing into Baiyu's likeness. Not even the Conqueror Kong, who had provided these technologies, could hope to alter this. Most crucially, why had I not fled during the battle between the giant army and the Time King, yet now find myself here? The leader gazed incredulously at the Time King before him, filled with shock and confusion. Could it be? The leader, not lacking in intelligence, quickly deduced the reason. He had reversed time? A gasp escaped him at this realization. Previously, he had only known that the Time King could momentarily reverse an individual's time to heal injuries or even resurrect the deceased. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that the Time King possessed the terrifying ability to reverse the time of an entire island. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Had he known such power existed, he would not have exerted himself to flee. At this moment, the most important thought for the leader was encapsulated in 3 words: survive. Almost simultaneously, a notification chimed. Congratulations, leader, you have successfully signed in and received a reward, a complete set of alien insect cards. The alien insects, a monstrous race in the Armored King, possess the remarkable ability to perfectly replicate the appearance, size, memories, and powers of their targets even in their larval form, making them akin to a bug-level mimicry. In their adult form, their abilities are significantly enhanced, and some even attain temporal evolution, potentially developing new and formidable powers. Among the alien insects exists a primordial type that, once matured, surpasses the strength of typical adults. For instance, the cricket primordial, Masato Mishima, the final boss of the Armored King, had once shattered the exclusive weapon known as the Perfect Insect Instrument. The complete set of alien insect cards awarded by the system consists solely of adults and primordials, excluding larvae. Sighing at the system's announcement, Baiyu could not help but shake his head. Once again, it was merely cards, devoid of any surprise. Although the strength of the alien insects was not insignificant, their mimicry abilities might still prove useful. However, Baiyu was struck by a sudden inspiration. Could the power of the demon, the very essence of myself and the Demon King, truly be limited to what I have achieved thus far? Perhaps I might endeavor to condense the cards I possess into a singular dial using this power of the demon. Of course, such an experiment must await my return. As for the present moment, given the presence of the mimetic aberration, Baiyu raised his gaze toward the leader and, amidst the latter's growing terror, swiftly pressed the button atop the Time King's second-tier time-space device, rotating it counterclockwise 360 degrees. Do not worry, leader. I shall safeguard this research facility in your absence. No. The leader, realizing the gravity of the situation, could not afford to linger. He turned to flee. Simultaneously, he activated a device that enveloped him in a layer of green energy shield. Yet, at that instant, several pink and gold special characters materialized around him, obstructing his escape. In a heartbeat, those characters soared towards the leader's rear, converging beneath Baiyu's elevated right foot. Rider finish time. Twice time break. The next moment, Baiyu's foot struck the leader with unerring precision. Bang! Without a moment to utter a cry, the leader perished in a self-detonation. Throughout this ordeal, his green energy shield proved utterly ineffective. Chapter 65, Homeward Bound. After vanquishing the leader, Baiyu casually summoned a card representing a mature insect, commanding it to mimic the appearance of the leader. It is no exaggeration to say that unless one was already aware of the existence of the alien insects or the leader made a mistake, no one would discern that the latter was, in fact, an imitation. After all, the mimicry of the alien insects can thoroughly replicate everything about their target, even if their prior contact with the target was minimal. In comparison, any shapeshifter like the Skrulls or Mystique pales in insignificance. From now on, you shall continue to be responsible for creating the giant army here. Baiyu instructed the leader before him. Yes, master. The leader responded immediately with utmost respect. Thus, the fates of General Ross, Banner, Betty, and the others remained largely unchanged. The giant army would still emerge, and Ross and his companions would retain little freedom. However, the ultimate beneficiary had transformed into Baiyu. Naturally, what was the leader but a mere pawn? Serving him was incomparable to following Baiyu, the benevolent and virtuous overlord. In summary, Baiyu could now wield control over Ross and the others through a miniature brainwave controller, effectively ensuring their loyalty. If all went as planned, this island would also become Baiyu's personal dominion. For convenience, he intended to name it Hulk Island. After all, names like Giant Island seemed too pedestrian. And the title of Demon King Island was unworthy of this land. Before long, a flustered Betty rushed in, seeking Baiyu's assistance. I seem to be feeling quite peculiar. Baiyu glanced at Betty, and indeed, she did appear to be in an unusual state. In simple terms, Betty had transformed into a female giant, akin to her father, the She-Hulk. The good news was that she had grown taller, stronger, and more generous. The bad news was that, aesthetics aside, her beauty seemed to have diminished. Not a concern, Baiyu replied nonchalantly. The leader has secretly administered the giant serum and utilized the miniature brainwave controller on you. Setting aside beauty and freedom, you are now a superhuman capable of arm wrestling with the normal Hulk. By the way, the leader is now my loyal servant. All living beings and humans on this island, including you, shall become my subjects and subordinates, tasked with creating an even larger giant legion and fulfilling my other commands. How does that sound? Are you not delighted? Betty, with too many points to critique, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, she gently nodded. Yes, I am quite happy. Deep down, she indeed felt that. Compared to the perilous fate of potentially facing death or being enslaved by the leader, serving Baiyu as a subject and subordinate was a decidedly better alternative. At the very least, the Time King should be a good person, shouldn't he? Very well, take your time to practice. You should be able to revert to your original self. Furthermore, in my absence, you and Ross must adhere to the commands of the leader regarding all activities here. Observing this, Baiyu casually issued a few instructions and summoned a curtain of auroras, vanishing from the scene. After all, with the leader, who is disguised as a strange insect, present here, and the satellite Z monitoring at all times, there was no longer a need for Baiyu to remain. As for Watts, well, Baiyu trusted he could take care of himself. The Time King? Witnessing this scene, Betty gazed at the spot where the Time King had vanished, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Has he truly left? At the very least, she wished to repay the favor for being saved earlier. However, since this place had become the Time King's private domain, it implied he could return at any moment. Subsequently, Betty glanced at her now crimson hands and quickly steeled herself. Before that, I must learn to control the power within me. Only then will I have the opportunity to assist the Time King better and repay the debt of gratitude. Yes, that's it. As for Bruce Banner, what? Is he still here? Banner? No. Snowflakes flutter, the north wind howls, and the world lies in a vast desolation. On the other side, Manhattan, New York, at the headquarters of Fly Electric Intelligence, in the chairman's office, as the curtain of auroras swept through, Bayou, having transformed back, appeared here. By the way, after transforming, Bayou again removed the second-level dial of the Time King, which does not automatically revert him unless he willingly desires it or if the dial is taken by another. Chairman, you have returned? Upon noticing Bayou, Iz greeted him immediately, a faint smile gracing her face. Was everything handled smoothly? Although Iz could connect to Satellite Z to ascertain Bayou's movements, she refrained from doing so casually, as it pertained to his privacy. Very smoothly. Bayou nodded in response. By the way, the giant army over at Hulk Island may require some suitable equipment. You might want to pay attention to that. More specifically, you can connect to Satellite Z for further understanding. Should you have any questions later, feel free to ask me. Also, when addressing me privately, please refrain from using sir or chairman. You may call me by my name, or boss, master, darling, or the like. Understood, master. Iz responded without hesitation, immediately adopting a title she had calculated to be the most fitting after countless iterations. Ah, quite well, that's it. Bayou acknowledged with a nod of tentative satisfaction upon hearing Iz's new title. Master. At this moment, Iz's eyes, along with the headphones on either side, momentarily transformed into a brilliant blue. Subsequently, as if she had received some vital information, she reported to Bayou, your residence has been successfully repaired with the assistance of several construction-type Shimagio working tirelessly overnight, alongside other relevant professionals. If you wish, you may return to inspect it at your convenience, or even take up residence there. Oh, Bayou's expression shifted. Is it truly ready so soon? Indeed. The efficiency of construction-type Shimagio is remarkable. He certainly did not believe that the workers summoned by General Ross could achieve such swiftness. Yet, it was only fair not to place blame upon them. After all, humans are bound by limitations. Chapter 66, Handcrafted Control Panel, Second Level of Demon Power. To be candid, Bayou harbored some concerns for those who would gradually be supplanted by the advancements of Shimagio. After all, Shimagio truly possesses the potential to permeate various fields, including comic artistry and novel writing. Yet, such is the inexorable wheel of the new era. Sacrifices are inevitable, whether it be you, him, her, or it. A moment later, Bayou snapped back to reality, raising his hand to summon another radiant aurora curtain. He then invited Iz, you have yet to visit my residence, Haven Tu? Shall we go together this time? With a gentle nod, Iz acquiesced. Subsequently, she followed closely behind Bayou as they stepped into the shimmering Aurora Howland district. As Bayou emerged from the Aurora curtain and swiftly surveyed his former abode, he stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before finally exclaiming, "Is this what you call renovation?" Prior to this moment, Bayou had never envisioned that he would one day witness the epitome of sophistication, a seamless blend of understated luxury and profound depth. Despite occupying merely around 100 square meters, comprising only 2 stories, and seemingly constructed from materials of moderate expense, the disparity between his current residence and the one he had inhabited as a $1 million debtor was akin to heaven and earth. If this were to be put on the market, it would likely require 2 or 3 substantial goals to even consider acquisition. The architectural prowess of Shimagio is indeed formidable. While you could hardly believe that such feats could be accomplished by finite human capabilities, he felt compelled to observe a moment of silence for the construction workers whose livelihoods would soon be eclipsed by the rise of architectural Shimagio. Master, at that moment, having connected with Satellite Zaya, introduced, due to certain limitations in your preferences and the brevity of time, the design and construction of your residence have been executed with simplicity. Should you desire, Satellite Zaya can specially craft an integrated offensive and defensive system centered around this residence, featuring functionalities such as teleportation, independent pollution-free energy, and automatic scanning and analysis of visitors' identities and threat levels. However, the establishment of such a system will require a considerable amount of time. You may need to wait approximately a week before you can return to reside here. In other words, it would only take a week for Fadian Intelligent to construct this so-called all-encompassing home system. even while simultaneously selling various lifestyle model Shimagia and covertly manufacturing a military of combat-type Shimagia, all while equipping the gigantic forces on Hulk Island. And yet, you dare to refer to a week as requiring a lengthy duration? Indeed, humanity not only has its limits, but those limits are significantly vast. Well then, upon regaining his composure, Baiyu addressed is, let us proceed with the construction of such a system. However, it must commence from tomorrow. After all, he has only just returned. How could he leave immediately? Very well, master. Izzy nodded obediently once more. For her, Baiyu's commands were, in the vast majority of instances, unquestionable. Unless, of course, both she and the satellite Zaya found themselves somewhat perplexed by his intentions. In the ensuing moments, Baiyu began by marveling at his new residence alongside Izzy, examining it with meticulous attention. Subsequently, he retreated to his chamber alone. Let the experimentation begin. As Baiyu's expression transformed into one of utmost seriousness, he raised his hand in a summoning gesture. Instantly, a total of 53 cards, adorned with a dark golden clock pattern on the reverse and various representations of undead creatures on the front, materialized out of thin air, levitating around him. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a delicate layer of dark golden energy enveloping these cards. This energy was a manifestation of the 5-tier power of the evil spirit in the real world. Come, Baiyu exclaimed in a voice tinged with a mixture of trepidation and excitement. In the next moment, the undead creature cards began to converge and meld into the palm of his right hand under the influence of the evil spirit power. As the cards fused, a new dial appeared to be gradually taking shape. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. At last, undead, accompanied by a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar electronic sound effect, a new dial of dark gold, featuring the visages of 53 different undead creatures, was born. Could it be truly successful? Observing the undead dial in his hand, Baiyu was overwhelmed with joy. Prior to this, he had merely speculated. The outcome far exceeded his expectations. Undoubtedly, this was a fortuitous development. In truth, the dial of undead creatures itself was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was that Baiyu could now explore and uncover further applications of the evil spirit power independently. This also signified that Baiyu's strength would gradually transcend the confines of the original narrative, propelling him towards a loftier realm. He had a sense that this might indeed be one of the methods by which he could actively elevate the evil spirit power. Shortly thereafter. So this is how it is. After conducting a brief study of the undead dial, Baiyu gained a deeper comprehension of its functionalities. In simple terms, Baiyu now merely needed to activate the undead dial to summon either a single or multiple distinct undead creatures at will. The cost required was merely 1/3 of what it had been when he possessed only the cards. If necessary, Baiyu could also affix the undead dial to the time driver, either at the first level or second level, thereby amplifying the power of all undead creatures, an enhancement that was threefold. However, such a course of action would inevitably shorten his transformation time to some extent, while also imposing significant strain on his body. It was akin to possessing a trump card that could not be easily utilized until a critical moment. Astonishing, simply astonishing. The excitement in Baiyu's eyes was unmistakable. He became increasingly resolute in his belief that the power of the twilight was the essence of his core strength. Consequently, in the following days, Baiyu eagerly prepared to forge a new control dial and to explore additional applications of the twilight power. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a week had elapsed. Ding. Congratulations, the twilight power has successfully ascended to level 2. With the system's notification, a triumphant smile reminiscent of a dragon king graced Baiyu's lips. Chapter 67. The Devourer Beast. In the past week, Baiyu meticulously replicated the mirror monster dial, the Ophidian dial, and the insect dial. During this process, he summoned the mature form, disguised as the leader, temporarily to assist in crafting the final insect dial. However, this alone would not justify the expenditure of an entire week, nor the elevation of his omniversal power to the second tier. Throughout this period, Baiyu endeavored to develop several innovative applications for his omniversal power. One of the most crucial discoveries was that this power could ascend by absorbing and merging the residual energies within his body, such as the cosmic energy previously absorbed from the cosmic cube. For convenience, Baiyu had re-entered the internal space of the space gem a few days prior. Regrettably, the energy required for the elevation of his omniversal power increased significantly over time, and his affinity with the energy within the cosmic cube diminished. It was akin to a water container growing larger while the flow from the faucet dwindled. Unless Baiyu could discover a new source of energy, it would be challenging to progress. In other words, he needed to find new infinity gems or other vessels imbued with immense energy. However, Baiyu was not entirely certain whether the energies within the other infinity gems would indeed be beneficial. Nevertheless, within this week, Baiyu successfully elevated his omniversal power from 1.5 to the second tier. Moreover, consolidating undead creatures and insects into corresponding dials was also a method to facilitate the ascension of his power. With the elevation to the second tier, the nightly strength he could accumulate after transformation increased to fourfold. The effects of time suspension, flight, telekinesis, and other abilities granted by the omniversal power also saw substantial enhancement. Additionally, as the tier of the omniversal power rises, the potential applications become more varied and formidable. Excellent. After gaining a preliminary understanding of his transformations, Baiyu felt both astonished and elated. Consequently, his overall strength experienced a remarkable leap. Even against formidable entities such as the Ancient One or Odin, he could potentially hold his ground, or even prevail. However, this did not imply that Baiyu could let down his guard. Characters like the Phoenix from the X-Men series, the Sentinel robots, the Scarlet Witch from Doctor Strange 2, and Ego from Guardians of the Galaxy, the biological father of Star-Lord, could pose significant threats to him. Moreover, who said Baiyu's adversaries were limited to this universe or solely to those from the Marvel Cinematic realm? It is essential to remember that the worldview of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is encompassed within the broader context of Marvel Comics. Moreover, the previous Spider-Man and the Conqueror Kong do not seem to adhere to the established cinematic canon. Of course, for Baiyu, destined to become the King of Twilight with nearly limitless enhancements to his Twilight powers, there is no need for trepidation. As for the present moment, it is time to venture out. Baiyu emerged from the internal realm of the Space Gem and returned to his room. He had not anticipated that this excursion would consume so much time. He had become rather engrossed in his study of Twilight powers. It is likely that it is waiting outside for him this entire week. By the way, Baiyu's daily rewards over the past few days have typically been a mere 1 million meters. Henceforth, this will be the standard reward unless otherwise specified. As expected, the next events unfolded as Baiyu had anticipated. Upon opening his door, he immediately spotted his waiting outside, cradling a small orange cat in her arms. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing in for a young devourer, female, and receiving the reward, the Chronos dial. The devourer. Huh? Baiyu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the system notification. Those who have watched Captain Marvel or are familiar with it will know that the devourer resembles an ordinary orange cat in appearance, behavior, and vocalizations. However, within them lies a connection to a dimensional space, and they can unleash countless tentacles from their mouths to devour anything. In Captain Marvel, a devourer once consumed the Tesseract. Moreover, the damage inflicted by a devourer on its enemies seems to be quite difficult to restore. For instance, Nick Fury lost his eye due to an encounter with a devourer left behind by Captain Marvel. There are even rumors that the scar on Thanos' face was inflicted by a devourer. In summary, the devourer is among the more perilous creatures within the entirety of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Yet, it was unexpected for Is to bring a devourer with her. What could have transpired this week? However, in comparison to the devourer, Baiyu was more intrigued by the Chronos dial. Firstly, Kamen Rider Chronos is a significant antagonist in the latter part of X8. He possesses unique abilities such as time stop and rewind, along with features that enhance his attack power by 10 with each successful strike. Additionally, Chronos' base statistics indicate a punching power of 110 tons and a kicking power of 127 tons, along with the capability to withstand attacks below 100 tons. If Baiyu were to apply his fourfold strength enhancement, the possibilities could be quite fascinating. Of course, for Baiyu, who already possesses time-stopping and time-reversal abilities, as well as the ultimate armor form with punching strength also reaching 100 tons, the utility of Chronos is somewhat limited, yet it is better than nothing. This little orange cat, from where did you acquire it? Once he regained his composure, Baiyu curiously inquired of Is. The enigmatic creature known as the Devourer is not one that simply appears at random. It arrived of its own volition. Is answered promptly, stating that while she awaited her master outside, it unexpectedly manifested at the window. Upon examination, it appears that within its being lies a profound connection to a vast expanse, distinguishing it from an ordinary feline. Of course, no hostility has been detected thus far. You have truly endured, Baiyu exclaimed, reflecting on the situation. More than pondering the reasons behind the Devourer's emergence, he found himself preoccupied with the fact that his had indeed been waiting outside for an entire week. Although she is a Shamagian and does not experience fatigue or require sustenance, Bayu could hardly treat her as if she were merely a machine. Chapter 68. A Direct Approach Master. At this moment, Izzy spoke again. You have 6 guests who have been waiting for you here for 3 days. 6 guests? Bayu was somewhat taken aback. Under normal circumstances, it was rare for anyone to actively seek him out, let alone wait for 3 days. He understood. If all went as expected, trouble might be knocking at his door. It could merely be a matter of the scale of the trouble. Furthermore, the fact that Izzy allowed these so-called 6 guests to linger for 3 days without warning Bayu of any potential danger suggested that, at least for the time being, they bore no ill will. Given this, he decided to meet them. Quickly regaining his composure, Bayu made his way to the living room, stating to Izzy, "By the way, if you are willing, I will leave this little orange cat in your care." The fact that Izzy could hold the small orange cat in her arms indicated her affection for it, which was undeniably influenced by the cat's adorable appearance. Had it been less charming, Izzy might not have been so inclined to embrace it. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the hallmark of a technological singularity was emotion. Perhaps a fondness for pets could even hasten Izzy's awakening of the technological singularity? Even if it did not, the impact would be minimal. Understood, Master. Upon hearing Bayu's words, Izzy's eyes flickered slightly, and she nodded obediently. Moments later, Bayu, accompanied by Izzy, arrived at the place where dreams began, his living room, the very space intruded upon by the Hulk and the Abomination. It's you all. Bayu soon laid eyes on the 6 guests Izzy had mentioned. Among them were 3 familiar faces, Nick Fury, Quicksilver, and Wanda. The identities of the other 3, however, were quite intriguing. Wolverine, Phoenix, Jean Grey, and Professor X. This particular assembly of individuals sparked some speculation within Bayu. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in Wolverine, Phoenix, and Professor X. Rewards received. Build Driver, Moon Phase Driver, and Decade Driver. Goodness. It seemed he had effortlessly acquired the main riders of the Heisei era. At this rate, if Professor X were to bring along more individuals and Magneto were to send a group over, Bayu might significantly shorten the distance between himself and the ultimate form of the Sovereign. Cough, cough. In summary, Bayu was now only 9 main riders away from the 20 required to transform into the Sovereign, including the Zeo Driver. Moreover, even without transforming into the Sovereign, the God form and the Passion form of Kamen Rider Decade would suffice for Bayu to wield the powers of the old Heisei main riders and the Zeo himself. Of course, these matters were for later. As for now, hello, Bayu, or should I say Kamen Rider Zeo. Upon seeing Bayu, Professor X, seated in his wheelchair, immediately approached and said, "I apologize for our impromptu visit. Our visit this time primarily revolves around Pietro and Wanda." In brief, during the battle between Bayu and Hydra, the powers unleashed by Wanda, along with the subsequent introduction of the Avengers members in the God-making project by the World Security Council, captured the attention of Professor X and the entire X-Men. Professor X soon learned that Wanda and Quicksilver were mutants, just like him. Later, he unexpectedly discovered that Wanda and Quicksilver might share a bloodline with his old friend Magneto. Consequently, 3 days ago, accompanied by Wolverine and Phoenix, Professor X proactively sought out the headquarters of the Avengers in S.H.I.E.L.D., the Triskelion. Upon meeting Wanda and Quicksilver, Professor X refrained from mentioning their potential familial connection to Magneto. Firstly, there was insufficient evidence to substantiate such claims. Secondly, Wanda and Quicksilver, who were unaware of their own origins and believed their parents to be deceased, would not easily accept such revelations. Therefore, Professor X merely informed them of their identities as mutants and extended an invitation for them to join the Xavier Institute and the X-Men. He did not insist that they abandon the Avengers or impose any obligations upon them. Rather, he offered to assist them in honing their abilities and resolving other challenges they might face. Throughout this process, Professor X embodied the essence of benevolence, consistently exhibiting his compassionate nature. However, the responses of Quicksilver and Wanda to Professor X's invitation were strikingly different, yet similarly aligned. Quicksilver inclined towards acceptance, yearning for enhanced speed and strength. The previous encounter where he was effortlessly defeated by the Time King, particularly the overwhelming disparity in speed, left him psychologically shaken and acutely aware of his own vulnerabilities. His desire to grow stronger was not solely for personal gain. It was also fueled by a profound wish to protect his sister, Wanda, who was born after him in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Clearly, Quicksilver believed that Professor X could aid him in this pursuit. In contrast, Wanda expressed the need to consult the Time King first, asserting that she lacked the authority to make such decisions as she was a captive. In truth, Wanda exhibited little interest in the Xavier Institute, the X-Men, or even the concept of mutants. Her powers primarily stemmed from chaos magic, and she believed that external guidance could only assist her in better controlling this force. Ultimately, she would need to rely on her own research. In this regard, her experience would not differ significantly between the Avengers and Professor X's guidance. Additionally, for reasons unknown, Wanda harbored a suspicion that Professor X and his associates were concealing something pertinent to her and her brother, which naturally fostered a sense of reluctance towards them. Surprisingly, upon Wanda's inquiry regarding Wong's opinion, Quicksilver immediately chose to concur. Consequently, Professor X and his companions arrived at Bayu's location. The presence of Nick Fury serves as an intermediary, as neither Professor X nor Wanda and Quicksilver possess a profound familiarity with Bayu. I grasp the situation now, thus. After hearing the account, Bayu resolutely declared, "I refuse. Wanda and Quicksilver are my subjects. Why should they ally with a force destined for annihilation, or with a race fated for extinction? The circumstances of mutants, both in the narrative of the Marvel film days of future past and within the Marvel comics, have never been favorable. In fact, they are perpetually teetering on the brink of extinction. In contrast, wouldn't it be far more advantageous for Wanda and Quicksilver to remain within the Avengers?" Chapter 69. The future of mutants. Despite the fact that Wanda and Quicksilver may not necessarily find safety within the Avengers and SHIELD, it is certainly preferable to remaining at the X-Mansion. Even the unnecessary troubles may be significantly reduced. The most crucial point is that both the Avengers and SHIELD are, more or less, factions under Bayu's command, whereas the X-Men and the X-Mansion are not. Unfortunately, Professor X and his colleagues failed to comprehend Bayu's perspective. "What did you say?" Wolverine's expression shifted upon hearing Bayu's words. As a mutant himself, he has feelings for Jean Grey, who is also a mutant, despite her current relationship with Cyclops. However, that is inconsequential. What matters is that Wolverine is evidently displeased with Bayu's recent comments. This reaction is understandable. If someone casually informed you that your race was destined for extinction, you would feel angered as well. Logan. At that moment, Jean Grey called out to Wolverine. He noticed her demeanor was somewhat off, as if she were anxious or frightened. The Time King did not lie. Without waiting for Wolverine to inquire, Jean Grey continued. He genuinely believes, and is utterly convinced, that mutants will inevitably face annihilation. Moreover, the time until that moment should not be too far off. Within Jean Grey resides the Phoenix Force, a power that rivals the chaotic energy and may even surpass it in prestige. Although she remains unaware of this force and cannot yet wield it, she still possesses formidable telepathic abilities. Consequently, upon hearing Bayu's statement and realizing he was not speaking falsely, she could not help but feel a sense of panic. What? Upon witnessing this, Wolverine turned his gaze toward Bayu, disbelief etched in his eyes. In his perspective, while the plight of mutants is dire, extinction seems a distant threat. Leaving aside the powerful mutants Professor X and Magneto, how could they ever face annihilation? Of course, Wolverine does not doubt Jean Grey's words. However, if what the Time King claims is indeed true, what calamity awaits in the future? Concern for the safety of his beloved woman stirred a sense of unease within Wolverine. It is rumored that the Time King possesses the ability to traverse time and space. In contrast, Professor X remained considerably calmer. "What you just mentioned, is it a glimpse of the future you have witnessed? Does it matter?" Bayu showed no interest in answering Professor X's question, but bluntly stated, "You are far more aware of the current plight of mutants than I am, even without the impending threat of extinction that I spoke of. Allowing Pietro and Wanda to join the X-Mansion would yield more disadvantages than advantages." However, before Professor X and the others could respond, Bayu shifted his tone. "Speaking with notable significance, I can establish a territory to serve as my private domain, welcoming mutants of sufficient merit, including you, the X-Men, and the mutants within the X-Mansion. In that place, I shall not permit others to harm mutants without provocation. Undoubtedly, mutants constitute a substantial and formidable race. Should their powers be unified, Their impact would rival that of the combat-oriented Shumagarath army or the colossal army being forged by Baiyu. Yet, what is the cost? Upon hearing Baiyu's words, Professor X's expression remained largely unchanged, merely inquiring, I presume you do not adhere to the notion that with great power comes great responsibility, do you? It is quite simple. Baiyu appeared to be prepared for this, promptly responding, I am destined to be king. My protection is reserved solely for my subjects, and they must be ever ready to contribute everything for their king. Understood. Professor X nodded gently, quickly contemplating the gravity of the matter before stating, This is of utmost importance. Please allow us to return and deliberate further. As for Wanda and Quicksilver, since you, the Time King, are unwilling to permit their inclusion in the X-Men and the X-Academy, let us consider my invitation nullified. If you do not mind, we may need to take our leave. In truth, Professor X's inner turmoil far exceeded his outward calm. He had long endeavored to facilitate the integration of mutants into humanity. Consequently, the members of the X-Men often found themselves risking their own lives, and those of other mutants, to safeguard the very humans who despised them. Yet now, the notion that mutants might face extinction at the hands of certain humans was being proclaimed. As for Baiyu's mention of subjects, Professor X would not easily contemplate or acquiesce to such an idea. However, if the plight of mutants indeed grew increasingly dire, perhaps it could be a viable solution. Professor X did not doubt Baiyu's ability to protect innocent mutants from human oppression. After all, the latter could unleash nuclear devastation at will and compel the World Security Council to elevate him to godlike status, regardless of the Council's true intentions. Their demeanor suggested they treated the Time King as a deity. Now, a god is poised to designate a territory for mutants. Even if the World Security Council harbored dissatisfaction, they would likely acquiesce in the end. Moreover, as the most powerful telepath on Earth, could Professor X not discern whether Baiyu spoke truth or falsehood? Nevertheless, both the grim fate awaiting mutants and the question of whether to become subjects under the Time King warranted careful consideration. No matter, Baiyu remarked, dismissively shaking his head, then altering his tone, but you must understand, my patience is not infinite. Before I change my mind, it would be prudent for you to reach a decision. Understood. Professor X nodded, then departed with Wolverine and Jean Grey. Moments later, given the circumstances, should we not also respond to the request from the other side? Wanda glanced at Baiyu, her eyes subtly questioning. You may return. Baiyu nodded initially, and then turned his attention to the somewhat hesitant Quicksilver, adding, however, it seems you have something to convey to me? Upon hearing this, Wanda, Nick Fury, and Izzy, who stood behind Baiyu, all directed their gaze towards Pietro. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Pietro appeared somewhat anxious, yet ultimately he resolved to speak up, requesting of Baiyu, Time King, may I also have a suit akin to Fury's Venom armor? Chapter 70. The new symbiotic battle suit. Upon hearing Quicksilver's words, Baiyu remained unresponsive, while Wanda was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, Pietro, what nonsense are you uttering? Haven't you observed that ever since Nick Fury acquired the Venom suit, he has been essentially constrained by the Time King? Had she known beforehand that Pietro would voice such a request, she would have resorted to a more forceful approach to clear his head of such thoughts. In truth, Wanda, endowed with chaos magic, possesses the ability to read minds. However, she typically refrains from using this power, especially on her own kin. No, Wanda, you fail to comprehend. Pietro interjected with a grave expression. This world is perilously dangerous. Particularly, should our identities as mutants be revealed, it would undoubtedly incite hostility from countless individuals, leading to a plethora of unwanted troubles. Therefore, we must possess formidable strength. Unlike Wanda, who wields chaos magic, Quicksilver's sole advantage lies in his swiftness. Yet, even in terms of speed, he has been overshadowed by the Time King. Who can guarantee that there aren't others in this world equally adept in speed? Even in the absence of such rivals, targeting someone like Quicksilver, who relies solely on his velocity, is not an insurmountable challenge. Unless Quicksilver can become faster, so fast that he can disregard all other shortcomings, or unless he possesses other formidable abilities. Regrettably, he is currently unable to achieve a sudden surge in speed or acquire additional powerful capabilities. Previously, he had agreed to join Professor X at the X Academy, believing that in a gathering of mutants, he might discover methods to enhance his own strength. However, upon further reflection, he deemed this strategy somewhat unreliable. Gradually, Quicksilver began to focus his thoughts on Nick Fury and the Venom suit. After all, Fury's various abilities had indeed been significantly amplified by the suit. which also facilitated rapid healing and damage resistance. As for the notion that donning the suit equates to being constrained by the Time King, did Quicksilver and Wanda not already face limitations? Moreover, if the Time King so desired, he would need no Venom suit to eliminate them on the spot. Furthermore, as long as Nick Fury refrains from succumbing to Venom or engaging in actions detrimental to the Time King, he can act according to his own volition. In this world, one must weigh sacrifices against gains. If one must relinquish a measure of freedom for greater power, what is there to object to? At the very least, Quicksilver's willingness to propose it signifies that he is mentally prepared. Wanda's emotions were complex as she began to grasp Quicksilver's perspective. Even though she internally resisted the idea of him obtaining the Venom suit, she found herself at a loss for words of opposition. Moreover, the Time King's stance had yet to be revealed. Even if Quicksilver desires it, the Time King may not necessarily be inclined to acquiesce. At this moment, Bayou pondered briefly before nodding. Since you have earnestly requested my assistance, I shall graciously grant your wish. The Venom suit would only serve to enhance Quicksilver, making him a more formidable ally and a more devoted servant to Bayou, akin to the current Nick Fury. With Quicksilver at his side, Wanda would be better able to maintain control, for she certainly would not wish for any misfortune to befall her brother. Thus, Bayou saw no reason to refuse. In an instant, with a mere gesture, a dark liquid imbued with a subtle golden shimmer swiftly enveloped Quicksilver. Before long, the liquid spread across his entire being. In a matter of moments, Quicksilver transformed into the familiar form of Venom. However, in the next heartbeat, under the influence of the faint golden glow, the Venom's physique gradually diminished until it matched Quicksilver's original form, albeit slightly more slender. After a brief interval, Quicksilver returned to his previous appearance. Yet his eyes brimmed with astonishment and elation, for even without having tested it, he could distinctly perceive that his running speed and reaction time had approximately increased 100-fold. Should he fully embrace the Venom transformation, it might well reach 300, 500, or even 1,000 times his original capabilities. Furthermore, Quicksilver sensed that the changes bestowed upon him by the Venom suit extended far beyond mere physical enhancements. It was evident that while both suits were Venom, the one adorning Quicksilver differed from that of Nick Fury. This is a new symbiotic suit, tailored specifically to your abilities. Bayou articulated. In addition to the fundamental powers of rapid regeneration and suit transformation, it will specifically enhance your speed. Consequently, the boosts to your strength and defense will not be as pronounced as those of Nick Fury's suit. This is merely a difference in magnitude, not a reduction in power. Moreover, this enhancement in speed would simultaneously replicate within the system space in the core of Venom itself. In other words, in the future, the core of Venom, as well as its hosts, would attain a remarkable increase in speed, potentially reaching hundreds or even thousands of times their original capabilities. Were it not for this, why would Bayou have deliberately employed the creative power of the Omniversal Force to alter certain characteristics of Quicksilver's symbiotic suit? Of course, it also served as an opportunity to experiment with a novel application of the Omniversal Force. "Thank you, Time King," exclaimed Quicksilver, overwhelmed with joy and gratitude towards Bayou. Yet, in a moment of whimsical folly, he added with a sigh, "It's a pity that Wanda's abilities are too lacking to be worthy of you. Otherwise, things could be even better, Wanda." Pietro. In the next moment, Wanda's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, her face adorned with a hue that could only be described as a blend of anger and shyness. As she began to gather chaotic magical energy between her hands, a sense of foreboding enveloped the atmosphere. Alas, Quicksilver too realized that he had perhaps misspoken, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. He had never anticipated that. After significantly enhancing his speed, his first adversary would turn out to be his own sister. "My apologies, Time King." Observing the scene, Wanda took a deep breath, steadying her emotions with the rise and fall of her chest, and addressed Bayou with a request. "I need to attend to some family matters and may have to leave immediately." No matter how swift Quicksilver was, he could not remain outside indefinitely without responding to Link. When the time came, she would ensure that he understood why the flowers bloomed so vividly. Chapter 71. The Library of Kamar Taj. I understand your urgency, but please, hold on for a moment. As a jester, Bayou did not hesitate to offer his assistance. "Allow me to grant you a buff." With that, he conjured a device resembling a control dial adorned with patterns of peculiar insects, and after channeling a wisp of ominous power, he pressed a button atop the dial directed at Wanda. "Worm. Clock up." As the electronic sound echoed, A dark golden light infused itself into Wanda's being. She immediately sensed that the flow of time around her seemed to decelerate significantly. Unlike the illusion experienced when Baiyu previously utilized the 555 acceleration armor, this time truly felt as though it had slowed. Time King Yu. Wanda gazed at Baiyu in disbelief. Could he truly accomplish such feats? Indeed, he was worthy of being the master of time. Why are you staring at me? Baiyu interjected. The clock-up buff I bestowed upon you is only temporary. If you do not pursue him now, Pietro will surely escape. Undoubtedly, this was yet another innovative application of the ominous power, and further uses would be discovered through experimentation. All right, thank you. Upon hearing Baiyu's reminder, Wanda swiftly regained her composure and hurried in the direction where Quicksilver had fled. Whether she could catch up depended solely on her fortune. Master. At that moment, Izzy approached Baiyu, cradling a small orange cat. Satellite Z is now capable of producing the 02 dial. Shall we commence immediately? Of course. The creation of the 02 dial essentially involved transferring data from the 02 transformation device into a new device named the dial. It did not possess the capacity to bear historical significance. However, it should suffice for Baiyu's transformation needs. If necessary, he could even craft the 02 transformation device into a dial by hand. Regrettably, when he had issued the command to Satellite Z, he was unaware that he could do so. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Having the dial was sufficient. Yes, let us begin the production. Baiyu nodded without hesitation upon hearing Izzy's words. In the next moment, a glimmer of light appeared before Baiyu and Izzy, rapidly expanding. Before long, a 02 dial was completed from nothingness. One cannot help but marvel at the 3D printing capabilities within 01. It was quite extraordinary. Grasping the freshly minted 02 dial, Baiyu could not suppress a sense of wonder. If one were unaware, they might believe that this 02 dial had been conjured from thin air. Approximately 2 hours later, in the Himalayas, Kamartosh, the library. As an ethereal curtain of aurora swept across the sky, Baiyu appeared alongside Iz, who cradled a small orange cat. With no pressing engagements and awaiting the installation of a versatile home system at his residence, Baiyu decided to venture here to delve into the arcane knowledge of magic. Bringing Iz along served dual purposes, to enhance their shared moments and expedite her progress toward the technological singularity. Moreover, he instructed Iz, scan and store all the magical knowledge within this library for my future reference. Casting a glance at the myriad of enchanting tomes, he further added, additionally, explore the possibility of merging science with these magical teachings to create innovative marvels. Given the overwhelming volume of texts, it would be an impractical endeavor for Baiyu to peruse each one individually. It was far more efficient to preserve the information within Iz and the Satellite Z's database for later access. After all, Ancient One had mentioned that the magical knowledge housed in this library was meant to be shared. As for the amalgamation of science and magic, such a feat was certainly not beyond the realm of possibility. In the original Marvel Comics, Tony Stark had integrated magic into his Iron Man armor. Indeed, in a parallel universe, he even served as the Supreme Sorcerer. Understood, Master. Iz responded obediently, nonchalantly discarding the small orange cat to commence her task. The cat mewed, perplexed. Meow? So, love can fade away, right? Ultimately, it became evident that humanity's capacity for reading is not limitless. Iz casually picked up a book, skimmed through its pages, and set it down. The contents have been scanned and stored successfully. Had it not been for the magical elements seemingly embedded within the covers of these tomes, Iz might have been able to extract the information without direct contact. Setting aside the magical system for a moment, one could argue that both Z and Iz functioned as enhancements of a sort. Suddenly, Baiyu's gaze was drawn to a small cabinet not far away. Upon it rested the eye of Agamotto. More significantly, he could sense the immense power of time and cosmic energy contained within this artifact. Undoubtedly, it housed the Time Stone. Had Ancient One placed it there intentionally, or was it merely a coincidence? It was hard to believe there were no ulterior motives, especially knowing that Baiyu might arrive at any moment. Regardless, he quickly dismissed such thoughts, a smile gracing his lips, since she has left it here. It would be remiss of me not to take it, wouldn't it? Baiyu had little doubt that Ancient One could not have anticipated his intention to seize the Time Stone. More likely, she had deliberately positioned it here for him to retrieve. Halt! Who are you to dare invade Kamartosh? However, as Baiyu took a step forward, he was met with two indignant voices. Meanwhile, the world before him shimmered like a mirror, its dimensions intertwining and overlapping in a perplexing dance. Moreover, a dozen crimson chains emerged from the ground, endeavoring to ensnare Baiyu. and the little orange cat. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Baiyu shook his head. In that moment, he shattered all the red chains with his telekinetic prowess and turned to face the source of the voice. Before him stood two figures clad in the robes of Kamar-Taj sorcerers, their appearances strikingly familiar to Baiyu: Caecilius and Wong. The former was the principal antagonist in the film Doctor Strange, second only to Dormammu. In the mirror dimension, Wong had previously utilized him against the Ancient One. Of course, in this realm and at this time, Caecilius had yet to stray from the righteous path. He remained a disciple of the Ancient One, a prodigious sorcerer with a talent rivaling that of Doctor Strange. As for Wong, his significance was undeniable. During the era of Doctor Strange, he served as the librarian of Kamar-Taj. Following the snap by Thanos in Avengers: Infinity War, Wong ascended to the position of the new Sorcerer Supreme, succeeding Doctor Strange. Yet, despite their formidable roles, they remained insignificant in the eyes of the current Baiyu. Chapter 72: The Duel of Magic. Regarding the appearance of the king, Baiyu was not particularly surprised. Although Gu Yi had consented to his visit to the library, it did not imply that these two individuals were aware of it. Moreover, Baiyu had not yet transformed and was still in his original form. What formidable telekinesis! At that moment, upon realizing that the magical chains conjured by him and Caecilius were effortlessly unraveled by the man before them, the king was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if a revelation struck him, he inquired, "Wait, are you the Kamen Rider Zio?" "Zio?" Caecilius, standing nearby, furrowed his brow at this mention, and his expression seemed to betray a newfound interest in Baiyu. "I have heard that you have caused quite a stir outside. Alas, this is Kamar-Taj, the domain of the Sorcerer Supreme, not a place where you can act with impunity." "Silence, Caecilius!" With that retort, the king swiftly admonished Caecilius before turning to Baiyu. "If you truly are Zio, then according to the Sorcerer Supreme's directive, you are permitted to peruse the library's tomes freely. Furthermore," the king hesitated for a moment before continuing, "the Sorcerer Supreme also mentioned that if you can best the two of us in magical combat, you shall be granted temporary use of the Eye of Agamotto. However, you must not remove it from Kamar-Taj. After all, the power of the eye is essential for maintaining the safety of the Earth's dimension." In truth, the king found it difficult to comprehend Gu Yi's instruction. The Eye of Agamotto was the foremost treasure of Kamar-Taj, a relic that each Sorcerer Supreme was sworn to protect. How could it be so readily entrusted to another, even if the recipient was prohibited from taking it beyond Kamar-Taj? Of course, Kamar-Taj was equipped with Wi-Fi, and the king was not an ancient relic himself. He was aware of certain events occurring outside and knew of the existence of Kamen Rider Zio. Yet, to his recollection, no one had ever mentioned that Zio possessed magical abilities. Oh, at that moment, upon hearing the king's words, Baiyu shook his head in disappointment. "Are my opponents merely the two of you? I had anticipated that Gu Yi might descend to engage personally. Nevertheless, it seems I have never wielded magic before. So I shall indulge in a casual spar with you." Even without transforming, Baiyu possessed the versatile Mage's Ring, allowing him to effortlessly unleash a variety of spells. The potency of these spells should not be underestimated. This visit to the library was merely to enhance his knowledge of magic, akin to a martial arts master gathering an array of techniques. However, Baiyu had indeed never utilized the Mage's Ring in practice. Perhaps engaging in a friendly bout with the king and Caecilius would not be such a bad endeavor. "You have never practiced magic, yet you wish to play with us?" Upon hearing Baiyu's words, the king could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He and Caecilius were not merely the strongest sorcerers here aside from Gu Yi. But surely they could not be bested by someone who had yet to even touch the arcane arts? Certainly, Wong refers to the realm of magic. How audacious. Meanwhile, Caecilius coldly scoffed. "In that case, let me witness just how much true skill you possess." He conceded that in terms of combat prowess, he might not match the illustrious Time King before him. However, when it comes to magic, even if he were to leap from the summit of Mount Everest and perish, he would never concede defeat to the Time King. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed as Caecilius unleashed his magic, causing the surrounding structures and earth to warp and twist, ultimately resembling the tentacles of a colossal monstrosity. Lunging toward Baiyu's position, observing Caecilius's onslaught, Wong, unwilling to remain idle, prepared to unleash magical chains to bind Baiyu's movements. After all, this contest revolved around magic. The latter could no longer rely solely on telekinesis to defend against the magical chains. Witnessing this scene, Baiyu remained unfazed. As an ornate ring of dark gold appeared on the middle finger of his left hand, adorned with the visage of the Time King. Recombine. Bat. The next moment, with a mere thought, both Cassius's tentacles and Wang's magical chains disintegrated into countless motes of light. They then reformed into dark golden bats, retaliating against Cassius and Wang. What? Wang's expression was one of sheer astonishment. How could this be called a lack of exposure to magic? Damn it! Cassius cursed under his breath, hastily conjuring a magical defensive array. Bang! 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 A swarm of dark golden bats surged forth, emitting ultrasonic waves or crashing into them, exerting immense pressure on both Wang and Cassius. Within a mere 3 seconds, they felt on the verge of collapse. Waterspout. At that moment, 2 whirlpools of water formed beneath Wang and Cassius, spiraling upward. The outcome was predictable. Both Wang and Cassius were swept into the waterspouts, spinning rapidly and soaring dozens of meters into the air. As they became disoriented and drenched, the whirlpools suddenly vanished beneath them, sending them plummeting downward. Then, freeze. Wang and Cassius. Hearing the electronic voice emanating from Bayu's magical ring, they could hardly contain their exasperation. This Time King was utterly devoid of martial ethics. Possessing such formidable magical power, yet resorting to deceit and ambush, claiming he had never engaged with magic? They implored this Time King to cease his antics. This time, the outcome was, unsurprisingly, the same. The drenched Wang and Cassius were instantly transformed into 2 lifelike ice sculptures. Alas! Upon witnessing this, Bayu could not help but sigh in discontent. These 2 truly lack prowess. The Universal Magic Ring. Capable of manifesting a myriad of magical effects in accordance with Bayu's will, also generates corresponding electronic sound effects autonomously. The specific nature of these magical manifestations is contingent upon the energy that Bayu channels into the ring. Among all forms of energy, the power of the demon encounter is the most attuned to the capabilities of the Universal Magician's Ring. Coincidentally, during Bayu's recent utilization of the ring, he had infused it with the power of the demon encounter. Consequently, even with merely a tentative infusion of this energy, the magic he conjured effortlessly overwhelmed both Wang and Cassius. Chapter 73. A Duel with the Ancient One-Time King. You are far more formidable than I had anticipated. At this moment, the mirror ahead parted to reveal the Ancient One, her expression a blend of astonishment and confusion as she gazed at Bayu. However, why does the King of Time wield such potent magic? The Ancient One had certainly noticed the sorcerer's ring adorning Bayu's hand, yet she found nothing amiss. After all, many sorcerers from Kamartaj also employed a tool known as the sling ring when casting spells. To be more precise, magical artifacts are inherently part of a sorcerer's power. Truthfully, the terms sorcerer and Time King cannot be said to be entirely unrelated. Rather, their connection is tenuous at best. Furthermore, as the Ancient One could not foresee Bayu's future, she misjudged the latter's magical prowess. Subsequently, the king and Caecilius became the current forms of human ice sculptures. Is this truly perplexing? Bayu shrugged, chuckling lightly. I am not merely the Time King. I am also the Demon King. Is it not reasonable for the Demon King to possess a modicum of magic? Hearing this, the Ancient One smiled. As expected of you, to boldly proclaim yourself Demon King before me, the Supreme Sorceress. However, none of this truly matters before Bayu could respond. The Ancient One remarked with profound significance. It seems the recent magic displayed by the king and Caecilius did not meet your expectations. Shall we engage in a contest? If you win, the Eye of Agamotto and the title of Supreme Sorcerer shall be yours. If you lose, you will not incur any penalty. You simply may not pursue the Eye of Agamotto for the time being. What do you say? Bayu fell silent for a moment, then with a somewhat peculiar expression, inquired, You do not intend to feign defeat in hopes of relinquishing the responsibilities of the Supreme Sorcerer, do you? Why else would you mention the position of Supreme Sorcerer? Not at all. The Ancient One did not deny the prospect of 5 years hence, but replied, As long as one possesses the capability and is willing to protect this dimension from the invasion of demonic lords from other realms, anyone can attain the title of Supreme Sorcerer. Moreover, unlike Strange, you do not seem to care for the so-called responsibilities of the Supreme Sorcerer. Very well. Let us discard the condition of being the Supreme Sorcerer and replace it with other terms within my capabilities. Shall we commence? Certainly, Bayu nodded. The atmosphere had already been charged to this extent. To refuse would be rather tedious. Moreover, Bayu wished to further test the versatility of his sorcerer's ring through this confrontation with the Ancient One. As for the conditions proposed, they merely served as an embellishment to enhance the enjoyment of the duel. If Bayu so desired, with his abilities such as the Aurora Veil and Time Stop, Could he not seize the Eye of Agamotto? The conditions within the Ancient One's reach held little intrigue. Because Baiyu did not believe that he required any assistance from the former, Gui nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Subsequently, her body fell back, while her soul soared forth from it. In this state, she could still unleash various spells and exist in a realm invisible and untouchable to ordinary beings. Simultaneously, Baiyu transformed himself into a soul state using the Universal Sorcerer's Ring. Indeed, he transitioned directly from his corporeal form rather than allowing his soul to separate from his body. Such a capability was astonishing, even for the well-versed Gui. After all, who had ever heard of a physical body transforming directly into a soul state? This was truly magic. It was precisely due to its unimaginable, incredible, and incomprehensible nature that it manifested as magic. Realizing this, Gui raised her hand and conjured dozens of circular magic circles behind her. Immediately, these circles released magical chains that aimed toward Baiyu. Recombine. Takatorbata. The Universal Sorcerer's Ring on Baiyu's left hand glimmered, transforming all approaching magical chains into dark golden eagles, tigers, and locusts, which then turned to attack Gui. Without hesitation, Gui summoned the surrounding magic circles, coalescing them into 6 magical shields that surrounded her in all directions. This scene bore resemblance to Baiyu's previous duel with Wang and Kaecilius. However, the outcome was evidently different. Bang, bang, bang. The dark golden eagle, tiger, and locust relentlessly battered against Gui's magical shields, but could not truly penetrate them. Likewise, Gui found it challenging to shift from defense to offense in such a brief span. Then, tsunami. In the mirrored space created by the library, a sudden deluge surged forth, engulfing Gui completely. Of course, prior to this, Wang, Kaecilius, and the ever-watchful Is, along with the little orange cat, had already been transported to safety by Gui and Baiyu. Freeze. Thunderclap. At the moment Gui was submerged by the tsunami, Baiyu unleashed 2 distinct spells in quick succession. Crack. Boom. The tidal wave rapidly froze, followed by countless bolts of lightning cascading from the heavens, striking the ice. For an ordinary person, this would likely have resulted in dire consequences. Not to mention that Gui was currently in a soul state. Baiyu too was. And the magic he wielded was equally effective against Gui's essence. However, crack. In an instant, all the frigid ice and thunder shattered into numerous fragments, which then coalesced into formidable tornado shapes, converging towards Baiyu in a unified assault. The Ancient One, who had reappeared and appeared to be relatively unscathed, did not wait for the outcome of her prior attack. Instead, she unleashed robust waves of golden energy from her hands. Clearly, she sought to assert control over the offensive. Unfortunately, with the sound of an electronic pause, all things came to a standstill, including the Ancient One and the assault she had conjured. A magical time stop? Baiyu mused, finding it quite a novel experience. Subsequently, Baiyu deftly evaded the tornadoes and the range of the energy attacks. He then approached the Ancient One, who had just emerged from the freeze, and inquired, "Ancient One, do you believe it is still necessary to continue this confrontation?" Without the Eye of Agamotto, the Ancient One would inevitably require a significant amount of time to break free from the pause. In this fleeting moment, there was ample opportunity for Baiyu to catch the Ancient One off guard. Chapter 74. The Malice of Kaecilius. Nevertheless, Baiyu couldn't help but muse. Surely, in the face of Kaecilius, the Ancient One must have gone easy, right? Otherwise, how could a feeble adversary like Kaecilius, even after several years, truly possess the capability to vanquish the Ancient One? Let us not forget that prior to the emergence of Doctor Strange, the Ancient One had persistently thwarted the formidable entities from other dimensions, such as Dormammu. Moreover, she undoubtedly refrained from employing tactics like negotiating with Dormammu. This alone attests that the Ancient One's true prowess far exceeds her portrayal in the film. Even now, if Baiyu were to refrain from utilizing time-related magic such as pause, engaging in a magical duel with the Ancient One would likely consume considerable time. Upon hearing Baiyu's words, the Ancient One fell silent for a moment, then nodded with an air of calm acceptance. Indeed, I have lost. Time magic is, after all, a form of sorcery. The Ancient One certainly did not perceive Baiyu's use of the pause spell as a mere shortcut. A victory is a victory, after all. However, prior to this, even she had not anticipated that the masked rider, Zio, possessed such remarkable depth in magical arts. Clearly, her decision to personally descend to further assess Zio's capabilities was justified. Alas, no matter how benevolent Zio may be, he remains a demon king. His inherent nature may not lend itself to the role of the supreme sorcerer. Otherwise, perhaps he would be better suited for that position than Strange 5 years hence. The Ancient One, a master of the mystical arts, had she truly been defeated? At that moment, the onlookers, Wang and Caecilius, were rendered utterly astonished. Throughout their lives, the Ancient One had been considered an invincible figure in their minds. They could scarcely conceive of a being capable of overcoming the Ancient One, particularly in her area of expertise. Until today, they had witnessed the recently acclaimed masked rider, Zio. Impossible, utterly impossible. Caecilius appeared unable to accept the reality. How could the Ancient One, the supreme sorcerer, suffer defeat? Surely, there must be some mistake. No. It is simply that the Ancient One was too weak. Therefore, if Caecilius sought to truly attain invincible power, he could no longer remain merely a disciple of the Ancient One. He must seek far greater strength. That formation. Caecilius suddenly recalled having seen a magical circle capable of contacting the demon lord Dormammu in a certain book within the library. However, that tome was forbidden. Even within the knowledge-sharing enclave of Camartage, it was not permitted to be handled lightly. In truth, beyond a mere desire for enhanced power, the reality of his effortless defeat at the hands of Baiyu in the realm of magic filled Caecilius with a sense of profound frustration, anger, and jealousy. Only by vanquishing Baiyu and redeeming himself could Caecilius find solace. To achieve this, he likewise requires immense power. One so formidable that even the esteemed master Ancient One would find it hard to attain. Naturally, Caecilius is no fool. Before possessing sufficient strength, he would bury these thoughts deep within. Particularly, he must not allow Baiyu to discover them, as this individual does not seem to be of benevolent nature. However, at that moment, Izzy approached Baiyu and whispered, "I have detected significant hostility and malice from that individual known as Caecilius towards you. Would you like me to assist in eliminating him?" Izzy is not a frail damsel in need of protection. She possesses the transformation device of Kamen Rider Zero 2 and has the support of Satellite Zaya. In a direct confrontation, she could very well be capable of defeating Caecilius in his current state. Most importantly, Baiyu, the Time King, is here as well, alleviating her concerns for her safety. Oh. Upon hearing Izzy's voice, Baiyu glanced at Caecilius before turning his gaze towards Ancient One. I believe that the event 5 years hence does not necessarily require his involvement, does it? In other words, even if Caecilius were to perish now, it would not matter. The power exhibited by Dormammu on Earth is inherently limited. Ancient One did not provide a direct response, but remarked, even so, it surpasses the majority of beings on this planet. The more individuals you encounter, the faster your strength seems to grow. Although Ancient One is unaware of the system and the signing-in process, she can detect certain clues. Her implication is straightforward. Keeping Caecilius alive would allow for the summoning of Dormammu. The latter's power would be significantly constrained on Earth, thus providing Baiyu the opportunity to confront him and potentially gain some benefits. After all, Caecilius is Ancient One's disciple, even though she is well aware of the future, especially the events occurring 5 years later. She still hopes to protect him as much as possible before that time arrives. In a sense, this also represents Ancient One's acknowledgement of Baiyu's strength. Otherwise, why would she need to be so indirect in her discourse with Baiyu to plead on Caecilius' behalf? You do make some valid points. Baiyu initially concurred with Ancient One's words, then suddenly shifted his tone. However, summoning Dormammu is not a task exclusive to him. Or rather, it does not have to be him in this current incarnation. As Ancient One suggested, Baiyu could potentially sign in with Dormammu to receive new rewards. Perhaps he could even seize or borrow some energy from him, enhancing his own power as well as that of the demon realm. Yet, Baiyu cannot simply venture into the dark dimension where Dormammu resides. After all, Dormammu is virtually omnipotent in that realm. At least for now, Baiyu lacks the qualifications to act recklessly within the dark dimension. However, should Dormammu arrive on Earth, many circumstances would alter. Coincidentally, Caecilius could be utilized as bait to summon Dormammu. Nevertheless, this does not imply that Baiyu would spare Caecilius, a person who harbors considerable animosity towards him. Under ordinary circumstances, Baiyu would not deliberately confront those who bear hatred towards him. After all, such individuals are likely quite numerous in this world. Yet, here stands Caecilius, fortuitously positioned right before him. Furthermore, with Izzy's reminder echoing in his mind, how could Baiyu remain passive without betraying her goodwill? Thus, even if it is merely to honor Izzy's counsel, Baiyu is resolute in his decision to eliminate Caecilius today. Not even the arrival of Gui could sway his determination. Chapter 75. the supreme mage in doubt as for who would ensnare Dormammu after the demise of Caecilius. It mattered not. The worm dial would take action. Sighing at this scene, Ancient One extended her hand backward, summoning her physical form, which soared towards her, reuniting with her soul. "Let us depart," she proclaimed, subsequently opening a portal between herself and the king. The mage? The king sensed an unsettling disquiet. However, upon catching a glimpse of the inexplicable gaze Ancient One cast upon him, he had no choice but to follow her into the teleportation array. Ancient One, the mage, Caecilius, too, recognized the abnormality of the situation, watching helplessly as the portal closed after the king entered. Anger, resentment, bitterness, anxiety, and fear swiftly filled his heart. Although Caecilius possessed the ability to create a teleportation array to escape, the implications of Ancient One's actions were profoundly chilling. To make matters worse, those remaining were not limited to Caecilius alone. Indeed, Zio. With an electronic voice resonating, several pink, peculiar characters materialized around Caecilius, swiftly closing in on him. A sense of foreboding surged within him, prompting Caecilius to instinctively turn. His hands conjured a magical shield with unprecedented speed. Yet, bang, Bayu's right foot, imbued with the pink characters, struck the magical shield with overwhelming force. And then, there was nothing left. The magical shield exploded alongside Caecilius, reducing it to mere dust. Crucially, at that moment, Bayu had not transformed into Kamen Rider Zio. At most, he merely held a Zio dial in his hand. In truth, as time progressed and the power of the demon awakened, Bayu would be able to wield the strength of all the dials he had acquired, even without transforming. Though, in terms of power and effectiveness, it may not match that of his transformed state. Worm. After dispatching Caecilius, Bayu retrieved the worm dial, summoning a new worm to replace the former. Thus, Caecilius was dead yet not entirely gone. A most perfect outcome. Clap, clap, clap. At this juncture, Isa clapped her hands, beaming with delight. "Master, you were truly remarkable." To effortlessly eliminate Caecilius without transforming or employing magic. Isa appeared somewhat more animated than before. Observing this, Bayu felt a stirring within. It seemed wise to have Izu accompany him. Perhaps it would not be long before she transformed into a true partner. Ahem. Reaching the technological singularity, outside. In Ancient One's chamber? Surely, you can anticipate what may unfold next? Ancient One gazed at the king before her and inquired. The king remained silent for a moment before responding. "I wish to understand why. Is it merely because Caecilius harbored malice towards the king that he must perish?" Time is truly wondrous. The Ancient One refrained from providing a direct answer and, almost as if imparting wisdom to a student, shifted to a new topic. Many matters appear to present us with countless choices, yet, in truth, we merely tread a predetermined path of destiny. Oftentimes, we find ourselves as puppets under the control of time. Do you believe Caecilius met his demise at the hands of the Time King? The Ancient One turned her gaze back to the king, shaking her head. No, he succumbed to the dictates of fate. Even in the absence of the Time King, he would ultimately bring about his own ruin. The Time King merely glimpsed into his future and, recognizing the minor inconveniences posed to himself, chose to expedite his end. Seemingly aware that her words would not assuage the king's doubts, the Ancient One finally spoke plainly. Caecilius intended to summon Dormammu. What? Indeed. The king felt little impact from the Ancient One's earlier remarks, merely perceiving his esteemed sorcerer as a riddle-maker once again. However, upon hearing the final statement, the king's expression transformed entirely. It is well known that the likes of Dormammu, a ruler of dimensions intent on invading Earth, are irreconcilable foes to Kamartash. Yet, the Ancient One claimed that Caecilius, as a sorcerer of Kamartash, harbored the intention to summon Dormammu. The king did not doubt the Ancient One's words. Rather, the revelation was simply beyond his expectations. If this were indeed the case, then it would no longer be surprising. The notion of summoning Dormammu within Kamartash is akin to treason, even tantamount to a desire to annihilate the world. Such an individual would certainly be deemed unworthy of lament. Concurrently, reflecting on the Ancient One's prior enigmatic statements, the king suddenly comprehended that she had likely foreseen Caecilius' future actions long ago. The same could be said for the Time King. Initially, they had chosen to disregard the matter. After all, Caecilius was only destined to act in the future, not in the present. Punishing him for a crime he might commit in the future may not be a just course of action. Of course, the Ancient One and the Time King might have other considerations. Yet, who could blame Caecilius for harboring malice towards the Time King? especially since the latter had discovered it. As a Dark Lord, it is only reasonable to eliminate threats preemptively, even for the Time King, should Cassius indeed summon Dormammu in the future. It would not require great effort to extinguish him. At that moment, a portal opened, and Cassius stepped through. Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, I have returned. Ancient One and the King. You are still alive? Once regaining his composure, the king remained incredulous. How is it that you are still alive, and yet seemingly unscathed? What do you mean by this? Transformed by the mimicry of the aberrant insect, Caecilius turned to the king. His voice tinged with a hint of anger. Do you truly wish for me to perish at the hands of the Time King? If your intention is to provoke me, then congratulations. You have succeeded. With that, Caecilius prepared to unleash a myriad of spells. The king remained silent, circling Caecilius with a sense of unease that gnawed at him, yet he could discern nothing amiss about the latter. Caecilius. At that moment, Ancient One stepped forward and struck Caecilius with a palm. Instantly, the latter's soul detached itself from his body, and remarkably, this soul bore an exact likeness to Caecilius. What kind of power does the Time King truly wield? At this juncture, even Ancient One found it challenging to maintain her composure. She was utterly convinced that the Caecilius before her harbored some form of deception, perhaps even an impostor. Yet, even she could only resort to conjecture, unable to provide any concrete basis for her judgment. Chapter 76, Satellite Yake, Yazi. Thus, the Time King desires this counterfeit Caecilius to summon Dormammu? Gu-Yi pondered thoughtfully. This also confirmed her previous suspicion that the Time King could indeed acquire new powers through interaction with others. Yet, the counterpart incurs no losses. How is this even feasible? It defies all scientific rationale and magical principles. Meanwhile, in the library, upon returning from the mirrored space, Iz began scanning anew, storing the contents of the magical tomes. Bayu cast a glance at the eye of Agamotto resting on the cabinet ahead, but chose not to approach. The Time Stone, among the 6 Infinity Stones, could be deemed both the most trivial and the most invaluable to Bayu. While it does not grant him the ability to wield time from nothingness, it holds the potential to amplify his existing temporal powers. However, one must ponder whether casual contact with the Time Stone might yield unforeseen alterations. Moreover, Bayu had only recently absorbed the power of the Cosmic Cube, which had cost him a week of time. If he were to engage with the Time Stone now, would it not mean he would squander yet another week? Round it up. Would this not equate to him working overtime? Absolutely not. In any case, the Time Stone remains here, accessible to Bayu at any moment. The urgency to seize it immediately is diminished. Furthermore, this time, he has other gains. Previously, when encountering Wong and Caecilius, he had also signed in, though he had not focused on it. In truth, the author simply forgot to include this detail. The 2 rewards from the sign-in were a complete set of Vampire Teeth cards and the Dark Moon Knight dial. The Vampire Teeth belong to the race in Moon Knight, characterized by a fusion of vampiric and various animal traits, far surpassing human capabilities. The Kamen Rider Moon Knight embodies the king of the Vampire Teeth clan. This complete set of Vampire Teeth cards allows Bayu to summon any Vampire Teeth that appeared in the original work at will. Additionally, he can expedite the ascension of his Onmyoji powers by transforming the cards into corresponding dials. The Dark Moon Knight is the antagonist rider in Moon Knight, possessing strength that exceeds even the Moon Knight's Demon Emperor form. Theoretically, the Dark Moon Knight's ultimate move, King's World End, holds the power to obliterate worlds. Although it is said that King, the original transformer of the Dark Moon Knight, and the preceding king of the Vampire Teeth, might possess strength surpassing that of his transformed state. In summary, whether it be the complete set of Vampire Teeth cards or the Dark Moon Knight dial, both can augment Bayu's power significantly. Several hours later, at the headquarters of Fadian Intelligent Company, in the chairman's office, Bayu, along with Iz and the little orange cat once again cradled in her arms, returned through the Aurora curtain. During this period, Iz had meticulously recorded all the contents of the magical tomes within the Kamatage library and uploaded them into the satellite Zaya. Henceforth, Bayu would no longer need to make special trips to Kamatage for the knowledge contained within those books. Furthermore, although Bayu had transformed a creature into a mimicry of Caecilius, he had no intention of summoning Dormammu immediately. After all, a being of Dormammu's stature, even when constrained by the limitations of Earth, would not be easily vanquished. Surely, Bayu would not resort to the same theatrics as Doctor Strange, attempting to negotiate terms with Dormammu. It would be far wiser to wait until he had acquired greater power, such as when he could harness the Exceed. invincible player form. Coincidentally, at that time, he could also acquire the Creation Rider Dial and complete the 20 Heisei main Rider Dials, thus unlocking the revered Ancestor form. Once he attained the Ancestor form, further unlocking the Omniscient Time King and the Time King Omniscient form would likely become significantly more manageable. Thus, as day turned to night, 3 days swiftly passed. Ding! Congratulations on your daily sign-in success. Reward received. Satellite Ack, with unactivated Destruction Thunder and unactivated Yaz. At precisely 8 in the morning, the familiar sound of the system notification resonated in Bayu's mind. Ack, Destruction Thunder? Yes? Startled by the announcement, Bayu found his breakfast suddenly less appetizing. Satellite Ack was an artificial intelligence satellite developed by the Phidian Intelligent Company prior to the creation of Satellite Zaya. Unfortunately, due to the machinations of a certain individual, Satellite Ack absorbed a significant amount of humanity's malice and subsequently turned malevolent. Thereafter, Satellite Ack became a central antagonist throughout the entire narrative of Zero One. Ultimately, Satellite Ack reached a status that approached divinity. Theoretically, as long as human malice persisted, even if Satellite Ack were to be destroyed, it could resurrect infinitely, potentially growing even more powerful than before. It must be said that, among the satellites developed by Phidian Intelligent, Satellite Ack exhibited far more impressive prowess in the original series than Satellite Zaya. Destruction Thunder represents the 4 Kamen Riders: Destruction, Death, Speed, and Thunder. They were chosen by Satellite Ack to assist in executing its plan for humanity's annihilation. It was only after absorbing the technological singularity data of Destruction Thunder that Satellite Ack conceptualized itself as a godlike entity. As for Yaz, not only does her name closely resemble Iz, but her appearance is nearly identical to Iz's. However, Yaz's eyes, headphones, and some of her hair color are red. Her personality is also far more vivacious and energetic than that of Iz. Yaz was crafted by Satellite Ack as a secretary-type Shumagarath, modeled after Iz. In the original series, she remained loyal to Satellite Ack. Indeed, in this world, whether it be the Satellite Ache or the Oblivion Thunder, Yaz remains utterly loyal to Bayu. Soon, as the system's voice faded, 5 figures appeared reclining in chairs within the office. They were the dormant Oblivion Thunder alongside Yaz. Upon Yaz's emergence, Iz's gaze was immediately captivated by this figure, which bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. Concurrently, her mind was flooded with information regarding the Satellite Ache, Oblivion Thunder, and Yaz. This knowledge would enable her to collaborate more effectively with them in serving Phidian Intelligent Company and Bayu. At this moment, Bayu also approached Oblivion Thunder, alongside Yaz, assisting the latter in powering on. Master. Upon activation, Yaz first surveyed the surroundings, then suddenly leapt up, embracing Bayu, exclaiming, "Although this is our first meeting, it is truly wonderful to see you, Master." Chapter 77. Polaris is gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, her small eyes brimming with profound confusion. With a disposition leaning towards the reserved and tranquil, is found it utterly inconceivable that Yaz could exhibit such audacious behavior, particularly when Yaz bore an uncanny resemblance to her own visage. "Yaz, please compose yourself," Bayu remarked, momentarily overwhelmed by Yaz's exuberance. "Unless it's on the bed, sofa, table, or in the kitchen." "Master, are you feeling shy?" Yaz inquired with a sly smile, propounding a shocking suggestion. "You already have me, Yaz. That other's is of no consequence. Why not? Simply dismiss her. Isn't having Yaz enough for a secretary or a wife?" Iz was taken aback. Have the young Shamagia become this bold, to openly challenge their elders? First and foremost, Bayu asserted, placing his hands firmly on Yaz's shoulders, his tone earnest. "Iz is my person. I would never forsake her. Secondly, if you are unable to articulate properly, you need not use certain words. Is the term dismiss even appropriate here?" "Oh, I see now," Yaz exclaimed, nodding vigorously. "So, Master, you wish to play the sisterly game. I never anticipated that someone as striking as you would engage in such antics. However, I am not opposed to it." With that, Yaz rushed to Iz, then dashed away to fetch a small stool. Standing atop it, towering over Iz, she lifted Iz's chin with her right index finger and playfully urged, "Iz, dear, why not call me sister?" Iz was utterly speechless, having never encountered such absurdity. Setting aside the earlier chaos, it was bewildering that a secretary-type Shamagia, crafted in her likeness, would demand that she address her as sister. Was there no law or order? Regrettably, Iz's introverted nature and lack of eloquence rendered her unable to cope with his exuberance. "Enough," Bayu intervened, pulling Iz down from the stool. "Yaz, Kindly temper your mischievous tendencies at home. From this day forth, aside from my directives, you are to heed Iz's wishes, and you must address her as sister. Baiyu understood that Iz bore no ill intent. Her personality was simply overly vivacious and exuberant. Rather than engage in unnecessary troubles, he decided to let Iz manage Yaz's antics. Please, master. Upon hearing Baiyu's words, Yaz immediately clung to him, pouting and playing coy. I've only just arrived. And you're already starting to dislike me? Yes, Baiyu said, suppressing his urge to respond harshly, gazing intently at her. Are you planning to disregard your master's commands from the very beginning? Understood, master. Realizing Baiyu was not jesting, Yaz sulked, nodding with a discontented expression. At this moment, Iz, seemingly seizing an opportunity, hurriedly climbed onto the small stool that Yaz had just moved, standing a head taller than Yaz. With her right index finger, she gently lifted Yaz's chin and said, Yaz, dear, why not call me sister? Yaz, taken aback, thought, these are my words. To her surprise, the seemingly delicate Iz exhibited a cunning side. How vexing that their master appeared to dote on this character. Sister, sister. Reluctantly, Yaz muttered under her breath, casting a glance at Baiyu. Very good. Iz imitated Baiyu's earlier actions, reaching out to pat Yaz's little head, her adorable face radiating a different kind of smile. Indeed, the beautiful bond of sisterhood brought her one step closer to a technological singularity. How delightful, how delightful. As time passed, night soon fell. Yaz, who had been playfully interacting with a small orange cat, suddenly sensed something amiss, her demeanor and tone shifting to a frosty chill. How dare trash come to trouble our master? She exclaimed. Not far away, Iz, her expression serious, reported to Baiyu. Satellite Zaya has detected an attack on your residence. As the Omni Home system is not yet fully operational, we are unable to execute effective defense or counterattack. 2 construction-type Shimejias have already suffered varying degrees of damage. Immediate intervention is recommended. Simultaneously, a projection appeared before Baiyu, revealing a young woman with green hair, clad in a green bodysuit and cloak, her appearance and physique rather striking. Standing before Baiyu's residence. Surrounding her, nearly all metallic constructs twisted and transformed in terrifying ways at her command. Consequently, Baiyu's own domicile, also a metallic structure, had sustained varying degrees of damage. Several construction-type Shimejias, appearing no different from ordinary human workers, attempted to intervene. Alas, as mere machines, they proved no more than playthings against her formidable abilities. She is Polaris? In an instant, Baiyu recognized the woman in the projection. Yet his brow furrowed in concern. Polaris, originally known as Lorna Dane, is the daughter of Magneto. She is either the sister or sister-in-law of Quicksilver and Wanda. Like her father, Polaris possesses the power to manipulate magnetic fields, though her prowess pales in comparison to his. Regardless, Polaris should not be present there, nor should she be wreaking havoc upon Baiyu's abode. Baiyu instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Perhaps this was not Polaris's intention after all. Sure enough, Master is, having connected with Satellite Zaya, once again reported, according to the analysis from Satellite Zaya, the lady you mentioned, Polaris, is likely being controlled by someone through mental manipulation. The current location of the opponent should not be too distant from Miss Polaris. The Satellite Zaya is in pursuit. Why dwell on the details? Beside her, Yaz coldly remarked, since this wicked woman is sabotaging the efforts of our master, who has painstakingly restored the establishment's new system, she must not be allowed to succeed. Furthermore, the means to liberate someone from mental control is simply to rouse them from their stupor, is it not? Naturally, the hidden scum must not be overlooked. Just like Yaz is not a frail maiden in need of protection. If necessary, with the aid of Satellite Yak, she can transform into Kamen Rider Yak-01, unleashing formidable power. Chapter 78, The Imperial Armor, Mastering the Heisei Blade. Yaz, you must exercise some caution. Upon hearing Yaz's words, Iz turned to her and said, Miss Polaris possesses the ability to manipulate magnetic fields. As a Shimegia, even if you transform into Kamen Rider Arc-01, you will be somewhat restrained by her powers. Humph. Yaz dismissed the warning with a scoff. With her meager control over magnetism, I could confront her head-on without issue. Moreover, I may not even choose to engage her directly. I see. Before Iz could respond, Yaz teased, could it be that your Kamen Rider 02 is lacking in strength and thus apprehensive? Fear not. I shall protect you, provided you call me sister from now on. That is unnecessary. Iz shook her head. I acknowledge that both your Kamen Rider Arc-01 and my Kamen Rider 02 have methods to subdue Miss Polaris. However, I still urge you to be a bit more cautious. After all, our adversary is not just Polaris. All right. At that moment, Baiyu, concerned that a quarrel might erupt between Iz and Yaz, interjected, regardless, let us proceed over there for now. Meanwhile, outside Baiyu's residence in the Heron district, Miss Polaris was entirely devoid of her own conscious awareness, acting solely upon the voices echoing in her mind, wreaking havoc on the building before her to the best of her ability. Fortunately, this house was constructed by the architectural Shimagia, and the all-encompassing home system was nearly one-third installed. While the strength of this building was commendable, it would not sustain significant damage from Polaris's actions in the short term. However, should she continue, the situation could become dire. Oh God, who is that person capable of causing such widespread destruction with such ease? They must be among those repulsive mutants. Say, whose house is this? Could it be that the owner is also one of those detestable mutants? I'm not sure. All I know is that this house underwent a massive renovation in just a few weeks. Did you see those construction workers and the headphones they wore? If I'm not mistaken, they are the recently emerged, highly intelligent robots known as Shimagia. Anyone who can afford to employ Shimagia at this time is certainly no ordinary individual. Now I understand. Those disgusting mutants must aim to declare war on us humans by attacking prominent figures among our kind. Regardless, mutants are the filthy vermin lurking among us humans, the most significant and dangerous virus. Quickly, inform the relevant authorities. We must capture that accursed mutant. No. Executed on the spot. Baiyu's residence was not located in a desolate area. Thus, Polaris's appearance and actions swiftly garnered the attention of many nearby onlookers. Her identity as a mutant instantaneously ignited a tempest of fear, anger, and revulsion among ordinary people. In contrast, while there was a modicum of curiosity regarding the identity of the attacked resident, the majority of attention remained fixated on the mutant identity of Polaris. It is no exaggeration to assert that this incident will undoubtedly be leveraged by certain individuals as a pretext to further oppress the entire mutant community. Of course, these matters do not pertain to Baiyu at present. What truly concerns him is, with the resonant sound of transformation, a figure resembling Kamen Rider Zio emerged from the shimmering aurora, adorned with silver armor on its arms and legs, and embellished with magenta stripes across its body. Its visage bore a resemblance to a display screen, and it wielded a silver longsword edged with red stripes, advancing steadily towards Polaris. At that moment, the proclamation resounded, "Celebrate! He is the king who embodies all riders, possessing the knowledge of past and future, transcending time. Now he has inherited the power of a Kamen Rider." Transforming into the Kamen Rider Zio in the Decade armor, Watts suddenly appeared, one hand holding the open record of the celestial demons, and the other raised in celebration. Once he concluded his accolades, he slowly retreated, as if to yield the stage entirely to his Dark Lord. What? Is that the Kamen Rider Zio mentioned by the World Security Council? Is this his new form? It truly is. Splendid. How magnificent. It seems there is no need to notify the relevant authorities. Zio shall vanquish that loathsome mutant for us. After all, those idle bureaucrats would likely be of no use anyway. At this moment, those who discerned Baiyu's identity through the transformation sound and Watt's celebratory words were filled with exhilaration. Previously, they could only witness Zio on television. To see him in person now was beyond their wildest dreams. In a frenzy, many began to extract their phones and cameras to capture the moment. Mutants were a concern for another day. However, a close-up video of Zio could potentially be shared online or sold to newspapers, yielding a tidy profit. Ahead. Boom. Polaris sensed Baiyu's approach and immediately commanded the surrounding metallic constructs to hurl themselves at him. In response, Baiyu remained silent, showing no alteration in the speed or angle of his footfall. However, the steel constructs that soared towards him were repelled back under the influence of his formidable telekinesis. Not only that, the alien dragon tooth dial appeared autonomously, with the buttons above pressing down on their own accord. At that moment, accompanied by an electronic sound effect, a reflective surface materialized before Baiyu, releasing identical steel constructs that surged towards Polaris. What? In that instant, even though Polaris was under the control of a telepath, her expression shifted dramatically. Subsequently, she summoned every ounce of strength to divert the incoming steel constructs aside with her abilities. Yet, rather than relaxing, Polaris's demeanor grew increasingly grave. For at that moment, the composed figure, seemingly invincible, had arrived right before her. Chapter 79, Professor X's Inquiry Ding. Successfully signed in at Polaris. Reward obtained, the final ride watch. Baiyu, who initially intended to swiftly eliminate Polaris, was momentarily taken aback by the sound of the system. The final ride, a secondary form in the realm of Kamen Rider, possesses the unique ability to summon other Kamen Riders, unlike the primary rider, who can transform into various forms. Disregarding the passionate transformations of the primary rider, the prowess of the final ride may not be inferior to its predecessor. The most crucial aspect is that the summoning of riders and the execution of other skills are facilitated through the final ride driver, which resembles a firearm. This implies that Baiyu could harness the power of the final ride while transforming into either the primary rider's armor or the corresponding forms of other Kamen Riders. However, that is a matter for future experimentation. As for the present, merely a Polaris. Allowing Baiyu to utilize the primary rider's armor is already a significant acknowledgement of her capabilities. With that thought, time seemed to accelerate. To Polaris and her companions, it appeared as though only an instant had passed. Thus, Baiyu swiftly regained her composure and resumed her original actions. Hey Blade! Blade! Dual time break. Accompanied by a somewhat grotesque electronic sound, Baiyu wielded the sword, now extended with the blade of thunder, and struck towards Polaris. No. Polaris's pupils suddenly contracted. Under the looming threat of death, it seemed that even the mental control within her mind had loosened significantly. Then, boom. As anticipated, under Baiyu's decisive strike, Polaris's graceful form was sent flying, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground, her fate uncertain. Of course, it was likely that she had succumbed, but it mattered not, for the Time King's second-tier dial would intervene. More importantly, it was imperative to uncover and eliminate the puppet masters controlling Polaris. Izanya should be closing in on their target by now, Baiyu thought. She was not merely responding to Polaris. She was also drawing the attention of the hidden adversaries, thereby buying time for Izanya's mission. Indeed. Arc 01. Authorize. Progress. Final conclusion. Arc Rising Hopper. Jump to the sky to gain hatred. 02 Jump. Let us give you power. Bestow upon you strength. Let us grant you power. 02. Ascend. The path to glory must lead to a journey of growth. Transform 1 into 2. Kamen Rider 02. It is never truly over. Accompanied by 2 distinct transformation sound effects. An intense battle erupted from a rooftop several hundred meters away. Oh dear God. What is happening? Wasn't that loathsome mutant already dealt with? Why does it seem there is still trouble? We must place our faith in Time King. He will surely vanquish the enemy and protect us. Indeed, Time King, Time King. The surrounding crowd was filled with astonishment and exuberant cheers. They believed Time King stood as their protector, a veritable superhero on their side. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he had never truly cared for their plight. In the distance, Baiyu glanced towards the source of the commotion and soared into the air, heading towards it. Although he was not currently employing the rapid-moving powers of Kamen Riders like 555 or Kamen Rider Game, the mere span of a few hundred meters was nothing for him to traverse in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, within the crowd, Professor X sat in his wheelchair, accompanied by Wolverine. After careful consideration, Professor X had decided to personally address Baiyu regarding the matter of his people. However, they had not intended to visit him that night. They planned to rest first. To their surprise, upon arrival, they witnessed Baiyu confronting Polaris. Nonetheless, Professor X was aware that Baiyu possessed the ability to resurrect the deceased through time manipulation, so he was not overly concerned about Polaris's situation. Yet, at that moment, observing Baiyu soaring through the sky amidst the crowd's incessant cheers, Professor X could not help but mentally inquire of Wolverine. Why is it that, despite Time King wielding immense power and not being a benevolent figure, the World Safety Council has crafted him into the ultimate superhero, even dubbing him a deity among men? Furthermore, why do so many ordinary individuals cheer for him, while only a relatively small number express discontent? The deterrent effect of a nuclear kick is indeed formidable. But does that diminish the efficacy of my telepathy and Magneto's magnetic control? In contrast to the Time Kings, who seem wholly engrossed in their own affairs and show little inclination to engage with the Security Council, the X-Men have consistently devoted themselves to the protection and assistance of humanity, even at the peril of their own lives. Yet, why is it that the treatment afforded to the two groups is so remarkably disparate, possessing formidable strength and an unyielding resolve in the face of danger? Yet refraining from indiscriminate slaughter, they exhibit remarkable agility, able to traverse any terrain at will. Orphaned and devoid of friends or loved ones, they stand solitary, lacking any apparent vulnerabilities. Wolverine pondered for a moment, internally questioning, is this sufficient? In my perspective, perhaps this encapsulates the rationale behind the Security Council's desire to both exert control over the Time Kings and continuously bolster their image. Thus, the official endorsement naturally shapes public perception. Chapter 80, The Hellfire Club. To reinterpret Wolverine's words, Professor X possesses unparalleled telepathy. And if he were to don his specially crafted helmet, he could nearly instantaneously extinguish the lives of all ordinary humans and mutants on Earth. Yet, when confronted with humanity, he exhibits an excessive softness, resembling a lovesick fool in pursuit of unattainable affection. One must ponder which goddess would be overly concerned with the musings of such a sycophant. Magneto's formidable control over metal, when combined with a mutant capable of teleportation, would render him akin to a humanoid nuclear weapon, capable of wreaking havoc at will. Regrettably, while Magneto is resolute in his destructive endeavors, he often fails to strike the right targets. Consequently, rather than eliciting fear, humanity is more inclined to eliminate him. Had Professor X and Magneto complemented each other, one playing the benevolent role while the other assumed the villainous mantle, perhaps the plight of mutants could have seen some improvement. However, these considerations pale in comparison to the paramount issue, the attitude of the human elite. It can be posited that a significant portion of the ordinary populace's disdain for mutants is largely a result of deliberate guidance from the upper echelons of American society. Were over half, or even two-thirds, of America and its ruling class to stand in solidarity with mutants, would they still find themselves in their current predicament? What? The human elite could never side with mutants? Then why is it inconceivable that a majority, or even a supermajority, of the elite could be mutants themselves? The manner in which this could be achieved is a matter for Professor X and Magneto to resolve. It is unfortunate that it remains unclear whether they have overlooked these possibilities or are simply unwilling to act. Should they fail to evolve or adapt to changing circumstances, they may find their fate mirrored in the grim narratives of Days of Future Past or Logan, leading to the cataclysmic extinction of mutants. Ahem. Nevertheless, these matters do not currently pertain to Bayou. At this moment, he has arrived at the site of the battle he sensed earlier. Present, aside from Bayou himself, are Iz and Yaz, transformed into Kamen Rider 02 and Kamen Rider Arc 01, respectively, alongside 3 others. Ding! Congratulations on signing in with the White Queen, Black Queen, and Black King. Rewards: complete set of Demon God cards, the Zero Nos dial, and the Hero dial. Ah, it is them. Listening to the system's announcement and gazing at the trio, both familiar and somewhat foreign, Bayou has gained some understanding of their identities. Among them, the White Queen, originally named Emma Grace Frost, possesses telepathy, second only to Professor X's. She can also diamondize her entire body in crucial moments, enhancing her defense and strength. However, while diamondized, the White Queen is unable to utilize her telepathy. The Black Queen, originally Selene Gallio, is one of the older mutants on Earth, capable of absorbing the life force of others to attain eternal youth and enhanced abilities. Moreover, the Black Queen herself is a formidable sorceress of dark magic. It is likely that with her arcane powers alone, she can stand unafraid against most of the superheroes and supervillains on Earth. The subsequent figure, the Black King, is even more imposing. Originally named Sebastian Shaw, he possesses the extraordinary mutant ability to absorb all forms of energy and repurpose it for his own use. Even if someone were to strike him with sheer force, he could absorb the kinetic energy of the blow and retaliate by pinning the assailant to the ground. Consequently, the Black King often provokes his adversaries, eagerly awaiting their strikes to siphon their energy and launch counterattacks. Over time, this could foster peculiar habits. In summary, the White Queen, the Black Queen, and the Black King are all highly ranked mutants and members of the Hellfire Club. Initially, this club was comprised of esteemed aristocrats and dignitaries, but it gradually transformed into an organization dominated by mutants. As for the rewards that Bayou obtained from the White Queen and her companions, among them is the Demon God, a creature from the world of Deno. By forming contracts with humans and distorting their desires, the Demon God can meddle with events in a person's past timeline. Kamen Rider Zero Nos is the secondary rider in Deno, whose abilities are quite mediocre, making him suitable for filling in gaps without any significant issues. Kamen Rider Brave, featured in X8, boasts a remarkable final exploration player, formed with a punch power statistic reaching 95.5 tons, surpassing the majority of Heisei's main riders. Although it falls short of Kronos' 110 tons, it remains impressive nonetheless. However, beyond these considerations, Bayou is primarily concerned with the imminent battle. Where do these two come from? Why have I never heard of them before? The Black Queen, while desperately resisting Iz's assaults with her dark magic, wears a grim expression. She had anticipated that her only adversary would be the recently renowned Kamen Rider Zio, but to her surprise, she was intercepted by two nearly identical yet distinctly unfamiliar women before even encountering the main opponent. Furthermore, the Black Queen harbors a sinking feeling that if this continues, she might very well lose. They are all highly intelligent, mechanized beings equipped with headsets from the Fuito Intelligence Company. The White Queen, who stands alongside the Black Queen to counter Iz's attacks, finds herself in an even more precarious situation. It is likely that they are the recently released Shumagarath from the company. However, I did not expect them to be Kamen Riders, akin to Zio, and possess such formidable strength. The telepathy that the White Queen prides herself on is utterly ineffectual against the Shumagarath, effectively having her combat efficacy. Her diamond-encased form holds little significance when faced with Kamen Rider 02, whose punch power alone stands at 62 tons. Thus, the White Queen could only provide support to the Black Queen, remaining ever vigilant to avoid being swiftly eliminated by Kamen Rider 02. Moreover, the identity of the chairman of Fuito Intelligence Company is shrouded in secrecy. All external affairs are managed by the corresponding Shimagia. Iz and Azu are specifically designated as the secretary-type robots for the chairman, namely by you, and likewise, they are not meant to be seen by outsiders. Consequently, the Black Queen and the White Queen are unfamiliar with Iz and Azu, nor are they aware of the latter's connection to Zio. In contrast to the plight of the White Queen, the circumstances on the Black Queen's side are considerably more favorable. Perhaps, perish. At this very moment, Azu, transformed into Kamen Rider Arc 1, was engaging in battle while vocally expressing, "You repugnant waste, useless garbage, a foul bug from the sewers. Why haven't you yet met your demise? If you do not perish soon, how am I to surpass Iz in performance and earn more of my master's affection? Dreadful. Had I known that a loathsome cockroach like you would be around, I would never have let those two weaklings fall into Iz's hands." Chapter 81. Heisei Riders, Time Shattered. The Black Emperor possesses the ability to absorb the energy generated from the attacks of Kamen Rider 01, thereby enhancing his own offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as his regenerative powers. He can even return the opponent's strikes. This leads to a rather frustrating situation for Aruto, who, despite being a formidable fighter as Kamen Rider 01, finds it exceedingly difficult to contend with the Black Emperor. In stark contrast, nearby, Isamu, transformed into Kamen Rider 02, is able to hold his ground against both the Black and White Emperors, even while outnumbered. This disparity fuels Aruto's anger, wishing fervently for the immediate and gruesome demise of his opponent. At that moment, the Black Emperor feels a twinge of irritation. Traditionally, he has been the one to taunt others during combat, but now he finds himself on the receiving end of provocation from a seemingly insignificant girl. Suddenly, he perceives a potential weakness in her stance and mocks, "The master you speak of must be that time king, right? Alas, he can only flaunt his power in front of mere mortals. Before me, he is nothing but a pretender. I suggest you relinquish your feudal allegiance to a fool elevated to divinity." However, rather than responding with the rage he anticipated, Aruto retorts with disdain. "A mere toad at the bottom of a well dares to speak of soaring dragons? You, a rat in the gutter, should remain in your dark corner, gratefully gnawing on the refuse discarded by others. Your feeble attempts to gaze upon my master are nothing but a profound insult to him. What audacity do you possess to bark before me?" The Black Emperor, taken aback, thinks to himself, "I've never felt so constrained in battle." This girl, fully aware of his abilities, manages to strike with precision, inflicting maximum pain while denying him the energy he requires to retaliate. Even if he absorbs energy, it must be converted into offensive, defensive, or regenerative capabilities. Otherwise, Aruto could easily eliminate him. However, this conversion inevitably leads to energy depletion. Aruto deftly exploits the limits of the Black Emperor's energy absorption and conversion. Though he has yet to lose, he still feels the sting of the blows landed upon him. Coupled with Aruto's verbal onslaught, the battle becomes quite unbearable for the Black Emperor. Fortunately, he soon realizes he will not have to endure this much longer for finish time. Hey, Kamen Riders. Hey, say, hey, say, hey, say, hey, say, hey, say, hey. Decade. As the piercing sound of a brutal finishing move reverberated, an energy blade, adorned with the emblem of a knight, descended mercilessly upon the Black Emperor. In instinctive reaction, the Black Emperor concentrated all his energy into his hands, striving to thwart the impending onslaught. Yet, With a haunting scream and a tremendous crash, the 7 or 8-story building erupted, beginning from the rooftop and collapsing in a cascade of destruction. Ultimately, a vast chasm formed upon the ground. Had it not been for Iz and Yaz, who swiftly evaded the catastrophe with their formidable defenses, they might have suffered collateral damage. In the center of the crater, Baiyu stood triumphantly upon the bloodied and disheveled form of the Black Emperor, looking down with disdain. Earlier, you referred to someone as a clown, did you not? I failed to catch that. Perhaps you might repeat it? It is well known that humanity has its limits, and so too do mutants. When energy reaches a certain threshold, the Black Emperor's ability to absorb it only hastens his demise. Baiyu, even without transforming, possesses power comparable to that of Captain Marvel. Moreover, he currently embodies the second-tier Omi power, enhanced fourfold in his Time King Emperor form. In Heisei Rider's ultimate time break, he even harnesses the strength of the 9 other Heisei main riders yet to be summoned. Thus, the building crumbled, and the Black Emperor lay on the brink of death. Coughing heavily beneath Baiyu's foot, the Black Emperor managed a mocking laugh. Time King, do you truly believe you've triumphed? Look around you. You have raised a building, claiming the lives of over 100 within. Soon, you shall become the world's enemy. To be honest, even I did not foresee your foolishness. Before the Black Emperor could finish, Baiyu scoffed derisively. A pathetic character like you dares to challenge me? Odin, time advent. In the next instant, the Odin dial materialized before Baiyu, pressing the upper button of its own accord. Instantly, a dark golden clock phantom enveloped him, expanding across a radius of 100 meters on the ground. As the clock's hands began to rotate counterclockwise, Baiyu's ravaged abode, the injured architectural form of Shamagia, the oblivious North Star, the cratered Earth, and the demolished floors, all were restored to their former state in the blink of an eye. Baiyu and the Black Emperor found themselves once more atop the high-rise. Yet under Baiyu's deliberate guidance, the injuries afflicting the Black Emperor remained unhealed. Such terrifying power. In the distance, the Black Queen and the White Queen appeared to have forgotten the battle, gazing in disbelief at Baiyu, who still stood with his right foot upon the Black King's form. Indeed, they had lost all conviction to continue fighting. After all, even the most formidable Black King of the Hellfire Club had been reduced to a fool by a single strike from the Time King. The devastation wrought. The loss of hundreds of lives could be effortlessly undone, restoring the Time King to his original state in the blink of an eye. Did the Black Queen and the White Queen still find it necessary to persist in combat? Moreover, although they had orchestrated the destruction of the Time King's abode using Polaris, their true intention was never to become his mortal enemies. Chapter 82. The Future of Mutants, Submission or Annihilation. It may sound unbelievable, but the ultimate reason why the White Queen and her companions used mental manipulation on Polaris to destroy the Time King's abode was merely to test him, while simultaneously presenting a token of their meeting. Consequently, without prior acquaintance, both parties commenced discussions regarding potential collaboration. Naturally, all of this was predicated upon the formidable strength possessed by the White Queen and her allies. Prior to this encounter, they were indeed confident in their own capabilities. After all, despite the Time King's formidable combat prowess in various domains, it was inconceivable that his mental defenses would be equally robust. As for the nuclear explosion kick, the Black King was also confident in his ability to withstand it and to grow stronger by absorbing energy. However, the White Queen and her allies could never have anticipated the sheer terror embodied by the Time King. Even the energy-absorbing Black King was nearly overwhelmed and annihilated by the horrific energy contained within the Time King's ultimate technique. After the Time King's arrival, the White Queen had audaciously exited her diamond state, attempting to influence him through mental resonance. Yet, that was where it all ended. Baiyu's mental barriers had heightened in tandem with his overall strength. If it were the comic version of the White Queen, one might have entertained the possibility, but the cinematic version of her had no hope of breaching his mental defenses. The Time King, we witnessing the gravity of the situation escalate. The Black Queen sought to offer an explanation. However, do not speak. I have no desire to listen. Baiyu coldly interrupted, denying the Black Queen any opportunity to voice her thoughts. He simultaneously produced the worm dial, announcing in a chilling tone, "Moreover, I regret to inform you that due to your foolish actions, the Hellfire Club will now belong to my mutant organization." With the electronic sound effect resonating, a new White Queen, Black Queen, and Black King materialized before them. This was the Black Queen paused momentarily. Then, as if realizing something, her expression transformed dramatically. "No, you cannot." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw a figure identical to herself appear before her, swiftly draining her life force. This was the Black Queen's mutant ability. In the past, she had often employed this tactic to siphon the life of others. Now, she was experiencing firsthand the agonizing sensation of having her life force forcibly extracted. Simultaneously, the White Queen, unable to mount a defense in time, was mentally overwhelmed by her counterfeit counterpart. Subsequently, the imitation White Queen, in her diamond form, delivered a fatal blow. The Black King beneath Bayu's feet similarly did not escape the fate of being vanquished by his own hand. Originally, the abilities manifested by these imitations should not have surpassed those of the originals. Yet, it mattered little. The power of the omen would intervene. Humph. He has observed the corpse of the Black King, a displeased snort escaping his lips. Truly a fitting end for this trash, this waste. However, being able to contribute a seemingly useless Hellfire Club to his master was considered the greatest fortune and the sole value of his life. Moments later, with a flourish of flame magic, Bayu incinerated the corpses on the ground. Consequently, the original White Queen, Black Queen, and Black King vanished, giving rise to new incarnations of the White Queen, Black Queen, and Black King. They would lead the entire Hellfire Club, dedicating everything to Bayu. In this context, the original purpose for which the White Queens had come became inconsequential. A few minutes later, in the office of the chairman of Fadian Intelligence Company, Bayu sat in his exclusive chair, flanked by Iz and Yaz. On either side of him stood the fully operational Annihilation Thunder, while across from him sat Professor X, Wolverine, and Polaris. After concluding matters at their residence, Professor X reached out to Bayu. Considering that the residence might no longer be a suitable venue for discussions, Bayu transported them here under the Aurora Veil. To his surprise, Professor X remarked, "You are indeed the hidden proprietor of Fadian Intelligence, Time King." He then became serious, stating, "We have come in response to your previous proposition regarding mutants becoming your subjects. In general, we are inclined to agree. However, I wish for mutants to have the freedom to choose whether to become the subjects you speak of." This decision was reached after deliberation among Professor X, Wolverine, and the others. In light of the increasingly dire circumstances facing mutants, having a figure like Time King emerge to protect some of them was already a fortunate prospect. Even if it meant sacrificing certain aspects, it was not entirely unacceptable. During their discussions, Professor X and his companions realized that they lacked the authority to make such decisions on behalf of the entire mutant race. If Time King were indeed to establish a sanctuary for mutants under his protection, it should be a choice made by each individual mutant, who would also bear the corresponding consequences. Thus, Professor X and Wolverine, along with the X-Men and the will of the X Academy, arrived here. "I see," Bayu responded, initially nodding gently before shaking his head, his tone shifting. "Unfortunately, you have arrived too late. I have changed my mind. To prevent other mutants from inexplicably challenging me, as the White Queens did today, I have decided to present all mutants with two options, only two: submission or annihilation." Strictly speaking, under the influence of Time's arrival, Bayu suffered no losses this time. In fact, he gained the final Rider Dial, a complete set of otherworldly demon cards, in the Zero-No style. Seizing this opportunity, let the aberrations take the guise of the White Queens, thereby ensnaring the entire Hellfire Club. However, the majesty of the king must not be trifled with. The authority of the Demon Lord should never be taken lightly. Otherwise, should even a single mutant emerge and wreak havoc at Bayu's residence, even if there were no ultimate losses, would Bayu not lose face? Thus, rather than entangling oneself in such troublesome matters, it would be far more prudent to retain the obedient mutants and eliminate the disobedient ones entirely. "What did you say?" Upon hearing Bayu's words, the previously composed Wolverine was instantly consumed by rage. His hands extended to reveal 6 razor-sharp claws forged from adamantium. Chapter 83. Professor X and Wolverine's excitement. This reaction is entirely understandable. Wolverine is a mutant, one who resists constraints. Setting that aside, it is unlikely that any individual would remain devoid of anger upon hearing words akin to those spoken by Bayu. Were it not for the display of strength exhibited by Bayu's side, and the fact that Professor X had yet to express his stance, Wolverine might have already charged forward, although the likely consequence would be his own demise. However, Professor X, why do you merely observe? Have you too succumbed to betrayal? Simultaneously, Professor X was connecting his mind with the Supreme Sorcerer at Kamartaj. "Esteemed Supreme Sorcerer, may I inquire whether the future of mutants is truly destined for annihilation, as the Time King previously suggested?" Surely you possess the answer within your heart. Ancient One sipped her tea and, in a soft voice directed towards the distant Professor X, replied, "Yet, I know your true inquiry lies elsewhere. I can tell you that the existence of the Time King is exceptional. He possesses the potential to reverse everything. Or perhaps, to obliterate it entirely. The nuances of this matter require your own contemplation. I understand. Thank you for your insights, Supreme Sorcerer." Professor X's consciousness returned, glancing at the eager Wolverine beside him before turning to Baiyu. "Time King, I acquiesce. I am willing to submit, but I can only represent myself. I shall endeavor to persuade others, though I cannot guarantee success. Freedom, dignity, glory, these may hold significance. Yet all too often, they pale in comparison to the face of death, particularly when confronted with a meaningless demise. Professor X may sacrifice his life for the sake of mutants, but he cannot allow the lives of all mutants to vanish due to a single decision of his own. The future is clear. Both his path and Magneto's will only lead the fate of mutants toward a lamentable extinction. So why not embark on new endeavors? Crucially, the power of the Time King is growing stronger, now exhibiting formidable abilities of temporal reversal. This implies that as long as the Time King retains his thoughts, alongside that peculiar dial, even if defeated, he can restore everything to its origin. He can revert not only himself, but also those he holds dear to their beginning. What means can one employ to conquer such an adversary? Perhaps Professor X might attempt to influence the Time King with his telepathic abilities. Yet, he hesitates to gamble. For failure could usher in an adversary far more formidable than ordinary humans for the entire mutant race. The ultimate outcome would likely only accelerate the mutants' tragic extinction. Moreover, Professor X is also concerned about the attitude of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. Although the latter did not explicitly reveal herself, Professor X could sense her inclination towards believing in the Time King. Meanwhile, Professor X was willing to trust the judgment of a Supreme Mage. Nonetheless, it remains true that Professor X does not represent, nor does he believe he can represent, all mutants. What? Wolverine gazed at Professor X in disbelief. Could it be that the latter had indeed betrayed them? After pondering for a moment, Wolverine retracted his claws and cautioned Professor X. "I hope you. No. I hope we both do not regret the choices made today." Wolverine did not trust the Time King, yet he was willing to place his faith in Professor X. Surely, there must be significant reasoning behind the latter's actions. If necessary, Wolverine could always change his mind later. Very well. Regarding Professor X's decisiveness and choices, Baiyu was somewhat taken aback, but such sentiments were inconsequential. "Professor X, Wolverine, you both should return to the X-Men, the X-Mansion, and convey my message to the other mutants. However, you must persuade them swiftly. Otherwise, you may find yourselves at odds. As the second mutant to declare allegiance to me, I shall grant you a small favor." With that, Baiyu produced the empty dial and the Time King's dial, pressing them against Professor X and Wolverine, respectively, before summoning the Aurora Veil to transport them away. On the other side, outside the X-Mansion, Professor X and Wolverine, under the influence of the Aurora Veil, instantly returned from the Flying Electric Intelligence Company. However, they stood there as if frozen, neither speaking nor moving. After a considerable pause, Wolverine, with a mix of disbelief and excitement, finally addressed Professor X. "I think I have regained my memories. Due to a previous experiment, Wolverine had acquired an adamantium skeleton and claws, but he had also lost all recollection of his past. Even Professor X was unable to assist him in recovering his memories in such a short time. Yet, the Time King had accomplished it. It was not difficult to surmise the method. He had reversed part of Wolverine's timeline to a point before the experiment, while preserving the memories from the years following his amnesia. Yes, it was as simple as that, not difficult at all. However, at this moment, Professor X seemed even more exhilarated than Wolverine. To everyone's astonishment, he slowly stood up from his wheelchair, able to take a few steps unaided. Alas, he still bore a bald head. In summary, Professor X had experienced certain events that had confined him to a wheelchair or forced him to relinquish his telepathic abilities. Yet, regrettably, for the sake of leading the X-Men and the ideal of peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans, Professor X could not afford to lose his telepathy. Thus, he had remained in that wheelchair for decades. However, at this moment, Professor X not only stood upright, but he also sensed that his telepathic abilities remained undiminished. A miracle indeed. It was nothing short of miraculous. Even with Professor X's usual composure, he could not help but murmur in astonishment. Prior to this, He had never imagined that the Time King could achieve such feats. Thus, upon deeper reflection, one might ponder whether, should the Time King so desire, he could suppress or perhaps even optimize the X gene that grants mutants their extraordinary abilities. This time, perhaps you were right. Meanwhile, upon realizing the changes occurring within Professor X, Wolverine pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Perhaps the Time King truly has the power to alter the future of mutants and bring us hope. In the office of the chairman at Fadian Intelligent Technology Company, Polaris, who had remained silent until the departure of Professor X and his companions, finally began to assert her presence. What about me? What should I do now? Not long ago, while frolicking with her friends, she inexplicably found herself in Harlem, inexplicably struck by a blade, and somehow ended up here, where she bizarrely heard the Time King offer mutants two divergent paths. Remarkably, that old friend and rival of her father inexplicably consented to submission. Thus, one might conclude that this entire experience feels rather bewildering. Chapter 84. The Brushing Commander? Polaris remained oblivious to the fate that awaited her. Given the assertive demeanor exhibited by Wong during her earlier discourse with Professor X and others, it seemed improbable that she would return unscathed. As anticipated, Master, upon hearing Polaris's voice, Yez immediately suggested, why not eliminate her? Although her intrusion into your abode was unintentional, prompted by the White Queen's psychic influence, anyone who has offended the Master is beyond redemption. Moreover, she is now privy to your true identity. Only the dead can keep secrets. This is unwise. Is, standing nearby, shook her head. Miss Polaris's magnetic control abilities, albeit not formidable, still hold some minor value. Her father, Magneto, is one of the most powerful mutants on the planet and the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants. We could leverage Miss Polaris's connections to enhance our chances of swaying Magneto. Thus, I propose that we install a micro brainwave controller within Miss Polaris, transforming her into a trivial asset on your path to supremacy, Master. Indeed, allowing her to live holds greater merit, and I could have her as a plaything. Haha. Yez also grinned ominously, nodding in agreement. Polaris, why do these two charming individuals speak such terrifying words? Death, micro brainwave controllers, and playthings. It's all so frightening. Surely, Wong would truly subject me to their whims, would he? What should I do? Should I resist? It seems futile. Perhaps I should just acquiesce? Polaris. At that moment, I contemplated briefly before addressing Polaris. They are correct. Regardless of whether you acted voluntarily or not, you participated in the destruction of my residence. Now, you are aware of my true identity. Therefore, I cannot allow you to go unpunished. Henceforth, you shall be the brushing commander for the Little Orange Cat. Polaris. Yaz and Is. Little Orange Cat. Meow meow meow. Brushing commander? Polaris glanced at the Little Orange Cat in Iz's arms, her eyes filled with confusion. How could the formidable daughter of Magneto, a powerful mutant capable of manipulating magnetic fields, have devolved to the point of needing to brush a cat to survive? Moreover, why a pin commander to brushing? One might think it a position of great significance. I shall not seek your consent. Bai, perceiving Polaris's reluctance, was disinclined to elaborate further. It is settled. Yaz, take Polaris below to install the micro brainwave controller. Polaris. So, in the end, I am still to be voluntarily subjected to some controlling device? If given the choice, Polaris would certainly prefer not to assume the role of a mere pawn, nor would she wish to linger in this place any longer. Yet, even the White Queen and her companions fell victim to the Time King with ease, and Professor X and his allies chose submission. What could a frail woman like her possibly do? Naturally, she opted for forgiveness. No, rather, she found herself voluntarily accepting this role as a pawn. Very well, Master. Upon hearing Bayu's command, Yez immediately nodded and, with an exuberant bounce, led Polaris to install the micro brainwave controller. After witnessing Yez depart with Polaris, Bayu took the opportunity to instruct have Zaya from the satellite select a suitable location to accommodate the mutants willing to submit to me in the future. Ideally, the space should be expansive, as I intend to establish a realm for mutants. Of course, everything within this nation will belong to me. Once the site is chosen, we can notify the World Security Council about this matter. Whether it pertains to the establishment of a so-called mutant nation or Bayu's plans for the mutants, neither can remain concealed from the World Security Council. Rather than act in secrecy, it is preferable to inform them directly. I must admit, I am quite curious about the Council's reaction and stance upon learning of the mutant nation. Of course, Whether the mutant nation receives the Council's approval is of little consequence. What truly matters is their demonstrated attitude and position towards Baiyu. Their response to this issue will undoubtedly influence Baiyu's future dealings with them. Yes, Master, is nodded obediently as always. Meanwhile, on the other side of Hulk Island, an unexpected incident, one that even Baiyu had not anticipated, was quietly unfolding. Is this the secret military research base of the United States? Compared to a few weeks prior, Pierce appeared considerably worn and weary as he stepped onto the island, shielded by a cadre of Hydra members. It was rumored that they were working on something called the Giant Serum, and it seemed they were nearing success. If we could persuade them to collaborate with us, the chances for Hydra to counter the Time King and S.H.I.E.L.D. and to rise again would be significantly enhanced. After the battle with the Time King, Hydra's main forces were obliterated. Only Pierce and a handful of Hydra's organizers, along with their remnants, had managed to retreat into hiding. However, this did not imply that their situation was secure. During this time, the Avengers, led by Iron Man and Captain America, as well as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents under Coulson's command, have been relentlessly searching for and dismantling the remnants of Hydra. As a result, the surviving members of Hydra have been experiencing a most distressing existence, finding it difficult to eat or sleep properly. Fortunately, just a few days ago, while Pierce was engaged in some remunerative activities with several female members of Hydra, an individual known as Kong the Conqueror unexpectedly appeared. He hastily discarded information related to a serum derived from centipedes, far surpassing the existing versions in Hydra's possession, as if he were being pursued. The centipede serum resembles the super soldier serum utilized by Captain America, significantly enhancing the user's strength, speed, defense, and regenerative abilities. Consequently, it has the potential to transform an ordinary individual into a superhuman in an instant. Regrettably, the centipede serum in Hydra's hands is flawed. If the user's physiology does not align with the serum, it could result in dire consequences. This has led to a scarcity of centipede warriors within Hydra. However, the information left by Kong pertains to a centipede serum devoid of such defects, capable of bestowing the user with powers several times greater than that of Captain America, and even granting the possibility of new abilities such as pyrokinesis and cryokinesis. Chapter 85. The Conqueror Kong. This cohort of allies is utterly incompetent, rendering them impossible to lead. Regrettably, Hydra is currently in flight, lacking sufficient resources and appropriate conditions to manufacture an abundance of these new model super centipede warriors. Nevertheless, they have managed to produce 5 super centipede warriors. Not long ago, Pierce recalled that, during his tenure as the Minister of the World Security Council, he had learned of this island where General Ross was clandestinely conducting research on giant serums. He decisively chose to come here. In Pierce's perspective, the upper echelons of the United States, and indeed the World Security Council, appeared to coexist peacefully with the Time King. However, the World Security Council undoubtedly yearned to control the Time King. If they could not achieve control, they would seek to obliterate him. Yet, whether to dominate or annihilate, ample power is requisite. Thus, Pierce believed that there was a foundation for collaboration between him and General Ross. Furthermore, imagine if they could somehow merge the giant serum with the serum referred to by Pierce and his associates as the super centipede serum left behind by the Conqueror Kong. Such a combination could forge an immensely formidable army. The crux of the matter is that Pierce and his faction were being relentlessly pursued with no escape in sight. They required a suitable location to manufacture more super centipede warriors. Only then could they withstand the onslaught of the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. In truth, their primary concern was countering the Avengers. Among the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents led by Coulson, there were at most 1 or 2 relatively weak superhumans. Overall, they were rather feeble, hardly worthy of Pierce's regard. Of course, before arriving on this island, Pierce had prepared for the possibility of General Ross's non-cooperation. He chuckled coldly to himself. If that were the case, then he should not blame my subordinates for their ruthlessness. His command comprised 5 super centipede warriors and a greater number of ordinary centipede warriors. Did he truly fear failing to seize General Ross's secret research facility? Unfortunately, Pierce was entirely unaware that General Ross and his team had already developed the giant serum, with research data also originating from the Conqueror Kong. Damn, you are indeed the most incompetent group of allies I have ever led. Pierce was even more oblivious to the fact that Hulk Island had long since become the private domain of the Time King he intended to confront. inside the research facility. Is that Pierce? Ross gazed at the images displayed on the large screen, somewhat perplexed. Was he not one of the organizers of Hydra, currently being hunted by the Avengers? What was he doing here? Since the last visit from the Time King, Ross had regained his senses. However, it proved to be of little consequence. Both Ross and his daughter Betty were equipped with miniature brainwave control devices. The entire experimental base, along with Hulk Island, remains under the vigilant surveillance of a highly intelligent satellite known as Z. Ross and his companions find themselves constrained to serve the Time King, unable to pursue any other endeavors. Fortunately, as long as they refrain from actions detrimental to the Time King, their movements retain a semblance of freedom. Moreover, it appears that Betty is not averse to this arrangement. Rather, she seems to find some enjoyment in it. Even her previously keen concern for Banner has transformed into a distant detachment. Regardless of their intentions, this presents an opportunity for us. At this moment, the leader, disguised as a mutant insect, gazes at the screen, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he muses. Should we manage to capture them and present them to our master, it would surely bring him some delight. Furthermore, observing the confidence exuded by Pierce and his associates suggests they may possess some hidden powers unknown to us. Thus, our meager offering to our master might just increase by one. However, before taking any decisive action, we ought to engage with Pierce and his group in a feigned manner to discern their true objectives and concealed abilities. All mutant insects in this world are unequivocally loyal to Baiyu. Regardless of the circumstances, their foremost consideration will always be Baiyu's interests. For instance, in the leader's perspective, Pierce's arrival might indeed translate into a benefit for Baiyu. To avoid alarming Pierce, the leader instructed the giants within the base to revert to their human forms while the monstrous beings found hiding places. Ultimately, only the leader, along with Ross and Banner, both in human guise, would conduct the reception. Approximately 10 minutes later, Pierce, seated comfortably, regarded the leader across from him and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "I never anticipated that, Mr. Blue not only attained intellect far exceeding that of an ordinary individual but also, through adversity, emerged as the principal overseer of this secret experimental base." In truth, Pierce was quite taken aback upon encountering the leader. When he was still the minister of the World Security Council, he had been aware of the leader's existence. Yet he could not comprehend it. Regardless of the leader's intelligence, he believed he should merely be a researcher. Why then had he been entrusted with the role of primary overseer of this facility? Even Ross and Bruce Banner, another pinnacle of earthly genius, appeared to defer to the leader, were it not for the lively glimmer in Ross and Banner's eyes, suggesting they acted of their own volition. Pierce would have suspected they were under some form of coercive control. Nevertheless, these observations bore little significance to Pierce's ultimate aims. "Pierce, you and your Hydra subordinates are among the most wanted criminals across the globe," the leader stated without formality. "At this moment, you should be facing the wrath of the Avengers. Your presence here must surely harbor some ulterior motive. If you do not elucidate the matter at hand, do not blame us for reaching out directly to SHIELD. Upon hearing this, Pierce's expression shifted dramatically, yet he swiftly regained his composure and replied with a smile, Of course. This time, my purpose for being here is to discuss a potential collaboration with you all. Before we proceed." Before he could finish his sentence, Pierce clapped his hands. Subsequently, a rather unremarkable middle-aged man emerged from behind him. Then, bang, the middle-aged man merely struck the ground with his fist, instantly creating a fist-sized crater half a meter deep. Around the impact, a network of cracks swiftly radiated outward like a spider's web. It is no exaggeration to say that with such a blow, even 10 ordinary individuals would likely be unable to withstand it. Moreover, it appears this middle-aged man has yet to exert his full strength. Chapter 86. The Indomitable Pierce. Oh, upon witnessing this scene, the leader raised an eyebrow. It turns out he is merely a superhuman. Pierce. What the hell? Just a superhuman? My subordinate possesses the strength to punch with an impact exceeding several tens of tons, leaving a hole in the floor. Are you not astonished? Do you not yearn to possess such power? That Banner, who can transform into the Hulk, is one thing. But why are you, the leader, and Ross, remaining so composed as ordinary humans? Could it be that the giant serum has already been successfully developed by them? A tightness gripped Pierce's heart. If that were indeed the case, it could very well jeopardize his chances of survival. After all, while his super centipede warriors are formidable, they are not invincible enough to withstand an assault from multiple giants unscathed. If it were merely one giant, perhaps Pierce and his team might stand a chance. Unthinkable. Since the appearance of the Time King, only a few weeks have passed. How could they have possibly succeeded in developing the giant serum? With this thought, Pierce felt a measure of relief. Yet, to be on the safe side, he resolved to adopt a softer demeanor in the ensuing dialogue. Regardless, he must ensure a safe departure from this place. Moreover, even if General Ross and his team had indeed developed the giant serum, it could still be integrated with the super centipede serum. There remains a foundation for potential collaboration. With such thoughts in mind, Pierce decided against beating around the bush and spoke candidly. I possess a serum known as the Super Centipede Serum, which can significantly enhance the user's abilities and potentially activate new superpowers. Even an ordinary individual, upon utilizing a vial of Super Centipede Serum, could instantly transform into a Super Centipede warrior capable of overpowering Captain America. If memory serves, this experimental base is engaged in the research of mass-producing a serum to create individuals as powerful as the Hulk, correct? In my estimation, if the Super Centipede Serum could be combined with the giant serum, it would undoubtedly yield a truly invincible army. At that point, neither the Avengers nor the Time King could impede our progress. What say you? Are you interested? The idea of combining the Super Centipede Serum with the giant serum is indeed intriguing. The leader nodded slightly, his face revealing little emotion as he regarded Pierce. And then, Pierce, what more is there to say? The fusion of the Super Centipede Serum with the giant serum is already sufficient to create an unstoppable army. Are you not satisfied? Is your appetite so vast? It appears you lack genuine intent for collaboration. Pierce's voice turned cold. He too stood up, preparing to leave. It remains uncertain whether General Ross and his associates have indeed succeeded in developing the giant serum. Otherwise, Pierce would likely have commanded his cadre of Super Centipede warriors to take action by now. Unbeknownst to Pierce, from the moment he set foot on this island, he had become akin to fish on a chopping block. Ironically, he had willingly leapt into this perilous pit. Indeed. Halt. The chilling voice of the leader resonated. Pierce, did you genuinely believe you could come here and leave unscathed? If you wish to avoid suffering, I advise you to surrender without delay. Concurrently, General Ross and Banner transformed into the Red Giant and the Hulk, respectively. As Pierce turned to behold this scene, his voice grew increasingly frigid. Very well. Mr. Blue, do you truly believe that those two alone can restrain us? Aside from the 5 Super Centipede warriors at my side, there exists a fully armed Hydra contingent outside this experimental base. Furthermore, concealed in the skies above this island, lie my Hydra Quinjet fighters. Should they unleash a barrage of missiles upon the experimental facility, how will you respond? At worst, we shall perish together. In response, the leader remained silent, merely clapping his hands nonchalantly. In the next moment, giants emerged from every corner, ultimately nearly filling the entire room. 2 virtual screens materialized before Pierce. On one screen, the Hydra agents he had mentioned were surrounded by a swarm of enormous animals. The other screen depicted a similar scene, where a group of giant birds encircled them. Although the Quinjet possesses stealth capabilities, the sheer number and speed of the giant birds were formidable, as they flitted about the sky above the island. Any collision would inevitably reveal the presence of the aircraft. Observing this, Pierce let out a derisive laugh, then without hesitation, knelt down. I was wrong, fathers. Please forgive me. The leader, the Red Giant, and the Hulk. The Super Centipede warriors. Had he always been so flexible? The leader, unfamiliar with Pierce's character, turned to the Red Giant for clarification. At least from what I know, he is not. After returning to his true form, the Red Giant regarded Pierce with a newfound disdain. He had expected Pierce, as one of Hydra's architects, to exhibit some fortitude. Yet, this was the reality? In truth, Pierce felt quite helpless. If it were merely the Hulk, perhaps the 5 Super Centipede warriors could mount a semblance of resistance. With the addition of the Red Giant, the warriors might still manage to cover Pierce's escape, even if more giants were to join the fray. The threats posed by the Hydra agents outside the base and the Quinjet overhead might allow Pierce to engage the leader with his silver tongue for a while longer. Before him lay a dense throng of colossal creatures, an overwhelming army numbering in the tens of thousands. What options did Pierce have, other than to kneel and call out for his father? He certainly did not wish to meet his demise in such a manner. At that moment, a shimmering curtain of auroras materialized, accompanied by several figures. Among them stood a man clad in a black trench coat, his eyes concealed behind a black mask. He descended upon Pierce, looking down upon him with a mocking demeanor, saying, "It has been some time since we last met. How have you fallen so low?" Not only do you kneel willingly, but you also dare to utter the word Father? Alas, have you not realized that a wretch like you is utterly unworthy to be considered our son?